I didn't get that.
It's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director General of the NIA, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Professor Adewole Adebayo, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies that I missed the national anthem. I came late because I came too early. So I decided to stay nearby, that 5 minutes before starting time, I should be informed. But I think I was informed 5 minutes after starting time. But it's still my responsibility. Well, you can see that I came without any papers. Because if you are 40 miles radius of Professor Jinadu, you don't need papers. Because the more paper you bring, the more you have to learn and throw away your paper. So I'm happy to be here, Prof, and I'm happy that you've done most of the theoretical framework. What I would just say is that in an election season, you will see INEC people, you will see policemen, you will see politicians, you will see people going to rallies, you will see all sorts of things, you will see media. But all of us are not doing the same thing. We don't know one another. It's and I'm happy that Professor Osagai mentioned the game theory. What you see is like a model. How do you model strategic interactions of rational actors? But they are not all working for the same result, as you will see. And I would explain as a rational actor, one of the rational actors myself. Then the issue is, are we doing analysis too early? Are we doing this postmortem too early? I don't think so. Why I don't think so is that even in normal field of autopsy, all autopsies are not the same. I'm a lawyer and I do autopsy from time to time. And there is what we call the medical legal autopsy, which is who killed this person, which I'm happy that I'm in front of a police officer who knows how to ask that question, who killed this person? The police officer just want to send somebody to jail or to the gallows. That's his interest. And I think in context of election, the question of legal autopsy will be done by the tribunal and the courts. That's not what we are doing here. There's another one we call clinical autopsy, or I call it pathoclinical, because you do pathology and you do the clinical together, which is to say what disease is present in this dead body that will account for the person dying. And I think anybody can do that. We can look at our electoral system and say, what kind of disease is happening? Because if a person dies at the age of 51, and you discover that the grandfather died at the age of 52, and the great-grandfather died at the age of 53, you say, what is killing them? You're not asking like a policeman.
Hello. The fighting in Sudan has claimed the life of one of the country's most prominent singers, Shadane Gadoud. She was killed in a crossfire in the city of Omodum. This happened a day after the warring factions agreed to a ceasefire in Saudi Arabia. In Kenya, more bodies are being discovered from the premises of the end-time pastor who told his followers to starve themselves to death as a shortcut to meet Jesus. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to a special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. For our viewers in the United States, Happy Mother's Day. Our guest today is Prince Adewole Adebayo. He was the SDP's presidential candidate in the February 25th, 2023 presidential election. As we navigate the post-election issues, Prince Adebayo thinks that what should concern us most, beyond the court cases, is how to own our politics, save the republic, and tackle our real enemies: poverty, insecurity, and unaccountability. Prince Adebayo will join us to discuss how to own our politics and tackle our real enemies. Prince Adebayo, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Rudolph, and thank your panelists and the listeners and everyone, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful day. And we want to start with the stories in the news. Let's start with Sudan, the crisis in Sudan. You could have been the next president of Nigeria. This could have been something for you to handle. What do you think about the role of Nigeria in Africa vis-a-vis what's happening in Sudan or all the crisis points in Africa?
Well, what you see is what happens around your backyard dictates whether you are actually at home or not. You know, there is a saying in Nigeria, in many communities, but I think it's more common among the Igbos, that an elder does not stay idle and watch a goat give birth tether to a wall or a tree or anything. So what is happening is that because we are self-consumed and our leaders are self-absorbed, we don't know that we have serious responsibility. Sudan has a unique relationship with Nigeria. In fact, many of our communities migrated from there, if you just look at our recent history. And as I speak to you, there are 3 million Nigerians who live in Sudan. And they do very well. They're in the civil service, they're in the armed forces. In fact, the richest business person in Sudan is a Nigerian. So it's a country that is close to us. And if Nigeria was strong, our regional politics will have been able to do some intervention there. Remember that when we were preparing for our civil war, even we had to go to Ghana for some peacekeeping. So in Sudan now, it is Saudi Arabia that is playing that role. And the fight there is not the type that can easily be resolved, because the principles are not fighting there. It's the proxies. The administration there is kind of, after the leader was removed, the country has been going through some metamorphosis that will show to you that there is something going on in that country that wants to turn into the situation in the Great Lakes region of Congo, Rwanda, and thereabouts. Remember that we had the Janjaweed. Even before the Janjaweed, remember that it was in Sudan that Osama bin Laden and the rest of them were experimenting, training before going to Afghanistan. We had the Janjaweed there. There was a question of Arab-looking people killing Negroid-looking people or Bantu-looking people. And the idea was, okay, Nigeria had to send Martin Luther Agwai, to be the first commander there. We tried to do peacekeeping under the UN system, African Union system. In the end, the country was severed into two. So we have South Sudan, which is not as peace. We still have the original Sudan, or the leftover of the original Sudan, now not at peace. And the latest crux of the matter is that after the long reigning leader was removed because it wasn't good, this and that, and there's a system that is put in place there, and that government is running. But along the line, somebody came with the idea that Russia, they could diversify, and Russia could put a base there. And then when Russia put that base, and then the Western friends of that country are no longer friendly, so they wanted to set up another counter administration. So the two now are fighting for legitimacy there. So each one is promised by their sponsors that they are going to prevail. So that is what is happening in Sudan. And so for me, as if I was Nigeria's president, I would consult more with Blinken and Lavrov. And I would speak to the Arab League, because close as Sudan is to us, especially Nigeria, the Arab League have a priority of claim there, because in regional politics, Sudan identifies as an Arab state and is a member of the Arab League. In terms of business, patronage, and affiliation, they will listen more to the Arabs. But Egypt, which is the intellectual base of the Arab League, appears to be somewhat compromised from our own latest intelligence there. So I don't think that the two sides will see Egypt as an honest or fair arbiter. So what I think I will do in that respect is to talk to the Arab League and allow the African Union to play a complementary role. If they allow the African Union to play a complementary role, then I will have to create a special envoy. And we should be able to put together some troops that will protect civilians there, protect evacuation corridors, allow for humanitarian aid there. And then we'll have to do a summit where Russia, US, and the Arab League will join African Union, and we can negotiate something there, which is going to be essentially do some election, because to wait for one side to defeat one faction to defeat the other will be too costly for the country. It will be like Lebanon. So what you want to do is to put together an interim government where you pick the key actors from different factions and put some neutrals in between and give them a strict 9-month program for an internationally supervised to civil rule, and hope for the best after that.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, let me ask you, you just marshaled out what you will do or would have done as president, but the president of Nigeria today is not in the country. The president-elect is not in the country. Who is running the country?
The person who has the original job of running the country that never sleeps is God Almighty. You know, from time. You're a church boy, they always tell you that Nigeria is God's own country, and that's the belief. So I think I understand that the there's something troubling the dental cavity of the president. And I think, I don't know whether it's his milk tooth or his retirement tooth is giving him problem. So, and he's in England where they are good at taking care of presidential teeth. So that's where he is. And then the president-elect, I'm told, is in a hurry to talk to investors, especially foreign investors, not our domestic investors here, not interacting with the people. But I suspect that he probably is running away from lobbyists who are looking for, who are asking, what will I be in your kingdom, and things like that. So I think that's what he's running away from. But, I also hear from some unconfirmed sources that he is also going for a medical intervention too. So, and so essentially, the incoming president has no duty to run the country now. That would be unconstitutional. He can only try to run his own affairs. However, they're going abroad frequently, which is a continuation of going abroad that he was doing during the election season. It forbodes a Buhari 2.0 kind of scenario, and hopefully that will not be the case. But if that's the case, then it will be a most unfortunate tradition that has now been established for us to have a government in exile when we're not at war.
So, for the Nigerian people who are looking at this, the image of the president abroad, the one that is coming in abroad, and for the fact that they did not tell us the truth. So, for instance, let's follow their argument that he went out there to talk to investors. Why is it that we don't have media giving us because we are now responsible for his upkeep? I believe he lives in our house, government house in Aso Rock, the what they call that house, where he moved into in Aso Rock. But he's our.
Who is the he?
I mean, I'm talking about president-elect.
He went to defense house.
Defense house. So we are responsible for him, are we not?
At least we paid NEPA bills.
Good. So why that we don't know where he is, what he's doing? Is it not something that is expected that the Nigerian people should know? This person, I'm sure he has SSS people following him around. There is a cost to us.
There are three reasons for that.
Yeah.
One is that for him right from time, and I hope that is not what he's going to do, but I suspect that's what he's going to do, is not to initiate accountability in terms of explaining things. Maybe that's why he won, I didn't win. So maybe they know that they believe that the more you talk, the more you're likely to get into trouble. So unless you cannot avoid it, just ignore the press and let them be distracted by other things. So they're not willing. And I've been raising the same issues when I went to Washington, D.C., and they were talking to World Bank. Usually, if you have your political leaders talking to Bretton Woods institutions, it should be like the way a husband will feel when your wife, a married woman, is talking to strangers across the fence. You should be curious to say, who's at the other end? So, but I didn't see Nigerian press looking into that at all. And when they came back, no statement. And when I raised the issue on Twitter, people came and said, but it's not president-elect yet. And after all, they said they will go to World Bank. But I found out what we were doing there. They were making serious commitments as to how they will run the economy, fiscal policy, financial policy, social policy, attitude towards taking loans or facilities. They were making a lot of far-reaching consensus with the World Bank and IMF there. So I think that people whose job it is to be the first estate of the realm ought to pay attention to that. Second reason is that the Nigerian media don't like hard work. They don't like anything that will make them read up to 5-10 pages or call up to 5-6 people to find information. They are used to demand making a press release, and then they find one funny thing in it, or somebody abuses somebody, they will carry on that. So anything outside ethnicity, religion, and all those other sensational things or personal abuses, the media don't pay attention. Thirdly, the activists are still pretending that the man is not president-elect. So following him, trying to know what he's doing, is regarded by some as as if you are legitimizing him. So when you say you set agenda for him, or you criticize what he does, or you want to follow what he does, you'll be accused of this man is not president-elect, for God's sake. Why are you pretending as if he is? You know. So maybe they are waiting until May 29 when they see him on the stake. You know, committing his life to 4 years of presidency. Maybe they will agree that he's the president-elect. But in reality, he is going to be sworn in if he shows up, unless he doesn't show up on that day. If he shows up, the soldiers will salute him, and the chief judge will be there, and they will swear him in. So you might as well start to ask questions now, so that we don't have the same attitude which some people had in 2015, and they just gave up on Buhari from start, and they didn't start asking questions on time. And midway into his first term, some people even gave up on him and said he was dead, and there's a Jibril from Sudan. And then they got carried away with that. And the real man was doing a lot of havoc to the economy, to other things. And you were still talking about Jibril from somewhere. So I think that if we circle around to know that anybody who is not satisfied with the man being president-elect, they've already taken the best step they can take. They set up a machinery in motion to question that. And if that works out for them, the man will be gone. So can the rest of us now switch to the reality that is there now or is coming in there now, and then we can start doing a very good welcome for him by way of critical questioning, by way of interrogating what he does. That is my attitude.
Okay, we get to that. We get to what to expect under President Bola Tinubu. But let's touch on some of the stories in the news today. There are so many stories that I want you to address quickly. The first one is Governor Adeleke and the Supreme Court's ruling in favoring him. I want you to explain for our viewers who are not lawyers, who do not understand what is the core argument that the Supreme Court made that made them to say that he won that election? And how does that impact the current case in the tribunal, presidential tribunal?
Are you talking of the Oshun case?
Yeah, Oshun case, yeah, Adeleke, yeah.
Well, yes, I'm surprised that people are looking at the Oshun case, maybe because Adeleke is a famous dancer and he has a lot of fans. But we had the Ekiti case earlier.
Okay, what happened? Prince. All right, our guest is frozen, and we will get back to him. I will, for our audience, people who want to join us, we will give the chance. I mean, he's here for a long time. He's not planning to go anywhere for the next 8 hours. But what we're going to do is I will talk to him for another 20 more minutes or so. I will just, there are some questions I want to get across to him, and then we'll let everybody in and we will get a chance to talk to him. Prince, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. I switched to 4G, but some of my people started calling me. So maybe I'll switch back to the Wi-Fi now to save myself that headache.
Okay.
So as I was saying, the most important thing is that before Adeleke's matter came up, we had the Ekiti case. And it is because of this Ekiti case that I could predict what the Supreme Court will say in Adeleke.
Okay, I think what's going on is that he's using a phone, and that's what we notice from experience. And when you're using a phone and you're on the show, people try to call you.
Yes. So
go ahead. We can't hear you. All right, Prince. Prince is having challenges. I hope he will just connect directly to a phone, maybe dedicated phone that people will not be calling him on that. Then we can have a smooth conversation. For those who are joining us, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. And we will, as soon as possible, get to you. And this will be a very different conversation that will last for a while. Okay, Prince, are you back?
Yes, I do
Okay,
apologize.
no, that's good. It's good.
Okay,
But
so
yeah, go ahead.
essentially, what we saw in Ekiti, in terms of the judgment of the tribunal, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court, then there's hardly any issue raised in Adeleke that was not raised in Oni. In the case of Oni, SDP, in the Ekiti case. So then, the Supreme Court also followed that in Oshun's case. So it shows that when such issues come up, that's apparently how they will be following it. So, and the issues, and the same reason why, one of the reasons why I didn't bother myself to file any petition after the presidential election debacle, because I'm guided as a member of the Supreme Court bar. I'm guided by the ruling of the court, and it's as follows. Many of the promises made by INEC, we are going to upload this, upload that, all of that. Not many of them are recognized by law, by the Supreme Court. They are seen as INEC internal arrangements. They're not binding. So if you are waiting for INEC to upload the result to IRF or whatever, they're not interested in that. They are interested in what is contained inside the beavers. They are interested in what is contained inside the voter register. They are interested in what the actual result sheet are saying. Result sheet at every level. All other things that you expect of INEC, that my brother Mike Igini was promising, that Michael Okoye was promising, and Professor Mahmoud was promising. All those things, not all of them are relevant in the determination of whether an election has been properly conducted or not. That is the attitude of the Supreme Court.
So you said that after Ekiti, you knew what would happen with Oshun because
yes.
So can you tell us what will happen with the case in the tribunal and when it gets to the Supreme Court, the presidential case?
You will expect Supreme Court to follow their principles. So anybody, the cases are not the same. Except if you, for example, on the issue of Adeleke not being qualified, one thing or the other, certificate forgery, whatever, you saw the way the court reacted to that. They don't appear to be highly interested in such things, so if anybody is going there on the basis of this person is qualified, not qualified, they may not be too keen on that one. Because of the standard of proof that you have to show. For you to say somebody is not qualified and convince an election tribunal, you have to practically retry the person in front of them. Retry the person and meet criminal proof. So the second part is that when it comes to proving anything, whether one person did not win, or whether you won, you must show from the beavers directly how you won. So if it's a governorship election, you have between 4,000 and 6,000 beavers. If it's a presidential election, you have 176,840 beavers machines, which you must prove one by one, or at least if you are not disputing all of them, if you are disputing 40,000 polling unit result, you have to prove each of them. Polling unit, this is what happened there, this is the result. bring it out, show that you extracted it from the beavers itself. And then you have to compare it, if it's a case of overvoting, with the registered voters. As in the voter register itself, you exhibit it in court, the judge will see it, everybody will have a copy of it. Then, if it comes to the result, either you say you are the winner, you must show the original result sheet, show that you are the winner. If you are saying that you were cheated, you must show the original result sheet, showing that, using it to prove that you were cheated, and you have to prove it one by one, unit by unit, and all of that. You have to do all of that within 6 months, and out of which 1 month is gone now. You have 5 months to, and then you can't use all the 5 months because the judges have to go and write their judgments. So you may have like 4 months to prove that, including leading evidence, making all the arguments, go to write your cross-examining witnesses, then concluding the evidence of your own, wait for the defendants to come and do their own one by one. So if you, for example, you call a witness, INEC would cross-examine the person, APC will cross-examine the person, Bola Tinubu will cross-examine the person, and then you go to the next witness, you do all of that, then they check out the paper. So in the end, you don't address the court. In the end, the court will go and write its judgment, and there are 5 of them in the Court of Appeal. So you need 3, if they are unanimous, or the 5. So that's how it goes. And when all of that is done, they give you judgment. Then you have 2 months in the Supreme Court to try, whoever is not happy, to try to get the Supreme Court to review it purely on law. Because the Supreme Court doesn't take evidence. They will take it purely on law. They will rely on the evidence taken by the Court of Appeal.
So you think that there's something that people have been talking about, that all this issue about something like the Guinean passports or the drug issue, that they will be dismissed, or that Shetima was running for 2 different positions at the same time? That wouldn't be of importance.
I issued a tweet on that. I don't know if you can find it. Long ago, when I was still innocent, when I didn't know that people could get angry over such things. So now that I know people get angry over such things, I'm not tweeting about it anymore. But it's clear that first, anything that would disbar somebody from running for office has to be a criminal conviction. So if I'm traveling through the airport in New York, LaGuardia or JFK, and I carry $1 million cash, which is above the customs limit of 10,000, and I don't disclose it, and the U.S. Customs arrests me, and they seize the money. They take me to court and seize the money. Under U.S. law, under Nigerian law, that's not criminal conviction. If you want to know whether somebody was convicted in America, you ask, was a jury empaneled? Because you in America, you know that in America, it's constitutionally required to have a jury trial. So anybody who is taken to court, there must be a jury. So you know that. So if it's not like that, there's no indictment, there's no grand jury. We must do a grand jury first. For the grand jury, there must be a jury trial, or the person would plead guilty, and there's no jury trial, and then there will be a sentence. There must be first a verdict of guilt entered with a certificate, and the person will not come for sentencing. Then there will be a sentence, either custodial or whatever. But in America, sentences tend to be custodial. Rarely will you see somebody in America commit a crime and they will say, go and pay $1 million fine. They don't do that. They will ask you to go to prison and all of that. So that, or to serve some custody at home or community service or something. So that is not the case here. Secondly, you need to know that the limit under the Constitution is that the thing must have happened within the last 10 years. So if it happened 30 years ago or whatever, then it is still morally reprehensible if the person committed an offense, but you can use that to campaign. against the person, but you don't bring it to the court because the court is constitutionally barred to talk about it after 10 years. So it's like somebody who is issued a pardon, for example. That was why Obasanjo could contest for president and nobody could take him to court, even though it was a conflict of high treason. But it was given full pardon. So you can't talk about it anymore. That was why Ojukwu could run for Senate, later on for president, creditably, because of pardon, and so many things like that. So when it is a constitutional bar, a pardon, all these things, you cannot raise them. That's just law now. It doesn't mean that judges cannot look at your face and they like you and sympathize with you and change their mind. But that's what the law says. So, secondly, the issue of somebody, I don't think that's a serious issue. He was running for Senate, later came back and was nominated as a VP. Two things is that you don't go through primaries to be a VP candidate. After all, my own VP candidate, Yusuf Salisu Buhari, I did not participate in the primaries. So there's a law, there's a clause in the Electoral Act that says in one election you cannot be involved in two primary elections. So Shetima Kashim went and did primaries for his Senate. But for the VP, he didn't do any primaries. So the second law in the Electoral Act is that you cannot be a candidate in two constituencies in one election season. So you cannot be running for Senate in Anambra and go and run for governor in Borno. Or you can run for governor in Anambra and run for Senate at the same time. Or House of Assembly in two constituencies. You go to Njikoka, you want to go to House of Assembly there. Then you go to Orumba, want to go to House of Assembly there again. It's not allowed. So all those things, they used to be available in the First Republic. You could run for two offices at the same time. If you win both, you drop one and go for the other. But it's not allowed. So I don't know how they brought this into a presidential election petition because the gentleman who is now VP elect ran for Senate, and the day he was and won the primaries, and the day he was made VP candidate, as they were going to INEC, they submitted the paper, say he's withdrawing from the Senate, he's going for House of Reps. Even if there was argument that the paper was submitted late or the day after, whatever, what matters is that on election day, as he was running for VP, another person was running for the Senate seat by the same INEC. So INEC cannot agree with you that the man ran for two offices when INEC conducted the election the same day, and they had a different candidate for his constituency, and they had him for his constituency. And the third point I can make, which is just a legal point, is that Nigeria itself is one constituency. So it is difficult for you to say somebody who is running for a national office like president, that ran in two constituencies. Nigeria is one constituency. So I think the issue, but because it's an issue of law, the judges will not be unhappy with them that they wasted their time. Because it's a matter that they will listen to argument, you don't need to call witnesses or anything like that. The documents are there. You just argue about it, legal arguments, and then they will decide. So they are going to throw that one away easily. So those are the things that I think are not likely to be serious matters for the courts.
What about on the part of APC? The argument that P2B had switched party less than 30 days before.
Yeah, is that their business? How is that their business? It's not their business. They should have gone to court while he was running. And in any case, Peter Obi is not the person declared. So what the issue they are raising, a counterclaim in an election petition, I see it's not within the election petition now. Because the election petition says what you can say. You can say that the election was not validly conducted. That's one ground. on the basis of malpractices. You can say the person elected or declared was not duly elected by majority of lawful votes. You can say that the person the return was not qualified to contest. You can say that election should be cancelled because a candidate that was duly nominated was excluded from the election. So the court cannot grant APC a claim that the petitioner, who is not the person elected, is not qualified. That's not for them. That's for the High Court. They should have immediately they saw Peter Obi waving hand in Asaba, in that hotel where they got the nomination. They should have rushed straight to the court to say, hey, this party nominated somebody who was not qualified. And from what I heard, it was that some busybody took Peter Obi to court on that issue. And Peter that wins all his cases, he was able to win that one. So that issue appears to have been settled. So maybe they just put in it there. I don't know their strategy. Whether they believe it, I have to assume that they believe it, because if they put it there just for fun, then that would be an abuse of court process. So I suppose that maybe they got that one wrong, or they just put it there to show Peter that if you can harass me, I can harass you back, something like that.
Okay. Now that we're talking about Peter Obi, there is this story that came out 2 days ago, I believe. He said that they quoted him in the papers that he said, "I must be the president of Nigeria, if not today, tomorrow." I haven't seen the video. We've been trying to find the video of him saying that. These days, you need video confirmation in most cases as public event. But what do you think? Are you going to be president of Nigeria, if not today, tomorrow, sometime? Are you thinking that down the road you must be president of Nigeria?
No, I don't see myself as a prophet. All I can say is that it's a positive thing. Remember when Tinubu said, "Milokon, it's my turn." People were laughing at him. So then he came and he's president-elect. So he's making other people. That's when Kalu also was running for Senate president. He said, "It's my turn." So I think either the power of positive thinking, or we are all religious people. Maybe they said, you better start saying this thing so that the gods, the angels will favor you. But I think it's a positive thing for him to say, and it's a signal to his supporters that there's tomorrow. And it's also a signal to me that anything I'm doing, I have to put Peter Obi in my consideration, where we are going to be opponents for many elections to come. So at least he's signaling what he's going to do in the next season. So which is making me now to now honor every invitation. So anytime Rudolph is calling me for 90 Minutes Africa, I will immediately show up, because if I don't show up, I'll be concerned that they might go and copy Peter Obi and they might get a mileage over me. So that is that.
All right. I know that your party, you have some senators. I think you have 2 senators. People that
Can I get some light so that I don't look like a ghost?
Yeah, if you can, because it's kind of looking dark. It's gonna be a long day. This I guess it's ready for everybody. So I'll just ask 2 more questions. I'll bring in the audience. Let's just I will continue to while we are here, continue to ask my questions, and you guys can also join. But it's going to be an interesting day. He's willing to take any question from anybody. So if you are interested in talking to a potential president of Nigeria down the road, if not today, tomorrow.
Are we slightly better off?
Yeah, we're better off. Yeah, good. So I know that you have, I think, two people elected to the Senate, I believe. Are they part of these negotiations about who will be the Senate president? What are they talking to you? Are they consulting you in terms of what they are going to do, how they are going to participate? And do you think it's necessary to have this kind of a spread, geopolitical spread, in terms of the key members of the leadership of the National Assembly?
You see what I see? I've been following it. Even last night I was at the meeting to kind of listen and see where there are 2 trends in the National Assembly. there is the trend of those who want to organize around the opposition to say what the opposition party failed to do during the presidential election. They try to do it now to say come together so that APC as the behemoth does not control the Senate and the House. So there's that. I've met with one or two groups of senators along that line to sympathize that. There's also the approach by the APC to try also to win one or two people to their side. But I think the most dominant group, or the most dominant tendency is that these political parties are not real to the senators. That's one thing we need to understand. As far as these senators are concerned, they don't recognize political parties. They are friends and they are the same. So the APC senators, if they are not satisfied with what their party is offering them, maybe the party arrangement doesn't favor them, they will cross party lines and come to PDP, come to Labour, come to SDP, come to NPP, go to ABGA, and go to YPP. So Nigerians should not limit the analysis to this party versus that party. I think it will end up being more like a personality contest. The most popular guy among his colleagues will win across party lines. That's what I see. As to whether it is good to spread the offices, what I can say is that diversity of political parties is not the same thing as diversity of ideology or diversity of perspective or diversity of interest in the National Assembly. So somebody who is elected on the ticket of SDP might find it convenient, conducive, attractive to support APC measures. And somebody who is in Labour, I know one or two Labour senators that the obedience are warning online because immediately they won, they don't want to hear not talk of Labour anymore. So, and you will see them hobnobbing. So I think that every political party and the leadership of my party, we are conscious of that. We are not as much interested in who becomes Senate president or this or that. We're interested in whether our ideas are reflected in legislation. So I'm interacting with our legislators to see that our party is the party that is fighting poverty and insecurity and unaccountability. So don't go and join them in passing laws that are going to worsen insecurity. I'm not really that keen on who sits on that throne as Senate president. Because if you look at the 109 people we elected, there's no diversity among them. The SDP candidates, if you study them very well, they were once in APC. And I'm not saying in ancient times, I'm talking of in recent times. If you look at the PDP senators, many of them have done the round trip across every party. If there's a gay party, they will attend it. They will go there if we can get them tickets. If there's transgender party, they will go. So then the Labour, they brought the most conservative politicians as their senators. So right from Abuja to Abia to Enugu, most of their senators are not new age people. They are old, older people. So when you look at it, NNPP people, they are everywhere. They've been PDP, they've been APC. So if you look at it, you will see that every political party should be conscious of what matters. And for us in SDP, what matters to us is that you don't support anti-people's measures. Like the recent 22.7 trillion, which was passed for President Buhari last week. That 22.7 trillion larger than every budget Buhari has passed the last 8 years, was passed quietly. PDP did not complain. ABGA did not complain. SDP, nobody complained. It was passed quietly for them. So this kind of thing is what we are watchful and vigilant to, to contain.
Yeah, Prince, let me ask you. Look at this headline from what the Vice President-elect Shetima said about the National Assembly. He was saying that Nigeria can't have Senate President Speaker from the same religion, that it fuels Islamization claims. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't think along religion and ethnic line, but all I can say to him, if I see him around this time, I think it's about 5:30 now, I will just say, Otutu Oma. That's what I can tell him. Say, so good morning to you, Mr. Vice President, because it is too late for you to realize that now. If you believe, then you should not have taken your own position. You should have talked about it when you were being nominated. But religion, ethnicity, these are all not my problem. All I care about is poverty, insecurity, and unaccountability, and how to reverse that so that we can actually realize our potentials as a country. But it's marks of the hypocrisy I've been talking about. If you actually said that, it's the hypocrisy I've been talking about. People say things when it comes to other people, but when it comes to them, they don't say it.
All right. You talked about enemies of Nigeria. And looking at your Twitter feed, we saw you've been hitting at some of them. When Tinubu's son, the story of Shay Tinubu, came up, the house, the mansion he bought in London, you commented on that. Do you consider what do you think about that in terms of how Nigerians should perceive the incoming administration?
You see, it's not just the incoming administration alone. The incoming administration is a subset of the elite. Remember that the struggle, the voices that we'll try to bring out, whether it is Showore, whether it is me, whether it is Malik, Ado Ibrahim, whether it is what we try to tell Nigerians is that you cannot have election season after election season where the same elite who have been causing the problem in the country will gather together and start presenting non-alternatives options for you. So whether it is Tinubu, is Atiku, is Peter Obi, they are used to the same style. One, they make money here, they send it abroad to buy property. It's not that I don't have property abroad, but if you see me with property abroad, I did the work there. It's not capital flight from Nigeria. I did the work in that country. So if you check my house, whether in Canada, US, Europe, you will see that the work is done in the country. So if I work as a lawyer in the US, I can use the money in the US there. But to come and take the money of a poor country and send it abroad to go and buy a mansion there, I think is a waste. The same thing about medical tourism. All of them, whether it is Atiku, as in going to Dubai, whether it's a Tinubu going to France, going everywhere, whether it's Peter Obi going to London to do surgery, to do treatment, they are all the same in that regard. And the lesson to learn from it is that we must set certain standards. What is happening in the case of Tinubu and his son is that you are having now somebody coming in to help us rein in capital flights, to talk about how we should strengthen the Naira, to talk about how we should be patriotic. They are opening their career with a story about them taking ferrying money from Nigeria and sending it abroad to go and buy a prestige property in the UK. That is not how you want to start a presidency. So, and this asset was not well known to the public. And that was why I was raising the issue the other time that we must declare our asset in public. But the media suppressed it. All the other so-called activists stopped being activists because they were now hired to work on people's campaign. And if the person they are campaigning for or supporting is not going to pass that test, they don't want to hear it. So we are going to go back to that same fundamental beginning that we must set certain standards for people who want to lead us. They must not be people who already have certain habits that are injurious to the health and wealth of the country. And I think that now that they are being called to the Code of Conduct Bureau to come and declare their assets, that they won't pretend that the son is an adult. Therefore, I will not disclose that asset. We must insist that the entire first family disclose their assets so that we can know whom we are dealing with and so on and so forth. And the danger of all of these, our people hiding abroad and doing things, is similar to what we find in the unfortunate case of the Kerimadus. The more our people in our leadership go abroad to subject themselves to foreign rule, the more likely they get embarrassed. So you don't be surprised that somebody will accuse a former vice president of Nigeria of one crime or the other in Dubai, and the whole country will be embarrassed. A former deputy senate president will be you saw how the French felt when Dominique Strauss-Kahn was handcuffed in New York. So you could see that they started reviewing all these things. So we need to be serious about this issue. So I feel I raised the issue. You go and read through the comments there. You will see that instead of addressing the issue, they were attacking me and attacking me and attacking me. So they thinking that maybe I have something personal about it. It's not so. It's that this is the standard we need to set if we are going to make a change. And I don't think that whether you say I got the money through performing magic, I got the money through performing laser surgery for people, I got the money. The fact that you made money inside Nigeria and you are taking that money outside is a very bad thing. I don't encourage it.
Okay, before I call on the audience, people who are joining us, one last question. As an international lawyer, do you understand how this movement of money, how they do this, this offshore money, and what are the implications for Nigeria's own security, or even to the point that some international secret service and countries might blackmail our president because of all these hidden things that we don't know about?
Yeah, you see, we have to develop a state, starting by developing a republic. Nigeria, they like to follow people. When fella said, Mr. Follow. So Nigerians like to follow people. So in politics, you must have certain principles that you stand for, things you believe in. Therefore, you will now follow a leader who is tending towards that. But the politics we play today is that somebody just calls you, hires you, or somehow distracts you, you follow them. Then you don't have your own general principle to judge. So that if the leader, so you can have a Christian community and the pastor can say something against Jesus. The members will say amen and follow the pastor. They forgot that as a Christian community, our original idea of coming together was that we are followers of Christ. So if this pastor is insulting Christ now, why should we follow him? But they forgot. Same thing if you are in a Muslim community, even what the leader is saying is contrary to what the general principle should be, people ignore the general principle and follow the leader. Same thing in politics. If you follow somebody and they get to a point where what they are doing is dangerous to the country, it's dangerous to the republic, it's general to the general welfare, they will still continue to follow the leader. That is just the problem of Nigerians now. So otherwise, the day you hear that a politician who you are following took his money and sent it overseas from Nigeria to go and buy some fancy property for himself, for his family, that's the day you say, I'm not following this man anymore. Whether the day you see somebody's name coming out of either Pandora box or Pandora Revelation, or coming from Bloomberg Revelation, or coming from anywhere, that you will say on that day, I'm not following this person. But people just go headlessly like that. So that is the reason why our leaders now even hold political office, political meetings overseas. They plan transition overseas. They plan election overseas. Remember, the first set of people to do this, if you remember, was the fact that in Second Republic, to choose the Senate president, remember the famous case where Senator Otto Nzeribe provided his private jet and they took the senators to London to go and plot on how they are going to elect Senate president. That's how Joseph Wires became Senate president. So from that time, all Atiku's career, they say the wars have ears. But if you want to write the memoir of Atiku's career, go to the hotels in Dubai. The walls have ears there. The same thing, if you look at Buhari, anybody wants to see Buhari, anytime he's going to Umrah, all of them assemble there, all sorts of things. So you see it happening. So our people are exposed overseas, their children's school overseas, even sensitive military officers who work for DMI, who work for NIA, who work for DSS, they have children overseas. You cannot have any CIA operative in America having their children overseas. They will be afraid of blackmail, kidnapping, and all sorts of things like that. So we need to start now understanding the doctrine of statehood and start developing certain code of conduct and start coding it. But since this, if Tinubu, when Tinubu went to congratulate his co-conspirator, Wike, in Port Harcourt, the jokes and banter that they had got more coverage. I don't owe you nothing, you owe me something. All of that got more coverage than this story about the president-elect's family having bought a property which has a history that is a double jeopardy history against Nigeria. Because the original money that was used to buy that property was money that was agreed to have been stolen from Nigeria. Now, then the bank, where they took some facility on that property, the bank seized the property. And the bank, in trying to sell it, nobody else was willing to buy it for the second time, except Nigerian money again came to buy it. But all the people claim that they love the people on Arise TV, they didn't want to mention that one. They are not dwelling on it. People are commentators, activists, nobody march on the street on that one. So when I raise the issue, people are not interested in it. So long and short of it is that we, as a civil society, we as a thinking community, have to be the one to develop our political culture and show to the politicians what is relevant, what's not relevant. Because right now, I have a lot of respect for the political sagacity of Tinubu, because when he refused to show up for debate, I thought, oh, this guy has ruined his career. But the joke is on me, because he didn't come for any debates, and here we are. I did every debate, but what have I got out of it? So, you can say, well, maybe he's lucky, but in the Delta State, in the governorship election, where Arise TV did a debate there, SDP showed up, but all the people who showed up are losers. Those who didn't show up are the winners. So we are communicating to the politicians that these things don't matter. So Obasanjo was the first to start it. He didn't show up for any debate. He won. Buhari showed up for debate. He lost. When Buhari didn't show up for debate, he won. Now Tinubu, Didn't show up for any debate. He even ridiculed it and called it a ball blue. He won. So the next person who wants to be president will say, cut off all this nonsense that don't matter. Cut off all this rubbish about. Let me just use the same method used by people who have been successful. People like us will not follow that, but I believe that many will follow that and say, don't waste your time talking. In fact, I told somebody who was to visit me today, don't visit me. I have a day with Rudolph and his band of patriots. He said, the one you attended before during election, what did you get from it? Stop this, wasting your time on these things. But we must continue to build a civil society. We must continue to emphasize to people that these things matter and that the countries that have managed their situation better than we have managed our own, that the secret of their success includes having this dialogue, having these debates, and people paying attention and rewarding and punishing politicians based on how they conduct themselves. And that the media should emphasize things that they think people should take to be important. That is why you will see a headline about Muslim, headline about religion. For example, Nigerian media, they are a great disservice to the country. This is not what the Constitution envisages the media to be. Why do I say so? In the quest for National Assembly leadership, the media emphasizing it has been zoned to the southeast, it has been zoned to the northeast, to northwest, it has been zoned to south. They are raising issue on that. They are not even asking, who are the people contesting for this position? Is it Yari, who has a permanent suite with EFCC? Is it Akpabio, because of whom we have to switch off the mic? Is it Kalu, who he has name written on certain walls in Kuje? Why is it that these people that are now coming up and they are not asking, okay, what are the other people? What are people like Abaribe, even though it's in the minority party? What are other people who we can still manage there? But they're not raising any question. So a person who has all these records, I'm not saying they're not good human beings, but they have all these records. If they come before you to say they are running for Senate presidency, you should ask the question. When you were governor, these questions were of probity, were raised against you. When you were Niger Delta minister, they had to switch off the mic under you, and up to now, I have not got a result of that guy that fainted. Whether he's dead, he's been buried, or he came back to life, we don't know. What happened? East West Road, what have you not done it? Then, Kalu, you were released from jail based on one technical point, not because you are not guilty, just one technical point. Why do you want to come and lead us now? You take it like that, one by one. So that is how a good country does it. If they now survive the questioning process, then they can come and preside over you. If the people, but you cannot just now shift the discussion to the zone to the southeast. I look at southeast, I can't find any good senator there. Based on my parameter of fighting poverty and insecurity. I look to the southwest, I can't find any good senator there. I look to the northwest, where is it? There are former governors, former this, former that. So where is the thing? So in the final analysis, the questions that are being asked in the mainstream media shows that they are in collaboration. And since after the election, they are also in collaboration with the elite. It's now a personality fight between one candidate versus another, not a general discussion about what happened in the election, where we are going, and things like that. These are the kind of conversations that will save us. But this one now we'll be having since 1960, they won't take us anywhere.
Thank you, Prince. So let's give the our panelists, people that joined us, the opportunity to ask questions, and we ask them to Of course, we read the rules yesterday, and we asked them to just go straight and ask their question, and then we will come back to you if we have time. I think we have time for a second question later, but let's stay with one. Just pick your best question for now. Ovie, you start.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama. Good day, Prince Adewole. Yeah. Thank you for all you do. You've been taking time to go from one platform to another to educate us on pretty much way forward and what actually transpired in the 2020 election. One of my questions is, what way the external forces actually influence this 2020 election? If you can put that out.
Of course, if your children are involved in inter-house sports or school sports, you go and supervise and see that nobody is injured. You support them, you share them up. So you know that Nigerian elite, they are a collection of foreign agents. We know that. We can investigate that. So the people whom they are acting for, the traditional community, will come and supervise. So every stage of the process, whether it's peace accord, whether it is any process, when I spoke at NIA, I addressed Professor Adewole Adebayo, who is an advisor to INEC, as to why he will allow INEC, after collecting 350 billion from Nigerians, will still go and collect money from EU and USAID and all of those places. He said, well, they were collecting very little money. I said, that's even the more reason why you shouldn't collect at all. If you are well funded, why are you still collecting money from foreign agencies? Almost 90% of the intervention, other traditional organization, civil society that interacted with us as candidates, they were funded by foreign agents. They were collecting foreign funding, including the Peace Committee of Father Kuka and General Abubakar. And with all those eminent Nigerians there, before they speak, they will say, let us thank our sponsors from foreign land. So things like that. So then some political parties, including the so-called who came to say they want to do revolution and make change, many of them collected money from foreign agents. And many of them, the reason why they're not on the street, they're not complaining now, is just because the foreign agent also they don't want to fund that aspect, because there has been some diplomatic discussion on that. So generally speaking, maybe because we have oil, or maybe because our people can't think for ourselves, I don't know. But I think there's a lot of foreign influence. And I'm not talking of Nigerians in the diaspora. No, I'm talking about foreign countries, foreign agents, and all of that. They have a stake. And on their part, it's not as if it's wrong for them, because they are interested in Nigeria. Nigeria means something to them, whether a source of energy, source of raw materials, or generally you want them to be on your side. So foreign people can, but it's for us who are involved in our politics to clean it up. Remember how the Americans, they had so many hearings in the US Congress to try to isolate Russia funding of Trump and Republicans. So, and I think it's something we need to be serious about as a country, but serious influence of foreign agents, of course.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Mama Echo.
Augusta, you make me run kati come from church, come with you.
So thank you very much.
You dey owe me lunch.
Thank you.
So I want to say thank you.
So you are coming from church straight. At least we'll get a gentle and holy version of you today. Yes.
So the voice of Mama H.O. is the beginning of wisdom for Nigeria.
Yes, it's there in the book of Job, I think. I don't know the verse, but I know it's there.
As long as we not do nonsense to my children, me and I not get problem.
Yes, ma'am.
So on a serious note, we are on a crossroad, a very big crossroad. Whatever it is the court that will decide who is our president, as far as I'm concerned, the person they are parading na mandate Tifa. So until the court sort that out, he remain a mandate Tifa selected by INEC. But now, let's prepare for 2027. We have a lot of work to do because we need to change the mindset, our mindset. All of us need to change our mindset. So, what do we do to change this mindset in the first place? Then, two, all of them when dey diaspora, una go contest for home o. Una go contest. Because the goodies you are enjoying here, the only way we can bring it home is for people that are in diaspora that are smart and intelligent, which I know. All of una begin the day, alele, go and register for political party. We are all contesting. Me, I'm the contest, I be kingmaker. Una go contest. So, Adebayo, me and you get plenty work to do together. But the most important, how do we work together to change the mindset of our people? That is my question.
Okay, Prince, before you answer, let me just say, Mama Icho, we said only one question. You sneaked in another one.
Only one I ask now.
It's only one, just like I have a junior brother. You know?
I ask one question and I can't talk say all of our way there diaspora. Una go contest election. That not be question. Huh?
I agree with that one. That because I cannot suffer alone, they need to come and do the same thing. So the thing is that one, we need to have this kind of discussion because in politics, it is clear from 2019 to 2023 that only a strong coalition can make a difference. When you are in the race, you are the most beautiful candidate, you are the finest candidate, you are the most intelligent candidate. That's what you keep hearing. And everybody is hearing that in his own silo. So you are working hard on how to win. But if you study it over time, the person who tends to win is the person who has majority of people working for them. Whether they're working for them for good or they're working for them for bad. But you have to have majority of people working for you. And I said it in one of the interviews, and people didn't like it, but I said it, that in the course of my running around to campaign, the candidates that I met everywhere was Tinubu. Whether he's lying down with a plaster of Paris in his leg in London, there's a governor in one state going around for him, there's a senator going around for him, there's a traditional ruler. So everywhere you go. So anywhere you go, and you can ask other candidates that one. So they somehow manage, I don't know what they are looking for, but they all manage to put together a kind of machine that is everywhere. And I think that we need to do that with better people, more positive people come together. But it's very difficult because we don't agree on the same thing. The Tinubu, Atiku, and other people, they agree that whoever gets to the villa will settle everybody. So you don't have to worry about me. Just help me win your area. When I come in, I will settle you. And why am I saying this? When I was saying it before, people told me I was just saying it speculatively. But if you follow what happened when they went to visit Wike in Rivers, they were saying, we will settle you. You have done well. Even when they had their dinner, they were discussing, you did well, we will settle. So they have that in the open now. On our side, we cannot say we will settle you. Because if I become president, I won't settle you. I'll just do my job and leave the place. Therefore, we need something else that will organize us and get us to work together. So, and I put on the table a clear-cut understanding on how to deal with poverty, how to deal with insecurity, how to deal with unaccountability, and how to remove certain things from discourse, However fantastic you are, immediately you open your mouth in politics and say, it is the turn of my people. We have not been there before. You've lost me. I can never cooperate with you. Immediately you look at OVA and say, this one is a Rastafarian. I don't believe in Rastafarian religion. So no Rastafarian should be president. I'm already against you. So if we start having this negotiation along the line, then we can make progress as a people who want to make a change in our country. First, you put all your ideas on the table. For me, I put poverty, insecurity. I don't want to die and leave poverty behind. And I don't want to be in a country where the people are like cattle, being stolen, being killed, being maimed. And I don't want to have a government that's unaccountable and is getting away with murder. So that is my own. But don't bring religion to me. Don't say, Kwankwaso, how can he be president? When Buhari had just left the place, they are both full of, I don't care. Don't tell me, oh, my people, we have been waiting in line. I don't know what your people are waiting for. All I know is that Nigerian people have been waiting for a government to serve them for a long time. So don't tell me, that person's religion is devilish. God told me that it's our turn. No, I don't believe in that. So when you remove all of those, then we can start having a discussion. And the dream, I didn't have a dream to run in 2023. You can go and ask Pat Tommy, you can ask many of them. I said, let us form a broad-based third force political party. I put everybody there. So if you, Pat Tommy, if you want to run, because I kind of like you and I think your brain is still working well, so I can support you. Let other people, I encourage Mogalu, even ADC, his party. I will attend their meeting. I will sponsor their event. I was always whispering to them, choose Mogalu there. At that time, I had not gotten close to Kachiku, but I wanted Mogalu to be on the ticket. I wanted Patutomi to be on the ticket. Then we had a few things. I was talking to Kwankwaso, a few people. So Kwankwaso people came to my house. Those stayed with me. So Kwankwaso gave a speech during my birthday. I was spending all my time to wheel everybody together so that we can become a third force. Then everybody will work for. But it turned out that the spirit of me alone overtook everybody. And then when I had my last meeting with Utomi and Co, and they're not committing, I said, look, I'm going to run. If you don't want to run, I run. Because I don't want to escort establishment politicians to the villa. Because once you enter there, they shut the door, that's the end. They start doing what they're doing before, and you lose your credibility. And if you want to know how quick it is to lose your credibility, go and look for one of the most brilliant, energetic young men in Nigeria, Festus Keyamo. You cannot say you love Nigeria more than Keyamo. But he escorted the wrong people and he's lost since that time. So, and how many more of that can we spare? So people will go, develop a good career in the public, and they will destroy it in one election season just by supporting the wrong person. So that is what we can do going forward if we want to do it.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, thank you for coming to the show. You already said my question, so I want to ask you how far you can take it when you become the president, if you become the president. Talking about Nigerians going to abroad for treatment, do you want to make a categorical statement, or do you want to send a bill that if you work with the government, you stand a chance of losing this access? You can't go to abroad to treat, because that's my question.
You see, the problem is not about law. First, it's against the law for anybody who is public service to open foreign account. That's the one that's already there. And there are some petty laws. You can also send money out. Bribe, people are collecting. The policemen are collecting bribe on the highway. So is that not against the law? And they are even the ones to enforce the law, and they are collecting the bribe. So the issue is this. The law of personal example is the most important. And that's why I don't have anything against his family or anything like that. But what made me to comment on Tinubu's son and the property and all of that is that he's losing the power of personal example. Because a president should be able to say, don't do that. But if you're already doing it, people will start laughing at you if you say, don't do that. So that is, so for me, as president, personal example would be the best. Like you can go and interview all the people who work with me on the campaign, who are close to me. They know that there's nothing I say in the public that is contrary to what I do in private. So I'm not the type that will say one thing, and when it's released, I start running away from it. I start dodging and puffing. No. So the personal example is important. So if the president can start personal example, the VP will follow. Then all the ministers will follow. Permanent secretary will follow. Then governors will follow. Because governors don't want to be in trouble with the federal government. So it's like that. But if you all do the same thing, that's where the problem lies. Even opposition people, they do the same thing. So you cannot now make it a campaign issue. That's why when you talk about foreign assets, foreign disease, foreign treatment, none of the candidates will put their mouth in it because they are doing the same thing. So you cannot say, the other time I was in one forum with my favorite people, the obedience there, and they were talking, Tinubu has gone again for foreign treatment. I said, the candidate you are supporting, you do ask him where he goes for his own medical care. I told you my own doctor is at National Hospital. His name is Dr. Fasson. Can he mention his own doctor? He goes abroad too. So all of them are the same. So don't be a hypocrite. Drop that topic. Because if you criticize it in one person, you must criticize it in all of them. Don't confuse yourself. So for me as president, personal example is number one. And then you can also make executive order in writing of what you can make. The president can make an executive order that no person who is in the executive branch can use a car made outside Nigeria. He will bind it, provided that he himself is willing to use a made Nigerian car. As broke and as fallen as the British are, the Queen or the Prime Minister will never enter a vehicle that's not made in Britain. You know, they won't do it. So it's something like that. So I think we can say Nigeria is not like that, but it's not that industrially advanced. But anything you make at home, you should be able to use it. And if you make money at home, don't take it overseas. That is capital flight. That is you impoverishing your country and enriching the country overseas. So, and the same thing for sending your children abroad to school or things like that. If you are in government, you shouldn't do it because you should run the best school. You swore by the Constitution to run the best school systems in the world. So why would you not use it? You swore by the Constitution to run the best medical system in the world. Why would you not use it? So that's how I feel about it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Prince. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. My name is Henry. I'm from joining people from Germany. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Prince Adewole.
Thank you, sir.
Rudolph, first of all, let me use this opportunity to thank all women all over the world. Happy Mother's Day. So, I wanted to say something, Prince Adewole. You were talking about the foreigners, the foreign agencies that are supporting this. They have hands in our elections. But I can recall you say you are a lawyer. What are you doing to stop all this foreigner to intervene in our situation, in our affair? We always blame foreigners. Everything we do, we always blame foreigners. Is it not time for we to stop this issue of blaming foreigners for our own problem? Because at the same time, our leaders, our so-called leaders, so-called elected leaders, still running to these Western countries. You, including yourself, me, myself, I will see in Western country. I'm not hearing any post at the moment. I remember June 12, 1998. I was 1996, if I'm not mistaken. I fought for this democracy we're fighting for. But we are talking now, we always blame the foreigners. It's not time for us to move forward, to say, you know what, let's build our country. Let's build this country. Let's stop running around to
Okay, let me just say something.
Yeah.
Let me just say something so that it's clear. It is not a problem that is peculiar to Nigeria. And I just gave an intro earlier as to what is causing the problem in Sudan now. It is American money and American influence, American support colliding with Russian support in Sudan. That's why they are so intense. The issue, and that's why all the hearings in the US Congress, if the US as a country could not escape from saying that Russians are pumping money, and if you know earlier, Saudi money had always been involved in Republican during the Bush years and all of that. So we have passed laws here in the country. We have passed law against collecting money from overseas. We passed laws against undisclosed funding and all of that. However, people break these laws. So as a candidate, it is not my job to leave my campaign and go and arrest my opponent. But I can expose what I know, just like I'm exposing now. And the media will have to carry it. And then INEC, I've had discussion with them. After the election, at the colloquium or postmortem, I challenged INEC on the issue. So it's clear that the reason why they are not raising the issue is that the major political parties are used to rely on it. And even the other party that claims that it's new is also rely on it. They got a lot of money from the EU and Europeans and others. So people do that. So, and our intelligence agencies have the report. So it's not something new to them. They have the report, they can trace the money. The issue is that if the person who is your commander-in-chief, whom you are going to report the matter to, is not interested because they are also exposed to the same thing or something like that, then it's an issue. So, but it's good to highlight it. There has been the law against rape in Nigeria for as far back as the first colonial laws, even our traditional laws. People are still being raped all the same. There's a law against overspeeding in the public, driving the highway. People are still overspeeding. So people will break the law. It's not as if, but I'm not responsible as a candidate for the other person breaking the law. I'm responsible for not breaking it. And that's what I have done. You cannot point to any agent that said they gave me money. Even Nigerians in the diaspora, when they try to contribute money to a campaign, I said, don't contribute money to my campaign, but you can do any support you want to give to me because I have not set up a system to report your contribution to INEC. And I don't want to violate the law. So to cut a long story short, I am talking about it. Others are silent about it. 2, I comply with the law to the last dot of the letter. Now, it is not my job now to go beyond here now and go and grab Peter Obi in his house, grab Atiku, grab Tinubu, and go and prosecute them. No, it is for the media now to ask them the same question, and then to ask law enforcement the same question, and to ask INEC the same question. That's what you do. But you can ask a candidate, did you collect money from foreign agent? He says yes or no. If there's a process to go and answer it under oath, you can call me, I will come, and I will answer it under oath. If you ask my political party to come and answer, we'll answer. That's the best we can do. We're not going to become FBI when we're SDP.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Isimele, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Welcome, Prince Adewole. My name is Lucia. I'm the founder and cosmetic formulator at Eve Mary London. My question for you today is, normally I write my questions down, is what part are you going to play to promote, support young, talented Nigerians in the field of manufacturing machineries, such as cars, motorbikes, agricultural machines, gadgets, to better serve our local manufacturing progress, to improve home manufacturing machines for future growth, rather than lose these talents to foreign sponsors? Because on YouTube, I've seen a lot of gifted Nigerians manufacturing incredible machineries, and they are so young, no one is helping them. Are you going to do something to see that those talents are being harnessed for the betterment of Nigeria, sir? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there are two ways to look at it. What government can do, it's very clear to you that I won't be sworn in this May. So I'm not going to be the president. So, but if I was president, we have enough, we have automotive council, we have PRODA. You know, there used to be a man in Nigeria that if Nigerians don't understand how God loved Nigeria, they will use the life of that man to know. The man used to be called Guardian Ezekwe. There's no country in the world that will have Guardian Ezekwe and will not be developed except Nigeria. So during the Biafra War, he was showing a lot of talent. He was a younger man at that time. And after, he worked for Babangida and as the minister, and he created a center called Product Development Agency. And every machinery that he could develop, whether he uses hydraulics, he uses chain, he uses dynamo, whatever he uses, he designed the machines. But under science and tech, the most important ministry you can get right now is science and tech. And a good ministry will take care of that and will support. Now, we go back to me as a private citizen. As a private citizen, I can mention them, promote them, and if there are things which a human being of legitimate income can support, I will support. So if you recommend somebody they want to do a project that costs very little, I can make some support to it. If they are launching it, I can show, I help them highlight it, I can promote it. There are many things you can do as a private citizen. And if you have any profile, if it's useful at all, it is not use it to harass people on Twitter. It is to use it to support people who want to do something positive for the country. And
Absolutely.
as an example of what you will do if you become president or leader later. So those are the way I welcome that.
So most times they need sponsoring. So if I manage to notice any of them, I could reach out to Dr. Damages or anyone else in the platform. So listeners out there, we have important people such as Prince. I'm sure you have some of the money as well. I believe.
Well, I'm slightly,
so please,
I'm slightly below Rudolph, but I'm fine.
All right.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you.
Igbo Basics. Well.
Yeah, Prince Adewole, it's good to see you again. Dr. Damages, continue the good work you're doing. Prince Adewole, the SDP that you are under, first, was that the same political party that MKO Abiola ran under? I'm sorry to ask about that question.
Yeah, it is. It is the party.
Okay, why I asked that question was that I was involved in propping up Dr. Nwachukwu Anakwenze, who went out there, but he ended up campaigning under the PDP, and he got 6 delegates at the floor. And of course, we know how far that went. Knowing both sides of the coins and seeing what's going on, with Nigeria servicing its debt with about 96% of its revenues, as I understand, it's very scary. I truly appreciate listening to everything you said this morning in terms of the law and people being able to take away emotions from the reality and what to face both at the tribunal and the rest of it. Do you have a newspaper of your own? I do know that MKO Abiola ran the Concord newspaper. I do know that OUK ran the Sun newspapers. And if you don't have that voice of your own, with which can always keep you out there, it's a problem. So the question is, what is it that makes us purity? You're talking from the position of purity, which is great. What is it that makes the people who, when they go from abroad, and I can name quite a few, I've seen it happen, with all the might, American training, US, British training, they come with purity to come and try to change things in Nigeria. But when they get there, what is it that makes them to turn around and become something else instead of what they have gone out there to do?
It's a very simple thing. The US system is not based on heroes and messiahs. It's based on institutions and systems. So when you want to set up a medical system for New York State or New York City, they are not looking for one hero of it. No, they are setting up systems with checks, balances, and a number of people. When they are setting up LAPD or NYPD, they're not looking for one wonder policeman. No, they are setting up processes. So our people, we do well in those systems because we just join the system and we learn how the system works. And because we are fast learners, we just perform better than the average person in the system. But you isolate that one person and bring him here where there's no system and there's no attempt to create a system. And it's just like having one magic firefighter in the whole of New York. He will run from Manhattan to Bronx to back to Long Island and die. But what they have is a relay system where there are different firefighters, different backup. They create, even before there's fire in your neighborhood, they've created a fire hydrant next to everybody's house. They create that system. So I believe that we need to start building system before you bring people inside it. And then the few systems left here, the system is designed to frustrate you, not to succeed, because it's a system that is designed to keep the status quo. So whether it is the media wants to keep the status quo. If you bring an idea that is too radical, they will gang up and push you down. If it's a civil service, they will tire you out. Wherever you go. So we need to, and our culture is also conservative. People can tell you, we like you, we did, but after a while, they will say, this Chowore said, Iwala is too much. You see, so your first outing, they will say, yes. Second outing, the third outing, they will say, man, the Iwala is too much. So our people too, we are culturally conservative. We may not want to agree, but anybody that wants to change. So if you come out and you say, let's make Dr. Damages president, Nigerians who have not achieved anything, the other just sit down and say, what has he achieved? Just by wearing a blue shirt and tie and talking on TV. Has he been a councillor before? Has he been a minister before? So you see that the people themselves are conservative. So if we change this culture, people who say they don't want what is there also don't want to change what is there. So that is the problem. So if we change the mindset, we also create systems, people will come home and do well. I believe so.
All right.
Thank you, Professor Adewole. If I'm allowed to come again, I would ask you why we can't get money together to bail us out instead of waiting for World Bank.
When we come again.
You just ask the question.
Let's go to Okubio. Okubio, go ahead.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Am I loud enough?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Good day, Prince. You are welcome. My question is, before the election, when you came on the show, you said you are running obviously to win, just as every other contestant that come on the show and different shows, they said we are going in to win. But the election has passed and you didn't win. And I heard your conversation earlier on. You said you don't have any case in court regarding the election in terms of petition or irregularities about this election. My question is, why did you accept the result just like that? And you agree that there are irregularities in the election? And if you accept the result, what will be the future of your political career when you accept this result? What will stop it not to happen in the future again? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, you are right. When I was contesting, I said I was in it to win. But I didn't say I was in it to rig. So, and the way I wanted to win was to get people to vote. After the election, even before the election, as we were going, I noticed that the atmosphere was not favorable. Before INEC brought its own irregularities, the political parties were already bringing their own irregularities. They were not complying with spending limit. They were violating every law. The media was shutting some people out. They will give some people 12 hours of mention and give some people 12 seconds or 12 minutes. So it was going on. I noticed that the political parties were already in their strategy session as well, over watching everybody's strategy session. They were already colluding with INEC people. They were already sending their party members as returning officers, as electoral officers, including even young people as NYC people. They were already compromising the system. So they were already budgeting money for all these things. So when the election day came, I saw the outcome, and I have complained copiously about the election. I don't think there's any candidate in this election who has done more media rounds than me since after the election, highlighting what went wrong in the election. It has only gotten me into more trouble with other candidates and other parties because I was emphasizing, demonstrating, illustrating what each person did to make the election the total fiasco that it was. I also know that I'm a lawyer, and I recognize the legal effects of what legally established entities do. If a person is dead and you take him to National Hospital and the hospital says he's still alive, and the chief surgeon of the federation says the person is still alive, in the eye of the law, the person is still alive, even though he's dead. So if Auditor General of the federation says that no money is missing, under the law of Nigeria, no money is missing. If the Attorney General of the federation goes to court and withdraw charges against a person who has committed murder and say no case, the court will say let him go, no case. That is the law. So if INEC says that the winner of the election is Showore is the winner of the election, you congratulate Showore. If you don't want, you go to court and tell the court why Showore is not the winner. You cannot pretend under my dead body, over my dead body. You're just wasting your time. All you can do is go to court and complain. Now, if you happen to be a lawyer like me, you will ask yourself, when I go to the court, what would the court do? So I look at the parameters of what the court will do. Majority of the injury that happened in the court, in the election, are things which the court traditionally doesn't bother itself about. So I can go and tell the court now that APC spent billions buying votes, that PDP spent billions buying votes, that Labour spent money buying votes. They are not going to, the court will not listen to me because I must bring the buyer of the vote and the seller of the vote and the currency they use specifically to the court. So the court will not listen to me. I cannot go to court and say that INEC did not upload result to IRF, therefore I was cheated. That's a fact. But I know as a lawyer that INEC chairman, Festus Okoye, and Mike Igini, they were just fooling the public because all those things, IRF, is not within the law. And you can see in Osun State governorship and in Ekiti State governorship, the Supreme Court judgments have proven me right that forget about what these people are saying, that don't be deceived. And as far back as 2021, October 1, I've been saying this thing, that don't listen to this INEC. I was at a panel, I spoke at a panel where you have Patutomi, Jega, everybody who is now talking, all the political party, Michael Ozekome, Bakoba, everybody was there. And that was far back, October 1, 2021. I said, don't be deceived by this INEC and this what they're telling you about electronic, this and that. that on election day, you can go and get the tape from AIT because it was covered live. I said, what happens to you on election day if somebody shuts down the server? What are you going to do? That was October 2021. So you can go to AIT and collect the tape from them. So I've been saying these things, but politicians always believed that if anything was going to go wrong, it will go wrong in their favor. But as the thing was going wrong one by one, like my good brother here, OBA, you have to respect OBA, under our culture. But he knows that I will not stop talking about how his own political party, NNPP, in Kano, where they did quite well, were giving voters spaghetti, rice, wrapper, and everything. All those things are against the law. You don't do it. But so to put you together, when will I go to court? I'll be making this kind of. I don't realize that if something goes wrong, going to court is one option. In which case they will say you are in court, don't talk anymore. If the case is not in court. Or you can use advocacy, where you keep talking about it. Every forum you talk about it, you see people involved, you confront them. Like the kind of fight I'm having with Obedience now, I'm enjoying it because they're very unhappy because I mentioned their name among those who are buying votes and changing figure and all of that, which is a fact, but they're not happy. But in reality, if I had gone to court, I could have sued them. Like in Adamawa State, Atiku just went there and his people, not him personally, but he was at home at that time in Yola there. They went there and what did they do? They were changing results. They were doing all of that. I can't sue him because he's not the winner. Under the Electoral Act, you cannot sue the person who's not the winner. You can only sue the winner. So you can't make allegation against him because it's not. So I lost some of my votes to Labour. I lost some of my vote to APC. I lost some of my vote to PDP. I'm talking of illegally taking your vote from you. So who am I going to sue out of the lot? So I decided to say, let me go back to Nigerians and tell them, am I going to sue the people who sold their votes? I can tell you, go and do the research. Not less than 45% of all those millions of votes counted were paid for. People were collecting money. People were using scratch card. People were using all sorts of methods. So am I going to sue all those voters to court? So that is my concern. I said, the court is not the place to do it. The place to do it is for me to go around and start telling Nigerians, you cannot pretend that you are not part of the problem when you are part of the problem. You cannot say God will punish INEC chairman when you sold your own vote and collected cash. I will go punish INEC chairman and leave you alone. God has enough punishment in stock. So if a political party that cheated in one state cannot be accusing the other one that cheated elsewhere. And if you look at the petition now and summarize it together, you will see that there is no way PDP can succeed without attacking places where Labour won and question how they won. There's no way Labour can succeed by attacking only where APC won. They have to attack those places where PDP won and show that PDP did actually win there, and they will have evidence to show. So that's just my own. So now, as a political career, I don't have a political career. I have a legal career. I'm a lawyer. I'm just coming as a citizen to try and help my country get out of the woods. If tomorrow I discover that Mama H.O. is running for president and she has a better manifesto than me, she has support, I'll support. There's no traditional ruler. There's no native doctor. There's no imam. There's no chief priest that have prayed for me that I'm going to be president. I'm only coming because of the problem that the country is facing. And the fact that I look at the people who are running, the usual suspects, I know that they are the same people. They have nothing new and nothing creative and nothing positive much to give to the country. That's why I came out. And before I came out, like I gave some names now, I went to people whom I thought should come out and show courage. I went to them. I said, why don't you run? Why are you supporting people up and down? So every year you support somebody. Every year you support. Why don't you run yourself? I encourage. When I met Moghalu in Washington after he lost the ADC primary election, I went and told him, don't lose courage. Next time, come and run. He said, I'm not doing it. I said, no. So I like to encourage people. So I don't have a political career in the village. I'm very comfortable. I'm satisfied with my career. I'm okay. However, I will not rest until we produce a president for Nigeria that, if it's not me, is 90% what I believe in. That's what I'm working for.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe with all I heard is that this problem is not ending anytime soon, which is Nigerians have to, as an expert as you are, Nigeria have to bear the irregularities all the time. In the next 4 years, in the next 8 years, in the next 10 years,
No, it doesn't
since you
have to
are
continue like that.
you
It
have
doesn't
to
have to
bear
continue
it
like that.
because me, a layman, hearing from you today, then my confidence is a little bit broken, I must say. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I broke your heart, but what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't have to. It's like somebody who is. We have to change our mind. It's a multifaceted problem. You cannot say, let us go and look. I want to do one experiment in Nigeria. I want to take Rudolph and make him INEC chairman. And I can guarantee you, you will have the worst election ever possible. Why? Because they will ensure that the other commissioners are opposite of Rudolph. And then the rec, they can go to Kuje prison and get the rec from there and give it to him. And then the political parties, when you start having political parties who don't want to offer money, bribe, it starts from the primaries now. Forget about our 2023 election. There are 3 states now we have election this year. Imo State, Kogi State, Bayelsa State. Already, go and find out what happened from their primaries. It's all the same problem. INEC has not even put his hand yet. The same problem of bribing delegates, forging number, forging delegate list, the same thing. Now, then look at the candidates that SDP is bringing out. Look at our primaries without any event, without any drama, without any cheating. But are people interested? So that is the issue. So it is not that it is hopeless. It is that a person who is a drunkard cannot conquer drunkenness until he stops drinking. It's not as if drunkenness is an incurable situation. But as long as he's opening the bottle and gulping it down and say, drunkenness is not godly, and he's still drinking it, you know that drunkenness will not go away. So I just want us to understand that. So me, I will not contribute to it, and I'll run a race. So people ask me, when they're angry with me online, how many votes did you get? See your face, how many votes did you get? But I'm looking at them. The people who voted for me, I don't know who they are. I thank them for voting for me, but I didn't buy the vote. And those votes that I didn't buy, I'm very happy about. Secondly, there are millions of others who voted for me that they stole the vote. What am I going to do? As at 5 minutes to 6 o'clock in Adamawa State, our tally, we've got 115,000 votes. By the time we finish, they gave us 6,000 or 3,000, what the number is. So the issue is that you cannot be complaining that you don't want bad politicians. I don't have as much money as some of you here, but I have enough money to buy at least 3 million votes and go and be posting with them as one of the big boys. But before my money will finish and I'll become destitute, but I will have bought the 3 million votes first. So, but I won't do it. The same way in my party, we didn't pay for delegates. Our delegates were sleeping inside the hall. They were not lodging in Sheraton Hotel because we told them, if you are coming to SDP, nobody will give you money as a delegate. We don't have such nonsense here. So long and short of it is that we can change it, but we must not point the finger to another person. We must point the finger to ourselves, and we must stop what we are doing. We must talk to our neighbors, and we must talk to everybody. It will stop because we were not born like that. We used to have credible elections in the past. And we are the same people who had June 12 election that everybody is proud of. So we can do it. It's just that we have not made up our mind to do it now.
All right, thank you. Uzo.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you for coming on the show, Prince Adebayo. You've given me food for thought this today. From what I heard from you, I And like she spoke earlier before, it's like her heart has been broken and you didn't do it. Just what the reality is on the ground. Reality on the ground is my heart is so broken for that country because what I see, you made a statement which I put on the chat there too. That is almost at the crux. That if anybody should know anything about Nigeria, if you have to move forward, just like other countries of the world where things work, this is our problem. First, you said there is system. There's no system. We can even say if there was a system, it's broken. And then the hero mentality. And you also used a metaphor here, the drunkard metaphor. I mean, this is a whole bucket full for me. And you put your finger on what else Nigeria. There are many other things. I mean, everybody has known. I mean, I'm not carrying close to Newcastle. We all know. But my question is, given all these things, that Nigeria is almost like a castle on no foundation. Is there any hope for this thing to get better? Is there any hope that the system is going to get better? Given all the corruption, all the rigging, and there's no, you can't even see, it's not in sight that it's going to end anytime soon. So is there any hope? Should we continue, when will this end? The system that we are in now, when will it end? Nigeria
There is hope. There is hope. Sorry to cut.
What you do.
There is hope. I'm not talking about hope. I do hope. There's real hope. But hope itself is just to encourage us to take certain decisions. So if you think that you are late for your train or for a bus or for a flight, if you have hope that you can still catch the flight, you will run. You will run so that you can catch it. But the hope alone will not make you catch the flight if you just sit down on your seat and start hoping that you catch the flight. But if you have no hope that you can catch the flight or catch the train or catch the bus, you will not run for nothing. You will say, why am I running? The plane has gone. The flight has left. Or the train has left. Or the bus is gone. Then you will not. So if you have somebody who is sick in the hospital and the doctor says, go and find money for the treatment, you have hope that the person can be cured. But if the doctor tells you it's an incurable disease, then you will not even look for money again to treat the person. So there is hope, but the hope alone is not enough. The hope requires you to first identify the ailment and to be unapologetic about it. What is wrong with Nigeria is that you take somebody to the hospital and they say he has a gallbladder disorder. The doctor will tell you that this person has a gallbladder disorder, but additionally, it's a genetic problem for the entire family. So all of you come and test yourself. That is what's happening, what I'm telling Nigerians. That when you look at Tinubu, when you look at Atiku, when you look at Obi, you look at me, you look at whatever is wrong with us or with each person, is a genetic problem for us as a Nigerian. And you must examine that there's a Tinubu in you, whether you like it or not. So as you are pointing that finger about Atiku, there's an Atiku in you. So as you are saying that there's something wrong with Mahmoud, there's a Mahmoud in your house, because the smallest person in INEC during election wants to buy a car. Young people who are tweeting, who say they're influencers, they put Nigerian flag. Many of them, they collect pocket money from politicians. Forget about Nigerian flag they put there. They can put NSAS, and this and that. That don't believe them. The data is bought for them by politicians. They have a cluster of people who give them what to tweet, who to attack, who not to attack. So if you do rally, you share money. So that person now wants to make money out of election, but he doesn't want INEC to make money out of election. So this is the problem. So if you are saying something to the media that can save Nigeria, and Wike carry his 40-year-old whiskey in his hand, they will go to him because he has paid for airtime, and they will show him for 4 hours where he's drinking his 40-year whiskey and talking 40-year story. So everybody wants to make something out of the system without giving back. So if somebody follows you three steps in election, They would send you text message, Prince, I follow you in the doors yesterday. Now I need money to pay my rent. Just for 3 steps you took, I'll pay your rent for you. So why would I not be a thief? Because you want to make a thief out of me, retrain me from how my mother trained me. So this is it. So if we change all of that, and if you believe in ethnicity, anybody who says it is one of my people should know that every other person has the right to say it's one of their people as well. If you say this particular religion, they own too much, and they own too much too. So if you remove all of that, we can cure it. It's doable. It is doable. I can tell you, but we must be honest in our analysis of it. We must understand the pattern of our election, what influences you can pick, just randomly pick 100 people who are prominent in the election today and check where they stand in the election. They are standing relative to who is paying them. They are standing relative to who is paying their bill. So they are not standing relative to the principle for which you know them for. So if you can go, I've done a lot of experiments. I can go to NIPS in Kuru and make a fantastic policy speech. The media will not carry much of it. I can issue a little press release, and my media people will go and give little money to the media. They will carry it. So the media itself is not looking for patriotic story. So all sorts of things. So I am not now saying we should send everybody out of Nigeria and bring new people. I'm saying that we should all recognize that election is a collective exercise, and that the objective of election is to give you leaders that have the highest probability of giving you good governance, in the hope that good governance, in all probability, will give you some positive outcome and your society can make some progress. But election is a business in Nigeria. And that is why those who can invest heavily, like Tinubu, like Atiku, are a recurring decimal. But if you and who do they spend the money on? They spend the money on the youth, the women, the media, the security agencies, INEC people, and then my people, the lawyers, and I hope not the judges. So when you see that, that is why money matters in politics. So not all the money is for logistics, and some of the money is for mischief as well. So if we change all of that, I believe that we are fantastic people. We are capable of achieving anything. So there's hope. And there's also biology. Some of the actors will get old and die. So maybe if the new people don't learn the bad culture, maybe natural selection can help us. But if the new people learn the same thing, the natural selection will not help us. It will be genetic.
All right.
Rudolph, well done. So you brought him here to just come and to come and give me water.
But on a serious note, your head change, your face change. So you go tell her where you get money to do this good look.
Even his glasses, he's not wearing it today. We are seeing
exactly.
No, you go today.
Everything changed for here. So you go tell us where you get money to do these changes.
Why are you always flying Nigerian flag? Even when some people are crying over here. Why?
Why? They sponsor me.
No. Me, I'm just a servant to this.
All right. So what we're going to do is,
basic too should be all responsible.
What we're going to do is, we are going to Jonaba will ask a question, and then we go back to go around, starting with Ovia. So, all right, Jonaba, you're next.
All right, Dr. Rudy, thank you for having me, and fellow panelists, thank you. We'll talk about how you come up with your rules now. I don't know whether you are a lawyer or the other brother from the UK, but we'll get to that one later. Whether you're trying to oppress us, but that's okay. We'll get there. We're all Nigerians. Prince, thank you for coming again. I know you're not the one that came out the last time with COVID, so your own problem today, you don't have light, or you have light, you didn't turn it on in Nigeria. My question to you is that who do you believe or know won the presidential election of 2023?
Well, from the data that I got from the field, it looks like as what INEC wrote in their resource sheet, if you aggregate all the resource sheet together, APC got the most votes in the resource sheet. That is the resource sheet. I'm not saying the people that the people like the most. But if you go to one polling unit, two polling unit, a second polling unit, the third one, and you go to 176, 840 of them, and you take a Casio calculator and you calculate the number. You have not been in Nigeria before, you don't know anybody. You just look at what they wrote inside the result. APC got more as per the resource sheets than all of them. It is possible that if you take the ballot paper, you see, people need to understand how election works. If you take the ballot paper, you may get a different result. Let's say you carry the ballot paper and you take that ballot paper and scan and count it one by one, which if we are people who love mathematics, since election time, if we are counting the ballot one by one, we will have counted the vote 5 times since that time, over again. I don't know if you know what Gore and Bush did, that hanging chart. They were counting one by one, one by one, one by one. So if you count it one by one, one by one, one by one, then you can know actually what the voters did. But immediately you rely on the secondary data because the resource sheet is secondary data. You can count 500 votes in one polling unit and write 700 in the resource sheet. The resource sheet will not refuse. So, and Beavers is useless for that purpose because Beavers doesn't tell who you voted for. It's an attendance sheet, electronic attendance sheet. It says who came. It doesn't tell you what the person did after that. So ideally, if you can use the Beavers to accredit me, I should be able to press somewhere on the Beavers to record my vote. Even though I'm still going to go out, maybe to repeat the vote on the card, but I should be able to tick it. So long and short of it is that on the resource sheets prepared by INEC, if you go back and calculate all the original resource sheets, APC got more than any other party. However, to know who won the election, you need to pick the ballot paper and count them. I've done election petition before where we went back and counted the ballot paper. So if I see anybody in court today and they are not going to count the ballot paper again, whatever they are doing there, as far as I'm concerned, is guesswork.
Prince, let me ask you along the same line. Did you get copies from your agents from all the polling units?
Okay, let me tell you one. SDP, we did not have agents in all the polling units because by the time we were doing it, INEC was telling us, attach their picture, attach this, picture is not clear. So we were going back, going forth, sending. When it turned out that INEC would not even use the picture at all, but we didn't have 100%. Labour didn't have 100% at all. NPP did not have 100% at all. I think PDP has the most number of agents in the country, among the political party. I think second was APC. However, the agents that I had, not all the agents of my party work for me. Some just look at my face and realize that, why am I wasting my time with this man? Let me go and collect money from the other party. So not all the agents work for me. Some just went somewhere and work for other people. So in one particular state, we were going to conduct election and we were looking for our card. We couldn't get. We asked our state executive, what happened? He said, INEC don't give us card. We said, what? So we went to make trouble with INEC. At the end of the day, we wanted to get a few tags, but I was insisting that we must get to the bottom of it because I must nail INEC. When we got there, INEC showed us that the state chairman of our party came together with PDP chairman. The PDP chairman signed for PDP tags and collected it. The SDP chairman collected SDP tag and gave the SDP tag to PDP, and they shook hands. And my SDP chairman entered his car and drove away with empty, just like that. So on that election day, you will see somebody wearing SDP tag is working for Atiku straight away. And APC, some of our people were out to APC like that. Some, I think, they help Labour, especially in Delta and some part of Anambra and whatever. So for that reason, to just give you the background to it, but I collected as much as possible, and I also have visited the IRF for most of them that can be feasible. So if you put it together, you will discover that if you are trying to nail INEC from resource sheets, you won't go far. But I think that the way to nail INEC is not too much. If you have these 6 months, just go and get currency counters, and you bring the voters, the voting out, and then you cite and you count. After all, it's not that it's not doable. The votes are not many in this election. There are 25 million. If you get 25,000 people, they only need to count 1,000 per counter. It's not that hard. I don't know if you get my point. If you get 250 people, they only need to count 10,000 each. And if a healthy man, if you set up a team, if you set up 250 teams, and they are counting, they will count 10,000 from morning to night. They will finish counting it. They will take turn. Then you double count it again. So you will know. That's my reading. So anything I'm telling you now is secondary information, because the vote was secret. It's only by counting the ballot you will know. But the result sheets don't often reflect what's on the ballot paper in many places. But the politicians have got a consensus among themselves that they will not go and count ballots, because each person is trying to protect the fraud he committed in his own local government. So they are only fighting over technical issue. IREF, no ref. So, but they don't want to go back to the fundamental, because if you do so, no party will come alive. None of them will come and defend and get the same result. None of them.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to leave Dr. Damages. I'm not cutting. I know we all have one question. Are you going to attend the inauguration on the 29th of May?
I have other things to do. I wish them well. I've not been invited, but I believe I'm invited. I will consider it if there's a patriotic reason to attend. But it's a national event, even though I'm jealous and I'm angry, but it doesn't change anything. So it's a national event, and it's a ceremony. So it doesn't matter, but it's not my top priority.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Ovie, I'll go back to Ovie. I see the new people. I'll come to you, but let's hear from Ovie. Ovie has been here. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Ovie. Ovie, unmute yourself.
There's a need for me to review my paymasters, even though they are owing me for the past 3 months. So I've not. Here are my paymasters.
Yeah, I've seen the red cap and the gentleman, nice guy next to the red cap.
And they are owing me for the past 3 months. We are one of the influencers. We are not influencers yet. Anyway, to my question, listening to you from on a Twitter space, I like the way you categorize the current thought force that we had for this 2023 election. How part of the 60s class of 66 and other various interests come together. Now, going forward, if you still believe in the third force, is it going to be based on ideological coalition? If that is the case, are we going to see parties who are left-leaning coming together? I'm asking that question because I know your party, SDP, is left-leaning. A lot of parties out there, lots of PRP, NMPP, to some extent, you can see Labour Party too. So are we going to be having coalition coming together based on ideology rather than individuals and corporate interests?
It would be good if we come by way of ideology. However, I don't want us to be litigating the past. The problem with activists is that they fight based on what happened in the past. They don't project to the future. The third force has lost the chance to be a third force. And we have now become a multi-party status quo. We are just like you have in America, you have a bipartisan status quo. You predicted that something will happen to my electricity, now it has happened. So
Nigeria.
yes, so but it will come shortly. So now there is going to be multi-party status quo. So out of that multi-party status quo, we can
Fortunate.
All right. So I think beyond the electric,
It don't happen to him.
I think he has.
Nigeria.
He's part of the
So-
AG room in Nigeria now. Why?
Okay. Okay.
yeah, so now we can couple together a multi-party, an ideological framework on things we agree upon, which is, okay, I have a feeling that if you want to be my friend in politics, you must be conversant with chapter 2 of the Constitution. All those things that are contained there, that's how we wanted our republic to be. That's why we came together as a republic. So I summarize it that we must deal with poverty and insecurity. If you argue along that line, you can build a coalition, and that coalition will work. But there are going to be interruptions there. There are people who come and say, but let's say, for example, we come together and agree that let us take Kwankwaso or someone from NMPP, even if it's not Kwankwaso. Some people will argue and say, again, they will inject into your discussion something that's not ideological. If we take somebody who happens to be of a particular religion and say, lead the charge, people will come from outside to interject and say, why is the person of this particular religion? So if you can discipline it and write the parameters out, because we did a lot of work in 2023 in trying to form what I was hoping we would.
All right, we can hear him again. I think their connection network problems. It's about 7 p.m. in Nigeria.
Okay, I think he's back now.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes. All right. Frozen. So he will join us again. And for people who
I think I'll join you back.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so if you can keep it, we have enough time to lay down the ideological framework. To lay it. But I believe from my experience that there are certain people who are in the third force movement. They don't want to be leaders. They want to be campaign managers. So even if they are setting up a political system, they are looking for a heavy injection of money. So they will always go back to the establishment or establishment favored candidates to try to bring them to come and inject money. And when they inject the money, they have to inject their own ideology or lack of ideology into it. So if we can work around that line, we will succeed. But the idea of third force is getting obsolete where you have a multi-party system. A third force discussion came when we had only PDP and APC. But now we have PDP, we have APC, we have Labour, we have SDP, we have NMPP, we have APGA, so it's now multi-partisan. Everybody has representative in the National Assembly. So we will now start working towards identify ideologies that we can believe in. And if we agree, we start discussing, it can work. Otherwise, the establishment will continue to win, and then the alternative will be to now start to assume that you can inject reasonable people into the establishment and say, okay, let Rudolph go to APC because it sits well like an APC shifted. So let Rudolph go to APC and go and do something there. Let Mama H.O. go to PDP and harass them to have common sense there. That's another alternative if you don't want to. But that other one, they will just consume you, from my experience. They will just consume you there. You become like one of them. But if we come together and form a coalition, it's more likely that we will succeed. But it will be based on ideology, not based on the traditional parameter of where do you come from, what's your religion, and how much money have you got, or things like that.
All right. Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Prince Akwachi. Akwachi, you're next.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Rudolph, and good morning, Mr. Adebayo. My question to you is that what's your relationship with what is his name, the elder statesman in SDP?
Is it Olufalaye?
With the former, what do you call him? Falaye, yes.
Olufalaye. Olufalaye is a traditional ruler. Olufalaye is a traditional ruler now. He's a king of his town. So they've already ruined his career for him. His political career is ruined. They've captured him and put some totem and taboo on his head. So he cannot even say who he wants to vote for anymore. He's not a traditional ruler. But we talk and we discuss about when he used to be a free man. But he's a king now. So he's gone.
What political career? Hold on, Prince. What political career did he have? When did he have a political career?
He was the person who was inspirational in reviving the SDP.
Yeah.
He was our first chairman after June 12th. And he's been like a guiding principle. But when he will not sit in one place, his children have asked him to retire. Everybody asked him to retire. Then they now one day set him up and they made him a king, and he can't go anywhere again. So now he's a civil servant in Ondo State. So he's now like any of the traditional rulers. So he can't do politics again. But we discuss. In fact, I'm due to see him at the coronation anniversary of his that I'm going for now. So it's there, but don't count on him to strategize for you politically anymore. He's a traditional ruler now. But he can tell us what the gods are saying, the gods of his village.
All right. Akija, you're next.
Good day, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Welcome, Prince Adebayo, once again.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know about this Igbo guy that says something like everybody knows they have their destiny. When you have your destiny,
you were saying something about Igbo something. I didn't get that.
And this Igbo guy on social media, he's a prophet. He does some magic, and he says Ekelolweke. That means everybody you can't.
Are you talking to our prophet like that? In the Boski? You should talk with more respect.
The one that does a miracle on water.
No, his name is.
Okay. Okay, I know the guy.
He says Ekelolweke. That means everybody you have your destiny, you have your cross. You can interpret it anyway. So, I mean, I'm so happy that you're taking up your cross. But one thing I like, people who take up their cross, I want you to take your cross, hug it, do anything about your cross. Just don't, carry cross anyhow. Jesus, how he carried his cross. Anyway, what I'm saying is this, you come here, you be telling us, you don't want Nigeria to change, you want to do this, you want to do that. And then, you're telling us here again that, election petition, that you've been involved in election petition, that you know how to do it, they can't vote, and you lost. And it didn't occur to you that all these things you've been saying, you're telling us all these things, that you could go to court, make them do the right thing, even if it's not, to your own favor. You didn't do it, you just come here, just telling us, talking to us. Did you refuse to go to court because you know that
it's insurmountable for you to, from, I think you came 15th or so or 13th. That is insurmountable for you to pass all other people and come first. If you, for instance, if Tinubu got 8 million and you got 7 million, 7.9 million, will you go to court or will you not go to court? Will you just say, oh, INEC has declared, let's let it be like that, then nobody can defeat them. And you telling us all these things, we want to believe in you, and you can't fight for your mandate. You can't fight for vote given to you, for it to be announced correctly. So tell me, because like I'm disappointed in you, to be honest with you, because I really liked you the first time I heard from you. I was like, I'm gonna follow this guy. Just tell me, you convince me that
okay, now let me tell you, if you are following, okay, is this talk? Okay, now first, if you are following me, follow me well, because if you follow me, you are supposed to know how many votes I got, and I didn't come 15. So I don't know why you're following me and you missed that fact that I came, I think, 5th or 6th or so, according to INEC order of likeness. Now, second is the fact that I have done, if you pick law reports from the year 2000 to 2007, when I say I will not do election matter, in fact, up to 2015, I still did a few. I've done so many election petitions as a lawyer, standing on my 2 feet, not hearing or watching on Twitter or anything, or representing somebody. I, as a lawyer, standing there, I've done election petition from tribunal to Court of Appeal to Supreme Court so many times. That is arguing the case. You can go and cite all those cases. So it's my field of expertise. And I realize that election petition is not a continuation of campaign. It is a legal remedy to solve problems that arose from the election. And like I have explained many times, the problem that arose from the election is not limited to INEC. It's not limited to one political party. It's the general problem. Vote buying, alteration of results, ECOMOG, people gather together in the community and say, nobody vote for this person. All sorts of problems. So I thought to myself, if I wanted to give up, I will tell you that nothing's wrong with the election. I'm not saying so. Or I will just pick my bag and you will find me in California and continue my law practice. Or you find me in New York, or I go elsewhere. I'm not the only person for contested election. Other people have gone. I've met presidential candidates at the airport, and I say, "Hello, how are you? Are you not presidential candidate?" They didn't answer me. They continued to enter their plane. Forgot about it. So now, even if I came first, I came second, or I came 18th, the law does not discriminate. Anybody can go to court if you participate in the election to go and challenge it. So the person who came second doesn't have a better chance in challenging the election than the person who came last. Anybody who can prove to the court that the election was not validly conducted, the court will listen to the person, and if the person's evidence is satisfactory to the court will cancel the election. So it is not only by going to the tribunal that I can challenge the election. I'm challenging the election now by talking to the people and exposing it. But I'm not going to set myself up, knowing that this is my field, that if you were not in my shoes, if I was not the candidate, if somebody else came to my chamber, consulted with me privately, and says to me, what are my chances of proving these things in court? I will tell the person's chances. The chances are 70 or 80-20. And the more evidence you give to me, I have election petition in Delta State. I have election petition in Adamawa State. I have election petition in Ekiti, in other places. And when people who are not me, who are other candidates of my party, come to me as a lawyer now talking and say, can I win this? Or can I prove this? I will ask them, go and bring this, go and bring this. Sometimes they can't get the evidence. Sometimes the person they rely on to be their agent is the person who collaborated with the other side to change your result and all of that. So I see that you can't prove this in court. So the standard in the court is different from the standard between you and me. And I'm a lawyer. It's my profession. So other people who are not lawyers, for example, there are people who are in the tribunal who are saying they won and their mandate should be restored. In their internal records, they can gather, they say that they didn't win, but they can make the claim. They're not lawyers like me. Me as a lawyer, I can't do that. If I go to court and say I won, I've seen the evidence that I won truly. So long and short of it is that I am not going to I have made up my mind I wasn't going to go to court. But in the election, I've challenged it more than any other person. I've condemned it. I've given evidence. I've given illustration. I've given lecture on what is wrong with the election. So if that is not enough for Nigerians, you wait for the people who went to court and see what they come back with the court. Maybe after that, you can now say, okay, you who didn't go to court, who is doing advocacy, and the people who went to court, who did better than the other. So that is my approach. I believe that I've given enough information to anybody who is Nigeria to know who is interested to know what happened in the election. I've given enough information to them to know what happened in the election. And I've done my part in that respect. But for those who went to court, I'm not against them. I'm praying that they do the best they can do there. And I pray to God that justice is done. If justice is done, I'm okay. But as a person, there are three things I will not do. One, I will not start to continue to campaign as if the election is not over. I will no. Two, I will not say that I don't recognize the person who has been declared. I can't say that. Three, I will not stop talking about what is wrong with the election. Even if I see the person who is being sworn in, I will say you bought votes, you did this, you did that. I continue to do that, But those who want to go to court, I also don't begrudge them. But I'm an expert in this field. Maybe they are not experts. I'm an expert in this field, and I'm not going to use my own resources, time, and energy to go and help somebody to get judicial validation of what they have done. So that they can say, but you took me to court and I defeated you. Why are you still saying that I did?
All right. Thank you, Prince.
Yeah, but we're not talking about somebody. We're talking about Nigerians. I mean, there were only 18 of you that contested. And out of about 200 million Nigerians, 18 of you. And you are telling us that you know about the law more than about 200 million Nigerians. You know about the law. You know how to handle this. And you didn't deem it fit. I mean, you were just not dancing around, sir. I mean,
excuse me, Okija. How can I go to court? Am I going to take you? With due respect.
Who are doing? Can you
listen to me?
Can do it. Stop talking about it.
Let me explain to you. So maybe if you are interested in explanation, let me explain to you one more time. When you go to the tribunal, and I'm praying to God that they should agree to this public broadcast of the process live. So when people see the live broadcast of an election petition, they will understand that it's different from what people are saying. Election petition is different, and I'm an expert in this field. And you have seen what happened in Osun, you have seen what happened in Ekiti. Election petition is very technical. The court has given parameters of what you can do, what you can say. So most of what I'm telling you now that are actually things that happen are not admissible in court. I told you about how my agents went and worked for PDP in Adamawa State, for example. It's not tenable in court.
In Nigerian court or general court? Is it in Nigerian court?
In the tribunal, in election tribunal.
In Nigeria or generally?
We're talking about Nigeria now. I don't know about Afghanistan and Sudan.
No, make it clear that it's Nigeria. Nigeria is always different from everybody. Call the shot,
No, I assume that we are here because of Nigeria. So in Nigeria,
okay, thank
the
you.
court will not listen to you about what any other person did. No. If you mention one person who bought vote, if you say at Ujuelegba in Lagos, they went and bought vote, the court will want you to bring the name of the person who bought the vote, each person who collected money there, the amount. Also, you must, because it's a criminal allegation, you must prove it. So for me, I decided that if you have injury, and this is part of our training as a lawyer, it is not every matter, every wrong that you go to court for. Some of them you use advocacy, some of them you use legislative hearing. So I can list everything that went wrong with the election and use the rest of my life, go to National Assembly, asking them to amend the law, to do things. So it's not everything. Going to court is one option. And those who have gone to court, they are enough. So if there are 18 candidates, if 3 went to court, that is enough. Those 3, they can go and use court. The rest, they can use advocacy. What I don't recommend is anybody who is distorting what happened, who will say, election was free and fair, no problem, everything went super. You know? So that is the one that I don't support. All right? So, but you can't force me. I mean, I have to lead people. People can't lead me by the nose. If I'm going to be a leader, I have to sit down, review the situation, call my team together. I have given assignment to my people. Get me the results in Yanagoa. You are trying to contact agents to get the result in Yanagoa. You can't get the agent. Get me results in Epoma. The agents in Epoma, they are calling him. They say, even the agent is part of the problem. The agents work for so. So you look at all those situations and say, why are you going to go and put yourself in a situation where you will see very soon, I don't want to predict, that some of those who went to court, when the proceedings start, you will see them dropping some of their claim, amending their claim, dropping it. I've seen it many times. They will start and file everything, but when the case starts and the judge starts asking them questions, you will see them saying, my lord, I dropped ground 3. I dropped that one. But the fact that they went to court, we must give them credit that it is better. That's why, part of why we are discussing it. But for me, I will even last longer than them, because when they lose the case, or those who lose the case, they will abandon the thing and go away. But I will still be sticking around, telling everybody what happened in the election, who did what, and I'm still doing more research, still finding out what happened. So that is where I stand. But if you disagree with me about the issue of court, we can keep that disagreement. At least we can't have friends who don't disagree on some things.
All right, thank you, Prince. So what we're going to do, let me give the chance to people who are yet to ask a question, then we'll come back to a second round. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, good evening to everybody. And there's something I want to ask. But before I ask, I want to just say that from what I understand from what Prince is saying, that basically he doesn't believe in Nigerian courts. This is my understanding from what you have just landed. But anyway, my question is very short. Because the first time I listened to you, I don't remember if it's this platform, but I remember I listened to you one time. You said something about everybody cheated. That statement made me, I didn't feel good about that everybody cheated. Just because Tinubu cheated doesn't mean for you, you think that you can generalize that Peter Obi cheated, that cheated. So Tinubu's cheating is normal because he was not the only one who cheated. I felt a little bit disappointed, in that statement, because I was asking myself, because in a way, if you allow me to finish my point, in a way, you sound clearly in support of Tinubu. You sound clearly, maybe it might not be your end point, but when somebody is dancing around, a good dancer knows where he's going. So I can tell you that you support Tinubu in some form. But what I'm telling you, can you prove to me and this panelist how you concluded that Labour Party cheated just because Tinubu cheated? Tinubu's cheating was very clear. Everybody saw it. But Labour Party cheating, I don't think anybody has brought up any any video, any good argument that Labour cheated? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your commentary, and let me sympathize with you regarding your discomfort regarding some of the revelations that I'm making. Number one, if I am supporting Tinubu, it is my right. I will say so.
But
I'm
go
not.
straight and say it.
I
Don't beat
allow you
around.
to finish. Let me say my own. I just want people to get something clear.
Yeah.
As a citizen of Nigeria, I have a fundamental right to take my political decision. So if I'm supporting Tinubu, I don't need to hide it. Because those millions of Nigeria who attended his rally, who supported him, they are not ghosts. And they're not enemies of Nigeria. That is their own understanding of Nigerian politics. But Tinubu and I, we don't have anything in common because I play ideological politics. So it's not because I hate him as a person. There may be people who don't like him. I'm not in politics to ruin Tinubu or to criticize him. He's not my enemy. He's just another candidate. But I don't have ideological leaning with him. The last connection, even if the faintest connection I can say I have is that he, Kwankwaso, Yoshi Ayu, Atiku, they used to be members of SDP in those days of innocent politics. When the Yaradua was there, Abela was there, and other people were there, and Falai was there. So they were there, that class. But since that time, we don't have anything connection. So if Tinubu is somebody I like and I support, you are not my supervisor, you're not my political leader. I will say I support him. I can even step down for him and go and raise up his hand. I don't have a problem with that. So I have political autonomy, so I don't need to hide about that one. So that's number one. Number two is that on election issue, I have reports that I gather from all the people who are representing me, those who gave us feedback. And I didn't go out of my way to say Peter Obi cheated, Kwakwaso cheated, whatever cheated. No. If you ask me, like I was lying down in my house when I got message from Rudolph that I should appear here. And if I appear here, I don't care what your politics is. Whatever I see, I hear, I know, I will tell you. Whether you are happy, you're not happy, I'm not in the business of making you happy.
And you don't care if what you are saying is wrong.
No, it can be wrong to you, but I am telling you now that everything I've said is correct. The issue with Nigerian politics, let me tell you, I know the element of sentiment in politics. You make up your mind, and that's why part of the reason why Nigeria has problems where we are today. You make up your mind that only people who you don't support, only people who are not on your side can do wrong. The person you are with cannot do wrong. That my own party people went and collected money or supported other people, sold our cars out. I talk about my own party with objectivity. And you want me to protect your party or your friend's party or candidate's party? No, I have two modes in life, quiet mode or talking mode. If I don't want to talk about an issue, I'll keep quiet. If I want to talk, I talk the whole truth, nothing but the truth. You can see, you think that the leaders of SDP are happy to hear me say that members of my party went and worked for another place, that members of my party sat down there and let them cheat, allow them to cheat us and pocket us. So you think SDP is happy to hear that I'm saying that? But they know that the candidate they have, they may change their mind next time and not have me as a candidate. But they know that the candidate they have will always stick to the truth he knows. Therefore, now you said I should come and prove before you here and bring the video of how Peter will be shooted. Now, you haven't said I should come and prove before you how Atiku cheated or how you're only interested in how Peter will be cheated. But what you don't know is that you yourself don't need me. What you need to do, and I've been telling Nigerians who they are interested in election, I said, why don't you, there's no profession that Nigeria does not have. No single profession. Why can't we have forensic people go to this INEC IRF? INEC has even made it easy for everybody. Go to INEC IRF and go and pluck out all these resource sheets and start analyzing them, and you will see the result. You have seen video of people in Lagos being beaten, injured. That will happen on governorship election anyway. But if you go and see other videos too of other parts of the country, where people who came to vote for other parties were chased away and they were booed and harassed. It cuts across. Now, let me even tell you additionally, there are certain leadership information that I kept to myself. But if you want to know additional information, I will ask you and Rudolph to speak to Kelechi, who represented me who was coordinator for me in the Southeast. So many inhumanity, harassment, and so many other things happened to them that I have on tape. I decided that because I want to be president of Nigeria, does not mean that I must carry one community and use their head to hit another community. That when the election season is over and all of these things have calmed down, I will now do a public reveal of what people who work for me in certain states, what they went through, including serious attacks. But I documented everything and kept it because as the election was going on, I discovered there are some people who are so irredentist, clannish, racist, tribalist, that if I receive, and they were maltreating other people, if I release my own, they will use it as a justification for what they are doing. So I decided to say, let me keep that one, because all these wrongs carry on. And if you want to know, I'm saying that I will keep it. If you want to know, if you have an open mind, and you are reading, I can ask you, Rudolph, you, one other person, to contact them, and they will show you. So what I'm saying, in essence, is that I don't have any agenda against anybody. But if you want to say the truth, if they bought votes in Abia, say so. Don't say the vote they bought only in Bekiti or Shu or Ondo or Kano. No, you must say it. Nobody is closer to me of all the political parties than NMPP people. And I'm happy for them that they are popular in Kano and they were able to maintain their lead there and won. But I still argue with them, criticize them, that they too bought vote. So that is the key. I don't owe any explanation for that. And in conclusion, keep an open mind. Anything you are told, if it sounds unbelievable, don't believe it. But keep an open mind and wait for evidence to reveal itself. But I pointed to you certain places where you can get evidence. But people in Nigeria have come to the conclusion that they take side first and listen to the evidence later. And if the evidence doesn't favor the side they have taken, that evidence is unbelievable. If they hear the voice of their own wife that they have married for 20 years on tape, they will say, it's not her voice. No, it is manipulated. So people are in denial. I don't have time for them. And I'm not here to prosecute anybody. But if you ask me, the only thing you can do is tell everybody, stop asking me what happened in the election. But if you ask me, I will give you the whole gamut of what happened. Some of which make you happy, some of which don't make you happy. Well, that's the fact of life.
All right, thank you, Prince. So what we're going to do is we are going to go to Ife, Dr. Dominic Ngozeka, and then we'll return to people who have had a chance. So Ife.
Hey, Prince. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I have always been an advocate of disintegration of Nigeria. And a lot of people are not happy whenever I said something like that. But my question or my concern is this. We know that it's going to be very difficult, no matter whoever that becomes president. How are they going to unite Nigeria as a country? Because I don't see the possibility of that happening And whether we like it or not, Nigeria is not a country. It's just, unfortunately, that's what it is. But I'm just concerned about we not loving each other and how we're gonna even move forward and this in terms of the democracy. I heard when you said something about Tinubu going to meet investors, and how can you attract investors to a country where they don't have security?
Are you sure he went to meet any investor? That's just what they are saying.
Well, that's what they're saying. But if we're gonna believe them until they prove us wrong, until we hear something otherwise. But how can we even attract investors into our country, Nigeria? And that is the sole responsibility of the government, the incoming president.
Well, investors will come depending on what they are coming to get. Some investors will come because you are easy to cheat and they can do, for example, some oil companies will come because your environmental standards are low and they can overcome many and make a lot of profit off you. So people, it's not everybody who comes to your house admires you. Some just come and admire your stupidity. So if they can come and take advantage of you, they will come. So the investor is not coming to do you a favor. The investor is coming to take advantage of you. So investors will come anyhow you want it. They will come in a way. However, whether we make the best of our circumstances, because we have enough money within our system, and if we run a good system, even we can have investment at home. However, Nigeria not be a country or whatever. I think Nigeria is a country. At least it has land, it has people on it. And this notion that we don't love one another, I don't think so. Because when I see the faces here, some of them I want to go and meet them and take photos with them. I don't have anything against anybody. So, I don't think Nigerians don't love one another. I think politicians and civil servants and businessmen, when they come into an unhappy outcome, they will come back home and say it's because they don't love me. In Nigeria, I don't know of any country where they love each other more than Nigeria. Nigerians love each other. I see them all the time. They're always laughing up in corners, especially when I go around town, I see all the dark corners. You see Nigerians hiding there and loving up there. So you will see that somebody will come from Borno State. For the first time in his life, he has never been to Imo State before. He will go to Mbise and they will give him their first daughter. So if you are my enemy, why would I give you my first daughter? So if you come to my family, you will see my family is the United Nations of Nigeria. You will see my cousin, you might hear my. So Nigerians know one another. And if you want to know that Nigerians love each other, go and find out a corporate affairs commission. Go and pick up all those company corporations there. You will see Alhaji Haliru. You will see Masdi Okonkwo. You will see Otumba Dedipe. All of them are together to do business. So if you don't think, go and check when they want to charge criminals to court, when the EFCC want to charge criminals to court, that 32 billion has been stolen. You will see Alhaji there. You will see Masdi there. You will see Otumba there. Everybody is there. So Nigerians are united. They were not united in doing good things. That's what we are not united to launch satellites into space. Let me tell you something. This election we are talking about now, the election rigging, they are united in rigging it. If you go to INEC has commissioner from everybody, everywhere. So if you say INEC is disappointing Nigerians, the chairman is from Bauchi, the guy who blows the grammar there, Festus Okoye, is not from Bauchi, obviously. He's from Enugu or Anambra. They are now from Ondo is there. So all of them are united in ensuring that we don't get a good election. So what I'm telling you is that Nigerians are united. The ethnicity is not the concern. Ethnicity is just to fool people. Nigeria, look at the National Assembly now. You can see all of them. They are all, if you come to Abuja, you will see them in Hilton Hotel. The campaign manager for Kalu is not from Abia. He's somebody from somewhere in the north. The campaign manager for Yari is from Delta State. The money, don't they are not. Don't tell me. And if you go to the market, if you go to Ogbete market in Enugu, you will see the woman from Akwa Ibom selling poroko there and collecting it from the woman from Kano. So forget about it. Nigerians are united. The issue is that we don't have a united purpose to do what is right. That is where the problem is. Nigeria has passed ethnicity and all of that. I believe so. Because I interact with Nigerians all the time and I see the way they cooperate together. There's nothing you can do in Nigeria that you can exclude anybody, whether it's for good or for bad. But in politics, they still have scope to lie to people about ethnicity and religion. But the Nigerian elite, they don't have ethnicity, they don't have religion. Because when you give them opportunity to serve their own people, the state where they come from, they will steal the money, they will beat the people, they will rob them blind. They won't say, oh, I am governing my people now. Let me show good character. No, they will finish you off. But when they go to the center to go and compete for something, then they will say, oh, let me tell you something. If you do a study of Buhari's government, the top people who are close to Buhari and his people in all of these missing money we're talking about, none of them is from the Northwest, where Buhari comes from. None of them. Unless you don't want to do the research. So I don't want anybody who has love for Nigeria, who is concerned about public good, to get sucked up into this ethnicity issue. It is a sympathetic thing. I have family members of mine who will say, oh, in my office, they posted one Hausa boy on top of my head, and so and so. I listen to you. But in the final analysis, I discovered that when the going is good in the ministry and you're all stealing money, you don't have Hausa, you don't have Ibibio, you don't have Yoruba, you don't have anybody. And go and check around Nigeria. I don't know if you have been doing audit work. Go and check. If you go to Borno State, the contractors there are from Anambra and Abia. If you go to Rivers, Wike is giving Rivers money in dollars to national rulers in the north. People use Rivers money to go to Mecca. Wike sponsor people to Mecca. The PDP people go to Delta State and collect money from the governor there to sponsor not only them, to sponsor someone running for Senate. So as the Dide Milaye is running for election in the Kogi now, he's not using Kogi people's money to run for it. He will go to governor of Kano or his party in any state, collect money. You had Dino saying that when he was running for election the other time, it was Wike's jet and Rivers money he was using. So are they from the same ethnicity? So if Wike can take Rivers people's money and there's still poverty in Rivers and carry the money and give to Dino, and Dino immediately went and bought a sports car and started taking photo with it. So what I'm letting you know is that don't let anybody tell you. One of the reasons why we could not form a coalition in this last election was that people who came to me started the discussion with ethnicity. It is the turn of this ethnic group. It is the turn of this religious group. I immediately shut my door. I don't listen to you. But if you come to me and say, I've identified one person who hates poverty, who hates insecurity, who hates corruption, who has this quality, let us go and support him. I'll support him. But if you open your mouth and start with ethnicity and religion, you have lost me. I'm not participating anymore.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Dominic, you're next.
All right. Good afternoon, Prince Adewole. I hope you have Adebayo. I hope you have enough time to address some of my questions.
I'll address it for 3 hours. Then the others will go to bed.
Actually, I wasn't listening to it earlier, but I had to go back and listen to part of the legal explanations you made with regards to the election tribunal. And I have a few questions. I wouldn't even go into the whole argument that's being made in the comment section, whether or not you have any affiliations with Tinubu. That is irrelevant to what I'm asking. What I'm going to ask. The first question I have to, if you want, you can take all the questions first, or you can sort of take it one at a time. The first question is: do you think the current tribunal setup is practical? And I'm saying this with respect to strict timelines. For someone like you, who is not a legal practitioner, I'm a medical practitioner. My expectation is you have an election, you have the tribunal, it ends at a proper time, and then whoever won or whatever decision that is made, you proceed to inauguration. So does the timeline make sense? Because I'm saying this in the backdrop of the recent decision in I can't remember if it's Kenya or Uganda, in East African country, where a decision was made in a speedy manner. And Kenya, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, so that's my first question. You answer this, and then I'll move on to the second question.
You see, Nigeria like to point to Kenya, Djibouti, Afghanistan. The issue is this: why in Nigeria before we used to have election petition, and it will finish before you will go and swear in. Adewole challenged Shagari's declaration, and the matter was resolved before Shagari was sworn in. So it is doable. But everything we have said since the beginning of this discussion here is the reason why it's not doable. If you want it to be doable, it is not everybody that will go and file a petition. Because when Shagari was declared, Adewole petition. Aminu Kano did not petition. Aminu Kano said the whole thing is a mess. I'm not interested. He didn't petition. Zik did not petition.
Just like you. But continue.
Yeah, Zik did not petition. Wazir Ibrahim did not petition. So you get the point I'm making. And then when Adewole petitioned, he wasn't writing all kinds of things. Shagari was not qualified. No, he went to the narrow issue whether Shagari was duly returned because he did not meet 2/3 of 19 states. So it was easy for the court to discuss the issue. But you want his petition to end. 37 years ago, the man was at Colorado Airport. He was interviewed for one time. You had that one. This one. So how is the court going to do it? Then the party that came number 13 came to file petition. They will also hear that one too and everything. So how is the petition going to come to an end? So Nigerians are contradictory. Then the law gives 21 days for the petitioner to file the petition. The petitioner who is in a hurry did not file it on the 19th or 20th day. But you want the court to answer you immediately. But you, the owner of the problem, you exhausted the time given to you by law. The court will also exhaust its own time. Then you come to court. 5 lawyers is enough. You come with 39 lawyers. You spend 3 hours mentioning their name. My lord, with me, this person, with me, that person, that other one, come with. So how is the court going to sit? So at the end of the day, it is the same petitioner using the amount to tell the court, my lord, we are not ready. All the adjournments that have been taken now, none has been taken because of the court. It's been taken because of the petitioner themselves. My lord, we are not ready. Give us more time. So are you getting my point? So don't say Kenya. Kenya, they have an advantage that one, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry will go and file a petition. 2, they will narrow it to, they will be guided by what the court has decided before. And 3, in Kenya, you only go to the Supreme Court. So in Nigeria, what we should do is do one step only. If we are discussing the election of our president, take it straight to the Supreme Court. Simple as that. Otherwise, create a constitutional court that only get convoked when there's election. And that constitutional court will have Court of Appeal and Supreme Court justices combined to go and sit there and they hear it one time and it's over. That way you can do it. But the system you have now, if the judges are honest, I've done many election petitions. If you ask the judge to start reading all the pages and the evidence attached, just to read it, each one will need 2.5 months of straight reading. They read, they go to bed, take a shower. In fact, they can reduce number of shower they take. Take a shower like once a week, each once a day. They will not finish reading it. Bundles upon bundles. So this is so you cannot make election litigation to be like that. So even these 6 months that is given, in some cases, they have to abridge. They still have to abridge it. So it's up to them. They want to do it. So that is the issue. So it is not practicable that the court starts sitting now, because what people don't realize is that what has happened in the court so far is pre-hearing. The hearing has not started. It's pre-hearing to narrow the issues, to say what are the issues at stake, who will go first, how many witnesses are going to, all that is what they are doing. So by the time they come on the 15th or whatever date it is just like 10 days or so to the inauguration. And the court doesn't sit on Sunday. It's against our law for the court to sit on Sunday. Court doesn't sit on Sunday. No court proceeding can be on Sunday. It's not valid. So you don't sit on Sunday. So they start sitting Monday, Tuesday, maybe they sit on Saturday. How many Saturdays they have? And then some people, the candidate himself will sue. The party of the candidate will also sue. And then the candidate will take one lawyer. The party take one. It's like that. So that's my answer to that. I'm telling you, the process is tedious.
All right. Thank you for explaining that, because part of the reason why I asked you this was when I was listening to you, were talking about how many beavers there are. 140. How much are there in terms of the presidential?
176,840.
Okay. Pardon me laughing, because what you're saying, I mean, it's quite sad that in a nation like Nigeria, we can't streamline the process to be very straightforward. So, look, I'm not, like I said, many of us here are not legal practitioners. And the existing layman's knowledge of what Nigeria's legal jurisprudence has been in the last couple of years is, if things become hard, rule on technicality makes things easy, right? I don't know what the standard jurisprudence should be. I'm not going to even bring the Western world into this, because they have their own. There was the Al Gore versus Bush case, obviously the Kenyan case. I don't know what Nigeria's legal jurisprudence is. So as a
we have Adewole and Shagari. We have so many. We have more than America. Okay. There's no country in the world that has a more developed election petition than us. We go to court more than any other country. I can guarantee you that.
Okay. So you sort of alluded to, you sort of answered some of my questions. So what changes do you think should be made?
The changes are everywhere. One, you saw Okija here now, pillorying me for not going to the court to add to the problem of the court. So I go to court, Showore goes to court, all of us are repeating the same thing. So the court will sit in next year. So nothing stops the person who goes to court to call me as a witness. If, for example, some of the things I've been saying now, can call me as a witness. You can come to my party and say, SDP, Labour doesn't have agent in social place. Do you have agent there? Give me a result. Some of the things that Labour went to file in court, they got it from PDP. They got it from PDP. And there are some states where elections were conducted, and the other people went to court, and they came to us, and we gave them some results because they didn't have it. So we are contradictory. We don't know what we want. We want things to be fast. At the same time, we want to plug it. So you see anybody who go to court if you want to prove that you are. It's not automatic. You can run to me in traffic and damage my car. I don't have to go to court. I can settle with you right there, or I can forgive you, or I can be using to shame you everywhere. I say, see, doctor, it's over speeding. Anywhere I see you. So anytime they want to give you an award as the best doctor, I will say it's not a doctor who was over-speaking the other time, who doesn't value human life. So there are many ways to make people to come to account. But what I want to let you understand is that election petition is not a court litigation. In law, we say it's sui generis. It's a special proceedings. Let me tell you what the election petition law says. In election petition, when the judges are coming to court, before they open the book, the law tells them the person declared by INEC is the winner. That is what the law tells them. It's called omnibus presumption. It is presumption of regularity. So when the court starts the case,
of proof lies on the petitioner and not
the position of the law is that the person declared by INEC is the winner. When the court starts the case, the court cannot say, I don't know who the winner is. No, the court is enjoined by our law to say that the INEC has declared this person, and that person is the winner. Now, this other person is coming to tell me why I would disturb what INEC has done. So the burden is on him to come and convince me. So the court is not saying, I don't know. You know, if you have a land case and you go to court and say, it's my land, this other person says, it's my land, the court will come and say, I don't know who's the owner of the land. Let me hear them out. Election is not like that. Election is not like, I don't know who won the election. No, the court will say, this person declared by INEC is the winner. But let me hear these other people, whether they will convince me about, for any reason why I should disturb INEC. So now, you just understand that clearly. So when the court has given you only 4 grounds you can give, any other ground is not relevant. So if you lead evidence that the person is a cocaine pusher, is a heroin injector, is a serial killer, court is not interested. Because it's interested in what are the grounds, and the grounds are 4. 1, you must show that the election was not valid because of too many irregularities. In that case, if you say so, you can only pray one prayer, you can tell the court, cancel the election. You cannot say you are the winner anymore. So any petition where you see somebody says the election was marred by irregularity, and he's saying, I want my mandate back, you're already confused. The court will look at you like, if you say the election is marred with irregularity, it's not valid, how can I give you mandate? So that court will listen to you.
But you
Second ground. Second ground.
Can't
Yes.
you say it was marred by irregularity in certain areas? So you're not
No,
the blanket.
no. You can say that the election, the result, because there's only one election. The election, I don't want to put elections. There's only one election. So you either challenge the election and see the election is not valid, or you say the election is valid, but the result in certain places should be cancelled or should be discontinued. So if you come to court and say the election was not validly conducted, the court is looking for you to show me why the election is void. So then the court will reverse the election and say, go and do another one. Second ground you can say is that the person who was declared as the winner is not qualified to contest. And you have to refer to the Constitution on the ground of non-qualification, whether it's not a Nigerian, whether it doesn't have the requisite age, whether it has some disqualifying factors. Like, for example, in the last 10 years, he has been convicted of an offense involving dishonesty and all of that. So, and things like that. So you list all those things. Or he does not belong to a political party, and that political party did not sponsor him. Those are the grounds of it's very clear there. Now, then the third ground you can use is to say the person who was elected was not validly returned. Then you can say the court, because it is called majority of lawful votes. In that case, what you are attacking, you will look at all the votes given to him. You start attacking the votes and say the vote he got in Okija, in Ihiala, in Akure, in our this places, this vote is not correct, not correct. So the court will now do arithmetic and remove all the votes that are not correct. If the court agrees are not correct, the court will remove the vote. So the person who was number 1 may end up at number 2 or number 3 or number 9 if they removed enough invalid votes. Then the person who is number 2 will become number 1. But if you challenge number 1, you don't challenge number 2. As you are attacking the result of number 1, number 2 is rising. The gap is reduced. Number 2 becomes number 1. Provided that number 2 also met the constitutional requirement, 2/3 of the state. So it's a very scientific process that is clear. But people should understand that if there's a little mistake in the petition, if there's a doubt, as error, the court will sustain the person who was there. Because the law is that the election, as declared by INEC, is regular, is valid, except if somebody can come and find fault. So one of the things we can change, if we want to make it easy, is that we will change our law to say that no election is valid, no election declared by INEC is valid until INEC has convinced the court the reason why this person is the right person. That's how we should change our law. Because many of the things you need to prove are only known to INEC. So it's better for the law to say that nobody should be deemed elected except INEC, who made the return, has convinced the court beyond reasonable doubt or balance of probability why this person elected was duly elected.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like 2 more minutes.
Hold on, Dr. Dominic. We allow only one question from people. And
I was going to make more of a comment because standing on what Prince has said now, it now makes it very clear of why someone would say go to court, because you have a convoluted system, and so and the burden of proof lies on you, who is the petitioner, and not on INEC or the person who is supposedly won the election. And so when somebody says go to court, they're essentially saying, goodbye. That's why they want to when it comes to elections. I'm not saying that Tinubu colluded with the INEC person, but assuming they colluded, all the INEC person has to do is just get to that declaration. Once Tinubu is declared or whoever is declared, then it changes the balance of things. This makes total
One
sense.
I can tell you that I know for sure is that APC colluded with INEC, PDP colluded with INEC, and who are not happy here, I apologize to you, but Labour colluded with INEC. And political parties do that as a matter of strategy. Let me tell you, INEC is not one entity. That's why you saw what happened in Adamawa. That should be an example to you. INEC divided itself into 2 in Adamawa for governorship. One session was colluding with Binani. One session was colluding with Fintiri. So INEC started fighting INEC in Adamawa till the Binani side prevailed, because that's the side that ultimately got the nod of Abuja. The Fintiri side also. The Binani side were working with Villa. So they thought we can use force. But INEC is the legal authority. So the people in the Villa who you think you are trying to impress cannot come and help Binani, because INEC turned against them. So that's why I'm letting you know that it is not that you will sit down, INEC chairman and INEC commissioner will say, we are working for Tinubu, or we are working for Obi, or we are working for Atiku. No. It is that politicians, not like they do in police station, not like they do anywhere they go. If you go to a police station, one person will go to the commissioner of police because it's from their church. Another person will go to DPO because it's from their in-law. Another person will go to the DCO because they were classmates. Nigerians are natural born lobbyists and lobbyists for illegality. So each person will go to who he knows there. So INEC will now not work in a coordinated way. So this one will allow you to bring returning officer, but this one will take the election material and give to another person. This one will allow you to bring the NYSC people. So everybody is changing. So you can cheat me in the ballot in the polling unit, But I will wait for you in the collation center because the collation center man is my guy. Whereas the polling unit guy is your guy. And me, I don't have polling unit guy. I don't have this thing. I have police. Police will now put tear gas. So I'm not letting you know that it's more like mafia fighting over their territory. So don't look at it as good versus evil. So I'm not trying to say any of them is right. I am saying that if you want to address it because the petition they have in court, they've agreed not to talk about vote buying. All these things, all those things that they did in common, they agree not to challenge each other on it. But where somebody help you, I will attack the place. Where somebody helped me, you will attack the place. Because you know where you got help. And you know where your opponent got help. So that area where your opponent got help, that's what you want to attack. So you will see that APC will never question what happened in Rivers. Because they got help there. The Labour will never argue what happened in Abia. Because they got help there. And NNPP will never talk when you mention Kano. Because they got help there. So it's like that. So let's not deceive ourselves. But if they go to court, I wish them well. The court is not going to be wasting its time. The court has the narrow parameters. And if you notice, go and check all the elections that have been turned around. They are turned around on technical ground. The candidates did not have certificate. In the case of Bayelsa, this and that. The court only goes to things that can, but when it comes to proving vote one by one, very rarely. There was a time when the court used to do it. That's why I'm telling you, the court used to do it. They will go through it one by one. I think that's how they did it with Oshomale, they did it with Aregbesola. But after a while, PDP could not take it. They removed Justice Alami and retired him. So they know themselves. All these people here now are experts in court cases. That's why the cases are interesting. Atiku is a genius when he has to navigate court cases. Tinubu is a wizard of court cases. Obi is, in fact, a super supremo when it comes to court cases. So they are experts in court matters. Each of them has taken advantage of the court. Obi did not become governor except when Justice Nabaroma removed Igeke and put him there. He did not return to the seat until the court overruled the impeachment that the House of Assembly gave to him. He did not return until court to remove Andy Oba and say he has not finished his tenure. So he's an expert in court. All these people posting picture of judges with eye on judiciary. Were you there at that time? The man knows how to use judiciary. He don't need you. Atiku was vice president of Obasanjo in PDP, and he was Tinubu's candidate in 2007 in ACN. And he used Supreme Court to validate himself, being a VP in PDP, and presidential candidate in so he has won many cases. Tinubu, all the governors he was carrying around at the time, including Mimiko, Aregbesola, Kayode Fayemi, Oshobale, he got all of them through court. So they know how to use the court. So Nigerians should not be disturbing themselves. These are experts in court matters.
Before Dr. Damages kicks me out, because I have to be taking so much time discussing legal and stuff.
Hold on, Dominic. Hold on. You'll be here. You have another chance.
You want me to be here?
Yeah, you have to be here. Let's get Ngozika in.
Sorry, we have a lot to discuss. But let's continue.
I was beginning to get really impatient. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everybody in the studio. Good evening, Mr. Prince Adewole. Good evening. It's been really, really listening to you. But I want to ask, you did mention that the petition before the court has a lot of inanities. You mentioned that there's a lot of time wasting. Has a lot of inanities that most of them are time wasters. You mentioned the number of lawyers, the number of petitioners, and then that some of the issues there were basically, in my own word, and I'm inferring from what you said, trash. And you made illusion to the fact that even if somebody inhaled cocaine or heroin 10 years ago, that the court is not bothered with all that. But you went on to say, when you were listing the grounds on which you can pray the court to grant you hearing, that you can ask the court you can pray the court to do something if the candidate, if he was not qualified to contest. And I find it a bit contradictory that you are saying that the case before
Okay, let me tell you, don't disturb Ngozi. Don't waste time
no,
on that.
please let me land, sir. Sir, please
You
let me be
want
done
to
with the question
commit
so that we
error,
don't
that's
take.
why.
Let me be done with the question. So that you don't take up
Okay.
much time. I'll just be done with the question and you just answer me right away, sir. You did
Okay.
mention that these were inanities and they did not matter. And in the same breath, you're trying to say that these are the things the court will expect you to pray them for. You can challenge the process if the person did not come to be by the right way. I find it contradictory, don't you?
It's not contradictory. And that's why they said never teach law on YouTube because it will cause confusion for people who are listening. The issue is this.
But we all on YouTube, sir. So you're going to have to teach us today.
Yes, you
You're already
see,
teaching us 3 lessons, so you might as well continue.
what I'm saying is that first, whatever anybody likes to put in their petition is their right. I cannot be their lawyer, I cannot guide them. I only said in the context of saying we want to be speedy. If you say you want to be speedy, then you don't overload. That's what I'm saying. But if you don't care, if you don't, for example, if you say the court must determine the case before the person is sworn in, then you make sure you make the case very sharp, very straightforward. But if you are patient, that they can swear anybody they like, but I must go to the bottom of the matter, then you are not in a hurry anymore. Then you can put all your grounds on it. Whether some will work, some will not work, you can overload the court, no problem. But I'm saying
So
you
it's
cannot.
not a problem. It's not inanities that they are pushing. It's just that they are wasting time and they are overloading the court. It's not that they are it's not that they are pushing trash to the court, which is what you said.
Can I
Which
finish
is
the
what you
question
said,
or you
sir.
can assist me because I didn't assist her at this point? What I'm saying is that
Okay.
for the point of view of those who are concerned about time frame, anything you are not sure is a banger. It's an inanity because you are in a hurry. So if you meet Bill Gates and say, I have 30 seconds, tell me everything I should do for you. You don't list all your family problems. They are important,
But what if the family problem is the crux of the matter?
then you don't have 30 minutes, 30 seconds anymore. Then you will go to court. If people say your opponent will be sworn in tomorrow, you say, I don't care. Let him be sworn in. Let me take my time and table my matter thoroughly. That's what I'm saying. So that's
So
right.
to
So
you,
you
it's about the
understand
time.
it's about time. And the time is not the
Okay, for
court.
you.
Or am I the petitioner?
Yes.
It is people
You
who
are
are
the
raising
one
the
hammering on
issue.
the time, sir. You are the one hammering on the time. A lot of the
No,
people
it is the
buying it are not
people.
Wait, Prince.
No, I'm
complaining
only
about the time.
responding.
You are the one going
I'm
on
only
and on
I
about this.
responding.
asked about the timeline.
No,
I was one
no, I'm
asking.
only timeline is not my business.
I was one
It
asking.
is the business of Dr. Dominic and all the other wise people who know about Kenya, who know about other places. So who say why is our own long? So I'm making a distinction between the precise manner in which they do their own proceedings and the elaborate showboating manner in which we do our own. And in all our litigation,
Okay.
that's how we behave. The second point is that it's not all the grounds that you must use. Even though there are 4 grounds, you don't have to use all the 4 grounds. 1 ground, 2 ground, if they are upheld, they are enough. So usually I practice in the US, I practice other places, I practice Nigeria, and I am able to do comparative thing. In the US, if you take me to court, it's the same thing in the UK. If you take me to court on 4 grounds and you win on 2 grounds, you will pay half of the cost. But in Nigeria, if you take me to court on 13 grounds and you win on 1 ground, you have won the case. So practice differs. So some societies don't like time wasters. So if you argue so many grounds and you only win a few, they will give you judgment for the few, but they won't award the cost in your favor. They can award some cost against you. on those grounds that we wasted our time by. But in Nigeria, there's no consequence. So people who have two solid ground will add more and more, believing that the more the ground, the more your chances, but it doesn't follow. Then on the issue of contradiction, there's no contradiction. If the court says that anybody who has been convicted of a certain offense, of dishonesty, whatever, cannot contest an election. So a person who has who has found to have stolen money or carried drugs or done something, and the court sent him to jail 5 years ago, and then 4 years imprisonment, and he came out of the court. If you want to contest election, you go to court. The court will say he cannot run. But Evans, the kidnapper, who has been sentenced to court, if he comes 11 years after leaving the court, 11 years after, and you say he has been convicted before, the court will say no, because the Constitution says in the last 10 years. Therefore, you can put some things inside your petition to embarrass your opponent because it's a fact of life, but the court will not. The court will look at the date when you say it happened. So if Abacha comes to Nigeria now, and Abacha comes to Nigeria now, and he was the one who was recovering all the Abacha loot, he can run for election in Nigeria. Because Abacha has not been convicted in any court of stealing the money, even though we are receiving the money every day. He has not been convicted. And if anybody was convicted with him 11 years ago, and the person has finished the service, and finished, the court says 10 years, because I assume when Professor Wabueze and all of them wrote that in the Constitution, they assume that a citizen who did something bad can still turn his life around. After all, we are calling our prison correctional center, even though they don't correct much there. So it's assumed that the person may have come out of prison, become a pastor, and is now a co-host with Rudolph. And they've been discussing Nigeria's problem for some time. So this man may now have become a clean man. He might even rescue babies at Babish when they were drowning. So this man now, we cannot judge him by his past record. So that's the understanding. So if you now bring me evidence, I've done cases before. There's one in Plateau State where somebody ran for local government chairman and he was sentenced for fraud and was jailed. Then within 5 years, the court disqualified him. So the election was cancelled for chairmanship. Later, he came back to run for House of Assembly. They brought the same king again. The court said no. It's now past 10 years. That time we disqualified him. It was within 5 years. Now it's over 10 years. Can't disqualify him again based on that. So there's no contradiction there. You know?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prince.
Rudolph, is this the one?
Who? The one? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Please, can you do that? Yeah.
I have no idea what Isisima means, but I'm guessing maybe.
Okay, it means that just bring out the ho-ha. That's Latin for ho-ha.
So much verbiage.
Bring everything out.
Can you talk about
this thing, people will never agree on it.
Okay, let's make it simple. Why don't you do it this way? I think it's the simplest way. Talk about, based on the way it's laid out grammatically, the letter of the law, right? Versus what the intention will be. And this is what I mean. Some people would say it doesn't make sense for a FCT to hold the whole of Nigeria hostage. So therefore, if you win 2/3 of Nigerian states, then why should losing one particular place, the capital, have a veto over everyone? That's more of a letter of the law meaning sort of thing, but just based purely on the letter of the law. But disregard everything I just said now.
Okay, now you see, even the letter of the law, some people look at it with glasses. Some people are without glasses. Some don't even understand English well. There are people who are on the bench. They go and consult Black Law Dictionary for the meaning of words. So words don't have meaning. Words have meaning in context. So so the meaning of and, the meaning of therefore, the meaning of plus, they're not the same. in law. But what I can tell you is that, one, lawyers are not interpreters of the law. We are advocates of the law. We don't interpret the law. That's for judges. What the lawyer does is that he will take side and say, Rudolph has been charged with overspeeding in New Jersey Turnpike. So the definition of highway does not include Turnpike. So Turnpike is not a highway. Because it's now Rudolph's lawyer. But if the lawyer, same lawyer, is working for the New Jersey Turnpike Authority to prosecute, he will say the Turnpike is a highway. So I just want to let you know at the beginning that lawyers, don't think that lawyers are confused. Lawyers they take side first. So many lawyers will hear who will say 25% Abuja doesn't matter, or 25% Abuja matters. Go and find out on whose side they are. They're just advocating for the side that they sympathize with. And it's allowed in law. That's number one. Number two, lawyers don't have the same meaning. So even when judges have conference, they always argue. Lawyers don't have the same conclusion. So even among the justices of Supreme Court, don't be surprised that they'll be arguing among themselves. Eventually, they will come to one understanding. They may not agree, and they will put it to vote. Majority will carry the day. Or if the matter is not important, even those who were against it before, they will say, don't let us disagree in public over it. Okay, just write it your way. Write it your way. So I'm laying that background. Okay. So the only person that I will only answer is the only person who doesn't care whether Abuja 25% is required or not. Only a person who doesn't care. I don't have a stake in the matter. I just want to understand English now. So, and there are two ways you can read it. You can read it that if the drafter of the Constitution wants Abuja to be 25% to be relevant in Abuja, they will have written it as follows. 25% in 2/3 of the state and 25% in FCT. They will have written it like that. It will be clear that they want you to have 25% in 2/3 of the state and 25% in FCT. But they wrote it as 25% in 2/3 of the state and FCT, which means they are lumping FCT with the state. But because of the fact that nothing stops any justice of Court of Appeal or any justice of Supreme Court to say, I think they want you to have an FCT, they can rule that way. Or they can say, no, why will it have 25% FCT? They didn't say so in my book, because lawyers have been taught how to read. Judges know how to interpret. There's so-called literal rule, golden rule, mischief rule. Then you must go to the literal rule first. You must read the English as if you're not a lawyer. How would a school teacher who is teaching English in CKC or nature, how is he going to read it? That is how the judge is supposed to read it. It's called literal rule. So if you say, okay, 25% of FCT, 2/3 of the state and FCT, you will say you add FCT to the state and get it 25%. Now, if they are not satisfied with the outcome, then they can start going to the golden rule and start to say, okay, let me use the golden rule. The golden rule now is that the meaning is not sufficient. The meaning is not clear. So let me use the golden rule. Then they will start to ask questions like, so Abuja people, they get 2 heads. So that's their 1 vote. So then they can go to and say, so if we do election one day and one candidate called Ngozika come and win 35 states, and dust all his opponents. But Abuja people don't like him. He doesn't get 25% FCT. What do we do? So that person will not be president. We'll continue to do the election again, till we get somebody who has majority and comes to win Abuja. What it means that Abuja will become like Iowa. You remember Republicans and they go to Iowa because of Iowa, New Hampshire, those 5 states. If by the time they get to North Carolina, you have not won enough delegates, you say drop out. So those are super states. So they will ask yourself, I will turn Abuja to super state, in which case by the next election, there will be what? 106,000 billboard in Abuja. And when you meet a politician at the airport, he will ask, are you from Abuja? Let me take photo with Abuja. Abuja people, take photo with me first. When he sees me, he will say, where do you live? I'll say, I live in Lagos. He will say, get out of my sight. You, where do you live? I live in Abuja. I will say, uncle, how are you? How's life with you? How's your family? Because he knows that Abuja people are so special that if you don't win on their side, all your effort has gone to Paris. Then the next stage, because to look at, is mischief rule. What is the mischief? That the people, what was the problem we had before? The problem we had before was that we didn't want to have sectional leaders. Leaders who will win in one place and not win and not popular. That was the problem we had in First Republic, where you go to your corner and win. I go to my corner and win. And the leader is never popular across the country. So in Second Republic, you will see, they say, no, we don't want that. We want it to spread. So it's not as if they want to make Abuja a special. But one thing you ask yourself, why I don't even bother myself about it, is that if the court rules that the winner must get 25% in Abuja, or the winner, it will not resolve the matter. It will only cancel the election and we'll start all over again. Because the people who won 25% in Abuja will not still automatically get the position. So the court will now cancel the election because the winner did not get 25% in Abuja. Then we'll go back and do it. And the person who won now, maybe next time we win, you may win 30 states. You won 12 now. They say you may win 30 states and still get to the top. And because you don't offend Abuja people and Abuja God won't punish her, the person will still not win Abuja again. So we come back again. And me, if the election is to be done now, all the while I was running around before, I will not run. I will make sure that Tinubu doesn't get 25% in Abuja. I will just stay in Abuja. I won't go anywhere. I will make sure he doesn't get that 25% in Abuja till he dies. So we do election, and INEC will be collecting 350 billion. You see, and INEC too, after getting used to the money, they will now realize, we can make money. Let him not get Abuja. Let's continue to do this business. They will buy beavers every 6 months, new beavers, and everything till we all die here. So I thought those are the factors that the court may consider. So the court might say, look, why am I wasting my time on this matter? So that is just
Prince.
Yes.
Have you considered comedy as since you don't have any job now? And
Yes. Yeah, that's why I'm auditioning before you now, because this is like a job interview now. This is why I'm auditioning before you. I know you will refer me.
You're doing well. I will introduce you somewhere.
Yes. And since comedy is the way to presidency, if you look at Zelensky, so I started to use another method to come into the presidency.
Prince, you make a very good point that a lot of people don't realize, and this is independent of. I'm not a APC supporter, rather am I a PDP or Labour Party supporter. This is just purely on having studied creative writing before medicine.
Yes, but you take 2 hours for yourself, even though you are not to know.
Exactly. And one thing, I'm even surprised that Dominic is talking.
You know that.
Well, I'm even surprised that Dominic is talking. If we are used Dominic as a returning officer, how would the court read the result? Because the handwriting of doctors cannot be read even by the devil. So INEC is even more transparent than doctors because they read their prescription. Nobody can read it.
All right, Dominic, hold on. Let's get into BC and KJ to give them opportunity. Then you can come back. And we should go ahead. Eventually, we have to take a break so that Prince can take a break and then we'll come back. Bondobisi, just go ahead.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome, Prince.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Please, I want to take you back to when you talked about that if the right thing should be done on how to get the actual result is to count the ballots at each polling unit. They should bring the ballots to the court.
Yes.
But I remember that at the end of each voting, the returning officers at the polling stations, they get the boxes and begin to count each ballot paper, raise it up. They will say one, this SDP, 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 APC, APC, and they will mention the particular number in that polling booth, and then they enter it in the result sheet, and the agent sees it. Because if the agent sees that maybe if SDP got 200 in the polling unit and they gave them only 70, the agent is supposed to say, no, everybody saw you, both the voters, you all counted it here. You said SDP was 200 and you gave us that would be an issue. So if they have recorded the actual results, except if they call a particular score and record something else, and every agent say, we are happy, it's okay, and they go. But if actually what was counted at each polling unit was what was recorded, I will not saying that the results in the result sheets at the polling unit are not valid if the parties present it at the court and the court asks INEC to get their own copies. That is before the mutilations, because to me, I believe that the mutilations were done after each agents have been given their copies. So I wanted to.
Okay, you see, there are a lot of beliefs. First, I said at the beginning, I was asked a question, and I said, which party won? I don't know which party won. But what I know is that based on the result sheets from the polling, you can ask Labour people, you can ask anybody. Based on the result sheets that INEC has for the polling unit, APC got more than everybody. So, based on the result sheets. Now, but I have practical experience where you will go to a polling unit, all the people there, including so-called agents, they are working for one particular, they are all united. So they will count SDP, maybe total number of vote cast 500, SDP 80, PDP 70, Labour 72, so. But they record something else in the result sheets. They record something else. There are places where they write the result sheet in the polling unit. They go, when they get to collation center, the ward level, the ward person collects the result sheet from his own agent. They collect it from the same agent. Because you must give your result to your ward agent. Your ward agent substitute it with another one, not the one the polling agent gave to him. I don't know if you get my point.
I do.
So you send Mr. Samuel, who is God-fearing, to go to your polling unit. But you send Rudolph, who doesn't care, as the man at the ward level. He collects the result from Samuel and he substitutes it. So that's why some people say, my result changed at the polling unit level. Some will say my result changed at the ward level. Some will say my result changed at the local government collation center. So, let me tell you something again, you need to know. If you represent SDP and you bring a result sheet that is different from the one NMPP, Labour, PDP bring, your own cannot stand. So even without you, the rest of them can go and agree and change a different one, and they will denounce the one you have and say your own is not correct because they conspire to go and change. So I'm saying that if we want to be simple and not be hiring senior advocates and be wasting time, just say that anytime you are voting, the way we are using BVAS to accredit me, let me have a button or an interface
that I can press at the logo of my party. The party I want to vote for. So it will be in the or if you have time, you must create a where you can slot in. You use the machine to count the vote. You slot it through, and you memorize. You will scan the ballot paper inside the beavers. So the beavers will not only tell you how many people are accredited. It will also still have the 500, 800 ballot paper that it will have it in his memory. Otherwise, what you can do now is to take the ballot paper and go and count all over again. And it's not that difficult. Like I said, if you spend a week on that one, they will count it clearly. You just need to create 250 spots and you start counting the 25 million votes. You will count, you will finish. It's not that difficult. But until then, every other thing is second-hand information. And then the mutilation you are talking about, when you put together all the mutilated ballots, out of 90 the 176,840, you have like 9,000 that has one mutilation, one thing or the other. Because we don't write them off, because there are two signatures in courts, because the court is not looking for accurate election. They're looking for substantial compliance. So the Nigerian court is like saying, I deposited 100 million naira in Zenith Bank, and they gave me 65 million. The court will say, go and collect the balance, 35 million. But in the election matter, the court will say, they gave you substantially most of your money back now. So why are you complaining? So that's how it looks like. So it's not as if you catch, for example, River State. If the court agrees that election was rigged in River State, they can take the entire result in River State and add it to Labour and remove from Tinubu, APC. I still say Tinubu is the winner. So, because for you to prove, you have to prove substantially that the result, if you remove it, the person will not be the winner. So I'm just interpreting to you what the court will do, but they may decide to do anything they like. It's their freedom.
Sorry, one more question before Dr. goes to someone else. From your experience handling election petitions, like if you're handling states, and this is now federal, does the court handle the cases, like if Labour say now they are disputing results in 12
So there's
states?
some static. Can you repeat? Again?
I said, like, for example, if Labour say they are disputing results in 12 states or 20 states, will the court allow them to present each of the evidences state by state to say in this
Yeah,
state?
of course. The court will not limit you. The court will not limit you. And people who are supporting Labour, don't worry yourself. The person who is leading them is a genius. He's a genius in the matter. If there's a world award for a lawyer who knows election petition, Onyeshe Ikpeazu will be in the top 1% in the world. So it's not a baby. He's very good at it. You can ask him if you know him. We're quite close. I know him very well. We used to do cases together, so I know him. We used to do cases against each other. So he's an expert in the area.
Okay.
There's nothing I will remember that he will miss. So he doesn't need any advice on anybody. He's very good at it. So and the court will let everybody prove. The only thing I'm letting Nigeria know is that let them have an understanding of how the legal system works. So that if you say, in my polling unit, I was beating blue-black, they set the place on fire, it doesn't mean that the election will be cancelled. Because the law is not that if there's a problem in one polling unit, cancel all. The court will look at how many of the 176,840 polling units have the same experience as you. If majority are peaceful, they are not contesting them, then the court will look at. So in some cases, I have knocked down election petition where the person will complain about certain specific places. And when we put all the places he complained together, it does not remove all the vote of the winner. We'll tell the court, don't even do any hearing. Even if everything he's saying is true, his case is failed. Because look at all the places where he's complaining. Whether they burn them, they beat them, they scatter it. The issue is this. If you add everything together, you only reduce the person's vote from 8 million to 7 million. And who is next to him? 6 million. So he's still the winner. So that is, you understand? So people should not say, the court has done injustice. Look at my black eye. Somebody slapped me like this, and the court says election is okay. The court is not saying the person slap you is right. But the court is saying that what happened to you is not what happened in majority of places. So I'm not going to cancel election in Ihiala where there's no fight, because there's fight in Malufachi, in Kasina. Unless I look at all around and I say, majority of places suffer this kind of error. Therefore, the election is, let's cancel it. Or I will say, even though it happened in a few places, then when we remove all those places where it happened, we cannot be sure that this winner actually won. Because when we remove the number from his vote, he doesn't have enough to win. But if the person has enough to win, after we have removed all the area you complain, the court will still ask him to continue.
All right. Thank you. KJ, I think you're next.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you, Prince, for coming. I've been listening to you since morning. I didn't want to come on, but I had it playing, and so I was listening to a lot of the explanations you have been making. Some of them I agree with you totally. Some I don't quite agree, and it's okay. It's okay to hold different views. Now you said something that really, really bothers me, and that is the fact that there's no need to go to court at all. Or those who
am I the only one not getting KJ very well?
Yeah, KJ, you can speak up a little bit. I could hear
No,
you.
I think it's even the connection. Maybe it's me or maybe it's...
Yeah. Is it my connection?
Yeah, okay, it's better.
Can you hear me now?
Bring the mouthpiece closer to your mouth.
We can hear you, but it's not as beautiful as your normal beautiful voice. We can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me, sir? Right now, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Prince, if you can hear me,
maybe you should type it. If it's not going, you can also type it.
I don't know why. Can you hear?
Maybe.
Go ahead. Say what you're saying.
Maybe the beavers cannot carry your voice.
Is it better now?
You can type it.
KJ, go ahead.
If you can hear me now, I'll go ahead with my question. Okay,
go ahead.
What I'm saying, Prince. I enjoyed what you've been saying since morning, and some of them I agree with, some I don't agree with. Okay.
Yes.
But like I said, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, I mustn't agree with you 100% for us to be able to discuss. Now, the point you've made that really bothered me a little bit or more is that you put everybody in one pot, whether they are of P2B, whether they have the article, whether that all that all these guys did one thing or the other to get to where they are now. So they don't have any right to ask for justice because they all cheated. And that I find a bit concerning, because if the whole society of Nigerians are involved in doing things like this, then that means we don't have anything. Nigeria don't have anything. And then that's one. And then secondly, you said also you tried forming a coalition, and yet you couldn't get people who can agree, or rather people don't agree all the time. And also that is bothering, because I know that before this election, the likes of Fela Durotoye and a few others, Kingsley Mogala and the rest, tried to come together to form an alliance, and that didn't work. The truth of the matter is that alliances have never really worked in Nigeria. I cannot remember the one that have lasted beyond the one between MPP and PDP. I mean, an NPP then and NPN. So my question is, what then is the way forward? Because you've given us totally nothing to hold on to, nothing whatsoever. And then even going to court, you said it's a waste of time. And I agree with you, like you said, because I followed that ruling, or rather what had been ruled before, of the 25% in Abuja. But I don't agree with the explanation you have made, okay? Because I think it's actually rather reducing it to, the lowest minimum, barest minimum decimal. For instance, saying that, from the beginning, unless we are saying that something is missing in Nigeria, Nigeria itself, the Abuja have always enjoyed a special status, has always from the very beginning. That's why it has local councils and not area councils. That's why it has municipal area councils. That's what I mean. That's what the area councils are called differently from local governments. That's why they have, the minister runs Abuja, and it's believed that the president is also the one in charge of Abuja.
That's even why he has Zuma Rock, because the only place that has Zuma Rock in Nigeria, God must have a reason why he put Zuma Rock there. He wants that place to be very special. No problem.
Yeah, but now what I'm trying to knock at right now is that the people who created Abuja and the people who wrote it in the black and white wanted it to be a special place where people who live there will be in agreement with the president. I lived in Abuja for so long before living, over 20 years, over 25 years. And so what I'm saying is, it has always been this way. You always look to see that the person who is going to run the nation will have Abuja as one of the places that is favored, or people favor him, or people see him in a good light. So are you now saying that, because, Rudolph, what I'm trying to say in essence that the things in Nigeria, they just run upside down, Before now, they were told that Abuja doesn't have indigenous people. That's why they were paid huge money in 1976 when it was created. They paid huge money to the indigenes to settle them outside of Abuja. Many years later, they say, oh, now Abuja has indigenes, and they have to be, put into the planning. So what are we saying really? Are we going back?
Okay, let me clarify something so that we don't see, because you are holding a national conference now. The only person missing is Adewole Adebayo and Ohaneze and Iowa people. Let me tell you something clearly. The fact that you pay compensation doesn't mean Abuja doesn't have indigene. There's nobody who say Abuja doesn't have indigene. Abuja has indigenes. Nupe, Baggy people, Nupe people, some Migala people, some others ethnic group. So Abuja has indigenes. But the property of individuals taken is the one they pay compensation. So if I want to build a third Niger bridge and I put it at Abo, and I want to cross over to somewhere in Anambra, maybe I'll go to that side. I'll go to Mombala River side. I start from Oyedega, and I want to put it across to say Aguleri. I'll pay compensation for people's property at their land. Does it mean that native of Aguleri are no longer native of Aguleri because I put one bridge there? So Abuja, and then secondly, we have African Charter of Human and People's Rights. And under the African Charter, indigenous people have rights. The federal government cannot take their land. And even now, if you are building your house in Abuja, as we speak today, if the natives complain that they have economic trees on your land, the government will not approve your building until you go and compensate them again. So don't assume that Abuja has no native. Abuja has native. So let's clear that misunderstanding. Now, any argument that anybody can bring that makes anybody to say Abuja is special and not special, I don't. The case is in court already. The court is bound to pronounce on it, and it will be clear to everybody what the court thinks. So all this argument is just premature because generally I believe that by August, the Court of Appeal will have given judgment. by August. So we'll see the result of that one. Then we go to Supreme Court by Christmas. By Christmas, Supreme Court will have given a decision on it. So all of us will be clear whether every politician will go and buy a house in Abuja and start bringing his family members to come and register there to vote. So all you will hear next time is that before I run for president, I will hire bosses, go and carry all my supporters nationwide. If you love me, go to Abuja, I'll go and register there. Go and register to vote in Abuja. You know, that's what will be happening. But I don't think that is what the court will do. But other people can bring argument on it. But I didn't hear some other parts of your contribution. So maybe Rudolph can tell me if I missed anything.
Okay, no, I think you virtually touched all of it, but like I said, I think you didn't get what the example I was giving concerning the FCT. I was saying that in the initials, because I studied part of the initials of the when Abuja was everywhere it was written Abuja is real. Now,
Yes.
the initials was that Abuja, the intention was because according to them then, Lagos was saturated and there was disturbances of who owns Lagos, which was the initial reason given for trying to move Abuja. And they are looking for a virgin land that do not have any...
There's no virgin land in Nigeria for the past 2,000 years. Before Jesus was born, no land in Nigeria is virgin again. It's just, you have to display somebody.
You see, what I'm saying, Prince, Prince,
yes,
is this. We always have a shifting law. It depends on who is interpreting it. That's the problem.
Let me say, KJ, let me make a contribution. Okay. Nigerians pick their law from newspapers. They don't pick from the law. If you look at the law that gazetted Abuja in 1976, there was a report by Adewole Adebayo. Adewole Adebayo was there. Tai Sholani was there. I'm going to know what this architect was there. And eminent Nigerians. They were given guideline that the land must be at the center of Nigeria. It must be pictured. They gave them guideline. It didn't include that the land must have no owners. No. What happened, and Abuja is not just one land. They took from Niger State. They took from Kogi. They took from Plateau. They took round. So it's not, they can't be one people in that land. And these people have, in fact, one of the oldest traditional rulers in Nigeria. Some of the oldest traditional rulers in Nigeria are Abuja traditional rulers. If you go to Jikoyi or all those places, some of the traditional rulers in Abuja are senior to some of the one riding Mercedes are parading in the north. So they have been on the throne for hundreds of years. What government did next was that they gazetted Abuja. And then they pay compensation. And then they relocated people from where they are, just like Tinubu and Dangote relocated people from Dangote refinery. But that land belongs to those people who own the land in perpetuity. But you can relocate them. So Federal Secretariat in Lagos, they relocated people, but they are still the traditional owners. That is why you have a lot of millionaires in Lekki. When they went to court, the case was in court for tens of years. Eventually, the court ruled that. In fact, I even believe that this land use decree will still be abolished. That's why they went and put inside the constitution, because the law is very strong on aboriginal rights. So, but none of the government documents said that the land belongs to nobody. But people just assume by editorializing the paper and everything. But if you look at all the instruments creating Abuja, none of them says that the land doesn't belong to them. But the only thing is that across Nigeria, not only in FCT, any Nigerian can run for election in any part of Nigeria, as our law stands today. I can go now and contest against Soludo in Anambra State. All I need to do is continue to use my address in Oka or anywhere in Anambra State. Then that's all. I register to vote there. I can contest against anybody.
But
so
winning is a different issue.
You can win if you have people in INEC. I can even defeat the native and win the thing. What do you mean by that? I can. What do you direct? What of it, wreck? Nanambra is my friend, and it makes me win.
So what I mean is, if the election is free and fair, right? This is
If the election is free and fair, and they like me. I mean, Rudolph will vote for me rather than vote for Soludo, and now I'm sure, as that's one vote.
written law. Written law versus de facto law. De facto law is.
What I'm saying generally is that Nigeria will come to a time in this country where nobody, like in the north, they've achieved it. In northern Nigeria, nobody asks your state of origin. Northerners don't have this kind of problem we have. So you can go to Kano now. The people running for governor there, they are from different parts. Sokoto, many. So the north has overcome state of origin problem. So if you are Abacha, whether you came from Chad or you came from Borono, if you settle in Kano, you're from Kano. If you settle in Adamawa, whether you're originally from Ogun State, they don't care. So in the north, they don't care. What they want is cultural assimilation. If you are culturally assimilated, they don't care. And in Nigeria before, nobody used to care. But you must be culturally assimilated. So if I go to Anambra now and I don't speak Igbo, and I say I'm a Nigerian, I have my right, I'm wasting my time. So I must be able to speak the language of the people. I cannot be going to Ondo to be claiming to be prince there, and then going to Anambra to contest election. They will say this was a carpet badger. They won't recognize me. But if I go to Anambra, settle down there, my children go to school there, I fill form, state of origin, I put Anambra there. Nobody can stop me. That is the same thing. And that's what we need to assimilate to. That's what we used to have before. They are talking about today, used to be mayor of Enugu. Atine spoke fluent Igbo, blended with people. Everything you did, he did it. He's not speaking Fufude in Enugu. Others won't get any vote. So if you want to go as a Nigerian, you want to be allowed to vote and to contest in a state and part of them, just assimilate with them. Get well assimilated. And the shame will not be on your opponent who will say, oh, originally, it was from there. The people will say, who cares? Because when I was on those states, student union president, on those states association, the person who was my secretary had a complete Igbo name. I think it was Oyekaki, something, I remember his name. But he was born in Ekiti. Because Ekiti was part of Ondo State then. He was born in Ekiti. He spoke the language, but his name did not change. But he still became the general secretary of Ondo State Association because he spoke the language, he blends with the people, and there's no other place he's going. And a professor, the expert, if you are disputing anything about Ondo now, the expert on that is my friend. His name is Rebigius Obita. He's from Enugu State. But he was born in Ife. He grew up in Ondo. He speaks Ondo more fluently than me. And he did his PhD on Ondo history. So you cannot marginalize him because he's even a better Ondo person than me, even though the parents came from Enugu State. So if you have blending like that, just like Zeke was born in Zungeru. He spoke Hausa fluently. He's blended with them. Same thing with Balaige. Balaige was born in Jos. And he's a Jos boy. He will speak fluently. So people, if we bring that back, then nobody will care about where you come from. But you must blend with the people. You cannot come and do business there, spend 5 years. You don't speak the language, you don't speak anything. You go and buy form. You are not blended well. So we need to blend.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prince. We are going to, I know I said this before. I wanted, just saw Dr. Haruna. I would like him to ask a question, then you respond, and then we take a break, just 3 minutes, so that anybody who needs will be able to. And then we take a break and we'll come back. There's a question on the chat, or several questions that we'll try to get across to you. Dr. Haruna, go ahead.
Hey, how are you, Rudolph?
I'm good, very good.
Well done. You're trying.
Thank you so much.
Dr.
And
Aruna, please let me take this opportunity to thank you very much. I watched your clips. I'm one of those who are behind you. Thank you.
thank you, sir. And Prince, thanks for the time you have devoted and to do what you're doing. Thank you for standing to see the birth of a new Nigeria.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for not giving up, but maintaining the vision. I believe that one day it will still be realized. Nigeria is not a nation that we should give up on. The potential we have is too much. So keep up the good work. So I just want to find out, looking at all of you that contested, because you can't share presidency, this one should be president for 1 month, then another one, then another one. The coalition that never worked, because everybody is thinking about their own, thinking about themselves. So looking at where things are at now, apart from yourself, I know we will all believe that we have it, but then if you're to be given a choice to make, who do you think, even though we know none of them is perfect, including yourself, but who would you say, looking at the current state of affairs in Nigeria, the one that has the potential, not the perfection, to be able to move Nigeria forward towards the kind of ideology and vision that you have had for Nigeria, that was the reason why you were also trying to get others to see with you reason to come together as a third force to unseat, not just to unseat, but to run the kind of vision that you see for Nigeria. Do you see any other person that may seem, because if you had got, they had agreed with you and come together, not all of you would be president. Somebody would have been. So among all the players now, who do you think, has the, if this social person becomes president, there may be a ray of hope for Nigeria? Do you have any such?
I have quite a number, not just one. I have quite a number. And if it's like, there used to be a system called preferential voting. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Some European countries use it. When you go to the ballot, you don't vote for only one party. You vote in order of preference.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called preferential voting. So it's a method of voting. Maybe social scientists will tell us. It's there. So sometimes the person who got the second position the most, because you vote for yourself. If it's not you, who do? Well, first, I would think, and you are going to make me to offend some of my friends now. In order of priority, I think Malik Ado Ibrahim is the person that I will support the most. Let's say today now that they will run, and they say all of us bring one person, I will bring Malik. Maybe because I spend a lot of time understanding him and studying very well. Malik is good. I have listened to Kola Abiola. I don't know about his commitment, but when it comes to understanding issues, I don't know whether he's just a naturally brilliant person who has no political skill. But when it comes to commitment, I don't know where he stands in terms of commitment, because it's not even every meeting he will attend. But when it comes, he articulates. Shogore is my number 3 in the sense that you cannot be in doubt that he loves the country. I don't know whether the day is sworn in, half of Nigeria will they will start crossing the border, and run away or whatever, that is going to jail them or whatever. But then Peter Obi, if you can remove some elements, so somebody help me, it's called rank choice. So my ranking choice will start with Malik Ado Ibrahim, followed by Kola, followed by Shore, followed by um, Peter Obi, followed by Kwankwaso, you know. So, you know, that is where I see it.
You didn't
That's
count
where I will
number
take it.
one.
But I review, hold on, I review as I get additional information, but because I'm doing it based on, but before I used to rank Kwankwaso above Peter. Peter was next to Kwankwaso, but now I've added Peter a little because I got additional information and it's morphing. So some of the things I thought he could not do, I'm seeing him do them. So I see that maybe it can improve. So that's the end. But don't limit me to those who run because the election is over. There are a lot of people who are better than all of us who are not running. So if we want to do it well, we cannot say we'll carry over those who run now to the next level. We must also add more people to the pool because the election is over. So you cannot say, well, you know, you must bring people among and look back into the picture. You must bring, there's one gentleman that I really try to cultivate. It's called Dr. Pate. The only thing you can say against Pate is that he was once a minister, as a minister of health under Goodluck Jonathan, but he's very sound. So you put Pate into the picture. You also bring other people, so bring more people into the picture. But one thing I know is that you can never force a person to be president. That's one thing you need to know. However qualified somebody is, that person has to first announce that he wants to be president. The idea that you're going to drag somebody, because Patu told me, apart from me putting handcuff in his hand and dragging him to the ballot box, I did all I could, and I come to the conclusion that some people will just won't do it. You know, so for personal reasons, for other reasons. So in the ranking, but there are many more Nigerians who are out there who will do very well. This presidency thing, it's not as if it's rocket science. It's just that the person has to be one. He has to be a person who has a vision of what the country should be like. Two, has to have the courage to be an independent player. One of the reasons why some of these candidates will rank low, and one of the reasons why coalition will not work, is that many of the people you see in politics are agents. They are not principals. The reason why Buhari, Tinubu could agree and form APC is that Buhari was not anybody's boy. He was the leader of his own team. Anything he wants to do, he will do it. Tinubu is not a follower of anybody. It's not anybody's boy. But some of these other people, you can be doing alliance with them. They are working for some establishment people. And what they call them to the room and tell them what to do, that's what they will do. If they say go and run, they will run. Stop, they will stop. Don't go, they will. So if you have an alliance with them, they are not independent agents. If they do seminar and talking big on TV, you don't know who paid for the seminar. You don't know where they got the money from. So a lot of people that people want to follow are themselves following shadowy people that you don't know about. So when you get them together to try to work, you negotiate, you talk, the people who are their sponsors or their godfathers will just tell them, don't work with that person. Go here, go there. So it's just like somebody negotiating peace with Ukraine. Ukraine won't do anything except what Biden tells them to do. But if you negotiate with Putin, Putin is working for himself. You can decide whether you agree or not. But you're going to negotiate with Ukraine. You're wasting your time because if America says don't agree, they won't agree. So that is how it is in our politics. So you must now first make sure that the people are running are independent. So if you look at Showore, he doesn't fear anybody. If you can persuade him and he agrees with you, he agrees. He doesn't have to go and clear it with somebody somewhere. So if you look at Malik, it's like that. If he says yes, it's yes. If he says no, it's no. And he knows the subject, he knows the thing very well, and he doesn't have time for rubbish. So I have a lot of respect for him. But some other persons, you may like them, but they are under somebody. Yeah, Kwankwaso is an independent person. So you can't tell Kwankwaso what to do. He will make up his mind. And if he wants to do it, he will do it. But some other persons, I don't want to embarrass them, you can have the best plan for them. When they carry them inside and they say, daddy, what do I do? Daddy says, don't do. They will follow daddy. And that's it. All your effort is wasted.
Wait, speaking of daddy, what are you alluding to?
What I'm alluding is that there are people in Nigeria who are 40 years old, who make up their decision. And there are people in Nigeria who are 80 years old, they can't make up their decision. And if you go and talk to them, when I was recruiting candidates, I've met not only for presidency, after I became presidential candidate, and I was looking for people to run for governorship, everything. You will see somebody who is very popular, who is in the community, you will say, let him go and consult. Who is he consulting? He's consulting some godfather or godmother or somebody somewhere, and they will say, wait, it's not your turn yet. Go and support this person. Come. They will say, okay. So a lot of people in politics, did you not hear the other time in Port Harcourt when governor of Jigawa State, Badaro, referred to Tinubu as daddy? Were you not there? When he was telling UK, I thank you very much for supporting us, and I thank you for inviting daddy here to come and commission project.
I think
so.
Have a different daddy scenario in mind.
Everybody has their daddy. Until your daddy is sorted, everybody has their own daddy in the house. What I'm saying, generally speaking, is that to build coalition, there are two ways you can build it. The principal actors themselves, the political leaders, can come together and build a coalition, or the owners of Nigeria can go and meet either in Abeokuta or in Minna or in somewhere and do the coalition for you, and they will settle a one candidate and say, come and run. So that one works too. That's how Shagari came. That's how other people came. That's how some of the candidates in our race now came. They meet together and say, let's use him. But the one I suppose you are interested in is the one in which we ourselves become of age among ourselves, and we lock ourselves in a room, and I nominate this, I did this, and we make the case. That's the one I was doing, and that's the one that didn't work out. Because many of the people who were principal actors in all those meetings we're holding, when the election started, I discovered that they were reserve agents of some people. They tell them who to support, where to go. So you can meet an activist who is talking and say, I like this candidate, he's going on radio. He's not talking because he knows the candidate. He's talking because his political leader has told him who to support. So whether you negotiate with him from here to end of time, you'll just be wasting your time and be reporting back to people whom you don't know. And those people will tell them where to go ultimately. And that's where they will go.
Okay, Prince, for me, being as a northerner, typical northerner from Kaduna State, I know what we have gone through with our own people, that, we traditionally feel, even if somebody from your area becomes president, it's an arrangement just to have you govern for a short while and we take it back. Because we believe we are born to govern and rule. That's the mindset we've been given from when we grew up. And that's why, it's important that Nigerians know this, that even the Tinubu factor with the president-elect, we know as Northerners that is just an arrangement that is for a short while. It's not for real. So now, looking at the three, because now they said it's and the matter is in court, by PDP and Labour Party and Obi have gone to court, and now the thing is with the tribunal. But let's say Nigerians were given a choice to do another, let's say the thing is cancelled for whatever reason, and they have to go back to the polls. there's always a first time. Things that have never happened before can happen.
Yes.
So let's say that becomes a scenario where we have to go back to the polls and choose from the three of them. I know people are talking about the FCT, they're talking about, the Tinubu has this thing about drugs and whatever. But let's leave that. Let's just come to the issue of election. Let's say the votes really count and Nigerians are allowed to vote. And you, as a person, seeing that you run, but Showore run, for me, as a northerner, I was for Buhari because, that's what we've been trained to do. And I also thought Buhari coming in with the background of his military and how he was against corruption, we didn't like what was going on during Jonathan. So we really wanted to see change. And then the greatest disappointment we have had as Northerners, you can see that in the way Daura people respond, Katsina people respond. That tells you how we feel about what Buhari has done to us as Northerners. So we wanted change. And in this change, we know Atiku, I supported Atiku in 2019. And my reason for supporting Atiku was that I was tired of Buhari. And I felt that among two devils, there's still a safer devil that worked with Jonathan. And there certain things were a little bit better than what they are now. But with Buhari, it's a complete breakdown, free for all, for his people. And the insecurity and everything. So as Northerners, with what we have suffered, I just wanted change. So the narrative of trying to tell us, like we have always done, that we should only vote for our Northern brothers, and especially if they are Muslim. They paint that to us growing up. So now, let's say these three have to run. Forgetting all the other sentiments, who among them, since we can't talk about Showore, we can't talk about some of those people you are bringing up, because that's a story for another day to build up for the future. But now there's a Nigeria that they need to govern for another 4 years. Who would you say among the three devils is the one you think may be a better devil to be a placeholder and keep Nigeria at least a little bit sane and peaceful and some level of prosperity? As you are against poverty, you stand for people to prosper, and then the security in the nation. Who among them do you think that has a ray of little light that Nigerians, let's hope that this person becomes the one?
Okay, now let me make it clear. There is no possibility of a three-man race under our constitution. It doesn't exist. What the court can do, anytime there is a runoff, it must be two people, it can't be three. So let us not think of the impossible. You cannot have a race of three people. No. If the election is cancelled, totally, all of us are back. In which case, we'll go and negotiate very well based on parameter. I will bring my poverty, anti-insecurity, anti-unaccountability to the table. And have to bring his own. So instead, the possibility is this. You may still have a chance to vote for me in this election because they may cancel it and all of us are back. Or they may ask the top two to go and do the run. So you have to choose between 1 and 2, not 1 and 3. No. So let's just get that clear. So that's just the law. That's how the law works. So it's either they will say Tinubu and Tiku, in which case all of us will burst into tears. Or they will remove one of them. I don't know how they will do it because from what I'm reading, and I'm not saying I'm the best reader of it, the Labour did not make enough effort to knock off Atiku's numbers very well. They will knock off a few, but I don't see them. I don't think they did even join Atiku as a defendant in the election. So if you don't join Atiku as a defendant, the court will not touch any of Atiku's votes because you have to make Atiku a defendant. So you either now attack number one and jump from number 3 to number 1 if they add the number 1 vote to you, and Atiku remain number 2 for life. You know, and if it's Atiku's petition that is sustained, the Atiku petition will not be out. Though if they do a rerun, it will be Atiku, because you don't know who. There are 3 possibilities. The court may throw everything out and say, I'm tired of all this thing, get out of here. Let the man continue. Or the court might say, I don't agree with Obi at all. Obi, you're out. But I agree with Atiku. So, therefore, Tinubu didn't win Jack. So you and Atiku go and join the rest of the 18 of you, go and contest again. Or you and Atiku, you won some, you lost some. So let's now know out of these 2, who is the big boy. Go and run again. In which case, you will now tell me to choose between Atiku and Tinubu. I'm very busy. I will not come and vote. I will have other things to do with my time at that point, because they look alike, they talk alike, and they walk alike. They are very close, and they are brothers. They're like, I even don't know why, if Tinubu's mother has a son that is missing, that son is Atiku. You know, so and if anybody is missing Atiku's family, definitely it's Tinubu, and they found each other now. So that's all is clear. So if on the other hand, the court says, Atiku, I don't understand what you are saying. You are not bringing enough evidence. I told you, but Obi, you have brought enough evidence. Therefore, you have proved to me that you got more votes than Tinubu. So Tinubu becomes number 2. Atiku goes to number 3. Then they can say Tinubu and Obi to go for the run. But it's very unlikely, because the court will never, through Peter Obi's petition, comment on Atiku, because Atiku is not a party. They will not comment. Even if they bring evidence and say that Atiku stood on top of ballot box, set fire on it, and slapped the returning officer and put a gun to his head, as long as you didn't join him, the court will not pronounce on it. Person is not joined.
Prince, let me interject here. There's a question from Pansat on the comment section. There are actually 2. I'll try to mix them up. One of them is, he wanted to know if you were aware that Premium Times did their own calculation based on the results on IREV, and that River State was given to Tinubu, that he did not win the state. The other question is the transmission of results. Do you know why they did not transmit the presidential results? Why they were able to do that for the Senate and the House?
Okay, let me just make it clear. Number 1, nothing surprises me. If you go and say that I am the winner of River State, I will not be surprised. So, and with how popular Obi is there, if you say Obi is the winner of River State, I will not be surprised. So nothing surprises me. What concerns me is what is relevant to the court is whether you can bring enough resolve sheets. Forget about IRF. People don't understand law. IRF is meaningless in law. Take the resource sheets. Take the BVAS and use it to prove that Peter Obi won River State. If the court finds so, the court will reverse and give reverse to Peter Obi. But it doesn't mean that the court will cancel would automatically remove Tinubu. The court will just count how many votes Tinubu got, the one you can prove. And you must prove it polling unit by polling unit. So if it turns out that when they adjust the number, Peter Obi, maybe I don't have the number in my head. Maybe Peter Obi lost to, according to Annex, maybe Peter Obi lost to Tinubu by 100,000 votes. If it turns out that Peter Obi will defeat Tinubu with 300,000 more votes, so they will remove 300,000 from Tinubu, add it to Peter Obi will still be third. Nothing changes. So,
and they won't touch Atiku, correct?
No, because Atiku is a man from heaven. He doesn't know because he doesn't offend anybody. He's a simple man. He doesn't disturb anybody. Because if you have any case against him, you are supposed to add his name to the petition. If you don't add his name, the court will not mention him. It's not a party to the case. Cannot pronounce against him in any way. So,
okay. What about the other one about transmission of presidential?
If you go and read my speech of October 1, 2021, where I predicted that where it suits anybody in INEC, the server can work, server may not work. But in any case, so it's very clear that if you are using the server, they may decide to upload all the results if they are satisfied with it. They may decide to hold on to the uploading of the result. That decision may be taken by national chairman of INEC. It may not be taken by national chairman of INEC. It can be taken by a local person who is in charge of the ICT there. It can disable area where they want to assist somebody. I don't know whether people want to pretend that they don't know that a week, 2 weeks to the election, INEC staff were going from politician to politician, advertising how they can help you in one way or the other. So people like us to them, go and help yourself, God help me. But I'm not sure everybody did that. So, but in any case, what does it matter? The Supreme Court has said, whatever you see in the IRF is a third-hand information. That is, the court will not rely on IRF. Go and read Adeleke, go and read Oyetola versus Adeleke, and go and read Oni versus APC and INEC. The one SDP for file. We work very hard on the case. It's from that case we learn everything that will happen. Where we went to INEC and they gave us the result. When we went back, they changed the result. They said the BVAT was still delivering the baby. You know, it's labor. You know, when you go to labor room, so women will deliver immediately. So women will be in prolonged labor. That's how it is with beavers. So some beavers will send their result immediately. Some beavers will be thinking about it and all of that. So by the time we go back to the court said, is it your beavers? We said, no, sir. Whose beavers? INEC. How will I believe you over INEC? INEC is the owner of the beavers. INEC tell us, which baby did your beavers deliver? They said, this one. That's what we can do. So APC used that one to cheat us there because we defeated them. Then the same APC, when it came to Osho, they learned from what SDP did. They also did the research like us and used beavers. I said PDP cheated them because we don't care. So it's like that. So I know how this goes, and you can see that people, IRF, only the court of Twitter is interested in beavers, in the IRF. The Supreme Court says, don't bring IRF to me at all. I once argued a case in the Supreme Court over card reader. The Supreme Court only allowed me to announce my name. Before I finish announcing my name, they're already asking me, hey, my friend, why did you talk about card reader? I'm going to show me the Constitution where card reader is. Show me Electoral Act. My Lord, they don't wish your Lord. So I only managed to come out of the Supreme Court alive. You know, I packed my bag and walk away. And that was the case of Emeho versus Okowa, where they didn't use card reader at all. They didn't accredit anybody. So all of this, and I've been doing election petitions since when? So I will now go to court, go and file a case, and my junior at the bar will now be cross-examining me and ridiculing me. So I know what the law is. So what matters is that if you want to show that your party won Rivers, not APC, make sure you bring all the resource sheets, you bring them to the Court of Appeal, you take it one by one, polling unit by polling unit, you do a table of it. If there's a contradiction, if there are 15,000 contradictions in INEC tabulation, and there's only one contradiction in your own, the court will take that of INEC and reject your own. Because the court says INEC has presumption of regularity. The court believes that INEC will not have, all the wise people in INEC could not have declared result without checking it well. So, but if you can show to the court that, contrary to what you believe, let me demonstrate to you. See this one, this is the actual result, see what they declared. Go to the next one, this is the actual result, see what they declared. Look at their own result itself. Do the computation. The calculation of all these sums comes to 43,300. Look at what they wrote there. They wrote 12,000. The court can do the calculation and say, you are right. So all those things you can prove. But if you go into all this INEC will bring 15 experts on the internet who will say, as you are going to Gudu Hill, the signal tends to go down. So the beavers can catch fever. So they will got to be writing everything down. So because you have placed to your hand by diverting yourself to an area that has probability, they will bring all the experts. They will waste all your time. But if you are clinical, you go straight to the matter, get the resource sheets for each polling unit, get the beavers, and make sure that you can extract the beavers result and get INEC to agree that this beavers result came from their own beavers. Because INEC has duplicate beavers. So if the result of your beavers doesn't favor that, they will say, that was the original beavers we programmed. But as we're getting to Oluku Junction, there was traffic. The guy now climbed a stone. The tire was punctured. So we had to calibrate the one for Cross River and immediately send them to Anambra State. So that beaver you are talking about is not the beavers we use. The beaver we use is different beavers. Because we say INEC is right. INEC is the owner of the beavers. So it's a lot of processes. And as I'm talking, we're entering day 45 in the petition. So, but it's doable. People have done it in the past, but you must be very clinical. You must forget about illusion. And of course, you'll be fatigued. You'll be tired. The lawyer will go for lunch. You'll get confused. One lawyer will catch malaria, and that person will represent you the next day because you meet day to day. So one witness will pretend to be on your side. In the witness, when you are in your chamber, he will say it's on your side. He will testify. When you enter court, he will say, I can't remember. I cannot remember. No. Or he will testify well for you. And then when they want to cross-examine him, when INEC lawyer want to cross-examine, he will say, actually, they just called me. So that thing I said, I heard from Timothy, who is my neighbor. He will destroy everything you have done. So that is why I say, when you go to court, there are a lot of things that happen there, but it can still be possible. Don't lose hope.
Doctor,
Nobu is here to renew our hope.
Dan, go ahead.
Please, so bro, on a softer note, I know my first time I attacked you was a little bit.
No problem. I came to be attacked as long as I get the vote.
On a softer note now, so what you are telling us now, or my understanding, I'm very lucky today. I'm off work, so I have enough time to listen to this.
Well, we are both jobless today. I don't have a job myself. So the job I wanted, they didn't give me, so I'm here.
To be honest, I mentioned it because I'm a busy man, but today I was off, so I said today I will just spend all my time here.
Your situation is slightly better than mine then.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say from your final analysis, I mean, your Dr. Dami said you should be a comedian, and I think he's pointing on a good angle about our country. I love Nigeria greatly. I must tell you, sometimes I cry when I remember Nigeria. I used to cry.
Yes.
I'm not saying this for
election
sake, because unfortunately I've left Nigeria for so long time, and I've been yearning. When I say yearning, to go back there.
Yes.
But sometimes I don't have the courage because I'm a free man. I don't want to look over my shoulder. But what you have just painted now, it's like, now what is sometimes Sowore is, I like Sowore so much. And where he stopped last time, he was talking about revolution now. I brought this thing up many times. Even I've talked about it about my own self. But now that you have painted Nigeria in a way that is very hopeless to me.
It's not hopeless. It's only technical.
But all this, all with all the we put it in English, technical, this and that. But the bottom line, from what you have just printed of what is happening in the poor man's last hope, somebody will come, oh, I didn't say this, oh, I was sleeping, or I did not understand, somebody did this. You will see that people like us have given up hope. Now, tell me, as an expert and people who are still struggling for Nigeria, where do we stand?
Okay, this is where we stand. Let us not deceive ourselves. We are like people who lay our bed anyhow, turn the bed upside down, and then we refuse to lie on it the way it is. Let me tell you what is happening. It's not only in election, but particularly election is relevant now. Everything we do, we have a tendency to cheat. This thing I'm telling you about INEC, you will find the same thing when people are writing JAM, when they're writing WAEC, when they're writing professional exam, when they're recruiting people into the services. It's just like that. It's a culture where, one, people don't want to do what is right. That's one factor. Ideally, we are not supposed to be taking our election to the election tribunal. We are supposed to get the election right because we are a country that is under serious threat and fragile. So we are supposed to. How many countries have 350? Do you know how much we spend on that election? We spend over $1 trillion. We spend. INEC alone took 350 billion. Then, do you know how many candidates bought? I paid 35 million naira to SDP to buy form. I campaigned, did poster, travel all over. My travel expenses were hundreds of millions. I have to carry people travel all over the place. Then imagine what Labour Party spent. Imagine what APC spent. Imagine what PDP spent. I don't even understand that PDP, they had a contract with people. If you go and raise money for them, they give you 10%. They turn into business. Before they enter the government, they're already doing 10%. So then the media, how much people spend. Then other people, then the man hours that we lost, and so many things. So when you put everything together, we close our eyes. That money can build Ahmadu Bello University in every state. The money we spend on this election can build equivalent of Ahmadu Bello University in every state. It can build University of Lagos in every state. It can build University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in every state. Maybe it cannot build Ife because that university is not their mate. That one costs more money. So, but all these other ones, it can build one of them in every state. But we blew it to get what? A happy population. The winner cannot rejoice. The loser cannot rest in peace. So we got it. And everybody who is coming to touch it is potentially going to end their career. Because if Mahmoud Avanek is selling Akara, no Nigeria will buy from him. They will say, exactly. So then look at all the career. Then the judges themselves, they are going to church every day to pray and go to mosque. That this petition, as they are on their own, the devil should not bring wahala to them as they are hearing this petition now. So everybody who is touching it. So the problem is this. We only complain about the part of the cheating that doesn't favor us. I keep saying it. Everything that happened in this election, let it happen exactly the way it happened. If Mahmoud has opened his mouth and said, Atiku Abubakar of PDP is the winner, Dino will not be jumping in that hall. He will be celebrating. He will be hugging Tambua, hugging everybody. If everything happened exactly the way it happened, and Mahmoud didn't put his glasses, just pronounced, Peter Gregory Obi is the winner, Obedient will not be complaining. They will quit Twitter. They will be on the street celebrating. They will not go back and say, let us review this process, even though we are the one declared. Is the process correct? They will not. They don't want to hear it. Anybody who mentions it, they will say, you are a devil. So this is the problem in Nigeria. So we must become interested in the process as a whole. And we start complaining from the beginning. INEC, the way it is not designed to give you free and fair election. INEC is an instrument of the political status quo to determine succession. So right now, if election stands the way it is now, it is Tinubu that will choose the next INEC chairman. And I can guarantee you that person will make you to say Mahmoud Yakubu is an angel. Because we started with Akpata, if you know who Justice Akpata was. Then we went to Gobadia, if you know who Gobadia was. Then we went to Iwu, if you know who Iwu was. Then we went to Jega, if you know who Jega was. Then we went to Mahmoud. Next time, the person we are going to may be a full-time ex-convict. They will just bring him and say, it's okay. And by our law, if Tinubu goes to Kuje prison, or the prison is close to Akunonu, if you know that prison there, if he goes there and picks somebody, if the Senate say the person is okay, under our law, the person is okay. There's what you can do. So we may start to think of a process where we have a, whereas in other countries, INEC is composed by the political parties. You bring your own person, I bring my own person, all of them will become INEC. So all of us will supervise the process together. That's how some countries do it. The political party will bring the INEC. In some places, the INEC, like Ghana, the INEC will come from the judicial branch. If you trust the court so much, that is the court that will tell us the final winner. You may as well allow the judges to select the INEC people. So you start to make changes from there. However, the criminality that people commit, even if you are going to get your passport in Nigerian Immigration Service, the people inside the service will make it difficult, and then we have middlemen who will say, I can get it for you. The same thing is what we do in election. You now form a political party and say you want to register in Nigeria. If you don't give money to INEC staff, you cannot even register your political party. Start from political party registration, you must pay money. If you don't have a consultant inside INEC, they will not even reply your letter. Two, even if you have a political party, if you want to do your primaries, INEC must be there before you do your convention or to do your congress. If you don't give INEC people money to come and witness your congress, they will not come. And if they come, you don't give them money. Another political party elsewhere that is not your own party can give them money, and that person will choose your candidate for you inside your party. So it is not only an election day, beepers. So we must go through the process to realize that people who spend 364 days lying to each other, cheating in every other human interaction, will not suddenly be honest on election day and suspend their dishonesty for that day. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Dr. Damages, can I ask a question, please? Dr. Damages.
Let me turn my turn again.
Just one question, please. Dr. Damages.
I don't know who is speaking. Please, no.
BQB. Let me just ask you a question.
We can't see your face.
Yeah, you see my face now. 1 second, you will see my face now. Can you see my face now?
BQB, but you just come now. Exercise patience.
Yeah, just one question so that I
We
can
know
see
they
the
follow rule again, Dr. Damage. We know they follow rule again.
Dr. Damages, let me just ask one question.
Make you know, follow rules.
Sorry, Mama. Let me just ask a question, Dr. Damages. Just one question. I will leave the space, please.
Hold on, BQB, hold on. I just want to make sure. Where are you? Why are you wearing mask first?
On the street.
You want to see my face? There's nothing with my face now. I'm just wearing mask.
I know. I just want, because we have a law that we just put in place that if people are wearing masks, we don't let them on. So I wanted to know if there's a reason why you're wearing masks. Okay. And so that's
the law also require that you wait until you are called.
Yeah, exactly. So everybody waits, and this is how I give my priority. I give it to people who have not said anything. Everybody here had a chance to say something. So let me go to BQB, and then I'll go back to V, and then Gozeka, because Gozeka is in Nigeria, and John Abba, and then Mama Echo. BQB, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Mama. I just wanted to ask Prince Adewale. We cannot allow a drug baron to be our president. So what can we do to stop? And I also heard that May 29 is not in the constitution. So what can we do to stop the inauguration on May 29? That's my question.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. If you found a drug baron and you don't want it to be your president, you come and vote for me. Then the drug baron will lose because the court doesn't care whether you sell drug or you sell gogoro or you sell anything. It's not relevant to the court. And under Nigerian law, unless somebody has been prosecuted in court and a verdict of guilty is put there and the person serves the sentence and you have a certificate of conviction, the court will not listen to you. The court can even ask you to strike it out. So don't assume that all the people who ran for president are good people. So there may be 2 or 3 drug barons there, not only one. But that's not relevant to the court. What concerns the court is that if you say somebody has committed a crime, you must come to court with a certificate of conviction. Is there anybody? If you don't know, you Google it, you will see it. Whichever country you are calling. If it's US, you look at the state. If the state is Illinois, you go to the state of Illinois, they have a certificate of conviction. If it's New York, they have it. If any other state. If it's UK, you have it. So you bring it. Remember, we did one case. Nigerians don't ever believe. They don't remember things. Remember, we did one case for so long. The case of Ibori, where somebody said Ibori was an ex-convict. I don't know if you remember the case. That he stole building material and all of that. We did the case all the way to Supreme Court. The court said, show me certificate of conviction from the court. People said, I was there when he was begging the judge. He was crying. I was even the one who drove him to Kuje prison, whatever. The court said, show me. That was why court registrars became essential commodity at that time. Who was the registrar of the court at that time? So go and study the case. It's in law report. My problem with Nigeria is that we believe in oral tradition. Everything that happened, we forget the past, as if it don't happen before. But we have prosecuted many cases, and the court has set the standard for proving whether somebody is a drug baron or not, is a murderer or not, is a thief or not. But you can use it in a campaign. You can use anything in a campaign. There are, in the time of doing opposition research, because in election there's something called opposition research. When I were doing opposition research, I found out so many things about the different presidential candidates. But I decided which one can be used, which one cannot be used. Anyone that implicated criminality, I'll have to see the certificate. If I don't see it, I don't talk about it. You know? So that is the point. So if you go to court and you're able to prove it, the court will say you are correct. But remember the issue of timeline. Every offense, every conviction must have taken place within the last 10 years. Then May 29 is not the Constitution. You see, that is very clear. It is there in the Constitution. What it says is that no president must go past his tenure. And your presidency ends when your successor is sworn in. So that is what is special about May 29. If anything happens now and we have a judicial declaration and another president is sworn in on August 13, August 13 becomes the new anniversary. Because what you don't want to make sure is that when people say go and rule us for 4 years, you don't spend 1 hour after 4 years. You go away. That's the whole idea of it.
All right, thank you. Holding that, Prince, do you want to? I'm worried about you. You've been here for 5 hours. You've not even stopped talking or gotten up to. You need 3 minutes break. I think you should.
Tinubu has done 8 hours before, so if he claims to be younger, why are you asking him?
If you need it, I can take it on your behalf.
Okay,
if you
yeah.
need the break,
On my
you can
behalf.
use my name to take the break to help yourself.
Oh no, take it on your behalf. Take it on my behalf. Let's take 3
Okay.
minutes and we'll be back. Just 3 minutes.
Don't play
All
my
right.
album right
Play
here.
my uncle. Play
It's
my
called
uncle.
Spirit of
Yeah,
Love.
yeah, of course.
We're very
There's nothing
pleased to
else I
welcome Majek Sashek.
If you
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, so long, for too long. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you have the right. They say you are brown. They say you have the right. They say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Sit down for so
album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek
welcome back, everybody.
Sashek.
I don't know how we ended up like this.
Album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome.
All right. Someone changed. Okay.
What's going on in that studio?
Where is Prince? Okay. Rudolph, I know. Can you hear me? What?
Yes.
How many systems are you using, Rudolph?
Album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Seshek. Album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Seshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, too long, for too long. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America.
That is compatible with work.
Oh my goodness. Rudolph, can you hear me, Rudolph?
Yeah, I've been trying to.
Good. Okay.
My system froze, so I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop anything. So, and I have two of them. All right, I'm sorry about it.
What you need is a blunt break.
A what?
A blunt break.
Don't listen to it.
That's why you are getting things mixed up.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for thank you, everybody, for staying. Prince, thank you for hanging in with us. Dominic, why am I seeing you as the only person on the screen? Are you?
No, I can see all of us.
Okay.
There's something wrong with your screen.
Something is happening here. I'm sorry.
Are you only seeing Rudolph, or can you see everybody? There's Rudolph, myself, there's Prince Adewole, there's that.
Okay. All right. I think we.
Dominic, when I say Rudolph is sober, you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Rudolph, switch to the other system. I can lead the conversation for now, and you switch to the other system.
Okay. Can you? Okay, you can lead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think the next person that's supposed to speak is
now.
Yeah. Then Mama because she's in Nigeria, and then Mama H. Ovie, go ahead.
Don Anthony is bluntly speaking.
You're not awake.
Prince, Prince. Let's come back to reality. Right? Yes, election yesterday. Let's come to today. What do you think with the general masses, Nigerians? What do you think the practical step we can take to make sure we push for full local government autonomy? Or maybe if we're asking for too much state autonomy, but what do you think we can do? Because I believe for us, the ordinary Nigerians, to enjoy the democracy, government have to actually be based in the local level. So what do we do to free local government from the state and the federal government?
There are two approaches to local government administration, the constitutional approaches. You can have an approach whereby in the constitution, we allow each state to determine their local government policy. That's one approach. In which case, we have a federation of federal government and states. So when you get to each state, they will make domestic laws inside their state. So if it's Imo State, you go to Owerri and pass your local government law in Owerri there. And that local government law will determine whether you want your local government to be freer than that of Plateau State. So you can get to a state where the local government system is different, local government is very strong, in some places it's weak. The other approach you can have is to have a 3-tier federation. If you have a 3-tier federation, the local governments are not part of the state. Local government are on their own. In which case, you have the federal government, the state government, and the local government. And you must give constitutional subject matters to local government, like controlling the market and things. And then when you have concurrent subject, that concurrency must also attach to local government. So they can also set up schools, do things like that. In which case, there can also be local government prison. Because now there are going to be state prisons. Now, from now on, the state will have their prisons. So you may also allow local government to have their prisons and things like that. So because I know some people have gone and spent one night in county jail before, whether for overspeeding or DUI or something. And those county jails, county means local government in American system. So if you can, as a lawyer, I've gone to county jail to go and bail clients before. So local government can run prisons too. So long and short of it is that our federation is not well defined, even for ourselves. I'm not saying it should look like that of Canada, that of India, no. Even ourselves, our constitution is not well defined because we make rules according to the problem of that day. We don't think through. So people who say, I want local government autonomy today, if in about 2 or 3 years, we start discovering that some local government chairmen are misusing local government money, they will change their mind. We don't want local government autonomy again. It's the state to sack the local government chairman. 1 minute, you want local government autonomy. Next minute, you want the state government to sack the local government chairman. So we need to be consistent. So for me, if you were to ask me, my ideal constitutional order is that there should be state, and the states should come together and form the federation. Each state should go and pass laws for the local government administration in their state. That way, they can use the peculiarity of their state to do it. But if that is not doable, the second choice is that just outrightly give the local government constitutional autonomy, not just mention them in passing in section 7 of the Constitution, that just like any other inchoate provision, that the system of local government administration shall be guaranteed under the Constitution. A democratically elected local government shall be guaranteed. And then you gazetted them in the Constitution. No local government. There's one local government recently that they misspell his name in the Constitution. It's part of the constitutional amendment we made now. Because the typist who was typing the local government made a mistake. So that local government has been bearing the wrong name since 1999, even though that's not their name. But by law, they must bear that name because that name has been wrongly spelled in the Constitution. But Buhari just rescued the state now by giving them a typographically correct name. You know? So those are the problems of local government. But it doesn't mean that local governments are going to do well, because the local government chairmen to have learned how to blow siren, how to have chief of staff, how to have overbloated this thing, and how to go to Dubai for weekend. So you are going to transfer the corruption to local government, but over time, you will be able to correct the problem. Because the problem facing us in Nigeria is that if anything worked in the past, like the regions, they were very effective in the past, like local government, they were very effective in the past. We won't agree that in them, we will assume, oh, it is because they were regions. But if you create a South-South region and put Wike in charge, instead of 40-year-old whiskey, it will be 400-year-old whiskey. Because by the time you combine all the resources of the state together, it will be taking 400-year-old whiskey, not 40-year whiskey anymore. And if you put all the, if Tinubu was governor of Lagos, and people are saying he has become spectacularly richer than Bill Gates. So imagine if he was the premier of Western region. That means it will be even fantabulously richer than Jeff Bezos. So that if you say, so it is the same way. If you create Southeast as a region, and God abundantly blesses Southeast because it's rich, is full of talent, resources, and everything, and God looked at it and say, since I have blessed these Southeast people very well, let me give Ikpeazu to them as their premier. Let him help me develop them. So Ikpeazu of Abia State will now be one to develop the region. So what will it look like? So I think that instead of looking at the form of government, we should look at the quality of people. That is why don't shout on people if they criticize a political leader. If they criticize all these countries, they try to raise a higher standard for their leaders because they know that these people are making decisions on the life of everybody. So if you criticize a leader, people should, if any, like me now, 1 year ago, who criticized me, apart from my wife? That's the only person who has monopoly of criticism. Every other person, why do I care? But immediately I put myself forward. I put powder on my face, I took pictures, I started doing poster and everything. I'm subject to criticism. Therefore, if you are supporting Tinubu and I criticize him, as you can see in some of my tweets, if I criticize Peter Obi, that Peter Obi has not shown honesty, he denies everything. Everything you must deny first. You can't be perfect. If there are some things you did wrong, if it's the public domain, you can say, yes, I did it. I spoke like that. I was on the call, but maybe I misspoke. I apologize. You move on. So if I criticize him, obedience will sell their house and go and buy airtime and go on Twitter. So to fight to the finish. So if you don't want us to criticize the man, but you want to criticize another person's leader, that person you call drug baron is somebody's leader. So your own leader too should be criticized. So if we get used to that, then we'll have more accountable people because they will know that you can criticize me. If you catch me doing something, you must explain. If the person who paid $460,000 to US government does not come and explain it, whether he was making donation to Red Cross or helping them, he must come and explain. The same person who was taken aside in a London airport must also come and say it, that I was just going, they didn't like the color of my dress, and the immigration guard said I didn't greet her, this is what happened. You must give a full disclosure. You cannot say, oh, one person come and explain his own, to that person, oh, he was set up by the devil. Where does it go? You must use the same standard. If you hear my voice, this is my voice, who doesn't know it? If I sing, who will buy the music? My voice is unique. So if you hear my voice calling daddy or mommy somewhere, just tell him, go and confess. You didn't kill somebody. Yeah, it is me. It was the heat of the election. and misspoke, or you move on. But no, it didn't happen. No, so we are pretending. We are all the same people, and we cannot say that we want to be like this forever. No, it's wrong. We must know that if you're a good man, stay in your house. But if you enter politics, account for your time in primary school, secondary school, university, anywhere. If anybody question you, answer the question clearly. If I'm a follower, so I have one a principle that there's no offense a politician can commit that people cannot forgive. I've seen it all over the world. The difference in our own politics is that your defender and supporter will not even let you come and explain yourself. They will be fighting on your behalf, blocking. Whereas Clinton, US president, you know what he did. He had an affair inside the White House. He also lied under oath. Eventually, he confessed. He was grabbed. He still won second term. So it is not that Nigerians can't forgive, but we must have a culture of accountability. And it's not only in politics. Anywhere you go, if a pastor molests a church member, the church member of the church will be causing the victim. The victim will not beg heaven. How can you say our papa, our leader, did it? They will defend. So we are a culture that love criticizing thieves, but we receive stolen goods. We like to criticize corruption, but we say people who serve us are stupendously rich. So we defend a lot of things. So we are a country of accomplices, and we have to stop being a country of accomplices. You should be able to question everything and everyone, not just people you don't like.
Thank you so much. That's an interesting explanation that I think people needed to hear. Angozika, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Demoji. So, Mr. Prince, I was going to ask a question about the kind of politics we play, which you have seen your interviews where you disassociated yourself from the kind of politics you play. You've made it clear on several platforms that you did not give shishi. It's funny that I should use that word for you because the people that use it, you seem to have a disdain for everything about them. But that's just by the way. You didn't give shishi. I recall in one interview, you said that they came to you, one of your, I think, party coordinators or something came to you and said, Prince, these people, they like you. They want to vote for you, but you bring something now for them. And you said, I'm not giving them anything. So I wanted to ask you a question about the kind of politics we play. Then something, and propaganda. Then something very funny happened. DQB came online. And every single person on this panel knew what DQB came to do. It just sort of puts my question to rest about this whole propaganda thing the politicians did during these last election cycles. How a certain camp will start a certain rumor and turn around and pin it on another camp. That it was them that started the rumor. Every single person here knows that BQB is pro-Agbado. Every single
What is Agbado? First and foremost, the language you are using is not a democratic language. For example,
sir.
now.
Sorry,
No,
sir.
I'm not telling you.
Everybody
It's
knows
your
that
right.
BQB. Everybody knows that BQB is pro-APC. Am I
So you can see now. What? No, excuse me.
I am
Just
trying
1
to
second.
make it.
No, just 1 second. Go to that. 1 second.
I've not answered
1
the
second.
question. I've not asked the
No,
question.
what?
I've not asked the
Wait
question.
first.
Hold on.
Wait.
You don't know what I want to say now. You can't tell me to wait.
Wait.
Don't tell me to wait, sir. Let me finish. I'll be done
If
in
you cannot
30 seconds.
listen to me, if you want me to answer your question and I say wait, let me tell
Ask the
you.
question. I have
I'm
not
not
asked
saying
the
stop.
question. So
I'm
what are
saying
you answering,
wait.
sir?
Wait. I'm not saying stop. I will still listen to you. I just want to let you know that you have a right to use that expression. But if the another side calls your own person another name, don't overreact. Or two options: don't use pejorative language, or if you use it, take your own. You get my point, but you can continue.
for the record, Agbado is not derogative. I mean, it was their principal that said it. He said they will give Agbado, but that's by the way. So what I was saying is this:
Yes.
UQB came here under the guise of trying to ask a question and said something. He claims obedience, want to know so badly, just to
Dozika, we
stare.
can't hear you anymore.
Can
I
you hear
can
me
hear
now?
here.
Okay.
Oh,
So you said he is saying that BKB it came from another camp, but was masquerading and say he was asking the question on behalf of another camp, which he doesn't
yes,
belong
sir.
to. Correct?
So that yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is what I'm saying. So we all saw what happened, and this puts to rest most of the things that happened during election, where various vicious rumors were started, rumors that led to serious problems were started. And now I think all of us have seen what happened. You cannot claim to be ignorant after what just happened. These people just showed their hand without knowing it. They just showed their hand. So I want to ask, if you do not support the kind of politics you say most Nigerian politicians do, and you did not give anything, you refused to be part of the their shady ways of doing things, their underhand ways of doing things, and you claim that every political party cheated, that
I
you
didn't say
were the
every.
only one.
I think we over summarized. I didn't say every. I said those who are complaining.
Oh, you did.
I don't. Well, political party. So where is the political party? Did he cheat anybody?
Okay, so
Yes.
please, let's just, please, who are those that cheated?
Don't
Let
use the
me
word
know if I
every.
should continue with the question or if I should just stop.
Continue.
No,
Continue.
because it's, so you said some political parties cheated, and in one of the videos you said that you have it,
Why I
you have
answered you
it
was
on good
because
authority.
why I stopped where I interjected was that you purported to be quoting me and you are misquoting me. So because somebody may leave before you finish your question. So if you misquote me, I'm entitled to stop you. But if you are answering your question voluntarily from your mind, you are free. But if you are misquoting me, I should stop you because if I say let me correct you later, somebody may have left and they will go away with the wrong impression when you misquoted me. So go ahead now.
Okay, can I continue now?
Yes.
So some political parties cheated, and you know these political parties that cheated, and you had nothing against their cheating. You did not say anything. You did not come out to sort of contest the results when they are announced, even when you clearly stated that some of these in one of your interviews you said that is it LP was giving out dollars. I recall very well. You said that the LP people were giving out dollars in one of the states. So you know these people cheated. At least some of them cheated. So why didn't you say anything? Is it that he didn't favor you, or you didn't
If I
care
didn't say
less?
anything, how did you hear it?
Less?
I think let us be. If I didn't say, how did you hear it? You said I didn't say anything. So if I didn't say anything, how did you hear it?
Before the declaration of the result.
Oh, okay. So somebody, election day is one day. I am in my house. I'm receiving reports. What happened to you here? This one did this. I'm receiving reports till the night of the election. So how many things will I report? I'm receiving different things. So it's only when election was over and the media invited me. It wasn't the first time I was saying it. I was saying to different people. People I knew in labor, I was questioning them. Anyway, you, my friend, go stop talking. What of you? What did you do here? What did you do there? So I was questioning. But when Arise TV called me, I didn't call them. They called me and said, come and talk about what happened in the election. And they asked me, why this, why that? And I explained to them, this is what I saw. This is what I heard. This is what happened. Then APC people, they collected their own quietly. PDP collected their own quietly. LP people collected their own quietly. But the obedient, who are not necessarily LP, who are just people, whether they are in Canada, they are in New Zealand, they are everywhere, started complaining when they saw it. So I don't really worry too much about that. But everything that I say, I'm saying it inside Nigeria. And I'm saying it openly. I'm not hiding in one corner. So, and the people concerned, they're hearing me. So if you are not happy about it, instead of being disappointed with me, you should be disappointed with your people. You should start an internal inquiry. Did anybody do anything on our behalf? Who went to where on our behalf? And things like that. That's all you should be doing. But not to say, it cannot happen because we are angels. So who's the devil
But
in
Obi
Nigeria?
has spoken on that matter. He clearly stated that he did not give anybody anything to any money to influence the results for him. He has
Who?
spoken on the matter, but you don't seem to take
Who?
his word for it.
Who?
Mr. Peter Obi, sir.
Please, let me, it's very good. Maybe you should study law. Mr. Peter Obi is not a fool. He's a highly intelligent man. And if you listen to his question, the way he talks, you know that this man, his brain is correct. He said, I did not. He didn't say it did not happen. He said, I did not. So, are you getting my point? So, did I say I saw Peter Obi giving them the money? It could be anybody else. He said, I did not. He spoke for himself. So, he said, I did not give Shishi. Did the Shishi come out of his pocket? If he doesn't give Shishi and his well-wishers give Shishi times 100, what's his business? He is talking for himself. So the man is highly intelligent. So people who are following should be as intelligent as he is. The man said, I did not. He spoke for himself only. But you want to speak for Obedient worldwide, speak for Labour Party worldwide.
You are suggesting
Even
that
though if you go to review the video, you will see certain states where people are coming with coolers, coming with physical objects that they are holding. But I'm not here as a prosecutor of labor. It's just because if I met 25 boys doing horseplay and they broke a glass, and you ask, how was this glass broken? I will say, I met 25 boys horsing around the place and they carelessly broke the glass. But there will be one mother who doesn't want the truth, who will say, my son cannot be part of them and be making noise. That mother is the one that has problem. Because other mothers may say, oh, really? Let me go and ask my son whether he did it. Or, this is not good, or forget about it. But there will be a particular mother. I gave an illustration, somebody I did one of the saying that when I was growing up, there was a school in my town where my hometown, where my cousin was attending. They found out that the kids in that school were not coming to classes. They would go into the bush, and I was at 1985. They would go into the bush, smoking weed and do other things there. So one day they gathered all the boys and gathered them together and took them to the school principal. Every family was saying, my son must have been influenced by other people. My son must have been influenced by other people. Every family who spoke in the PTA started the introduction by saying, my son is a catechist. My son is singing the choir. My son is an altar boy. No parent. It was only my grandmother who said, my cousin is now somewhere in America. I don't want to embarrass or mention his name. That the boy has a tendency, I see, so I will deal with him. I took him and put him in another school. But the other parents were spending the whole time excusing why their own child was just caught in this thing. So when you study that, that's what happens in Nigeria. When something goes wrong, we don't want to admit that we may associate with some people inside our political party who are desperate as other people. Because if you study it, you see that if you look at all these political parties, the candidates came from different political parties. Some of the people you see in Labour today, they did not know each other from Adam. They just happen to be on the same ballot. Each person has their own characteristics, how they win their election, how they do their things. It's only obedient people, some of them, who have closed their ears that anything that is unflattering, that's uncomplimentary, that is not positive, that was attributed to their party or member is work of the enemy. Because after God created all Nigerians and rested, he now created obedience. But in reality, if you do a study of your members, you will see that some of them were in APC just 6 weeks before the election. Some of them were in PDP 6 weeks before the election. Some of them were in different parties. Some of them were in SDP. Some of the top actors in Labour, they were with me in SDP. So politicians move around. So if you are given any information about what happened anywhere, keep an open mind. Investigate it. If it turns out that the thing is bogus, not correct, fine. But don't form an automatic block and block your ears and block all senses. Anything against, it doesn't go that way.
All right, thank you. Let's welcome new
Echo's next, or do you want to go to a new?
Okay, Echo, so that there won't be.
Yeah.
Mama Echo, go ahead.
Mama's hand almost dropped out, so Mama, go ahead.
Prince, why you not do comedy?
Well, I don't want to compete with Udo.
Because if you like that, you become your own comedy pass AYO. For you to sustain us for almost 6 hours with your comedy.
Sometimes when we are dealing with difficult subjects like this that can make us cry, because our country, when we are dealing with difficult like this, occasionally you have to humor yourself, because if we are serious, we will be in tears from the beginning of January 1 to the end. Because every opportunity given to us to turn our life around, we bungle it. So, but,
I haven't listened to you all day. He confirmed one thing. I say it every time. The Nigeria problem is caused by all of us. And all of us could solve Nigeria problem. To talk of those who are supposed to be your agents working for another political party is heartbreaking. And probably people like Showore experience the same thing.
Worse.
It's heartbreaking. So the people who even put, I say it, the Agbados, not be their picking do all this thing, no. Not be their picking. We that are being oppressed, now we choose stomach infrastructure against our suffering. Make una ready o. Yani. In the next 4 years, una go chop it well, because the money when they even don't give una, it don't almost finish. But man, I not carry una telephone call any of my pikin for abroad. Make it go inside snow, work, send money for now. Make una not try it. Because those of us here, it's not easy. A lot of people do 3 to 4 jobs. All effort to make Nigeria better in this very one. Una man go wide. So then una go tell SDP say una won't be their agent. One polling unit, they go give una envelope. Una go change the game. It's sad. It's really sad. Nigeria, if we don't get out of this, we put ourselves by making up our mind to do the right thing. It will consume everybody. It will. It will. So let us point it fingers.
Mama Echo, let me just say something. And it will make our brothers and sisters in the Labour Party obedient to understand. In SDP now, we have started an internal process of finding out what happened in the election. You must have seen the news that the entire executive in Delta State dissolved. And we are going from state to state like that. We dissolved the entire executive completely because they work for PDP there full time. So the entire school is gone. We are starting afresh there.
It's not only dissolve, they need to go to jail. Some people need to go to jail for them to learn their lesson.
All right, Mama Echo, thank you. Let's Dominic, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I was just, Mr. Adewale should be a comedian. I think we have one person who is new, Ike, who has a question. But I just wanted to make a few points and then head out, if it's fine with you, Rudolph.
Okay.
And if Ike is fine with that. Yeah. Thank you for all your submission, Prince Adewale. I mean, I agree with some of them, some I don't necessarily agree with, but I would say I've learned a lot today. And I'm someone who's always open to learning. I'm going to pull us back a little bit and I'm going to head out. And then if you feel like this is something that's worth talking about, we can talk about it. I want to talk about the FCT question. I know some people have heard of it. You made a very good point. I think some people didn't listen. I don't think a lot of people listened to it. Maybe they didn't hold on to it. You said two deaths of 36 states and two thirds in FCT. That word makes it that FCT. Okay, hold that scenario on one hand, or two thirds of 36 states and FCT. Right? There's a difference there. In my understanding of English language and studying creative writing, here's what I interpret. Here's what I get. Just straight up, literally, just at that sentence. It says 2/3 of 36 states. And because FCT cannot be regarded as a state, you have to always list it separately. The question is whether you say including FCT or whether you say and FCT. But in my understanding of that sentence, the FCT is included in the whole and it's not a separate entity. That's my understanding. So 2/3 of 36 states and FCT. You can't even use the words include, because if you say 2/3 of 36 states including FCT, that is a tautology, because FCT is not even a state, so you can't even say including. I'm only saying this because I know some people have made that comment before in the past. 2/3 of 36 states including FCT makes no sense, because FCT is not a state. That is why you always have to state it independently. And now you come to the question of 2/3 of 36 states and FCT. I personally think it's straightforward. It doesn't give FCT any special rights. And I'm not saying it because I support any one person or another. Many people who know me on this show know that when it comes to political lineage, leaning, I tend to lean towards Shawara. But I've also said that sometimes we may not, the prevailing political scenario or political movements may not have space for someone like Shawara. And therefore, sometimes it's fine to go with someone who fits that particular day and age, which is someone like Peter. It doesn't mean I'm supposed to be. It just means I sort of think in terms of where things are going now and being practical, maybe Peter fits into that. And so he may be someone who can transition Nigeria from that part of still meddling with people who are corrupt, having visits with the owners of Nigeria, which I don't agree with, and then transition to a point whereby you can have someone who is a purist, political purist like Shaw. I've made that point. It doesn't mean I'm supposed to be. When it comes to voting, if I had, I've lived in the US for many years. If I had a PVC to vote, I'll vote for Shaw. I won't vote for Obi. That's pretty straightforward. I just wanted to make that clear for people in the comment section. So when I'm talking about the FCT, this is my understanding of it in my years of studying creative writing. I think it's pretty straightforward. Anyone who tries to bring ambiguity into it may be doing so because their principle, it favors them. If it was the other way around, I suspect a lot of people will be thinking about it differently. That's what I wanted to point out. I don't think there's any ambiguity here. I think people are just making excuses where there is none.
All right, thank you.
I don't want to comment on the comment. The only thing I can say, I don't want to comment on the comment. The only thing I can say is this. People, if we want our democracy to last, people must not be defensive or apologetic about who they support. In a democracy, if it's going to work, everybody who comes out is entitled to their set of supporters. I listen to many people talking. They will start to explain why they're supporting. Just support who you want. If you want to support Atiku, I believe that those who are supporting Atiku, a lot of them are patriots. It's just that they don't see Nigeria the way I see it. So I see them as patriots, because if they were not patriotic, they would not even partake at all. So if Atiku is the person you think you want to support, don't be ashamed of it. Don't hide. Support him. Those who support Tinubu, it is their right. There are people who are patriotic and support Tinubu. It's your choice. If you want to support Peter Obi, it's your choice. Don't have to be defensive. People in a democracy, the important thing is that where majority support goes is where the direction of the country will go. So we'll start persuading each other. So if I see somebody who is a supporter of Tinubu, I will explain to you why it doesn't work for you and it's not the right thing to do. Come and support this side. So I don't want people to feel like they need to explain why they support. Anybody who comes up who is a Nigerian citizen is entitled to, you are free in your mind to support who you want.
All right.
But I will always persuade people that if you want to deal with the issue of poverty, insecurity, and accountability issue, look at the Chapter 2 of the Constitution and listen to people and look at their track record and listen to what they say. It is better for you to lean towards those who are most likely to address those issues than carry away by sentiment. Something else.
All right, thank you. I know that John Alva and
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Yeah.
and Ike are waiting to ask their questions, but I had to. This is part of our laws that Thomas was trying to join us. I told him only if he will park his car and wait, and then I will let him in. So he's waiting to. Let me just get him to ask a question, and then we'll go on again. Thomas, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord Rudolph. Thank you for having me. I don't want to break the rules. I'll park my car.
Oh, I thought you were
Yes, I like to follow the rules.
He's driving.
Yes.
He's driving. So
you were
I've parked already. Yeah.
No, actually,
So I've parked already. Thank you for having me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Salute to everyone. Thus, I will address this, then I'll go to my prince. Thank you for the good job you are doing about the rules you set yesterday. Me and some of my friends, we decided not to come on your platform anymore because of the level of insults and cursing on your platform. But since you make the rule yesterday, I said, let me give it a go.
I beg, make you not catch break. Not be you when we got for Maya Good Diary. Not be you, they beg me to.
So what I'm saying is that we've decided not to come on your platform anymore. But yesterday you make a good rules, and I was brought up in a family when you curse or you insult, we can't stand it. So, but you make a good rule yesterday. Kudos to Shosho for what he did yesterday. Now I think I can be back on your platform now. I know nobody will bully me or curse me. Oh, that's one aside. To my prince, I'm your best. I'm your best supporter. I campaign for you from Australia to Nigeria. I campaign for you. I am your best supporter on internet. I campaign for you, my family, everybody. I am your best supporter. I'm your best supporter. You are doing
Thank
a
you
great
very
job.
much, and Rudolph, on my behalf, please thank Thomas.
Yeah, I will get his contacts. Maybe he will bring us to Australia too.
Yes, so are you too? You are Aussie. I know, Prince. You are Aussie too. I'm your best supporter. I salute you, your courage.
Australia,
yes, I salute your courage. I'm in Melbourne, in Victoria. I salute your courage. My question is just few, so I can rush back to work. I parked my car. I don't want to break the rules. Since this election has gone now, we've declared the president, which is the Tinubu, is the president-elect. So, do you think anything that can stop him not to be inaugurate or swearing in 29, aside for death? I don't pray death for him. I wish him good health, because some people still think in their head something will stop him. They will not swear him. Thank you. So I can go back to my driving. Thank you.
I don't know tomorrow. I always believe in this saying, Madu Abrochuku. Man is not God. So I don't know tomorrow. So the man may be on his way to Eagle Square and go and see an eagle and follow the eagle somewhere. Not know where Eagle Square is located. So the man, The man, anything can happen. He may travel and forget to come back. Anything can happen. But if he shows up in Eagle Square, he has a right to be sworn in. If he shows up before they finish the ceremony, he has a right to be sworn in. So that is sure. And if he doesn't come to Eagle Square, the chief judge can drive to his house and swear me in there. So what is clear is that Buhari doesn't want to stay in the villa anymore. Possibly doesn't want to stay in Nigeria anymore. He wants to go to Niger. So Buhari is going to ensure that he calls him to remind him that, please come and take your thing. I'm out of here. So that is sure. But if he doesn't show up, if Shetima, who appears to be highly ambitious, I know he cannot miss it. If he shows up, they will swear Shetima in. So Shetima will become vice president. So it will be a case that the president is not around. So Shetima will be acting president until Tinubu shows up. But if Tinubu shows up, goes to Eagle Square, anywhere they agree to meet, he is sworn in, is the president-elect. However, that has zero effect on the cases in court. The case remains the same. If the case was strong, it remains strong. If the case was weak, it remains weak. The fact that you have sworn somebody in does not change anything about what's before the court. The court will not hesitate to apply the law. If they apply the law, the person will quit the place. If the law says you quit, or the judge says you quit. So those who are anxious about May 29, don't be over anxious. For the sake of the country, not for the sake of Tinubu, the country cannot have illegality, cannot have interim, cannot have vacuum. So the person declared by law. So as we speak today, as the law of Nigeria stands, Tinubu is 100% president-elect. Whether you have petition against him, petition does not remove it. It's 100%. Because by law, once INEC pronounces and returns the person, it's automatic in law. But the challenge is still on. And if you want him to go, then you have to pay more attention to the presentation of the case in the court to see that at least the people who are pursuing the case give it their best. Any other thing is just distraction.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Ike. You've been waiting for a long time. Ike, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everybody that is here. I think I'm tired of politicians talking about segmental and stuff like that, using America as an example and stuff like that. What are we talking about? When we see black, we call it white. When we see white, we call it black. It doesn't make sense why all these people, when they come around, they try to confuse us that what we are looking at, they are making us the less we look, the more we look, the less we see. If you, Prince, and you sit down over here and tell us, I don't live in Nigeria. I'm sorry to tell you, I don't live in Nigeria.
What to be sorry about, mate? You have to survive.
I go to Nigeria all the time. I have voted for 24 years in United States. I have voted every election for 24 years. If you're telling me that $789 million that we spend in this election, and now we're going to spend more in judiciary, and you're telling me that this is elections, then I will tell you, I'm sorry, sir. This is a sham. This is the biggest con that we have had in modern time. People say President of United States, last President of United States is a con artist. I think this is the biggest con that we have seen in modern time. Sir, this is not election number one. And there's something I agree with you. Anybody that keep hoping that Tinubu will not be inaugurated on the 29th, that person is a fool. That person doesn't have a fundamental understanding of what is going on. He's going to be elected. He's now president-elect. He will be inaugurated, and he will be president. If people don't understand that, they're going to go and check their greasy head because it's not going to work. Now, sir, please explain to me the fundamental when you say that this person cheat and this person cheat. I kind of see you when you talk. When I was going to church, when you talk, you put some Igbo on it. That means you kind of have Igbo friends, and you use our ideology, things we use, say that says this is this. Sir, Peter Obi is not in the league of anybody that is a politician in Nigeria. I'm sorry to tell you, because I'm from Anambra State. When he was ruling Anambra State, he ruled Anambra State very well. And for me, when I look at politicians, what they did in the state, a lot of time in US, you say Biden was a Senate for a long time. The only person that I will say that wasn't in the government before, in my time, in the last 30 years, is Trump. The rest of them have been a governor or one thing or the other. Why do we hold one person, one man, accountable so much when we talk about him? He's the only one that grant interviews, the only one that make people hold him accountable. He exposed himself. I disagree with him sometimes when he exposed himself this way. You alluded by saying that if we want to ask somebody something, we are entitled to ask that person, what is this? Why is this? Why would we hold Peter B only on that? We can't ask Tinubu question because his people are shading him. We can't ask Atiku question because their people are shading him. Then they speak through proxies. People are speaking for them. How would we hold them accountable?
All right. Thank you, Ike.
Okay. Now, number one, I am not supposed to, comment on my opponents, but the election is over. I want us to understand something clearly in Nigeria. One is this. If you are in politics, people are entitled to criticize you. Some politicians will have very passionate supporters. Some politicians will have critical supporters. So you will see certain candidates when they run for election and they are set to do something. Let me give you an example of one man, Herman Cain. Herman Cain was running for election, and there was this rumor. He's based in Georgia, and in those days I used to go to Georgia a lot. So Herman Cain used to be a radio commentator. Later, he said he wanted to run for president in the US. So one particular lady said that they had a relationship with Herman Cain. And Herman Cain is a Republican. And Republicans tend to claim that they are the firstborn of God in US politics. So now, when that rumor was drifting around, Herman Cain had to withdraw from the race. He stopped abruptly. He didn't force anybody. He didn't do anything. He stopped. But when Trump was running, every crime under the sun was ascribable to Trump. Tax problem, women problem, molestation problem, voice tape, all sorts of things. Grab them by this, grab them by that, everything. The more you criticize Trump, the more Trump supporters said God has ordained him to rescue us from the Democrats. He must be there. And the American church, the Bible Belt, everything they said they believe in the last 60 years, they abandoned it in order to accommodate Trump. Trump did not even know how to read chapter what's the Old Testament, what's the New Testament. They didn't care. So all the pastors came together and supported Trump. So in politics, there's no fairness. So if you are a supporter of Peter Obi, you can say he granted more interview than any other person. I see it like a mother saying, my baby is the most beautiful. Even though the nose and the eye may not agree, but the mother will say, my baby is the most beautiful. There's no offense in that. In the sense that I know for sure that Sowore granted more interviews than Peter Obi. That one for sure. If you are counting number of interviews, Sowore granted interview more than Peter Obi. And I granted more interview than Sowore, Peter Obi, Atiku, everybody combined. So, but a supporter of Peter Obi will say he's the one who has granted more interview than any other person. Now, Anambra State is located in Nigeria. It's one of our foremost states. And very few Anambrians will say they know Anambra more than I do, from local government to local government. All the 21 local government in Anambra State, I can go there this night. I will have where to sleep without going to a hotel. So I know Anambra very well. So, and many of the obedience who are talking, if they're going to ask Peter Obi, they know that we did long way back when he was governor. So I know him. So everybody can form their conclusion. The important thing is that if you want to support somebody, you will find what to use to support the person. There are those who will tell you that Tinubu built third mainland bridge, first mainland bridge, second mainland bridge. Tinubu invented the name of Lagos. And they will swear by that he produced the greatest geniuses. Before him, Lagos was nothing. He increased the idea. So if you want to support somebody, they will always support. And if you call Buba Galadima, it was Kwankwaso that invented the name of Nigeria. And is the best person to have ever happened is Mr. Education. So everybody is free. So don't get overly sensitive over how somebody supports his own candidate. What is clear is that all of us agree. I don't know about other people, maybe only APC people, but all of us agree that the election was not what we were promised, and that the election was marred by irregularities, and the election fell short. All of us agree. The only people who disagree with me are two people. One, APC, because they say, anywhere they see me, stop talking nonsense. We want fair and square. We want fair and square. Second people who disagree with me, obedient. Don't say we play a part in the bad election. We didn't do anything bad. Those are the only two people. But the rest of Nigeria agree with me that my observation about the election is correct. Even INEC, who I criticize all the time, they've not said, oh, this man is being unfair to us. When I meet them, they will say, well, your observations are correct. But two people never agree with me, APC, because they want to say they won fair and square, because their man is most popular. He has been running for the past 30 years. He has connection everywhere, and everything was okay. And obedient, they don't want to agree that they participated or did anything wrong. So now, Nigeria has a series of good people who never became president. Starting with Abat Macaulay. You can't get a person better than that. And if you combine Peter Obi, to me, to Sowore, combine all of us together, none of us can carry the shoe of Nnamdi Azikiwe. He didn't become president. So now, when you now take second Aminu Kano, you cannot. What do you think that Sowore is doing? All Sowore's wahala, his entire life, is not up to one trouble for 1 week for Aminu Kano. But he didn't become president either. So Nigeria has a history of letting all the talents come. They listen to you as if they are listening to you. But on election day, they're going to do something else. Part of it is because of election rigging. Part of it is because the Nigerian people want the status quo. They only want the lower classes want a fairer share of the loot. The upper classes just want anything peace and quiet. That's what they want, peace and quiet. So now, if you are new in politics, you can say, if I'm drinking Coke or Fanta, you ask me, if it's Peter Obi, what will he drink? If I'm escorting my son to school, you ask me, as you are going to school now, if it's Peter Obi, will you drop your son? If you ask me, what hour of the day, you ask me, if it's Peter Obi, everything that you do is because your politics is surrounded by Peter Obi. And if you go to some parts of Nigeria, their politics is circumscribed around Tinubu. When I went around the north campaigning, I would make speeches, do everything. Then either the traditional ruler or the religious leader or the captain of industry, they will call me aside. The first question they will ask me, what is your relationship with Tinubu? So their politics is subscribed around Tinubu. Everywhere you go, they will say, what is your relationship with Tinubu? So when you come to Twitter, social media, people want to say, why did you not talk about somebody insulted Tinubu? Peter Obi? I am not interested in any of this. My politics is not around Peter Obi. It's not around Tinubu. My politics is around the Nigerian people and how we live in this country that has the wealth of a subcontinent. And we cannot kick poverty, insecurity, basic thing. That is to say, as I'm in my house now, blabbing my mouth, I have so much security that if Boko Haram wants to come and do something, they will think twice. But not every Nigerian has that level of security. Some are running from place to place. Can we not have a decent government that can give them peace of mind? Even in their poverty, let them not be kidnapped, let them not be shot at, let them not be killed. And if we are running our government, can we not do budgets, basic budgeting, that will take care of the feeding, education, healthcare of our people, so that not that all of them will become millionaires, but that we will not see cases of poverty in Nigeria. That's my concern. So if you now say that of all the people you know in Nigeria, only Peter Obi is the person who can do it, I will not agree with you. I will tell you, have you sat me and Peter Obi together and you interview both of us and you come to that conclusion? So I will not agree with you. When I met with President Obasanjo and they were saying, yeah, I know you can do this, you can do that, but this is where I'm going now. I said, yeah, that's where you are going now. I wasn't there when you decided to go where you are going. I wish you luck as you are going there. But if you want me to be part of anything, it will be something that I know that you call everybody together, you interview everybody and say, okay, this is what we want to do. You talk and say, well, after the review, we decided to go with this person. I can say, okay, let's go that way. But if you sat down in your house, I don't know what is motivating you, and you say you're supporting Tinubu, and all of you gang up, anywhere I go, anywhere they will be asking me, what's the relationship with Tinubu? And what's the relationship with Achiwaju? I'm not interested. And if I come down here, you say to me, I have a feeling that if INEC had declared Peter Obi as president, I will congratulate him. And I will not have any doubt that if he wants to govern Nigeria well, he can succeed in doing it. It's not difficult, it's not undoable. If he makes up his mind that he wants to be a good president. The same thing, if Peter Obi goes on leave and you put Sowore there, Sowore will do fantastic. He may even do far better than Peter Obi. So, and if you put, I want some of you to go, I know it's my opponent, but go and interview, go and review Malik Ado Ibrahim. If you listen to him, you will know that this guy is loaded up here, and he has experience, he has international connection, he has understanding of the issues, and is well grounded. So Nigeria is not short of people. I believe that even in Peter Obi's family, there will be people inside his family who are more qualified to be president than him himself. Even inside Agulu, his hometown, if you search well, you will find people who are better than him. So there's no There's nothing unique in my family. Even my wife, she's smarter than me. So there's nothing unique. It's just that if you come out and you want to run for office, it is only those who have come out that people have to make their choices from. And if Nigeria and I want a situation where Nigeria is like Germany. In Germany, any political party that wins, Germany is not in trouble because they have a system where they screen off all the miscreants and screen off all the people who have one problem or the other. You know that one of the greatest problems facing German politicians is that as you are getting popular in your campaign, somebody will go to your university and pick your master's thesis and say that you plagiarize one paragraph. If you go and check the politics of Germany, most candidates fall down because of academic issues. They will say in your PhD thesis, you plagiarize something, the person will withdraw. So, Biden, he ran against Clinton in the 90s. The reason why Biden withdrew was that he made a speech somewhere where he plagiarized somebody's quotation but did not credit the person. So, if you bring your best candidates forward, in the process of cross-checking, they will discover that this your candidate may have one problem which does not allow him to advance. So you must have an ability to have a set of criteria. If you have this, if these criteria are genuine, the criteria will not point to only one person. Any criteria you have in leadership selection that points to only one person is a system that is faulty. You are just hero worshiping. Because if you ask me now to write the name of 30 people who can be president of Nigeria very well, apart from me, I will give them to you. I will tell you, go and get Mogalu. He will do it very well. Go and get Chukuma Soludo. He will do very well. Go and get Pate. Go and get... I will list them. You know, I know Rudolph thought I'm going to list him, but you are a moderator. I cannot list you at this point. So what I'm saying generally is that you must enter politics based on a set of criteria. But immediately you tell me, and the people made a lot of mistakes. My mother's generation made a lot of mistakes and they wasted their time in politics. By saying only Awolowo was the only person who can... Awolowo died and Nigeria continued. So you must... 8 years ago, many people I met whom I thought had a lot of intelligence, they will tell you that Buhari is the only one. Every other person in Nigeria is corrupt. Only one man is not corrupt. That one man has got a doctorate now in that field called corruption. But they said that man was the only man who was not corrupt. And if you argue, they will tell you, Buhari saved money, Buhari did this. So I don't like hero worshippers. Tell me, in our democracy, this is what I believe. This the criteria of our leaders. And we will work towards that. I will agree with you completely. But I'm not against Peter Obi, I'm not against anybody. I just understand the problem of Nigeria, and I believe that Peter Obi is one of those that if we're guided, if he sticks to his conscience, if he opens his mind more, it can be one of those that will solve the Nigeria problem if given the opportunity. But it doesn't have to be him. But it's good enough.
Thank you, Prince. So we are running out of time. So we will ask the remaining people to just go straight to their question, and hopefully he will give us a very an answer in 2 minutes. So I will start with Jonava. He's been calm and quiet. I know I saw. I can see you, Jonava. You go first. Forefathers, then X0. You go, and then CM first before you, because CM came first. So Jonava, go. If you have a question, because I know people have been talking about if you talk.
No, just want something. Hey, can I ask you just 1 second question? If you were given a political appointment by Tinubu, will you accept it? It's a yes or no question, Prince.
It's not a yes or no question.
Okay, all right, don't worry. Thank you.
But I can answer it by saying, Tinubu, I don't think he will do that, because why would he do that? He has enough list of people. But all I know is this: presidency of Nigeria does not belong to Tinubu. So if Tinubu is sworn in and he survives his election challenge, I will give him maximum cooperation. In fact, before he survives the election challenge, the day he's sworn in, go and ask people in Buhari's government, as much as I criticize them, every opportunity to be of assistance to them, you can go and ask President Jonathan, you can ask, is late now. You can ask Obasanjo, anybody, you can ask governor, anybody. If you are serving Nigeria in any capacity, I'll give you support. Not support your misconduct, but anywhere you need help, anywhere you're getting something wrong, I will let it be clear to you. So I don't have anything against Tinubu. If he becomes president of Nigeria and is derailing, like some of the people he's sending to go to Washington now, I've been criticizing them because some of the things they are trying to agree with the World Bank will kill the government and it will kill us. So I will not say, I have animosity, let him fail. No. If we didn't elect him, if he came through the window, once he's sitting down in that place, he must not fail because his failure will mean that they will be killing people in Benue, they will be kidnapping people in Kaduna, children will be dying of Kwashoko somewhere. So he must not fail. So if he does something, but what he cannot do is start to rope me into his family structure. No. But if he says, what do you think about this? I'll give him the answer. And things like that. And I will do that for Peter Obi. I'll do that for Kwankwaso. I'll do that for Atiku, anybody, because it's my country. It doesn't belong to them.
All right, thank you. John Abba.
Thank you again, Prince, for coming to the show, for your time, your dedication to Nigerian, and creating this awareness. My question to you is this. If you are given the ticket from APC or PDP as a presidential candidate, will you run under it? And then to follow up with a junior question, do you have any problem with the Constitution?
I advise people to keep away from PDP and APC. Keep away. Run as far as your leg can carry you. Not because they are not Nigerians, but because they have 1,000 layers of reinforcement of bad behavior. Reinforcement. So if you go and join, it's impossible. I can tell you that. The best option for us is to try, unfortunately we didn't do so, to try to keep them out of power. So that if they are out of power, we put another system in power. They can now learn good politics. But I can spend time. I don't hate them. I have some friends there. But the negative reinforcement is too bad, because what is normal to them is not normal to normal human beings. Like when you talk about vote buying, all this, it's like their birthright. And so you cannot go there. Their delegates want to be paid money. The people who support that, they spend so much. Do you know the amount of money they put in this election? They are going to go there to go and grab their money. So you can't join them. So no, it's difficult. I know some people say you can sneak in, get to the top of them. I think that was what Peter Obi believed before, that you can sneak in, become vice president there, and then eventually become the presidential candidate. Then you run away from there eventually. But it's a very difficult place to be. I've spoken to Obasanjo, tore his card. Obasanjo is a tough cookie. Obasanjo is very tough. Even the Tasmanian devil, when you see Obasanjo, he will run. But Obasanjo, he tore his card. He gave up for the PDP. And I spent the last decade trying to retire PDP. So that shows to you how difficult PDP is. Then APC, they are tough cookies. You can see the last 8 years. They are very tough. So I don't think I want to go there. Not because I cannot compete, but you cannot compete ethically there. That's the point I'm making. You cannot compete ethically. The ordinary choosing of a House of Assembly member, they do so much illegality than you would do for presidency elsewhere. So that's my understanding. But maybe if they govern now, because Section B of APC is coming, Section A has finished its own, Section B is coming now. If they govern, you will see some sign that I don't count on that. Now, the Constitution is
Rudolph,
not
please send me
perfect.
back the link. My battery is dying, so I can get him on my system. Okay, send me the link again, please. My battery is dead. Okay, please.
The Constitution is not perfect, but the Constitution, in its worst portion, is still better than the quality of leaders that we have. So our Constitution is like having a car that doesn't have tail light, the brake doesn't work too well, has no spare tire, and some other issues. You have to jump start it. But the driver is blind and has never driven before. He's completely blind and he has never driven before. And on top of that, he likes to drink before going to the wheels. So even if you remove the car and give him a race car, he will still crash into the ravine because the driver is not a good driver. He's not fit to drive. So before you can now do something about the Constitution, I think, others may disagree, I think that you will get people who conscientiously want to implement the Constitution. And that their honest work is being drawn back by the constitutional inelegance. You can say, you see, these people are trying their best, but the Constitution is the problem for them. But the people we have are approaching the Constitution from the point of view of evasion. They don't want to obey it. So it doesn't matter how you draft it, they will not obey it. I tweeted something recently. President Buhari, the most honest man on the planet after Noah, spent 22.7 trillion unauthorized, unbudgeted, unaccounted for. Apart from his own budget that is mismanaged, he spent 22.7 trillion. So when they came to National Assembly said, what? Where did you get the money? Why did you spend it? What happened? He got Emefiele to print the money and blew the money. Now, this National Assembly went and passed it and ratified it, because if they didn't ratify it, immediately Buhari leaves Eagle Square, police supposed to arrest him and take him to jail from there. So they went and passed it, even though Senate said they will not pass it. But PDP, there they didn't complain. ABGA is there, they didn't complain. And nobody complained. No, they just quietly passed it. So when I saw that it has been passed, I started calling people. They said, I have passed now. We passed the solution. So I tweeted on it. Nigerians did not pick it. Nigerian media did not pick it. They're not interested. So it doesn't matter how you draft the Constitution. A man who says, I am not going to obey the law, will not obey the law. So you can make the law better. You can do whatever. He has made up his mind that he will not obey the law. That is clear. So,
all right, thank you. Let's go to forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, and clearly you appear to be a lot more relaxed now than you were during the campaign. That said, there are a lot of things you said today that seems to indicate a level of hostility towards the obedience that is not exactly deserving. Because I noticed that you tend to use either comical or, belittling description of them when describing them, but when describing the other side, you go about using APC instead of going after Tinubu or anything like that. I describe the other. You see, there are certain things I hear from people. I read between the lines of what they are saying, and I said it once here that when there was a time when I looked at Nigerians, I was like plague on all of you, all the elders and all the politicians in Nigeria, because some of the things you people have done has got us to this point, and I take responsibility too. So I'm not trying to say that I'm not part of the problem, but some of the things you've said here today, like let me just read some of the ones. You said something about the interview. That people were saying that P2B made himself more available for interview. You know what they were referring to. They're talking about the major candidates. but you just pretended as if you didn't know that. The major
Excuse
candidate
me.
is the one that
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Peter Obi made himself more available among the 3 or 4 major candidates than any of the other ones.
Why would I listen to you talking about 3 or 4 candidates when I'm a candidate, the other candidate? So that is nonsensical. It shows that you are part of the problem of Nigeria, because if you are saying that Showore is not a major candidate, how do you determine that? Because he didn't go and collect money from corrupt people? Do you think that, let me tell you, do you think that if Showore starts singing, calling everybody daddy, and they are raising money for him, he will not have money to become a major candidate, your idea of major candidate? This is the contradiction in our generation. You cannot say major candidate or no major candidate. That was where the rigging started from. So it was an excuse now to not expose candidates to the same stage for media exposure, to not expose the same candidate to interview together, to debate together. So, and that mindset, if you carry it, because election is over now, if you carry it to the next election, you will win the election again, because your so-called major candidates represent the same tendency. The same people give them money. I know people who gave money to Peter Obi, they go to Atiku, they go to Tinubu, because they see them as, I can tolerate these people. So they are the same people. So what's the meaning of the major candidate? Then number 2, I have a right. What you need to understand is this. In a competition, I have a right to criticize my opponent, to show that I'm better than my opponent. So if I criticize Obi, I may criticize Obi because I suspect that people of similar constituencies are going to be considering us. I may not criticize Atiku. Those who vote for Atiku, they will continue to vote for Atiku. They're not going to look in my direction because we don't have the same constituency. So even when you are running in the primaries, you know who you draw your strategy. You know candidates that you particularly will know that people will be comparing. So I will let you continue. I just want to let you know there is no animosity there. And when people are competing,
you seem to have trouble mentioning the name of Tinubu. It's like, what is that?
Sorry. First and foremost, you carry Tinubu in your mind.
No, I don't.
You do, because you are. Excuse me. You carry Tinubu on your mind. I ran for office. You didn't run, so you can't tell me how to campaign. What I can tell you is that in the course of my campaign, if you go and review, because many people, the problem they have is that they focus only on their candidates, so they don't even review other people's interviews to see how much the other person talked and who he mentioned. Now, I mentioned Tinubu, Atiku. I even gave an interview where I said, that if I don't win, I will still be happy if Tinubu and Atiku did not win. You get my point? So, but you can't set me up to focus on one particular person or the other, because I'm getting research from my field operatives. They are telling me who is my competitor, who is considering me, and also considering person. So I know who to attack. And if you think that I didn't receive attacks from Tinubu, I didn't receive attack from Atiku, I didn't receive attack from Obi, you are wasting your time, because I receive a lot of attack from them, but everybody knows how. So somebody may decide to say that if Showore wants to attack you, Showore will come out and frontally attack you. Some other person have another idea. They will say, you are my brother, how are you? But they will gather 50 people to be insulting you, to be attacking you. They are also attacking you. They are attacking you by proxy, because some people don't like confrontation, but they will be attacking you, but they will use other people to do so. Tinubu will attack you. How does he attack you? He will let you set up all your apparatus. Then he will investigate who is the key man in your team. Then he will lure that person to his side. And that person doesn't have to leave you. That person will still be with you. But that person will be with them. but he will still with you. So by the time you collapse, Tinubu will just be laughing at you. Atiku has his own way of attacking you. He will go and be collecting the list of your agents and be sending people to them and be giving money to candidates at your party. So I will be running for president, and Atiku will be giving money to somebody running for governor or senate under me. So everybody has their various methods of attacking their opponent. So you who are a bystander, you are not in the game. You are not in the thick of it. You cannot know why anybody is talking to anybody. So the candidate that he and I have spoken the most, sat down the most, is Peter Obi. If you are watching tapes, you will see there are times when Peter Obi and I will sit down together, waiting for one program or the other. Just two of us sit down 1 hour, because the program has not started, and we are sitting down there. Or it has started, it's not our turn yet. We are sitting down there, and we are just talking, asking questions. Prince, how are you coping? I see you here, I see you there. We exchange. But it's like boxing. If my twin brother is on the boxing ring, I will box the hell out of him. Because I need to win. But his wife will say, how can you treat your brother like this over one trophy? That's the wife's problem. But he decided to be my opponent. So you don't expect me to spend my time to give credit to Peter Obi. That's your job. That's not my job. So then secondly, why will I attack Ancient of Days, Tinubu? His supporters are not my supporters. He has his traditional rulers, all those people. They are not. He has his own vote block that are not my vote block. So that's the issue. So you compete where you feel. I have interest in the youth vote. I have interest in certain voting block. Peter Obi has interest there too. So if you notice, you will see that in the final configuration, if you see 10 people working in Peter Obi's campaign, 5 came from me. And if you see majority of people who are on Peter Obi's campaign, they will tell me, Prince, don't worry about Peter. Let us support Peter now because we believe in you. You are our next guy. They say it. So we have affinity. So, and when you have affinity, that's what the competition is. Why would I go and compete with Tinubu? Will I go and be competing with him over Sultan of Sokoto or Emir of Kano? He has his area settled. He knows where he's getting his vote from. I won't compete with Tuku because his voters are different from mine. But the people who have the same voters are Showore, Peter Obi, because he came. If Peter Obi has stayed in PDP, we will not have a problem. But he came into the smaller parties. So we, with the smaller party, we have the same food bet and we are struggling with it. So it's a fair competition. There's nothing there. And I don't hold, he doesn't owe me apology, I don't owe me apology. But what you can see is that throughout the campaign, I never lie against him. The only time I got angry with him was towards the end of the campaign. He lied against me. But I say I stepped down for him. He has made series of overture for people to talk to me, let's work together. It didn't work, it didn't materialize. I think that if you are doing far better than I'm doing, you are doing well, don't go and tell the public, oh, Prince has stepped down for me. And I think that's unfair. And if he didn't say it, it was said enough time for him to say, no, I don't like that style. And I've given many instances. I like to play ethical politics. Go and do investigation. Kano, the entire Kano executive of Labour Party, negotiated with my people for 3 weeks that they want to denounce Peter Obi and cross to SDP. I said, I don't do politics of that. I came to politics for opposite of this. Go and ask the entire northeast, the entire northeast of Labour. They had and met with Tony Gombe. People called me, they said they want to declare. I said, please, if they want to vote for us on election, they let them vote. But I don't want to join the campaign style that they are doing. It's a rough kind of politics. Eventually, they went and worked for Tinubu, Labour people in Kano. They went and joined Tinubu's camp. And Labour people in the Northeast went and worked for Tinubu as well. So I'm not involved in that. And I didn't go and say, oh, I know Peter Obi's girlfriend somewhere. He did something. I don't attack people. But to give me assassin job, I'm a warrior. I'm not an assassin. So if you are calling somebody drug dealer, cocaine pusher, kidnapper, I don't have to join you. No, you can be doing by yourself. Me, I will find more refined, more acceptable way to knock the person down without going frontally to accuse him of something that I cannot defend as a lawyer. So that's basically my own. But I also react to obedience more because when I finish now, you will see I've said so many things. By tomorrow, the APC people, Tinubu people will just read it and walk away. Atiku people can see me, why are you still attacking Waziri now? They leave it. But obedience will cook soup over it. They will organize fiesta of violence around it. They will dwell on it and cry for 1 week. So, for that reason, anywhere I go again, even if I tweet, "Good morning, Nigeria, let us be patriotic," they will start the attack. Which Nigeria? Are you Nigerian? Or you are this? So, it is like that. And that passion is not bad because.
But you are making my point. For the last 5 minutes, you are going at one side only again.
I don't know whether you are I don't know whether you are accurate. I don't know whether you are.
I've not finished my question.
Okay, finish your question. Finish your question now.
Yeah, because you spend 5 minutes or so just making the point I just made, that your criticism seems to be tilted against one side, and there might be reasons for this that may not be personal to you. I'm not making judgment. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing from you.
It's normal now. What is abnormal there? When I was in Kano, I was criticizing Kwankwaso because in Kano, I was looking for a block vote that will give me vote in Kano, and I spent my time criticizing Kwankwaso. When I went to Mumbai House in Aminu Kano's house, I won't mention Tinubu's name there. They don't know him. I think Kano people don't care about Tinubu. I won't mention Obi there. It's not from that movement. But I mentioned Kwankwaso because I know that in Mumbai House, they will have a choice to say, do we go with Kwankwaso or do we go with Prince? Kwankwaso, we know. He was governor in Kano here. So Prince has not been governor in Kano. So I spend my time making a case why I'm a better representation of Aminu Kano than Kwankwaso. In the evening, Kwankwaso called me. You enter Kano without license, and you are still talking about me there. So we chatted about it. So you go to the places. Campaign is strategic. You just don't talk generally anyhow. But you can spend 20 hours talking about somebody. His opponents may not be active online.
I have a couple of minutes.
They won't pick it.
No, Pansat, hold on. There are a lot of people who are on the line. We'll get to you.
And I'm just gonna be here a few minutes and I'm done.
Yeah, I know, but we have to. There are people that are been waiting. So, forefathers, we just leave it at that. Let me go to CM next.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. That's my luck. It's okay. I don't get.
Forefathers, look into your mic.
Yeah, your line is not well connected.
Yeah,
is it very low?
Okay.
Finally.
Yeah, it's better now. So let's get to CM. CM, go ahead.
I didn't get to ask anything at all, but it's okay.
So finally.
Forefathers, you get another chance. I promise you. Go ahead, CM.
I will not leave until I hear from you.
Okay. So finally, Prince Adewole, welcome to our roundtable. I know this is your second time, so to speak. I've listened to you, but and you've discussed almost the last election exhaustively. All you've been discussing is about the election or the fallout. But I want to put this to you. I won't put to you because I'm not a lawyer like you, but I will say this. During the last election, Ndi Igbo in Lagos were profiled for slaughtering, and they were slaughtered. You are aware of it, you know. Their businesses were burned down, running into billions of naira, not millions. Because if you tell me the car you drive, I will tell you the cost of the spare parts, and then we calculate. Now, an Igbo businessman who was shedding tears that security in Lagos do not listen to them, he said, let me protect myself. I will call my brothers from the east to come and help me be the megad at night to guard my shop because that is his means of livelihood. You can't invest billions in Lagos and leave it to miscreants to destroy. He just made the proposal. He was saying it that he will bring people to be guarding them at night so that Tinubu's people, Tinubu's area boys wouldn't destroy it. He was arrested. Oluomo, who Tinubu empowered, made a video which you are aware, you don't have to deny it, you should know, that Ndibo must not, if you can't vote for APC, don't come out. And they don't want Mama Kwode. The next day, 24 hours, Ndibo were slaughtered in cold blood in Lagos. You are aware. So I want to ask, how does this test to your sense of justice or injustice? I know you're a lawyer, so whatever I'm saying, I'm not making it up. You are aware. Now, secondly, have you bothered to attend the funeral of those Ndibo killed in Lagos as a result of this election? I say this because you want to be a president of a country. You should be seen not to be biased. Ndibo were slaughtered. So the question behind this question is, will you blame Ndibo if in the next round of election they profile the Yorubas for slaughtering and for burning their businesses? What will you say to that? And I want whatever you say will be on record. Thank you.
Okay, let me make this one this one is one of the easiest, even though it's one of the most difficult and sensitive subjects. Number one, let us get something clear. When you are talking about, I will start to do some research now. When you are talking about people being slaughtered, being killed, try as much as possible not to make these people faceless. Try, because they are human beings, they are Nigerians. Try to say Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C, Mr. D, like that. And I'm saying so for three reasons.
Okay. I give you one example because let me give you one example. Let me give you one example. Mr. Ikechukwu Mwaneke from Ezinifita Agwata, Anambra State, was slaughtered at Mushi, at Ladebo past market in Mushi on the 27th of February, being Monday. Election was held on the 25th, being Saturday. On Monday, he came out just to normal business. He saw everywhere locked up. He was asking people what is happening. They said all these area boys, Tinubu boys, say we shouldn't open. He phoned the wife, said, okay, he lives in Festac, but I won't disclose the address. He now said, okay, my wife is already didn't even want me to go out today, as if she had a premonition. She went into the shop, said, let me take one of the some cash I left there to go home and then continue. They swooped on him, asking him, why did you open? He said, no, open, I just want to take something. If this is the trachea here, somewhere around here, they stabbed him here. It's like a boss. It's a boss.
You lose all the blood now.
He was gushing out blood. Yeah. The knife they left it. The knife they left it there. He slumped. Before you know it, the oxygen supply to the brain dropped. The eye started turning. He slumped. I died there. So I'm a victim. So I've given you one name. If you want, I can supply you.
Okay, so what you will do for me?
Ohaneze chairman in Lagos. Hold on. Hey, hold on, because I like your sense of detail. So I can get in touch with the Ohaneze chairman in Lagos. He will give you the name so that you can go on funeral services and then where they are conducted and go and sympathize with them. Since giving you one, now that guy has died. 3 kids on the way. By June, the number 4 will arrive. The business is gone. What do you say to that? Thousands of them in Lagos. And moreover, somebody want to now say, let me bring my people from the east to guard my shop, targeting us for elimination. That person was arrested. Oluomo is still working everywhere. That's what I'm saying. How do you compare that? And because you want to be president of Nigeria. And do you now feel that if Ndibo should now regroup and target Yorubas for slaughtering, are you going to, if you kill me, I kill you? Is it bad? If they burn your chamber in Lagos, your law chamber, wherever it might be, How will you feel? And they target you, say, no. There's only
CM.
Sawakoba as a lawyer. He has a chamber. He's Igbo. Let's leave him. Let's go
CM,
to Adewole, who is a Yoruba man, on his chamber. How will you feel?
CM, that's enough. Okay.
Okay. Now, let us take it one by one. What I've identified from what you said now is that I think you said your name is Ike now, am I correct? Somebody from Aguata. Moneke. Yes. What we need to do so that we can have the same fact is that people, because for what you are saying now, election has even been concluded, but some people said nobody should open the market, and the deceased came and was trying to pick something in his shop, and some hoodlum went to him and said, why are you opening your shop? And then stabbed him in the neck and broke the artery, and he died. I, personally, before this week runs out, will go and meet the Ohanese, the person you mentioned to me, and take every information and take it, because I am highly interested in things like this. What you don't understand was that, or what you may not know, is that in the course of the campaign, just I didn't carry it, I went around many parts of Nigeria where people have suffered different kinds of attack and different kinds of, whether it's homicide, displacement, and all of that. In fact, I went to Adamawa State, where a family was wiped out because they were in another state, and they were attacked by thugs in that state, and they wiped out the entire family. Woman with the pregnancy she was having, and 4 children got wiped. Only the husband who was not home. So the husband now took the only surviving child, and they are somewhere around Geye in Adamawa State. I went there, but I didn't use it to campaign because I didn't want the family to think I used their tragedy to campaign. So all I can say to you is that in Nigeria of today, whether on election day, outside election day, we must have our ability to hold people accountable for the death or injury or harassment of any citizen. And the best way to do it is not to mix it with politics, because crime is a crime. Is to make sure that we document all these things. Document all these things and mention it precisely. So if you contact me directly or through Rudolph or any other means, and I will make sure that I dedicate time to get the facts, and I gather together to make sure that as a people, united people of Nigeria, we don't let that issue slide. And I promise you that we'll be doing monthly press conference on the progress, whether we got police, they didn't investigate it, we went, whatever we do, we will do it. Just the way Ganifa Emi did when Delegiwa was assassinated. Ganifa Emi ensured that he pursued it, he kept talking about it, he went to court, so we can do that. Now, what I can tell you, generally speaking, is that in Nigeria, we should have a common humanity. If somebody who is a Nigerian is living anywhere and is killed, we should respond to it without recourse to the person's ethnic affiliation or the other. So you kill a Hausa man in Kano, you kill Igbo man in Lagos, you kill Ondo man in Ibadan, I have the same reaction to it, that unlawful killing is part of the insecurity that we're talking about. What that gentleman suffered is insecurity. Maybe what took him to the shop was an attempt to fight poverty, but what led him to his death was insecurity. So I think that if we are not attached to ethnic label, religious label, because these murderers now, by saying by affiliating them with an ethnicity, you are drawing, you can draw sympathy for because some people are automatically defensive of their ethnicity. So if I went to the market in Kano and I got stabbed in my hand and somebody stole my money, it is easier for me to say, I went to Kano today, I was stabbed and they took my money. But if I say, Kanuri people robbed me in Kano, or Fulani people robbed me in Kano, or Hausa people robbed me in Kano, there are those who entire political career is dedicated to defending these identities. They will say, how do you know? So they will go into it. So I want to first pursue the matter because I feel touched by it, and I want to get the facts of the matter, and we can come back here and report on it. What happened to these people? How many are they? And things like that. What I can say to you about law enforcement in Nigeria is that, and I've spent many years dealing with them, law enforcement in Nigeria does not have any ethics. Doesn't follow any ethics. It follows sponsorship. Either somebody in government will say, go and arrest that man who said, I'm going to bring my people to come and protect me in Lagos, or go and arrest that person that killed somebody, or a person who has money, who has interest, will now go to the police station, start giving transport money to the policeman who is investigating the matter, start pursuing with it. That's how people get dealt with in Nigeria. And I want to tell you, additionally, I want to tell you is that politician who killed that Mr. Moneke will kill anybody, even if it's from their hometown. If the person is killed for political reason, they will kill somebody who is from their hometown if it's obstructing them in the way of getting power. You saw the one that happened in Kano, where the majority leader in the House of Representatives was charged to court for arson and murder, where in the course of struggling for election, it was alleged to have sent some people to go to some people's houses or building and burn it down and burn the people inside the house. So, and you remember in 2015.
Prince, please, I have to go. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Okay. Just a couple of questions, right?
Okay.
Please. All right. Rudolph is okay? Just a couple of questions, all right?
But he hasn't finished answering.
And I'll come back to it. Okay. Because you just have the potential, I have somewhere to go.
I really do have to go, but I'll probably meet you when I come back. I'm going to be off for a few minutes. Now, Prince, I want you to understand that our country, Nigeria, is in trouble, right? I've watched you come on shows. Like I said, you've done a lot of interviews, but it's very important for you to be particular, not to speak in abstract terms or legalese. I'm not going to give you fresh new questions. I want you to clarify the things you've already said. In that country where we have right now, that Nigeria, right? And you were one of those who contested. The first time that I saw you was you were being promoted by one of the people who run around this platform called Kulata. And he was wearing your avatar. He was proud of you. But shortly afterwards, maybe a couple of weeks, he jettisoned your avatar and then started supporting Tinubu at that time. So when you've been talking all along, some people have tried to question you. When you have a candidate such as Peter Obi and Tinubu and perhaps Atiku, when all is done, whether it's fair or not fair, it's narrowed down to those three. As one of them has to be president, and you're out. Show is out, and others. I want you to give me a judgment call. I want a judgment call, not abstracts and all kind of talk. Nobody's perfect, obviously. None of them is perfect. For what we need for our country to meet, have a more perfect union. Out of those three, I just want a name because I didn't have to go into the substance of why I called in. Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, who is it that's aligned to your imagination? Go to the zenith of your imagination for Nigeria. Who out of those three? Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi. Give me one name out of those three, then I'll continue.
Okay, the first part of your question
All I
appear
want is a
to
name, sir. Just give me a
no.
name.
Excuse me.
Out of those three, give me a name.
Let me understand you, please.
Excuse me.
If the first part of your question appear to be different from the latter part. The first part of your question was if they eliminate the other.
They're gonna remove me in a minute, right? Give me a name out of those three that's aligned with a progressive Nigeria that you want. As a young man, I could be your dad. So I want you to know that. As an African, I want you to respect me as somebody who could be your father, right? I'm older than you.
Yeah,
So
I've survived this kind of blackmail for a long time. If you live with your grandparents, you'll be escaping this all the time.
If you don't want to answer,
Let me tell you, it's not even you I'm looking at. I'm looking at the people who are going to be heartbroken. If you say I should go to the zenith of my imagination, before I even reach the middle of my imagination, it will eliminate the three of them.
Okay,
so
right, so you don't have to
I don't even reach the zenith.
Hold on.
But let me answer your question. Let me answer the question.
Hold on. Now,
okay.
No, just give me a name, or you don't have to. Give me a name, or you don't have to.
I am telling you that
you want to give me
if according to your question, I am to reach the zenith of my imagination. By the time I reach the middle of my imagination, none of them will be qualified. However, if something happened, because I don't know whether that's what your question is, that all other persons, I don't know whether they are disqualified or whatever, because there's no legal scenario in which only the three of them will be left. There's no such thing. It's either two people will be left or all of us will be back. But in an improbable scenario where all the other people withdraw their own and only these three people are left, I'll just tell the voters, choose any of them because they are equal to one another. There's no difference between them at all. So you can now use all other sentiments to make your choice. All other sentiment that works for you. Because if I promise you that this one will be better than the other, when I know that they are essentially from the same old status quo, then I will be like those people, like Pupa Galadima, who spent his entire 8 years apologizing for bringing Buhari. I don't want to spend 8 years apologizing for bringing any of the three. I don't think they will make a difference in the world and in Nigeria that I have in my mind. They won't. And many people who are supporting now, they should thank God if the person they are supporting doesn't win, because they won't have to regret. Because if all those times that Buhari was losing, those who supported Buhari, they had a moral ground that, oh, if the person we supported had won, Nigeria would have been perfect by now. But when eventually their wish came to pass and the person became president, now they are regretting it. So I suspect, and I pray not, but I suspect that those who are victorious now, that Tinubu has won, I hope in 4 years' time, they won't be crying. But I cannot recommend any of the three. I would rather recommend, but if any of them find themselves there, like Tinubu has found himself there, I will wish him well. I will give him maximum cooperation. That's how I see it. I don't see any difference. But if you list parameters for me, and ask me to judge my humble observation of each one, on education, where do they stand? On health, where do they stand? On chapter 2 of the Constitution, where do they stand? On accountability, where do they stand? Then I can give you data on each one from my opposition research. Then you can make up your mind whether one is better than the other.
All right, thank you, Prince. So, Mastro, I'll come to you next.
Yes.
But before then, I wanted to know if
So back to the Lagos unfortunate scenario.
Yeah, if you want to finish up with that.
Yeah, I want to finish up by saying that in Nigeria, every Nigerian who lives in any part of Nigeria is entitled to right to life, liberty, and peace of mind. And where this is violated, we should treat it as human rights violation. We should stop treating it as an ethnic issue. Because a human rights violation has no excuse. You should start treating it. A Nigerian in Lagos who is entitled to be there, who is going about his lawful duty, was killed by some miscreants. That, to me, is not because those people, if they meet Urobo man who fits the profile of that person, they will kill him. If they meet a Kanuri man who fits that profile, they will kill him. If they meet another Yoruba person who fits that, who is contrary to whatever intention they have, they will kill him. And I can tell you that if you document killings in this election, I think the peace committee, they were doing some part of it. I hope that we will also do something to get information. I think we will get a lot of information with which we can now prosecute people. But I'm not going to look at the killing of a Nigerian from an ethnic point of view. I'll look at it from violation of the law, and I'll look at it from abuse, violation of human rights, the right to life, and I will pursue it to the end. It's only when you are pursuing the killing that anybody now comes to try to defend the killers, then you can start to see whether there is some agenda behind it. That's the way I see it. But I think we should not lie low. And I wasn't aware of this. I don't know if Rudolph knows about this, Mr. Boneke, but I haven't got that name. I'm hearing for the first time.
Yeah, it's CM's relation. So.
Okay. So my sympathy and grief, I share with the family, and it's most unfortunate. But whatever is the motivation, I'm ready to join those who will see the bottom of it. I will get it solved.
All right, thank you, Prince. Before Mastro, there's a question on the chat that this is from Kulata, and he wanted to know what is Tinubu's greatest strength and weakness from you.
Only Remi Tinubu can say that one now. I don't live with the man. I don't know him. Only that I don't think he has as much strength as I have, because every time he goes to the hospital, so I don't think his strength is much from what I read in the news. But I don't know him. I've never worked with him before. The only time I knew him was when he was in Mobo, because I had relatives who work in Mobo. That was before he joined politics at all. He was an accountant in Mobo, and people said he was a very brilliant accountant. So people like Enilari and other contemporaries, Oladuni was there in Mobo at that time. And the last time I saw him was when he was governor of Lagos State during first term, I think 2002 or so. He came to front of our house. He was inspecting a gutter. After that time I saw him was when we were meeting at the peace committee, and he will not talk, he will not do anything. He will just sit down on his chair and be looking down at the table until they go. So I don't know him. I've not interacted with him.
Thank you. Mastro, you're next.
Yes, good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening. Do I use barrister, or do I say Prince Adewole Adebayo?
Anyone, we know the guy. We are familiar with the guy.
Okay. I overheard you. I've been listening to you partly in the afternoon, and when I came back home, I missed some part, but I came back and I saw that you guys were still here, so I decided to join in. I want you to help us interpret two things. One is because you are a legal practitioner, otherwise I would have waived it. But because you said you were a legal practitioner, I don't know if you are a son, but at least you can help us out as one of the presidential candidates and a legal practitioner. How would you interpret the part of the Constitution which says you must win 25% of the votes in 25 states and the FCT? And then, in your years of legal practice, how would you explain such a thing as one of the points which was used against Tinubu in a court case, which states that where his handlers responded to one of the points that the case between the U.S. government against Tinubu was not actually against Tinubu, but against his account. Can a person be separate from his account? Does an account have life of its own? Please help us explain that from your legal experience.
The last part is not a legal question, just common sense. And you have answered the question. What is the meaning of account? Account is not a living thing. So that, I didn't hear them say it. So, and it's just a reported speech. But I don't think any lawyer will say an account, unless somebody, did they say it from the amount? Or did they say it in writing? If they say it from the amount,
the case was trashed here now.
Festus Kiamo said that.
Yes.
Kayamo, yes. Kayamo is not in the legal team now. Kayamo is in the attack or defense team on social media. Kayamo is not one of the lawyers. So that is in the case, in the court. So, and I don't think Kayamo, if I hear well, he's still a minister in somebody's government. So I don't think that somebody who's a minister can even practice law. No, only Attorney General can do that. So anybody who's a minister already has a full-time job. He cannot practice law again. They have to finish first. So that part, I will look for the test. If they say so, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know what they said. But if anybody says that you can attach an account, but you must sue the owner of the account to do that. You can attach an account. So you cannot come and seize my house without taking me to court. You can't take the house to court. But you can. So the target may be the account. But what they can say, which is logical, is that the case of what happened to Tinubu in America is not cognizable in Nigerian court. If they say that they are correct. Because the Constitution envisages a criminal proceeding. And what happened there is a civil forfeiture. It's not a criminal proceeding. And it happens to people all the time. If you go to America, for example, and you carry more than $10,000, which is the official limit you're supposed to carry. If you carry $500,000, $200,000, you don't disclose it. They will forfeit the money. They may not prosecute you, but they will forfeit the money. So either you sign off to the U.S. custom and say you're not challenging it, or they will take you to federal court and attach the money. But all of that is still civil proceeding. It's not a criminal proceeding. And I will explain it so you can play the tape back regarding that matter, which is that in the U.S., before you can say somebody has a criminal case, you must bring the indictment, which must be presented before a grand jury. A grand jury is a secret jury. Nobody knows who they are. So before they charge you to court, when they investigate the matter and they think you have committed an offense, they will gather some jurors, quietly inside a court. Nobody will know who they are. And they will say, this is what we found against him. Can we charge him to court or not? If the jurors look at it and say, don't charge him to court, the case ends there. And nobody must mention what happened in grand jury. The reason why they do that in America is that they don't want people's name to be out, that they are being investigated, when in reality they may not be charged to court. That's why grand jury is secret. After the grand jury, then the government lawyer, the prosecutor, will now prepare a charge. When they prepare the charge, they will file the charge in court. That person will now appear personally in court and plead guilty or not guilty. If he pleads not guilty, then the jury will hear the evidence. And if the jury says he's guilty, the jury will return to the court and say he's guilty. Then the court will accept it. If the court accepts it, then they will convict the person. Then they will give a date for the person to come and listen to the punishment the person will serve. And in America, criminal offenses, they don't fine you money. You must do time. America does not say, because you are guilty of this offense, like Nigerian courts will say, you either go to 3 years imprisonment or go and pay. No, America will send you to jail. So that is how criminal trials are done in America. So if you want to know whether somebody case is civil or criminal, there are 5 things you will know. Whether the person personally appear in court. Because nobody in a criminal trial can refuse to appear in court. If you send a lawyer to represent him and the case continues, it's not a criminal matter. Because when as a younger person, when I started doing cases in America, one of those cases that tend to confuse us is if you are in a traffic offense, we tend to know whether it's criminal or civil. Whereas DUI, driving under influence, is criminal. Overspeeding is civil. So you will know. But if it's overspeeding, you don't have to come to court. You can send a lawyer. The lawyer will either argue for you or you pay the fine. But if it's DUI, you must come to court because it's a crime. So those are the things you know. Then you will know whether the person has a certificate of conviction, whether a jury. There's nobody under the US Constitution that can be tried without a jury. The jury must be there. So where is the jury? Where is the jury verdict? So on that basis, they can argue that it's a civil matter. But to argue that it was the account that was taken to court, that makes no sense in law. As for your 25%, we have spent 25% of the time of this hearing to talk about that 25%. So if you can go and play the tape, but the summary of it is that it is a matter of opinion. It's also a matter of advocacy. Certain people want it to be true. They want that 25%. In fact, if they go to church, it will be part of their prayer point. God, let 25% in FCT be required. Some people on the APC side, it is their prayer that it should not be required. So those people who have vested interest in the interpretation will never interpret it well because they want to suit what they want. But a person who is reading it literally can come to the conclusion that 25% in 2/3 of states and FCT is different from 25% in 2/3 of states and 25% in FCT. So since the 25% is not repeated twice, it means that he wants to lump FCT together with the 36 states become 37. But nothing stops a judge whose English is different, whose understanding of English is different, from saying, no. So you leave it to them. And this argument can continue till August. By August, when the judgment comes out, you will know what the Court of Appeal says. And by December, when the Supreme Court rules on it, you will know what finally 25% means. But there are some implications in this 25%. What it means is that everybody will now know that FCT is half of your journey to the villa. So don't be surprised if FCT has 13 million voters registered because all your homeowner, everybody must come and register in Abuja so that your enemy will not see to the downfall of your candidature. So you tell everybody, apart from saying, donate to my campaign, you also say, donate to my campaign, but even forget about donating to my campaign. Please get yourself, your family, your relatives, go to Abuja and register for me. That's what you will say. So when it comes to a week to the election, the airport all over Nigeria will be full of people who say, no, I'm going to Abuja to vote my guy. I'm going to Abuja to vote my guy. You know, that's what it will mean. So I don't think.
I wanted to know what your own personal opinion is about that. What is
My personal opinion as a lawyer is that it will be absurd to say that you need 25% FCT. The court does not do absurdity. It won't say so. More so, there are some provisions in the Constitution that already says anytime you are considering FCT, treat it like one of the states. It's there in the Constitution. And it says that anytime states are mentioned, consider FCT as well. So you use there. So, but that does not stop people from arguing it, and I welcome the argument. But
That's section 299. But can you separate it between the spirit of the law and the literal letter of the law?
If I know spirit, will I be here? What I'm telling you is this: the spirit, the letter is more important than the spirit, because the spirit can appear to anybody in different ways. For example, one of the spirits can be golden vote. That under constitutional law, there are no golden votes in a democracy. The vote of one voter in Abuja should not be more special than the vote of other people. So if in the calculation of 2/3, I can afford to ignore Imo, ignore Ondo, ignore Kano, why would FCT be so special that all of us must die there? So that is what kind of spirit, but the spirit may appear to another person another way. So, but if you read it very well, the judges will not have difficulty because they will start with the literal rule to read the meaning, as if they're not lawyers. What constitutional experts tell you that when you are reading a statute, read it as if you are not a lawyer. If you pick it and give it to Wole Soyinka, no, that one grammar is too much. If you look for a school teacher in government day secondary school, Benegwari in Kaduna, Mr. English teacher, read this in the class. What does it mean? That's the first step. It's only if that meaning is not clear, then you can go to the golden rule. The golden rule now use canons, other canons to interpret it. Or if after interpreting it, it looks absurd. So, for example, Supreme Court can say, upon reading it, it will mean that every candidate who wants to become president must win FCT. Even if the person wins all the 36 states, but scores 24% in FCT, that person will not become president. And the next, he has defeated his opponent with 40 million votes. He will still not be president. So the Supreme Court can say, no. I will not use the literal rule. I will use the golden rule. Because the golden rule is that interpretation of a statute must not lead to absurdity. Must not be weird. Now, what? So even if they wrote it in a way that if you interpret it, that's a natural conclusion, they will not follow it. They will say it will be too weird. It will bring an unforeseen circumstance. So the final way they can interpret it is they look at the mischief rule. Why was this thing put there? Why was it put there? So they will look at the law before that did not have this provision. What was the problem we had that time that made them to go and put this thing there? It's called mischief rule. What is the mischief that we want to cure? They will say, the mischief we want to cure, is it because people in FCT were complaining that they were not special and we not trying to make them special? Or we just put it there so that whoever wants to be our president will be popular across the country. So if that's what we want to do, then FCT is not unique, or FCT is unique. So those are the things.
So those that are gunning for the 25%, their logic is non sequitur. That's what you're just saying.
No, look. It is. You can take a good shot, and we'll be over the bar. So it's not every shot you take. And remember that in the final analysis, there are 5 justices of Court of Appeal. But those justices of Court of Appeal, they will not use their own opinion. They will rely on the Supreme Court. Because Court of Appeal cannot interpret the law without reference to what Supreme Court says. So, in the end, it is the 7 people in Supreme Court that will determine it. But the Court of Appeal, in interpreting it, will not care what I say, will not care what Peter Obi's lawyer says, will not care what APC Tinubu lawyer says. He won't care what. He will say, what has Supreme Court said on this matter? And how has Supreme Court advised us to approach this kind of matter? And the lawyers who are advising, who are urging the Court of Appeal to hold one way or the other, they are not, all these arguments you are bringing, 3 people went to the market, apple, orange, all the kind of fruit, you are not going to go there and say all that nonsense because they're not going to listen to you. Apple and fruit don't work there. You will tell them that based on the Supreme Court judgment and this other Supreme Court judgment, Supreme Court will expect you to hold that 25% is required in FCT, or you will say it doesn't require it. You have to tell them. It's only when you get to Supreme Court, because they have nobody above them, and they can rule this way today and rule that way tomorrow. So when you get to Supreme Court, precedent does not work. You can tell them what they have ruled before. They can tell you, and so what? They can rule contrary to it. They can set aside themselves. So when you get to Supreme Court, that's where the argument will be enjoyable. But it's more likely that Supreme Court judges will say, we said something similar like this, so and so. Why are you raising this issue with us again? So they may not allow you to talk that much. You know, at the middle of their mind. You know?
Thank you, Prince. We have about 30 minutes left. Today is Mother's Day, and in America, it's Mother's Day. I've been here since 9, actually, getting ready for this. So what we're going to do now is we'll take Fix. You go next. Go ahead.
I say good morning. Good morning from Abuja. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, 25% guy. You must highly tested, man.
Dr. Rudolph, well done work, sir.
Yeah.
I agree to my prince.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first time I heard from you is from Brekete family.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I listened to you that day.
Yeah.
And you guys coming there always like gives us hope. Like we have plenty people that can with consistency they cannot actually unseat these people. So, but my question is, I just wanted to score Mahmoud Yakubu from 1 to 10 for me. That's one. Then you clarify me because I have been wondering. 2019, I voted for Showore, you know, because he came to the same Brekete family, you know. So I like the way his passion, his energy, and all that. So the way he's talking against this establishment and all that. So and today, this time around, it was P2B I went for. So, but what you clarify me today is what have been wondering. Anytime I went to a show read to this either P2B, this P2B that must get into the what he's tweeting about. So, but you clarify me today that so what is happening is that P2B left the high and mighty this and came down to small this thing. So by so doing, you guys are going to wrestle the small. He's like the way I understand it from your comment. You guys are going to wrestle. He came to like drag your own this thing with you. So score Mahmoud for me, and I want to say you should not stop. You should keep on going because if it doesn't happen today, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, now, thank you very much. And you have answered the question. You have voted for Sowore before. You voted for Peter Obi. The only person you haven't voted for is me. So I'm next now. So now, the issue of Mahmoud has to be measured by in 5 ways. Not just people throwing temper at him. One, what is his job description? What does the law say we should do? That is the most important thing. What is his job under the law? Did he do it? Second, You judge him by what he uses his mouth to promise. Because he himself used his mouth to promise, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. 3, you also judge him as a leader of INEC. So whether the problem arose from him or arose from a returning officer in one village, he's the leader of the place. So he must take leadership responsibility, collective responsibility, and must be the symbol of the place. Fourth is his duty as a citizen, because before he became INEC chairman, he's a stakeholder in Nigeria. He didn't become a Nigerian because he used to be a teacher in NDA, Nigerian Defense Academy. That's why he became a professor. Before he came and he went to UBEC or whatever they gave to him. No, not UBEC, TED Fund or something like that. So then before he came to this INEC. So as a Nigerian, anywhere you have an opportunity to rescue your country and push your country forward, then you should do your best as a citizen. And then lastly, the kind of who he calls himself. Professor of history, professor of this. So where is all that learning? You must have known the history of INEC, all the problems there. So for me, I will probably give him 15% score. 5% for not dying on the job, not having hypertension, and say INEC chairman is dead. 10% because of some of the innovative things like beavers and RF and things like that. So, but all others, and you can say, well, I failed because my mother-in-law switched off the tap. I couldn't take my bath. I came late to the exam, but it's late. So there may be other reasons, and I know many of them, that the man was working against his conscience. He was working against people who were trying to extract all kinds of things from him. I think that even from the moment, if you know the history of how he got his second term, it will tell you the tragedy of serving in this country. The problem. So people sometimes can like the job more than they like themselves. And I think that's the case that he has. But you cannot blame Buhari for that. He was given every opportunity. He was given every resource. So 15% for him. I don't know what that in your school. I know that some school in Nigeria now, if you score 15%, they will say you can go. We will try next time. But 15% what I can give him. And it's not because of election day. Not because I lost. No. I've given you the 15% before election day at all. Because I've seen so many things wrong. And if you see the election management and so many things. So if there's going to be another person who will be our next chairman, he has to study what happened to Iwu, what happened to Jega, what happened to Gobadia. If you see, then you will learn from it.
And also Mosu, option A4, right?
No, option A4 was the best. So because it's a primitive method in a primitive political culture. So all these B-VARs, J-VARs will not be necessary. Let human being line up behind human being. You count physically. All of us are there. You count. It is very rough, but that is the level of consciousness. Because anything else, they will bastardize it. If you do that, nobody will be complaining now. Nobody will be complaining. So that to me, second option you have is use beavers all through, where you use the beavers for accreditation, you cast the vote, and the beavers must be able to be like a currency sorter that will count you, not one by one. You put it inside the beavers. The beavers will count like they do in the US. You use charts, they will count. So it will come as it's
It's called
counting.
WebSockets. It's so
Yes.
easy.
Yes, as it's counting, you will write labor 3 SDP.
What you're
Then,
saying can be done in like this.
yes. So
It's so easy.
once it's done there, so the memory will be inside the thing is very clear. Then maybe that's the next phase in our election evolution.
Okay, thank you, Prince. We're rounding up, as I said. Let me go to.
You know, you owe forefather 2 minutes because he didn't finish his business.
Yeah, forefathers is not here yet. If he comes back, we will get him. I know he's watching. Let me go to Austin. No, Fix, we've given you a chance. Sorry. Let me go to
Can type it if you want to say it. Yeah, Fix.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Prince. Prince, you've taken my whole day listening to you. You got energy. I appreciate your eloquency. But listening to you and being dedicated in your lines and your words, I'm thinking of something. Are you still in politics? Are you still in campaign? Or you are thinking that campaign is over? Why do I say this? When you address Obi and Obedient, there is this sense of, I got it when you say that he is walking in your territory. I get that. So during the campaign, I never expected Sowore to be happy with Obi, because he walked in your area, because you got us. If Obi is not there, many of us would have come to you. Many of us were with, look at many people that were with Sowore when Obi came in, they aligned with him. So are you still thinking that there is a room for you to come up tomorrow? So you are being careful of what to say about Obi so that it wouldn't sound as though you're giving him credence or you are just being Prince. I know that Prince is a different guy when he wants to be Prince. I know that Prince is a politician when he's a politician. That's one question. Then number 2 question, I feel very uncomfortable when I hear some of us that can use the word privilege. I hear you one day telling me that you are one of the 0.1 guys in Nigeria. So you are privileged. You've made it. I feel so uncomfortable when people in your position go harsh on the people that lack opportunity. The masses, the blind guys that are following somebody that gives them a glimpse of hope. We are accusing them that they are taking money instead of looking at the source. And you have the capacity of blocking the source. Somebody that have not eaten and has something to eat for today. I know of many families that are not sure of the next meal, and somebody gives them 500 naira, and this person tells it 500 to be sure of the children to eat that night, and we are blaming that person. I don't think we are being fair. Thank you, Prince.
Thank you. Let me start with, first, I believe campaign is over. However, in politics, my attitude to politics is just say your mind. I don't have a political language. You can never catch me. If you get all the, that's why they have not been announcing my, maybe because they think I'm irrelevant, or they can't get my tapes, or if they listen to all my tape, whatever I say is what I say in the house. So I don't have a two-face. I don't have a language for certain people or certain types. So my thinking is this. In this election process, I am trying to let people understand that when we set out at the beginning, we didn't know who was going to contest. I announced for president. Peter Obi had not announced. Tinubu had not announced. Tinubu was still waiting for Buhari to give him green light. And all of them were. So, and I had my mind fixed on what the problems were. So, now that the election is over, I dealt with people that I met in the course of the campaign, the contest. I didn't know Showore. I suspect Showore will come back, but I didn't know Showore that well. I knew him in those days of Student Union, but I wasn't involved in his 2019 or whatever. And I met other people like Malik Adewole Ibrahim, PRP, they were with me. We were talking. It was some sort of coalition. Then Kola Abiola came. So I met them. Then Action Alliance are very close to me. They're part of the party that are in our alliance. And then Al Mustafa came. So as we were going, we were meeting people coming. Eventually, when the election ended, and people have gone to court, I am back to what brought me to the politics. So people assume that I will be litigating the issues which is of utmost concern to them, which is what is the fate of this candidate, what is the fate of that candidate. No, the election has been announced. I know the process. I'm now thinking of how do I face what brought me to politics to start with. The issue of poverty, insecurity, and all of that. Draw attention to it. And each way you go, people will come and be dragging you. Why are you talking about this? Are you not talking about election in Rivers State? You have gone to court. Court will do that for you. Let me move on and do other things that is still relevant to Nigeria. So there's always what we call triangulation. They will say, peace and peace will be, what do you think? And people will always say that you mention Obi all the time. But people who say you mention Obi all the time, they do three things. One, when they want to ask the question, they will ask the question about Obi. They themselves say you mention Obi all the time. But if you look at all the questions asked today, nobody asked me a question about Al Mustafa or Kwankwaso. They always ask questions about Obi. If you go on Arise TV, if today is your birthday and you go there, they will say, "Happy birthday to you, Prince. Are you aware that your birthday is 45 days north or south of that of Obi? How do you compare your birthday and that of Obi birthday? Which one is closer to the president?" So they will always triangulate. And when people triangulate, you will respond to the triangulation. And then they will say, "Oh, you are obsessed with Obi." No, ask me question about Kachiku. I will answer you. But the media tend to ask that kind of question. So the second question they ask is, do you see Tinubu's cap, the way he wore his cap yesterday? Does it look like the cap of a healthy man? What do you think his blood pressure will look like? Am I his doctor? So that's the kind of thing. So those are the things that bring all of these triangulations together. So that is where the issue lies. Then regarding poor people, what you can do for poor people is as follows. We can work together to remove poverty in the land and make sure that these people are not desperate, be looking for selling votes, buying votes. Some of them are also modestly comfortable, but they are just greedy. They assume that the election is about collecting money. And I can give you an example. In my community and in some other parts of Nigeria, I give a lot of scholarships. You can go to different states. If you investigate, you will see cluster of people that I give scholarships to from different parts of Nigeria. But particularly in my neighborhood, there was this story told to me by my campaign manager. There was this young man who was out of school. I think he has a family problem. So they identify him. So we put him in secondary school. He graduated secondary school. We put him in university. We pay for it. My scholarship program pay for it. Then he went for his master's. He's doing his master's. We pay for it. But during the campaign, during the election, he met one of my candidates. He said, "What does Prince have for us for this election that's coming up 2 days' time?" I was say, "Like what?" He said, "APC is giving this one is giving this." That was it. He won't give you anything. He said, "He won't give us anything." He said, "Yes." So he told me that's what the young man said. I said, "It must be, maybe he lost his mind." Anyway, at the end of the day, in that polling unit there, we lost there. So he went back and asked them, "Why did you vote for Prince? Look at you, gave his scholarship." They said, "Scholarship is charity, but politics, he has to pay us." So They went and collected 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira, and voted for somebody. But none of them, that the scholarship that they collected is less than 1 million, or in fact, 2 million if you count all of it. So it shows to you that some of them is just a culture that politics, even people collect things that they don't need. They collect Maggi, even though they have no rice. They just collect something. They collect Umo. It's just a culture. So we need to stop that culture. Second thing is that it's written in the law that any election in which you buy vote is unlawful, null and void. So if you now ask me what is wrong with the election, I must mention the fact that people bought vote. Because that is, if that makes the difference between the winner and the loser, the number of votes bought, then those votes are not valid votes if we are serious about our election. That's why I mentioned it, not to castigate the poor.
All right, thank you, Prince. Let me say this before we continue our roundup, because we have 10 minutes. For those on the comment section, I read some of your comments. I think we are doing something unique on this program, because when we get a guest here and they could stay long and give us more detailed explanations, it's better than what we see on channels Rise, when they are giving 15 minutes or 30 minutes to talk about something. So I think it's what makes this unique. So I think it also helps us to basically get more information out of our guests, than the typical 30 minutes you see on TV or 15 minutes you see on some TV channels. So and hopefully, these are things that people will watch again and again, and we can you have it always on social media. So that's the reason we do this, and I think I needed to explain that to people. And hopefully we need to know people. I do really like people who have been there. They have unique stories that you may not from outside, looking at the political arena from outside. So thank you, Prince. Igbo Basic, I know you have some.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Prince, thank you so very much, and Dr. Damages. I think, Prince, after this, you have to take hacks on a tom-tom.
Okay, thank you.
To keep that road going. And Dr. Damages, that goes to you too. The last time I practiced politics practically in Nigeria was during Shagari regime, NPN.
Yes.
So that will give you an idea. The rest of it I've worked from in the background.
Yes.
Earlier on, I asked a question which you masterfully answered. So far, what I've observed today, I'm a publisher, by the way. What I've observed so far is that you have presented very smart politics, safe landing. And that's great for survival. Having said that, I come from a town, first of all, I see Justice Under the Shadow of the Almighty by Justice James Ogebe. I presume that might be a relative of Emmanuel Ogebe, who is a practicing lawyer in the Washington, D.C. area.
I think that's the son of Justice Ogebe. Justice Ogebe from Benue.
That is correct. That is
Yes.
correct. And I was wondering whether yourself also, whether your father was a lawyer or a justice or a jurist.
No, our family, they like to just sit on the throne and wear a crown. But Justice Ogebe is, I practiced before him in the Court of Appeal. I practiced before him in the Supreme Court. So you can ask him about me.
Okay.
And it's one of the soundest and most honorable judges you can find anywhere.
Okay, since we are dealt with the legal aspects of things today,
yes.
I come from a town that boasts about 4 or 5 sons in Nigeria today, including just Chris Uche, whom you may know or may not know.
Uche is my very good friend and brother, the Justice Uche's son.
Chris,
Mother of the judge. Yes.
You got it. Chris
yes.
and Gotti.
Well, we used to be the Aba Caucus, Umungasi Road, on those days. So
there you go. Ababoy.
Yes.
Ababoy.
Yes.
So before
yes.
that, we had Justice Abayi Kweche.
Yes.
Justice Abayi Kweche. The son is also a lawyer in Abuja now, Ibe Ikweche.
Yes.
And Justice Abayi Kweche was related to Amadi Ikweche, Commodore Amadi Ikweche.
He's the Navy man.
Yeah, from the same place.
Yes.
So I count all those people And if you know the town, that's the town where OUK, Ojo Carlo, comes from.
Yeah, I know Bend area. I don't. If you go to Bend, if you go, that's my area. Arochuku, all those areas where the people who are there. So,
Welcome to Ndobo, which I was
ah,
about to
yes.
say.
So I know all the. If you come to my house, you see complete Omoaro there. Anywhere you see Diowu, you see all of them. You see these are my people. So, so
it's okay. Since we
anyway, I don't want to turn this into. But I think Damage is worried.
let me
Yeah, because I
get to my
want
question.
us to squeeze the
Let me
questions
get to my
within
question
this 7 minutes.
because it was getting interesting. Let me get to my question.
Yes.
Earlier on, I asked the great party of Abiola, that's the party you represented.
Yes.
And I was alluding to the fact that we were shopping for a party for Dr. Nwachukwu Anekwenze out of California. And SDP happened to be one of the parties that we were shopping. As a matter of fact, I even made a logo for him with a horse in the background and all that. We are walking through Adebanjo.
Yes.
But what happened? This is where the question comes into play. We were told at some point that Tinubu was going to buy out SDP in the event that he did not get the ticket from APC. Then he would go to SDP.
Yes.
And it was alleged that he actually bought SDP with his money, because money talks, bullshit walks. So in attempting to even ask you, did Tinubu buy SDP and you just happened to be the renegade son who was given the throne and you decided, no, I'm going to go it my way? That's the question I had. And then rounding up with my earlier question about the 96% of the economy of Nigeria being serviced. The stage we are in, the borrowing and all the rest of it. You remember there was a time Archie Carlo came out and boasted that if all Nigerian millionaires can come out and put money together, that we don't need to go to the World Bank or the IMF for a loan. Do we still have that spirit? Because it's all about money and our debt to the foreign countries. Do we have that spirit now to get that done?
Okay, now let me take it one by one. There are people in politics whose entire career in politics is centered around Tinubu. And it is not unusual. That is how, if you study Nigerian politics, people who do politics together, when they fall out, they will continue to trace each other till the end of time until one person dies or the other. So many of them the position they take in politics will always be measured about this person did me something bad. I want to block him. I want to block him. So the problem they have among themselves, Ayo Adebanjo, Tinubu, whatever, arose from what happened between Bola Ige and Falai when it came 1999, and they went to a place called D Rovers in Ibadan, and they went to choose their candidate, and they broke into that faction to the end. So all of them were together in action in AD. Yeah. Then part of them broke into two in 2003. Some AD people went and joined Obasanjo to vote for PDP. That Obasanjo was going to allow them to remain as governors. They said they were played. Eventually, PDP cleared everywhere. Tinubu was the only one who didn't join them in that alliance, who remained on his own, and he survived. And then, I think, through Lagos and all the other things which all of us know, he was able to rebuild the party and create ACN, and then eventually found himself in APC. So they have all those things motivating them. Now, while I was coming to SDP, I had options, because we had I had AA, I had Labour Party, I had PRP, I had Okenwosu of ADC. So each of the parties wanted me to be the candidate of their party. You can ask them. So, but I said, no, all of us will lose. We must come together and come and choose one person. So eventually, of course, it now turned out that they too were watching us and sending people. Eventually, commotion here and there. We didn't come together. When I was going to SDP, people started warning me, this is Tinubu's party. They will throw you out. You will not even get the ticket. Tinubu is controlling the person. So people who came to contest against me, if this one comes, they will say, Tinubu sent him. You will lose. You will do that. So they continue. Then I also found out that people in PDP who are in PDP were interested in Tinubu's candidature. So Tinubu is not an APC man per se. He's a man of politics. So you will find people who are in PDP, they are concerned for his matter or his matter. So I don't want to, embarrass some of the people, but you will see that even chairman, people in top leadership of PDP were interested. Some of the people that saw me and said, Tinubu should come to your party, they are in PDP, including senior leaders in PDP. So these people are friends. And what you need to understand is that Tinubu, Atiku, Ayu, all of them, they were followers with Sergeant Awunse. They were followers of General Yaradua. So they don't see themselves as opponents. Forget about Atiku learning how to march from one place to the other. He will be happier with Tinubu holding it than me, than Bobi, than anybody. So these people are together.
Prince.
Yeah, so
Mr. Prince.
Yes.
Mr. Prince. Could
Yes.
I please come in and then you could continue with anecdotes after that?
Rudolph,
Right?
I've been
Because
here for more
it's
than
Mother's
2
Day
hours
here.
now.
It's Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day in the United
Hold on, Passat. There is KJ. He's been here. He hasn't had any chance. So let him finish with.
I will just round up quickly because it's a very complex question. So long as part of it is that this environment is always there. Even if you go and form your own party, even if you come today and start your own party today, these people's influence will still be in your party. They will always, because they are interested in the competition, to try to. So anybody who wants to play big in Nigerian politics, the way they are playing it, they have their finger all across. So even if you form a party today, California Party of Nigeria, before INEC gives you register, they will already be putting some state chairman in your party. They will already be sending people to go and represent them inside there. Some big leaders of Nigeria had representative in everybody's campaign. They'll say, you go and stay here for me, you go and stay here for me. So that's how they do their politics. So that's why they have all the mix-up. But if you are a young man, if you are a person who wants to make a change, you are a progressive politician, you know that you have to blast through. It's not your business.
All right.
Thank
you. KJ.
Thank you.
Rudolph, could
thank
you
you
see
so
if
much.
KJ could yield to me?
I've actually waited
could
to ask this
KJ yield to
question
me
for
a minute?
a while.
Ask
No,
him.
see, I was there
negotiate
when
with
you spoke
KJ.
earlier and you left. I have not spoken. You left. You came back. I was still very patient. So please, can I have this time? Thank you. Mr. Prince, thank you so much. I've been with you since morning. I've virtually spent all my day with you today, and I enjoyed the discussion. Most of what you said, I agree with. Some I do not agree with, but that's okay. 2 questions I want to ask, maybe just one, so that because of the time. Now, the Nigerian politics, the way it's played and the way I understand it, there are power blocks. And I hear that those power blocks, 3 of them belong to the north and 1 in the south. And for you to be able to come into political power, whether as a governor or as a president, as you have attempted, you will have to belong to one of those powers and you have to pay obeisance to those people. Which of those powers did you visit or did you consult with before you came into this place, into contesting? Thank you.
Well, anywhere they say there's power, what I understand is that power belongs to the people. But maybe people have electoral college people managing it for them. But what my attitude to it was that I don't know north, I don't know south. I only know that if you go to people, and you talk to them and they listen to you, you can change minds. So I went around everybody who could listen to me. And if I went to any community and the people of that community say, people here, this person is important, this person is important, I will go to that person. For example, when I went to see President Obasanjo, I've always known President Obasanjo. You can ask him. I've always known him. But I didn't bother myself. He said for me one time, and I went to see him, and we disagree. As at that time, I started respecting his space. I left him. Then when I went to Abeokuta to do a rally, I went to Jalaki. He talked to me. He gave me advice and said, "Have you seen Obasanjo?" I went to Olowu. He talked to me. Next question, have you seen Obasanjo? Then I went to Olubara. Olubara is very close to him. They were classmates in secondary school. And Olubara was very supportive of me. And he said, Obasanjo is waiting for you right now. So I had to leave Olubara's palace, cut short everything I was doing. I went to Obasanjo's house. And then he received me very well. We didn't argue too much this time around. I reduced my argument, he reduced his own. So we talked extensively and everything. We exchanged ideas and everything. And he said, yes, you know where I stand, but I believe you have a lot to offer. It will be painful to me if you are not in Nigerian government. I want you to be there. So we talk, we disagree on issues. He asked me, he's listening to me, watching my tape. He argued with me over my not being clear regarding Nigerian debt. And I told him, yes, I understand that, but even you, the way you handle the debt, I have some problem with it. We discussed that. We left it. And I left the place. So I go anywhere. General Babangida is somebody who, for God knows why, he has always shown interest in me. He has a lot of respect for me. On my birthday, you see, he wrote a very long letter asking me, it will be a good thing if I can come to leadership in Nigeria. So, and people will see me, so of course, I'll go to him and I'll show respect, General Blocker, other people. So it's like that. And I've always had relationship in Kano. So Emir of Kano, not the one who is there now, his father. I've always known the father right from when he used to be very close to Oni of Ife in those days. So people know you, they start. So you go around. That's how it is. A few people I didn't go to because I couldn't meet. I had to go back to them now after the election and go and pay respect to them because there's one or two people that I missed. So in Nigeria, I am open. I have support across. I am not based in one region or the other. So that's my approach to that. But the people have to decide for themselves. What is power block? The people have to decide for themselves and stop passing the buck. Because when you're in that polling unit, it's between you and your God and the INEC ballot paper.
All right. Thank you. So the last two questions will be from Pansat, and Forefathers we end it. Unless Mr. Scribe has a question. I don't think I've called you officially, but I know you've interjected here. All right. So Pansat.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Prince, I'm sorry that I had to go the last time, but
no problem. I understand.
We have a chance now to make a fascinating television, just the two of us, for Rudolph's show. The format I'm proposing, I'm not asking you questions to elucidate for a long periods of time. I want to do a give and take with you, in essence, a mini debate. Okay? Do you mind? Let's say I'm allotted 5 minutes.
No problem at all. Anything we can do in the next 13 hours, I'm fine.
Okay. By the way, you do get credit from me. The last time you came here, you stayed and you talked, and that's commendable. I appreciate that. But you're gonna have to, structure it, lessen the time a little bit so that we can talk about the beef. The country is not in a situation where you speak in abstract terms forever, right? We have a problem in the country. It's very simple, right? It's not nuclear science, nuclear physics, or something like that. We have a problem where the leadership is not doing very well. So we're going to have to crawl before we walk. That's true. But you're going to have to be making your answers to be judgment calls. You have to make a call. When we're confronted with choosing who's going to be the next president, there has to be a judgment call.
And that's me now. It's me you are going to choose.
Yeah.
How much is it be?
Yeah, we cannot find a saint. That's true. Obi is not a saint. Atiku is not a saint. Tinubu is not a saint. But when you have somebody such as Tinubu accused, some say convicted, albeit in absentia, of heroin dealership baron, and he ran to Nigeria and he forfeited $400,000 of the 1990s US dollars, right? You're a lawyer, you know, in the United States, you just don't go and take somebody's property, such as $400,000 in the 1990s. So whatever is involved in that, that is not what we need in the country. But his antecedents afterwards, he's back home, what is done back home, you are aware of it. You know that he's been in government as governor. You know he brought this government right now. Don't wait for a question yet, because I want to just lay the thing down.
No, I'm listening to you. I like you.
Yeah. So everything I'm saying, if you're stipulating to it, there's no need to debate it. It's a stipulation. It's true. He was a governor in Lagos State. It's true that he's fleecing the state. He's dipping his hands in the public tail, right? And that he brought in this administration over his ambition, and it has not been very well for the country. There's been a lot of even genocides. There's been corruption, right? He's been a horrible party man. He's been a horrible guy. He's sick. He's old. So all those are true. Then when you juxtapose it against a Showore or yourself or Peter Obi, yes, Peter Obi, right? There is no reason to keep pissing around. There has to be a judgment call from a young man like you. You have to say clearly, without ambiguity, moral clarity. Yes, Tinubu should not be our president. He rigged the election. There is no doubt about that. He rigged the election. He didn't win a single state. Now, I said that the last time, and Rudolph, in my absence, was saying, what proof do I have? Right? I could prove it to you. He didn't win a single state. So we know these things. What I'm asking you now, first of all, let me test if you're going to be answering my questions directly without obfuscation, right? I'm going to ask you, I'm also going to test your aptitude here. What is 487% divided by 100?
487%.
Yeah.
487% divided by.
First of all, what is 400 by 100?
Excuse me? No.
What is
Ask your question clearly.
Pardon?
Are you saying 487 by 100?
Yes.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me now. You are violating the law of mathematics. If you already said 487%, you cannot divide by 100 again. Now you've already put.
No. Okay, hold on. The answer is 487. Okay. So when you have 487%, you divide by 100, you just remove the percentage over 100. So
you are violating the law of mathematics, yes.
Hold on. I'm not violating anything, but it's not the issue. It's not even if you got it right or not. I just wanted you to answer the question.
You can say
math.
Okay, go ahead. Anyway, let me not go back to math class. Let me leave you.
Just hear me out. I'll end in a little bit. What I'm saying to you is that.
No, take your time. I like your style.
The first time I saw you, I said earlier when I was here that Kulata introduced you and said, hey, there's this guy. He's good. So I went and I searched you and I was very impressed. You spoke like you're doing now very well. But there's one little problem I have, which is your judgment call. The same thing with Showore, right? We have a chance to have graduated from Buhari to Peter Obi's generation, somebody who is good. right? Somebody who has already led, is not corrupt, is gentle, he doesn't have religious animus, no. Regional, no. Tribal animus, none. He's a gentleman. I don't want to be like him. I don't want to be like Rudolph here. These people want to get along and they want to be nice guys, right? But our country needs somebody much tougher than that. That's true. But we'll have to go through somebody like P2B to bring us together. You, as Showere and some others, keep making it look like there's something wrong with P2B. So now my first question to you, which I want you to answer me in a few sentences, is this. As somebody who contested for that election, I'm sure you had what they call opposition research. Is there anything that you know, that you found out during your research of P2B that prevents him from being president of Nigeria, right? That make you hold back, that make you say that he's the same thing as Tinubu? Is there anything that you know right now from your opposition research that puts him in that predicament? I have a follow-up. Can you answer that?
Well, what I can say is that, one, my opposition research shows to me that I was right to put myself forward, because when I look at all of them,
I got you.
I'm better than all of them.
So
Secondly,
my other question, I got you.
Secondly, let me finish the question. Let me answer the question. Secondly, many of the degrees vary. Many of the things I find unacceptable in this candidate, I also found them that he has some of them as well.
All right.
Okay, so the other question I have for aptitude test for you is this.
Now, Pansat, hold on, Pansat, hold on.
No, this is my chance for education. No,
but this is, we're also practicing journalism, and we can't.
No, because Pansat,
I know,
maybe by the person.
I know,
Doctor, if you need to run, you
don't care. You don't
round up for you.
But I don't want this to be a pattern. I know, Prince, you don't mind whatever people are saying here, but I don't want, when I bring a guest here, people will take this kind of approach. This is not the fact that we are allowing. There are some guests I've invited here. They say that they are not coming because they know that people will get the opportunity to ask them questions, and they don't like the way that
those people should not run for office, or advise them not to run for office. Because the presidential candidate's knowledge of mathematics may determine whether you balance budget or you ruin your career for you as a country. So anybody running away from questions is not a good person.
That's why I don't bring them. I want to make sure that it doesn't become a pattern.
Rudolph.
It's a parliament now. Let's say it was parliament now. Can you rule out this question? It's a legitimate question. Are you not seeing the South African parliament, the way Balema is dealing with them there? That's how a parliament should look like.
Yeah, but Pansat is not a member of parliament. I'm the only member of this parliament. Okay, go ahead, Pansat. Go ahead.
Yes. You have that math question again.
Rudolph, stop doing that. Okay, thank you very much, Prince. I appreciate your candor and transparency, right? So I was going to ask you, 10 pounds of feather and 10 pounds of steel, which one is heavier?
How can it be heavier now? You say the weight measure is pound. So all 10 pounds are equal to 10 pounds, whether it's iron or water or whatever. Yeah, so we should not be violating the law of mathematics there. Yes.
You got that right. 50. You got 50%.
I'm sorry. How is this related to the politics?
Because some are shooting their leaders through consulting the oracle. Some will shoot through consulting mathematics. So it's like that.
Go ahead.
It's the Senior Citizens Forum. Senior Citizens Forum. Welcome.
Wait. Let me answer that. Our politicians, it's not just speaking English. They have to have it up here. All right, math is important. education is important. We can't have
I
this
agree
kind of
with
country
you.
we have. People have to have a good judgment more than anything else. Good judgment. All right. You see this. You see Prince right here. It's supposed to be a good candidate that somebody like me can support. But when he comes and he makes statements such as that all these politicians are the same because let's say P2B was in the PDP.
I'm not saying all the politicians are the same. Let me say something to you.
Well,
Let me say,
that's what
so
you're
we don't misunderstand ourselves. No.
Yeah.
Listen. In politics, there are people who have sentimental support. And if you choose your candidate, stay with your candidate. I don't have a problem with that. However, if you say you are,
look, hold on. It's not true. Wait a minute. Prince, all these people you see here, they are not like they love P2B or they love Tinubu. No, a lot of Nigerians in diaspora, right, they genuinely care about the country. Just listen, hear me out, because that is the mistake you're making. There is what you're going to call an objective. How would you say that? You can analyze something and be objective about it. Even if you point out that something is better, doesn't mean that you're biased. You follow me? Qualitative and quantitative analysis. All of us who are talking like me here, I don't give a rat's ass about anybody, P2B or Tinubu. What I want is somebody who's going to take care of that country and do better. You follow me? So when somebody who was in California here, in the United States, you ought to know better than that. You cannot just say,
no, I don't have to know better just because of California. When I was in New York, New York people are even smarter from what I hear. So
you cannot say you support your own candidate, I support my own candidate. Yeah, but we're not partisan like that.
No, what I'm
Those
saying is, no, let me put it in the context. What is this? If I meet somebody who is a supporter of Peter Obi, I don't see him as an opponent. Because he's a supporter. But the Peter Obi he's supporting is an opponent. If I'm somebody who's supporting Tinubu, I don't see the person as an opponent. But the Tinubu that is supporting is my opponent. Therefore, if we are exposed...
You said the election is over for you. It's not over.
The election is over now because...
That mandate.
I don't know where we're going, but let me try to anchor something.
No, what I'm saying is that if the election is over, then you don't have an opponent anymore. You're out, right? So it's
and then we are
from those who are in.
Nobody is in. Everybody is out. Tinubu is out.
No.
Obi is out.
We're waiting for.
You are getting something wrong.
Let me end with this. Let me end with this.
Okay.
Listen, Prince, listen to me. Let me end with this. Rudolph, I beg your indulgence on this. Number one, because you've been making calls by decree. You've been laying it down by fiat because you're a lawyer or something like that. I don't know. You have to know there are lawyers who are also an audience who are listening to you. Even the host has no pedigree above those who are listening to the show. You have a lot of people listening to the show, even just not even in the comment section, right? So what I'm saying to you is that you cannot determine when that election is over or not. The Supreme Court is the final arbiter.
Can I say something?
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm talking about what you said. The election is not over. They rigged the election. It's obvious. It's clear. So here are the stages that are coming forward. Number one, we're going to go to the tribunal. Okay. And that's
there already.
The tribunal will make a call. After the tribunal, I believe that P2B is going to win at the tribunal, and then Tinubu is going to take it to the Supreme Court. P2B is going to be the one who's going to be sworn in on the 29th. But Tinubu is going to have the right to go to the Supreme Court. It's not over yet until the Supreme Court renders its own judgment, right? So it's not over. Those people who voted for you, they gave you their mandate to defend. You can't just throw your hands up and say, hey, one of my tribesmen has been declared winner, therefore it's over. And you jettison those votes.
Okay, now let me
fight for those votes.
Let me get something clear.
Okay, Pansa, thank you.
Because of your age bracket, You people have tribes. We in this generation don't have tribe. Tribe is what chased you to America. Tribe problem. We don't have tribe. We have peers internationally. We want a country that will compete with them. Whether the person declare it from your ethnic group, so for it's not relevant to our generation. What we want is that if Zelensky is ruling Ukraine, I don't see any reason why Rudolph will not rule Nigeria. That's our concern in this generation. All this ethnicity, all this, that's your generation. We are not going to inherit that from you. You go with it. So our generation, we are trying to select leaders who, if Macron, who used to come to Fela Shrine here in the 90s, is now ruling France. If Trudeau is ruling Canada, people like me now should be ruling Nigeria. That is why, and we have ideas. And with these people who you are mentioning their name, we are interacting with them. Some of the problems that supporters have is that they don't know that the political actors know one another. So you assume that if you are an obedient, you know Peter Obi, you can explain Peter Obi to Showore, who has been using Sahara reporters to help him fight his fight when he was governorship, governor of Anambra State, who has been doing all of that. We know each other. You want to tell me that you can give me a lecture on Obi, whom I have known for how many years? You can go and ask him. So you cannot assume because you are somewhere supporting. No, every person who is a candidate understands why he's running. I don't need you, for example, to tell me support Peter Obi. The day he started running, if I thought it was somebody I could support, I will immediately support him. So,
right, let me ask you. Hold on.
Everybody understands. Everybody understands their own candidature, the opponent. So you don't need the supporter. Nobody who's supporting me now can go and explain me to Peter Obi. He knows me very well. So before you even open your mouth, he will tell you, Prince can do this, Prince cannot do that. So we're not strangers. So let us understand
Prince,
that one.
Hold on. Prince. He won 12 states, right?
Very good.
Did the other one.
He could have even won more.
So did Tinubu and Atiku. And he also won the Federal Capital Territory. And he was allotted about 6 million votes, right? So those are realities, right? So you have 3 top candidates. Now, like I quoted
let me get you something. A Pansat, you don't run yourself into some logical problem. And because you are trying to solve Nigeria problem, don't enter another one. Let me give you an example. If you say the election was rigged, how do you now know who is the top 3 if the election was rigged? So you are already arguing like somebody who assumed that the election was correct. No, you are already assuming that the election was correct because if you say the election was rigged, there are 2 answers you can have. I'll be listening to different answers. So that you don't give me the answer I'll be hearing. The answer I hear for some people is that where the person I'm supporting won, there was no cheating there. But where the other person won, that's where there's cheating. But if you agree that the election was full of irregularities, you will not even reckon with any of the results. You can never know. Because I was listening to Kwankwaso the other time, he said that if the election was not bastardized, it would not have come fourth. It would have come second. So what I'm just telling you is that let us be consistent. If you say the election was rigged, then don't use any of the figures done by INEC. If you say it's nothing rigged, then you can do that. Go ahead.
I'll consider. Hold on.
Yes.
I'll consider.
Let me before you.
Okay, but listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying.
Ansat, hold on. Before you go ahead, okay. Remember, I have to go and we have to end this. I want forefathers to also ask a question. So go just 2 minutes for you so that we can round this.
Rudolph, let me watch on the TV now. Okay, I want to watch it on the TV. Since I'm not talking anymore. Yeah. All right. Good night.
That's true. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Ansat,
all right. Mr. Prince.
Rudolph,
Yeah,
sorry, before we
just
ask, can we have Prince at the backyard after the game, after your show? Can we continue with Prince?
No. You can't keep him. He's been here for more than almost 9 hours now.
No, if he's back, I can spend 1 hour with them so that they will say he ran away from the backyard. That will be the headline news tomorrow. So,
No, we need to have him because he
All right.
wants to steal some candidates from Obi.
Okay, thank you. Pansa, go ahead.
Right. So my 2 minutes starts right now. Actually, I'm gonna time it. It's our time here, 5:05.
Okay.
So, Mr. Prince, I've already been given 5 minutes, and trust me, I'm actually on your side. I want you to do better. I want you to be one of those that are gonna come up soon and make that country better. But you cannot do it with the way you're going. You cannot do it the way you're going. A lot of people like you come and you talk to us and you just bring yourself down. You're a very wealthy person, you're educated, but you are gonna have to adjust a little bit. You have to make some judgment calls. You have to understand this kind of country we're in. What are the problems? You have to know, you have to think anthropologically where people came from to that country. You're gonna have to make yourself conversant with names such as Deborah, who was killed out of religious animals. You're gonna have to remember the Benue Plateau people who are getting killed. You have to know the tradition in the country of the Muslim and the Christian tradition. You're gonna have to be fair. You're gonna have to judge people based on their character and what they've done. Forget about every time, like when you cite your example of Kwakwaso, he has to come second. Why? So he could beat P2B, right? He doesn't have to come first. Everybody who talks good about P2B doesn't mean they're obedient. I'm not obedient. I'm somebody who wants the best for the country. So there is, somebody said earlier that we don't have any other candidate in the class of P2B in the entire election, and that is true. You are not in the same class as P2B, but you would have been somebody who should help him, including Showore, to wrest power from these evil forces we have in the country. That's just the truth. You can't spin it. Let me conclude by saying that I have noticed this. Okay, I'm not tribal, but truth is tribal, right? So truth, when I say the truth, it's gonna be tribal, but it's true. You're gonna have to come out of the mode of the elite Yoruba politicians that was described by Sanusi Lamido Sanusi in his piece,
you are Pansat. You are using your 2 minutes and abusing your privileges. One of the people, how I know people who have suspended thinking is when they associate me with religion or ethnicity. That's your problem, and you can get out of it, or you can die with it. But for me, ethnicity and religion, you cannot bribe me with it. No, ethnicity and religion, no, it's your reality, not mine, because I've done my research. But finish your question, but don't rope me into your ethnic narrative or religious narrative.
Thank you.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that if you have Boko Haram, fundamentalist, extremist Muslims killing Christians, for example, in the north, you can't say, hey, look, that is your reality. I'm not part of that. You are part of that. When you have Boko Haram killing so many of our people in that country, you can't say, hey, look, that I'm not into religion. It's not the issue. It's not the tenets of the religion. Okay, it's the politics in the country, the culture. There's no security because of religious animals. You have tribal animals. You can't say, hey, look, that tribal stuff, I have nothing to do with it. You do have something to do with it.
I will address it.
Please, that goes to what I'm trying to advise you. Stop running away from the problems and be better than thou when all of us have it in common. It's a problem in the country. You're going to have to solve it, including the...
Okay, let me address it.
It's not there.
Let me address it. Number one, you have a right to interpret the situation of our country. There are some things you saw before I was born. There are some things you see where you are now. I'm not there. You have your own reality. And the reason why we're having this conversation is for us to know each other's mind and exchange ideas. Now, there's no one way to look at issues. So, but I can tell you something. In preparing to be leader of Nigeria, I've read the causes of all these issues. Whether it's Boko Haram, it's nothing to do with religion. In fact, and I've looked at the data. If you look at the data of killing in Nigeria is appalling. We're one of the highest casualty in the world.
No. Rudolph.
Pansat, you have
wrong
to
about
let
that.
him answer you. You have to let him answer you. We can't do this. And your time is up. We want to get forefathers.
What I'm letting you know is that if you state the statistics, I have gone around the entire north by foot. I know every local government in Nigeria with my foot, not helicopter. So I know Nigeria, and I've listened to different people. And if you go to Katsina, where Buhari came from, the amount of killings that have taken place there, and you will see that the killing is indiscriminate. There are pockets in Nigeria, Southern Kaduna.
Oh, wait, please, hold on, please, hold on.
This is Pansat. I know they are.
Don't ever mute me. Don't ever mute me again.
Oh no, you can't say that, Pansat. You can't say that.
No, Pansat. I'm a senior citizen, and the way you are going about it, cool down.
Yeah. Forefathers, go ahead.
No, let me finish Pansat in case he's still hearing me.
Okay.
What Pansat needs to understand is that in election contests, the candidates know one another. And the candidates went through their party machinery, became candidate. They meet a lot. You have one vote if you come home to vote, or no vote at all. You can vote with your money by sending your money to a candidate. It is not you who is a supporter of one candidate that will tell another candidate, like Showore, come and support my candidate. The candidates know one another. They talk a lot. So don't worry yourself about it. You know, Peter Obi designed his pathway to become president. It didn't include me. He designed his pathway to become president. It didn't include Showore. Otherwise, it would have been Showore's house. His pathway included Obasanjo, included all these other people, Adewole Adebayo and all of that. So he has put his plan in place on how he was going to become president. He has chosen the people he needed in my party. He spoke to them. And some of them said, no, we'll stay with Prince. Some of them followed him. And they are with him till today. And we still talk. So your job is not to canvass candidates for your candidate. You don't have that clout. Your job is to get other people, voters, to come and vote for your candidate. But if you are close enough to your candidate, and you think your candidate will do better by pairing with another candidate, you can advise your candidate to go and have discussion with that candidate. But you cannot come to somebody. I saw it during the campaign. I will go and give a lecture somewhere. It will be posted online. I will see some supporters. Why don't you step down for Peter Obi? I just take it that it's enthusiasm. I don't take it as negative, that they don't know what they're talking about. It's enthusiasm. But after the election now, we need to learn some lessons from it. We are all competing as the person who can fix Nigeria. If I believe Peter Obi can fix Nigeria, I'll be the first to be in his house and say, come and fix it for her. I'll give an illustration of other people whom I believe in. Secondly, I don't have a career that you can save. You can save your country, but I'm okay. So it is the country you should be thinking of saving, not me. I don't have a problem. You can go and bring a blind person to be president of Nigeria. It's not going to sign check for me. Doesn't concern me. What concerns me is that the common people of Nigeria need a good leadership, and I want to offer it. If you support your candidate, you are fine. For those who believe that Peter Obi is the best thing that can happen, they are right. Just go and vote for him. No problem with that. For leaders of the country, some leaders of the country who tell me, you are there's a group of leaders that came to me. They said, you are our best candidate. But we think that Peter Obi is more viable because he has more people following him. I said, no problem. Go and support him. And I'm still greeting them. So I don't have a problem with that. But you can't change my mind. Peter Obi can change my mind. And he knows what I know. So he knows where I stand. So we know this animosity, this remonstration, he doesn't have it. I don't have it. However, because we're in competition and people always tie together, I must comment one way or the other. Now, you have a belief that somebody will not be sworn in, somebody will be sworn in. Look, why am I arguing with you on something that will happen in 15 days? It's a waste of time. I will spend 30 days arguing with you when the thing will happen in 15 days. So let's just suspend the argument. I will come back here again, invited or not. I will masquerade. I'll call myself something else. I will come here after the inauguration. So I will ask you about your prophecy because you are ruining your career as a prophet if what you say doesn't work out in 15 days. So, but as a country, we need to understand that we need to get more candidates, not less. Don't shut down people. Get more candidates to come out so that in the final analysis, when we are shifting it down, we will have top quality people to do. So then some people have a misconception that if the election is cancelled, it is only those who are in court that are going to contest it. It's not so. If the election is cancelled, all of us will come back. And at that stage, some of us may look at it and say, why do I want to run the election again? Maybe I can side with this person or that person. But that will be an intense discussion. Some of the things some people are saying here are the kind of things that Tinubu's of this world and Atiku of this world are good at saying. If you support me, you can come after me, your career, as if one must become president at all costs. No, we are rising to the challenge of the moment. And next time, I may see a candidate that is even better than me, and I will say I'm supporting him. So it's not a must that it must be me, but we have a process, and people should respect that process, that way. So that's for that. Any other thing, Passad, if you remember, because we'll answer it in future.
Thank you so much.
And then, sorry, on the issue of killings in Nigeria, there is no part of Nigeria where there's no killing. In my state, there's a lot of killing. Even to this week in Ondo State, some farm somewhere, some people went and killed them. They are killing in the east massively, different people. There are even people I know personally who have been killed. They are killing in the south. They are killing everywhere. In the north, the people in government have made a business out of the Boko Haram war and the banditry. Is collaboration with security people and all of that. And those are part of the thing we came here to try to resolve in this election. So don't stigmatize it and attach it to a religion that has a lot of innocent people who are not involved in it, or attach it to an ethnicity that has a lot of innocent people who are not involved in it. So we must attach it to the people who are in government and they are responsible for it. But for the Nigerians came out and started voting for APC, PDP, or shows to you that they haven't learned their lesson. Secondly, or lastly, if you know how to prove that Tinubu did not win any single state, then you are in the wrong zip code. You are supposed to be in Abuja to come and help them with the tribunal, because that's the kind of evidence we need now. We don't need it to keep such a golden evidence with you in California, where the election is not taking, petition is not taking place. You need to come home. I can volunteer to actually, I know you are not a poor person, but to save you the trouble, I can volunteer to pay you business class ticket to Nigeria to come and testify in the tribunal, because I don't want anybody who did not win any single state to come and be ruling me. That would be unfair.
Thank you, Prince. Forefathers, you have the last question.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Thank you. I must say you have, I always appreciate the fact that you come here, talk openly to everybody, and take questions. And some people disagree, which I'm included. I disagree with some of your assertions, and but that's fine. I would just want to move on from the other previous ECB. Clearly, that's not going to get us anywhere. But given the state of the nation at this stage, the low life expectancy and the security service that is ill fit for purpose, and a lack of trust in government due to corruption and lack of transparency too. Healthcare system terrible. Our leaders are going overseas for treatment. Power supply is nowhere to be seen. So if we see everything that is going on in the country, and then we take into account the strategic problems that could be facing the country in the coming years, one would think anybody that assesses the situation will feel there should be a sense of urgency to our predicament. And but I don't see that. I really don't. And we talk and joke about these things, but we are passing on servitude and suffering to extinction to our children. That's what we are doing. And so the question I wanted to ask is, I've come to realize that maybe, it's not a bad idea to be championing one cause at a time, especially when you are not an office holder and you don't hold office. So I'm not going to hold you to the standard of somebody that holds office. You're just a very successful person. So I believe in championing causes for individuals. So I wanted to ask if you are championing any particular cause. It could be power supply, it could be, corruption, that's fighting for a transparent system of government. And also, if you support a government of national unity, given the gravity of what we are facing as a nation, because clearly our leaders, I don't regard the country as sovereign as it stands. Our president-elect is spent more time in foreign countries than he has spent in Nigeria. And, African leaders are dying in foreign countries at an alarming rate that is just disgraceful. And for somebody that is successful and highly, gifted, clearly you can see that you are funny, you know how to talk, you are successful as a businessman, you must be gifted somehow. So is it don't you
If
think
you can pass test, is that not better than Cambridge and Oxford?
No. Honestly, Pansat is Pansat.
Yes.
So Pansat is Pansat. So you have all these gifts. So you support the government of national unity, or do you have any particular cause that you are championing? And if you are not championing any particular cause, why not?
Okay, I'm championing a lot of causes. Technology acquisition, I've done a lot for many government agencies. I champion science and technology. I champion accountability. I champion culture, sports, whatever. So I champion dialogue and communication and so many things. So I have many causes, and I didn't want to link them with politics. I champion education. You will see many people I sponsor within Nigeria and overseas who are into studies, special study. I produce so many PhD. If you will ask Professor Kunle and Odua and IPRE, they will tell you that I sponsor so many people for PhD in novel area of pharmaceutics and all of those area where I think that Nigeria is not doing well. A champion. If you talk to someone like Professor Morris, who is a pharmaceutic, he will tell you so different things. So that's not an issue. The issue in Nigeria is this: we cry over milk that has not spilled. So people cry over spilled milk. We cry over milk and later spill it. So it looks to me that we're just seeking attention. We like to discuss, we seek attention. You are talking of a low life expectancy. In Nigeria, we have gone beyond that. We have gone to no life expectancy at all. If I see you the next day, you still there? Okay, thank God. So they say no life expectancy. So, but none of it reflects in our politics. We diagnose our problem, and when we want to apply solution, I have a friend, Dr. Chris Asoluka. He will always tell me, Prince, I like all your diagnoses, but I don't like your solutions to them. So, and that is a feeling that you can say in Nigeria. Somebody will tell you so many of the problems that we need to solve in the country. When he wants to conclude, he will say, therefore, let us vote Atiku Abubakar for president. So you will see that after you have analyzed all these problems, see the conclusion you came to now. Another person will come and say, analyze all the problems. And he will say, what is the solution? He will say, let us vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He will fix everything. Another person will analyze all the problems. When he wants to solve it, he will say, let us put Peter Obi. So we tend to diagnose our problem, but we tend to find solution that won't work. The solution that will work is that we must have a set of priorities. And I'm recommending to everybody Chapter 2 of the Constitution. And I've spoken to many candidates in the course of our campaign. I will tell them, minimum, even when we talk, before I became a candidate, when we gather together, Pat told me all of them, I always tell everybody, my minimum requirement for collaborating with anybody is the attitude to Chapter 2 of the Constitution. But all of these candidates who are coming up, they will come to me and say, okay, let me talk to you. Let us negotiate based on this Chapter 2. What are the minimum requirements if I come to government that I'm going to do? They are not. They will just be telling you about how if I come in, you'll be by my right hand. You'll be by my left. I don't want to be by your right hand. I want commitment on certain things you want to do. This one will say, if I suppose to hurt me, I'll make you Attorney General. I don't want to be Attorney General to somebody who is not committed to this Chapter 2. So there are rules of engagement. And any voter, any questioner, voter, journalist, when I give lectures, analysis, and I go on their show, they will not ask me any question on those things that are important to me that I've been preaching about, that I left my job, I'm campaigning about. They will ask me, this tribe, that religion. So you are wasting my time. So we now need to come together somehow to say, Prince, why are you in politics? What are the things that are important to you? I've not read this your Chapter 2 before. Let me go and read it. Let me engage you. Is there no alternative platform to rescue the poor, to solve the problem of the country, to govern our government? I'll tell you there isn't. They are all inside there. So when Professor Ben Babwe and co put all those things inside it with Bala Usman and Dr. Shegun Oshoba, when they put all of those things inside the Constitution, they were trying to guide the government so that you won't have to choose and tell by moonlight, oh, when this one was governor, he paid for the road, he created bridges. When this one was governor, he created a brewery, he saved money. You go to the Constitution and say, this candidate I'm supporting has committed himself to this, to this, to this. If we agree, it will be difficult because the discretionary spending in American budgeting, in American Congress, if you go to Congressional Budget Office, they have their budget into two. They call it discretionary spending and statutory spending. Those statutory spending, no government can change it. Defense contracts, defense spending, pay American debts, pay welfare of veterans, pay welfare of retirees, pension, people are out of work, pay Obamacare, pay for co-pay for Medicare, Medicare Advantage. All those things are not discretionary. So whether you vote Republican, you vote Democrat, when they go in, those things are compulsory. Then the rest are called discretionary spending, where you can now decide to spend as you like. And Democrats will spend it this way, Republicans will spend it this way. But in Nigeria, all monies are equal. So somebody who walks in, he has not paid pensioners, he will start doing something else and waste the money. Another person will come in, He has not committed to education, no money for ASU. He will go. So it doesn't matter how you tell me about how beautiful your candidate is. He has a mellow voice. He bows down for everybody. He shakes hands. He's fantastic. I don't care. I want to know, does he recognize that we must pay for education of our children and make it compulsory and vote money for it? Does he understand that we must have well-funded pension that can beat inflation and we vote for it? Even if he's a violent person, slap my face. If he agrees to these things, I will support him. But if he is the most beautiful guy in the world and he knows how to clap and he carries baby and he calls everybody uncle, I will not follow him because I don't want to be deceived. I want to tie the candidate down to these issues, because once these issues are tied down, when we get into government, we will legislate them. So if you make me Attorney General, then I know that my job as Attorney General is to bring all these bills that are inside my computer now and take to National Assembly and say, oh yeah, pass all this. If you do it, the money that they can steal in Nigeria will not be more than 12%, because 88% of our budget will have been devoted to all these priorities. So you can't steal them. You can't touch it. It's not within your reach. And ASU will not go on strike. So you go to the airport, somebody will say, I'm ASU president. Will say, so what? What do I care? Because it's not relevant to you. So those are the things I want to secure. And I don't want to be distracted in this politics. I want to face it. If in 2027 I will come back again, maybe I'll get less votes, maybe I'll get more, but I will keep talking about it. Once I reach a certain age, I've done my best for Nigeria, I will go and look for not 40-year-old whiskey, but 40-year-old mango juice. I'll be drinking it. So I say I've done my best. If you say, Prince, what do you think about this? I'll say, go and read my speech 10 years ago. That's enough for you. That is what I want to do. That is my priority. And we must hold it. So don't tell me who you support. Tell me why you support the person. And that why is important to me.
You highlighted some things that one would think you'll be championing in terms of accountability on how our funds are being spent. Because you highlighted that about 80% of our funds are being stolen. But by the numbers, even just by paying salary, federal government workers' salary, I'm not sure 80% is being stolen. And the reason why I'm saying that, I'm not saying that there's no corruption. I'm saying that could cloud the fact that we don't even have enough money.
How will you have enough money when it's stolen? Let me tell you where the money is stolen. So that you can go and cry this night. Let me tell you, if you start judging what is in the budget, you already miss your way. Because majority of Nigerian money is spent outside the budget. They spend the money outside the budget. By the time they bring the budget, the money is already gone. Why? Because in custom, majority of the money collected in custom is not accounted for. Unless you have not brought container in before. You will see that you pay more to the people than to the government on many occasions. And then when you pay the money, they have concessions so many things out, and they take a lot of the money out of it. If you are looking at crude oil, if you sell 100 barrels, NNPC will not collect money of more than 15 barrels. 85 barrels disappeared. And I've gone around the world, I've mentioned it, I've campaigned on it, but people were not interested. They were interested in which part of Nigeria this president candidate comes from. But I told you that in Antwerp alone, if you go to Holland alone, the tank farm there that are stolen Nigerian crude, China at a time bought stolen Nigerian crude and they couldn't pay. So, and they knew we were doing election. They went to Nigerian officer, Nigerian embassy. They went and met the man and said, we bought some crude from Nigeria. You have a new government now. Let them know that we have not paid for this crude. This crude is here. And the person is still alive now. He went and met Abakari, who was Buhari's chief of staff, and said, sir, I am your trade officer in China. That man's name is Adewole Adebayo. He's still alive now. Can look for him. And Rudolph can interview him. He said, I'm your trade officer in China. Billions of dollars of crude sold and they're not paid. They said, bring all the documents. He brought all the documents. That's the last time he entered Villa. He didn't enter Villa again. So now This eventually they said the crude, they went and negotiated, got one company, they said they are reselling part of the crude. So the crude was also reloaded. So what I'm telling you is that, please, they are still in it blind. Then when you see Chinese people, Malaysian people, other people, and they are picking gold on the road, there are some traditional rulers who are riding big Mercedes. What did they do? They settle them, and then they will go and be digging gold, digging copper. If you go to Ebonyi State is supposed to be able to fund Nigeria, but they have been taking minerals from Ebonyi State and taking it. If you go to Nasarawa State here, all these people are calling themselves billionaires. They go to Ebonyi State, they will say Nasarawa State, they are doing agriculture. What do? They go there, pick all the minerals, put it in their helicopter, fly away. Put it in their jet, fly away. So we are being stolen blind. So don't look at the one they declare. No, look at the one they looted before they even declare at all. So that is why government as a whole went and said that Tom Polo is going to be the one to help them to stop the stealing of crude. At the beginning, they were not saying so. But when I started talking about it, later Peter Obi added it to his talking point. When we got to MBA, he talked about it. We kept talking about it. Then government said, we exaggerated the number, whatever. Eventually, they admitted that crude is being stolen. And I can tell you, I read all the FARC report. I read as they are sharing money. Go and find out last time NNPC made contribution. So I don't want to have hypertension this night. Let me tell you that they are stealing the country blind. Don't talk of overflight money. That is why the man who is going next week said he bought a magical fire engine because they want to spend all the BASA money. As aircraft of different airline, different nationality are flying over Nigeria airspace, they're supposed to pay overflight charges. Go and ask Senate Committee on Aviation, House Committee on Aviation, how much money did we make from overflight? They will not tell you. So many wrong. I can list them. I took my time. Nigeria is losing more than 80% of the revenue outside the book. Then inside the book again, they lose.
Okay, so let's start from the resources that Nigeria has that we are selling. Are you saying that the crude oil that we are selling, like even if we sold all the allotment given to us by OPEC, are they stealing more than that currently, or they are stealing within that cap that OPEC gave to us?
Okay, first, in the oil industry, we have OPEC and non-OPEC transactions. Let me tell you what OPEC is. OPEC is just a mere trading cartel. It has no legal binding. However, OPEC has certain mechanism. They have arbitration mechanism. So if you are an OPEC certified trader and I sell crude to you, if you don't pay me, I can get your money through OPEC mechanism. But as
what I'm trying to ascertain is that
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. But you can sell your crude outside OPEC. When OPEC gives you a quota, it doesn't mean that's all you can sell. You can decide to sell your crude oil to somebody outside OPEC. OPEC will not complain. So, and you can also let your crude be stolen and be watching. Somebody will see your crude and go and sell it, and you go and share the money. OPEC will not stop you. So what I'm letting you know is that in Nigeria, the unofficial sale, not even the theft that is now later sold, is more than the one that is being sold under OPEC and officially. And it started before, under the military was like that. They will tell you that using part of it to finance national security. So you can be an oil company, you have an oil field, they can tell you, well, 3, 4, 5, for the next 6 months, whatever you sell, Vitoil, all these companies, Tabifigura, pay the money to NSA account, the country account to CBN, because we are doing war in Liberia. We need that money. So all countries in the world have security spending. But later, when the operation is ended, they continue to sell and share the money. Like that. Or in some cases, they just open an account and do it. So if you go to Canada, go anywhere in the world, you will see oil dealers who deal in Nigerian crude, Some of them deal only with the regular one. They won't touch the regular one. Some, they do both the regular and the irregular. So I can tell you, if Tinubu comes in today now and tells the people in the oil industry that he needs $1 billion for one thing or the other, they will sell crude, they will give him the money, and they will not tell you. I can guarantee you that for that's sure. Because they have a system put in place. But if you elect a president who says, no, I put an end to this, then they will do the small ones under, but it won't be big like this. But what happened in this case is that is why Obasanjo made himself petroleum minister. That is why Jonathan, who didn't make himself petroleum minister, had a bigger person than him, who he himself had to beg for money to survive in his own government. So when Buhari came, he learned a lesson from that. I said, no, I'll make myself oil minister. So the crime starts from the president to the person who's on the oil field. But Shagari discovered it long ago under Gawan, that they were selling this crude without returning the money. So it's not new today. It was Shagari, as Minister of Finance, who insisted that they must put flow stations on all the oil wells. Up to now, many of them have fake flow station, fake meters. Some have meters they don't read. Some meters are not even calibrated. So I don't want to. This is a major theft. So they are stealing it. I don't want to mention gas. So we are in the 7th train. Where have you seen LNG? All the companies that are on our LNG go and see their shares on the stock market of their home country, and anywhere they are listed, they are growing exponentially. But the gas money doesn't reflect anywhere in Nigeria. So don't talk of other things. So Sabara, banditry started from gold. And in Osun, there are a lot of civil war going on inside Osun State now. People being displaced from their houses, and you see traditional rulers changing their addresses every day. They are collecting commission from people. So, and the gold vein between Osun State, Oyo State to Niger, that gold vein is as big as that one in Congo. So we could be a gold country and make more money from gold that we are making. I don't want to talk of lithium. So if you see lithium, everybody in Nigeria now if you want to be an investigative reporter, and just go to Hilton Hotel, Sheraton Hotel, anywhere in Nigeria, and start saying, I have lithium. You will see how foreigners will be coming out of their hotel. Where is it? Take me there. But they are all lodging in hotels. DSS cannot say it doesn't know. NI cannot say it doesn't know. So please, let us stop pretending. So if you are going to tell me that somebody I should support must be somebody whom I know will actually tackle these things and put an end to it, not somebody who will say, they are the one who sponsored my election. They gave me money. Let them continue and do as they like.
Thank you. No, forefathers, we have to. He's been here for more than 9 hours. We'll bring him back and.
Let's just do 10 hours so that they can say we did 10 hours and we went. So that the future will remember us for the 10 hours we devoted.
We're still waiting for somebody somewhere.
Forefathers, go ahead.
I just wanted to get a cap on what we are currently generating in terms of crude oil. That's if you are saying that there are others outside the OPEC. So what is the scope of what we are talking about? We need to have an idea of the amount we are talking about. So if we have an idea, then we know what we are dealing with. You see what I mean? That's how I like to operate. I want to operate with information that I consider credible.
And then you do what I do now. You go to the field as your country. You pay attention to it. I'm just drawing your issue to it, but you know too well that
I'm just trying to get your own opinion.
Hold on. If you talk to people who are in the merchant navy, if you talk to people who have satellites, if you talk to people who are in the oil industry, if you talk to insurance companies, if you talk to people who run tank farms all over the world, if you talk to refinery owners, you can have estimates of Nigerian crude. Luckily for the signature of Nigerian crude, the molecular signature is very sharp. The crude is sweet. You will know that they know our crude. So people will tell you. So it's even some countries that have crude buy our crude and resell it. Because when you buy something from a thief, you can now sell it as a legitimate seller. So you take Nigerian crude and sell it as part of your own crude. So I have gone to show you how committed before I ran for office. I spent days with President Jonathan in the villa, bringing experts to him, telling how they are stealing the crude and everything. He gave me, as a president of Nigeria, he gave me one embrace and thanked me and thanked me and thanked me. All right? This Yanni was there, sitting down. Ruben Abati, who is now on air, former journalist, he was there. So I was there. I brought the expert, I brought everything, we did analysis. So there's nothing I haven't done in that sector. They know it. So if you tell somebody who is driving his car, oh guy, your car is punctured, you look at the tire, continue driving. You have done your part. You know why he's driving on flat like that. But I'm just telling you, I'm not doing to embarrass President Jonathan. He's not the first person under whom we started. But because I went, I spent time. Even they use government money to pay those people ticket to come. And they listened extensively. And everybody was there. The National Security Advisor, Ayim Pius, Ayim Secretary to government was there. Chief of Staff was there. Everybody. I thought they were going to give me GCFR that day. They listened to us very well. And they said, thank you. Well, they are still taking the code. So what I'm letting you know is that so it's not unknown to them. Otherwise, government will not hire Don Polo if they don't know that their code is being stolen. So let us understand that. But we can, as a community, as a people. I went to NNS Thunder in the course of my campaign. I went there. I went to the oil fields. So it's not, I'm not going to sit, I'm not sitting in the TV studio talking. Even as a presidential candidate, when the government started saying they have brought it down, I went there. And if you want to ask questions, go to Minimasa, go to all those places. They know that I take my time. Last 2 weeks ago, I was in Lagos with people from the Navy. Even the former chief of naval staff joined my discussion when I was planning with the Navy people, telling them, you know what's happening to us. We discussed it there extensively. So it's not a week later, I was back in Lagos with the chief of defense staff. We sat down there because it was time to launch what we call early warning system. We were there. We discussed. So the issue of the country is not something I'm whispering or I'm doing for campaign. That time we were talking, they said, maybe he's looking for vote. What am I looking for now? I just want us to stop pretending that we don't know that our traditional rulers are thieves and they're stealing the crude, are collecting the money, solid mirror, they're stealing it. That governors, they use the paraphernalia of their governorship to be doing illegal oil operations. And they have excess dollar. If you go to government houses, you will see governors. If you praise them very well, $200,000. If you sing, $300,000. If you come again next time with another supporter, so they have all this money. So we are the people causing problems for ourselves. It's just that majority of the money is kept overseas by the foreign enemies they're collaborating with. But the local enemies here, domestic enemies, have enough money. And some of that money is going to the hand of young people who are tweeting online and collecting their own commission. So we need to understand that. So that it's not the devil dealing with us. The devil is afraid of us.
Prince, let me ask you, we've been hearing about governors and their security votes, but we've never had anything about presidents and vice presidents. Do they collect security votes, and how much is that?
They are the government. The president, if he likes the first vice president, but the president particularly, the way they run the government in Nigeria, the president is the owner of the central bank. I can tell you that. And the Emefiele has made that an official policy. So don't even disturb yourself. There is nothing a president of Nigeria cannot do with the money of Nigeria. It's just his conscience only that will guide him.
So I know you mentioned, I know most people don't talk about this, the story of the 22 trillion. It was shocking that towards the end of the administration, they brought that up. And
Yes.
this was money that was spent, not money that they are approving now. They've already
No,
spent.
no, they just on their own spent it. So they aggregated all the money together, so that nobody, because they didn't know who among us was coming to win, so they didn't want to go to jail. So they started aggregating all the money together and now brought a post-mortem bill to ratify it.
Now, I know that our budget is about, the last time I checked in Naira, it was about
19 trillion thereabouts.
Okay. So if we're looking at more than, wow, enough money.
22.7 trillion, yes.
So
there is another angle to look at it. There is a $50 billion that was monetized by Emefiele and disappear into the ethers of Nigerian politics. So I have a feeling that Emefiele will do a sex change and become a transgender and change his name and disappear. But if he does not,
Sahara Reporters is reporting that he's going for a study leave and he will leave before the end of the administration.
The cause must be how to escape consequences. Maybe we're going to study how to escape consequences, but he may also not go anywhere. Forget about this, because in Nigeria in 2015, when Buhari came, when he was elected, many people were panicking, trying to return money, trying to run away. But within 1 month, they realized that these people are coming to do their own deals. They started calling people, run away, come back, forget it. It's a drill, it's not real, come back. So it is possible that Emefiele may not go anywhere. He may even be giving lecture on corruption from next week.
But
you know?
Tinubu said already that he's going to deal with corruption very seriously. And
yes, he's not the first to say it. He may do it, but my interpretation of Nigerian politicians and Nigerian people is that I will deal with the corruption of my enemies. That's what they do. I'll deal with the corruption of my opponents. And not only the political elite, the Nigerian people, if they are supporting a politician, they don't recognize the corruption of that politician. They will explain it. Oh, he's trying to save it for future. Oh, he's put it there. He's put it. Oh, he put it here. People who supported Abacha said, oh, he's saving the money abroad because he knows that one day a bunch of idiots will come and rule Nigeria and they will not have money. So the money will not be brought back. So it is not only, we have to remember that these are our leaders. They were also common people before. The culture that they had as ordinary people was the culture that they brought into leadership. So if you look at our people, the way the political leaders rationalize, that's how the people rationalize. So if the person is a Christian, some people may say, what are the Muslims? Have they not stolen more? Why is it this Christian they want to do? If it's a Yoruba, they'll say, they are against us. What of the Hausa man? If you arrest, if the person is Igbo, they'll say, Igbo are suffering in this country. Why is it the Igbo man that you are arresting? So they will always find, if it's a pastor, they will say, don't touch the man of God if you don't want the wrath of God on your head. So the long and short of this is that this is the problem of the country. So if he says, I'm going to fight corruption, my interpretation, based on our context in Nigeria, is that he will start by fighting the corruption of those who are not on his side. Because if he were to fight the corruption of those who are on his side, that would be unusual. And that will be seen by people to say, this man is wicked. See the governor that delivered a state for him. He has put the governor in jail now. This man is wicked. Beware of this man. Because our people's sense of justice is not in the right place. Our people's sense of justice is not in the right place. I used to know a Nigerian president who somebody reported to him about some money that was with somebody. And those people were so close. The reporter and the person reported, they were close. And he was discussing it and said, this whole person is a very wicked person. Oh. He came to report to me about the money which this other person, and this person has been helping him all his life. You can see Nigerians are ingrate. But he's a sitting president, though. He's not thinking, thank God, an opportunity for me to recover Nigeria's money. But he's analyzing it in a beer parlor way. That see lives. People are not to be trusted, though. See this person who thinks this person is his friend. He came to report to me about the person stealing. Can you imagine?
Can I guess the president? I know the president.
Our people are bad, though. So all I'm letting you know is that if he has that mentality, you can see that we have to develop a new culture. This culture we have is not helping us.
Well, you are saying that things are not transparent. That you know that even the question in here that I asked you is still opaque. Here, even here in the discussion, I asked for a specific amount of crude oil that you estimate that you think Nigeria is.
You want to make me your research officer or what? What I'm telling you is that it is sufficient to tell you.
Assumptions.
It is sufficient to listen. I'm a lawyer. I know how to charge when people are asking for consultancy. What I'm telling you is that it is sufficient for me to let you know that one, majority of your oil well go to Focados, go to Kwaibu terminal, go to any of the other terminal escraffers. They are stealing your crude. Go to the ultra deep. They are stealing your crude.
We know they are stealing. What is the estimated amount?
It's not his responsibility.
So that we can use that. No, because somebody can have an idea. The reason why we're going towards another point to get an idea of how much Nigeria has.
Let me just tell you that they are stealing more than is officially. At least they are stealing twice, minimum twice, sometimes thrice, depending on the flow trade of the official record. And
okay,
after that, from the official record itself, from the official sale, majority of the money still doesn't get remitted. And this is not me talking. You can go and talk to people who have been in central bank.
I'm aware of that too.
One of the fights is how to get NNPC, and it's part of the reason why they are talking of subsidy, because subsidy is the sweetest spot in Nigeria because it allows them to steal crude, it allows them to steal proceeds of crude, it allows them to steal dollar for subsidy. So it's a trifecta of corruption. In the name of saying we want to guarantee fuel supply for Nigerians, they will steal crude and say they're using for swap. They will steal money we sold outright crude and say they use it to pay for import of crude. They will also steal appropriated money to say that there is a shortage and they use it to subsidize it. So all of that is there.
Okay, can I ask this question about?
Hold on.
Yeah. So, Prince, you've now proven my point. I told you that Prince is better than politician. You are just you are so wonderful to be listened to. I can listen to you all day, but I still get worried when we say our people get wrong sense of judgment. I have a practical example. In 2015, I'm from Abia State anyway, so I supported OT, the present governor now. Now my family, because I'm from Ishalangwa, my family supported.
I can feel the inquiry in your voice.
Oh my God, how can you do that? So my family supported OKZ. So one fateful day, OKZ came to my house, in my brother's house in Port Harcourt. I sat with him on one cushion. He was quoting Bible, speaking sweetly, speaking convincingly. And I was like, is this guy somebody that somebody can trust? And so many people invested their hope on him. You know the rest of the story. How you can't even, since you know the story of how you live in Aba, you know, there is no governor in Nigeria that you can compare with the mess OKZ produced.
But
So,
are you going to overlook the Mr. Biggs that opened there? Are you going to overlook that?
The Chicken Republic.
Are you going to overlook those things? Are those not the achievements?
So when you see people throwing their heart to make things work, people like when you speak, is expected that you will be trusted, and that's one thing in the Western world. That's why most politicians differ from coming to interview, because once you speak, your word should be held as a bond. But you have our politicians; they will come say many things, and at the end, they will disappoint you. So when this happens time to time, you won't blame the person, you won't blame the audience that will now develop an answer to the speech or the conversation the politicians produce. So I still have that sentimental attachment to my crowd, to the people that have been deceived, that have been deceived in many ways, in many circumstances. But the question I want to ask you, with this knowledge, with this experience, do you think that the system we're operating, the constitution we're using, the system of government we're using in Nigeria can help you or any other person to do something regarding this?
Of course, if you want to do it, the constitution does not force anybody to steal. You cannot steal in government without presidential approval. You will go to jail, because you see, you cannot be a minister unless the president makes you a minister. And nobody, no permanent secretary, whoever you are, no money leaves government without ministerial approval. So it is the president who will determine who his VP is. So he must think the kind of person he's looking for. When I was choosing my VP, you can go, our election is over now, go and test my VP. You will know that I made the right choice. So I consider all these factors. So now when you are choosing chief of staff, secretary of government, so because you are the one giving them license to steal or license to steal. So if you are not given a license as a doctor, you cannot do operation. So the person who doesn't examine you well and allow you to, because you are a butcher in a market, has to go and become a surgeon. That's the person who is guilty. So the president will now say, this is what I want to achieve. I put ministers accordingly. So the president and his wife, the first family, they are not interested in anybody's money. 2, you choose ministers who are committed to the country, and you constantly watch them, and there are easy ways to watch your minister. The minister cannot make a telephone call without the president knowing if he's interested. He will know, because all of them, and there's a system to watch them, watch who is associated with them. But if the president says, let me come into the villa and compensate people who suffer for me, all these years we have been together, we have been struggling for this position. So let me look for and call people. What position would you like? This one say, I don't want to be this, give me custom. Okay, go there. So you share the position like that. Then you want to choose finance minister. You call a governor of a state who happens to be one of your boys. Give me a ministerial candidate. Say yes, sir. That person brought their commissioner. They gave to you. You put there. So you are not showing enough responsibility. So then another set will come. They are friends. They agree that we must make money. We must dominate Nigerian politics. So we must make money. Go and put me in this place. Leave the party to me. Just leave the party to me. Just put me in Ministry of Works. I will fund all the parties. Put me in the NMA or the MASA. I will fund the party. So the president says to party chairman, if you want to do anything complicated, go and be GMD of NNPC. If you are doing governorship election, go and meet the MASA in Lagos. So you just see that the day you get the ticket of the party, you just get a telephone call. Sir, congratulations on your nomination. Mr. President said I should assist you in any way. Do you have any company that has limited attached to his name? Are you registered with us? No, I'm not. Can I suggest some company? Do you know Mr. Lelubo in Lagos? Contact him, he'll contact you. So they suddenly they will award a big contract and the person will suddenly now be running an expensive governorship campaign in the state. So these are the areas where the money goes. It's not as if the spirit comes. So if a president comes and says, "Hey guys, me, don't worry about my future. God has answered my prayer. Don't worry about second term. Don't talk to me about it. Yeah, you are very good in revenue. Go there. This is how I want the budget. I want a balanced budget in 3 years. Therefore, you must be reducing the deficit in the budget by 30% every year. So year one, this is your year one now. Go there and give me, and then you sit down. Collect my revenue from everywhere. When the Minister of Finance start collecting revenue, you will see that all the friends who are taking picture with the president will start calling him, "Sir, the assessment I got from custom for that port that was concession to me is too expensive, sir." The president has to say, "We're going to pay it. We are in crisis in this country now. You know, it's good enough that I didn't collect it from you. So go and pay the assessment. I've made a contract with the Minister of Finance that I will not disturb his work. So if he assess you, go and pay. Do that for me." The other one will call, "Sir, the goods I've been bringing into my terminal, importing into Nigeria that custom does not come to check. Custom is now coming to my terminal to come and check." You will say, "Pay all the dues." You will see that the money starts increasing. So that is how it goes. But if the president says, "Don't worry, I'll deal with it," or in some cases, these people who have this interest, they are the one who nominate the person. They will just take one of the accountants to their office. "Would you like to be accountant general of the federation? Yeah, go. Bring your CV." They give to chief of staff. Before you know it, they will announce so person. Some of them go to their bank, their account officer that's managing their money for their private money is one who made DG of a revenue agency. So why are we pretend that we don't know? This is what is happening.
Prince.
That's all.
Prince, there's a question here about Nasarawa State where they discovered that some judges, they didn't have certificates. They were not lawyers and they were given 10 years to get the law certificate, but they will continue to be judges. Is that, I mean, this is your profession. Is that true? What's going on? When we hear
all
this story,
all judges are not equal. All judges are not equal. They are not superior courts. There are some courts. My grandmother used to be a customary judge because under the old Western region law, people who held, for example, there's a court for the king, and there's a court for high chiefs and senior people. So they will be holding those courts and their judgment binding, but they could not try for crime and other things, but they can try divorces and simple things like that. So maybe there are some legacy people, so they may have come to a stage now where the society is getting more advanced, and they realize that if you are a chief imam or you are trained by a chief imam, you are an akali who is versed in Islamic law, and you do it, you go to Sudan and do a diploma course in Sudan, or you go to Iwo, or you go to Ilori, and go to other centers of Islamic study in Nigeria, then you can become an area called grade 3 or something like that. But they will bring serious matter to you. But the state may come to a point where they say, this is ridiculous. Nobody in our service can do without a degree. You get my point? So they may say, go and get the degree. And if you don't monitor the system, they can ask you to even go and get the degree in a state university where you just mark attendance and you do sign of the cross or they give you certificate and say you have a degree and go down. So the process requires, if you read Awolowo's book before we got independent, I think Awolowo wrote that book at 1940 something. He was criticizing this system, that there were customary court judges, area court judges, Sharia court judges who did not know the meaning of the plaintiff from defendant, who did not know fair hearing and all of that. He was criticizing the system. But the system kind of worked. So we're talking of court where the magistrate will say my bring, the presiding officer will say my bring Koboko and flog you as the judgment of the court, or ask you to go and hug your wife, or ask you to go and jump. So all sorts of things like that. So I think that state should be encouraged. And I will talk to the president of FBA. Sessions of the FBA should come and assist them in the process of transitioning from that system to a modern system. But in reality, and I want to say this as a person who's in this justice sector, sometimes judges who are even trained in the law, they don't deliver justice. They deliver technicality. And some judges in local areas, my goat is missing, you went to disturb somebody's wife, you are trying, they may even deliver better justice in their community. So we should have a robust view of it. That a judge can be a professor of law and is corrupt and is not delivering good judgment and writing fantastic English. And you may have a community where even the elders of that community, they can be adjudicating cases and they will bring better quality of judgment and decision. So we should be more, we should not just have just a Western approach to justice issue only. We should look at the fact that what is happening. So I'll be more interested in somebody who goes to those courts and review their cases and get some proceedings, and we can see the outcome to see whether there are courts. And lastly, there are many quasi courts in Nigeria. In the Southwest now, Abateku is doing his own court. So it will surprise you that somebody buys something from your shop, he didn't pay you. You go and report to Abateku. Then you go to Abateku office. The man say, why did you not pay him? You say, no, I paid some, I didn't pay. Who is your witness? His caller. Okay, call caller. And then they will say, okay, I'll give you 7 days. Go and pay him. There's due adjudication too. So a lot of our communities are in far rural areas. If you go to Nasarawa and all those places on the hill and many places, you will see that people might be more interested to go and report a case to the traditional chief at the chief's court than trusting government. So we assume that all of us are in California, all of us are in New York. It's not so. There are many parts of Nigeria. Majority part of Nigeria are still the way Lord Lugard left them. Majority part of Nigeria.
Okay. Earlier on, when we were talking, you talked about the media and the media not doing their work and the media not helping, playing their role. I have a question here. Someone sent to me that I should ask you. That the person said that you also own a media house. I think you own a TV station also.
Yeah, TV station and the newspaper.
Okay, so that you're also part of the media, and he wanted to know why is your media not doing the job that they.
Yeah, it's not watching them now. If it's watching, you will see that they are doing it.
Okay.
If you watch, we are different. That's why we are not making money and going everywhere. You will see that you won't find Wiki taking 3 hours on my TV station and telling Tachanaola, sit down there. Who are you there? We don't do that. And you don't come on our TV station and start abusing people anyhow. You don't come there. You can look at, we have content online, they can review it. We take issues, topical issues across the country, policy issues. And if you go to press interviews, when government agencies are doing press interview, go and take all the questions that Kastan TV asks. We ask cogent questions. We are not part of those journalist contractor that you are a journalist, you are also financing your house rent from taking contract from the office there. So those who are defense correspondent are also collecting small contracts from the army there. So they say, Oga. So they can't ask questions. So we are different from that. And I think that it is difficult for some media houses to follow that because their owners are part of the establishment. Some of them even collected money from the establishment, from these status quo people to go and set it up. So and they are just put them there to help them explain away the other development of Nigeria. So the journalists under them may not have the freedom. But these days, the entry point into journalism is low. You can set up a website. You can, if you want to do journalism that suits your conscience, you can do it. I know it's not easy, but it can be done. Because in the end, the money the politician is giving to you, none of that is not going to solve all the problems of the country on your own. So it's good to have a responsible media. And if we do that, media will have respect. Because politicians will be afraid of the media. Right now, they laugh at the media. Because they know that I'm the one financing you. I can kill any story in your station. But if you come to me, ask me any foolish question, I can ask your MD to post you out of this place. What are you going to do? So the media doesn't have the respect it deserves as the fourth estate of the realm. So I've tried my best. And if you have any criticism of Kaftan TV, Kaftan Post, bring it to me. I will address it.
Okay. Right. So, Prince, what's the name of your media station? Then, secondly, with the happening of the National Assembly, what's your opinion about the influence of the president and the governor on who even come as a member of the National Assembly and who takes particular positions?
The national my TV station is Kaftan TV. I have it in different languages and English, and the newspaper is Kaftan Post. So you can review that. And you will be surprised that during the election, Kaftan TV carried Peter Obi more than he carried me. I carried Showore more than he carried me.
So your staff are all obedient too. That's not fair.
That's not the issue. They are professional. They carry everybody. They don't say our president is running for election. No. I told them, I'm the one contesting, you are not contesting. So people can come to Kaftan TV and criticize me there. It's allowed. So I'm not the one I will say, follow me. No.
Can you spell it? Kaftan.
Kaftan, just like the kaftan you are wearing.
I'm not wearing kaftan. I know what
you wear sometimes when you can afford it. Before Buhari came, you used to wear kaftan, but look at what happened to you now. So,
All right, forefathers, any question?
Yeah, someone was asking how much does he estimate that Nigeria makes from all our natural resources?
How much we make or how much we lose? That's the different thing.
The total, including lose and theft, all of them, the total estimate.
You cannot, I think that there are three ways to analyze it. If you look at the value, that's too big. It will be trillions of dollars because our gas alone is 300 times the entire GDP of America. Everything America has achieved from George Washington to today, the gas reserve in Nigeria is 300 times that one. So it's not the potential now. However, I have a feeling that so the amount the government is declaring, you see it every year in their budget, usually will come with about the disclosure in our budget, they hover around $30 billion then south. That's what government usually declares. But I think that if the stolen wealth of Nigeria is not stolen, annually, you can comfortably come with $300 billion for Nigeria. $300 billion easily. Without killing people, taxing them to death. If you just husband our wealth very well, you will be able to, the Nigerian government will be able to get $300 billion easily. And I do that sometimes. I do desk analysis. I do sector by sector. I will look at the amount of money stolen from the aviation sector. Aviation sector, without too much effort, they will be stealing about $3 billion every year from the aviation sector. If you look at the marine sector, like our ports, our pilotage, other charges, they will be losing around 10 billion annually. If you look at Ministry of Interior, passport, all these issuance here and there, they'll be losing around $2 billion easily. Just go away like that. So you can take agriculture, of course. That one is massive. If you go to defense, they're still like, you can see all the billionaire generals. There are people who are in service in Nigeria who have not even been major general, and they are sponsoring governor for election in their state. That one, you know that one for sure. So if you now go to custom, at least custom is stealing. Custom will be taking around $12 billion in stealing. And if you look at Sun, who do some cap, because I calculate tonnage, I calculate the ship that come. If you go to Lloyd's record, I look at ships that come to Nigeria, the tonnage. Even as a person who has investment, I look at how many containers I clear in a year. One of the year when I'm running election, the year when I'm not running election, I calculate and I talk to my shipping manager and all of that, and I calculate when they pay costs. I calculate, I see all the loopholes here and there. So I see it, and people are doing bulk import, bulk export. You see, recently there was some noise made by custom regarding excise classification. So if you look at the excise classification, you will see that Nigeria is losing massively there. Then if you look at goods being brought in through the Republic and Togo and clear through Sokoto up there and brought down, so many things. Then if you go to revenue collected, even inside Nigeria, when you go and pay general treasury revenue, you will see that when they do assessment, for example, you want to develop your property, they will tell you, pay government 10 billion. You say, why? 10 billion? Then after back and forth, they will tell you, okay, come and pay government 1.5 million. Come and give me 4 million. It happens. Anybody who is interacting knows that. That's why you see a permanent secretary is so wealthy. You see director is so wealthy. So all of these things, you put them together, it's easily. Nigeria will be ranking very highly, maybe below Turkey and all those countries in terms of our ability to generate revenue. So, and I don't want to talk of minerals that are picking on the street. Somebody goes and dig gold, carry the gold and run away. Are you aware do you know where our donkeys are? Do you see donkeys in Nigeria anymore? No, there was a funny.
They are being farmed to China for.
Exactly. So they can carry donkey. Did they carry donkey through internet? Did they upload the donkey as a PDF and send the donkey away? So the donkey must have been shipped to Nigerian port and taken away. So it's like that. So I gave an example of an acreage which I have licensed to the Nigerian government, and people are going to the acreage at the far end of the acreage and started stealing minerals there, lithium and all of that. And I was campaigning up and down. Then my mining engineer came to us and said, sir, at the other end of our acreage, some foreigners are stealing minerals there. We went there. It happened to be traces of lithium. I said, yeah, immediately report to the government. He wrote to the police. He wrote to mining cadastral office. He wrote to the Minister of Solid Minerals. They have not said hello to us for the past 5 months. They didn't answer us. We are reporting that in the area you licensed to us, don't think we are the one. No, we are reporting to you under the law that they are stealing all these minerals. They have not even said hello, you guys. Nobody. We have to mobilize the community, go there and chase them away. When we chased them away, they came back. The foreigners came back and told my manager to talk to me. So one person who knew me, one elder statesman who knew me, came and met me. I said, I want to see you. He came to my house. Yes, sir. He said, some of my friends, they trespass on your mind. So your people chase them away. But now that you have discovered them, let us do a deal. What was the deal? They will be giving us 1 billion naira every month if we allow them to go back there. I said,
1 billion naira?
Yes, every month if we allow them to go there. I told him, okay, am I the minister of foreign minerals? I'm just a licensee there. So I cannot allow them to go back there. So I've already reported to the government. So I've already sent the engineers to go and trace all those minerals. So when we discover where they are, I'll go back to the government and now confirm and ask them to give me additional license, because the license given to me did not cover that particular mineral. So I will now go back to the government.
Can I add something quickly? Could you be overstating this? Because when I checked the largest seaport in the UK and the largest seaport in Nigeria, that's in the US, they generate, none of them even generate over 500 million this in the US dollars in terms of revenue.
What?
500 million US dollars in revenue. But you asserted that Nigeria should be generating billions.
Which port? You said the port?
Yeah.
Okay, what you need to understand, and that is it's called partial analysis. It's good to be knowledgeable about the thing. When you are talking about port operation, they are calculating whether the port of Galveston, whether the port of Philadelphia, whether the port of Newark, they are calculating port operation. That is to say, you come, you pay money for pilotage, they bring you in, you dock at the airport, they let you dock there, you pay them docking charges, they use their gangrene to come and carry your container for you, or they allow you to do your RoRo, or you do your liquid or bulk for them. That is the charges for those ports. What you pay US custom is not the business of the port. Port will not account for that one. What you pay US custom is different. So what you pay insurance is different. What you pay for the freight is different. That's just that I am the owner of this port of Galveston, and I built my port, or I bought the port. And this is my port operation. I receive $500 million a year. I pay my workers, I pay the other people, I pay other things, I save the rest. So it's different. So overstating, what do I gain? What I'm letting you know is that I'm giving you operational understanding, and I'm talking of one site where one person says we'll give you 1 billion a month if you allow us to continue. And but there will be up to 1,000 of that all over Nigeria. If you go to Niger State, you will see Chinese are not in love with the bushes. The little I know about Chinese history, they don't like to enter bushes. So anywhere you see Chinese inside the bush, there's money there to be chased. So you can find them, go. If you are, Nigerians don't understand how they go. I'm not against Chinese people. They're very nice to me, and I don't have anything against them. But what I'm saying is that if you find Chinese, Turkish people, other people inside bushes of your village where you yourself cannot enter, there's something they're looking for there. So Nigerians, we can be wasting our time, we can be talking, but the bottom line is that if you look at newspapers, they don't have mining correspondent. So if you go to Guardian newspaper, these days newspaper, they have correspondent for politics. They have correspondent for writing article. They have correspondent for bad day, but they don't have correspondent for solid minerals, and it's a major issue. Go and find out. I've been reading some things about energy correspondents. What do energy correspondents write about? They write giant stride of silver, giant stride of the MD of NNPC. So they will report Ararume suing Buhari to court, but they will not report actual things going on in the oil field. Either they don't have the facility, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the stamina to go there because they eat twice a day and they don't want to go and injure themselves there, whatever. But it's either that the owner of the newspaper or media house has already done a deal with those who are running the place there. They will put advert in your newspaper, and then you overlook some story. Remember that Nigeria is the only country that has naivety. This naivety that we have, this extractive industry transparency initiative, we are the only one that have it, and we have not used it.
Okay,
so
Prince, sorry.
to you.
Got you. We have to go in less than 5 minutes. So there are just few questions here. There's one on just quickly if you can take them. One says,
sorry, the number is not that different for customs charges too. So sorry, go ahead.
Customs charges down.
Pause, because
you have to go to Treasury Department to find out how the US recognizes. And then you have to go to Department of Commerce and get the charges of how. For example, remember there was a time that Trump increased tariff on. It was having a tariff war with China, where increased tariff on products. So you look at the tariff regime, and then you also know that some countries they earn more from export than from import. They are excise country, they are not customs country. So some countries are like that. If you look at India, India is more of an excise country because if you are carrying things to India, they will not let you bring it to India. If it's up to a certain number, they will ask you to do made in India. So, and in many categories, America has a lot of made in America category, except if you are a US company doing business overseas. Ours is our port operation is, I can say, is a ratio of 80 to 20. Import versus export. We are an importing country, and we earn more from receiving goods, whereas some countries we earn more from exporting because they export more than import.
Okay, so we have less than 4 minutes. Let me just put in at least one of these two questions. One is about, one said, how much money of your personal money did you spend in the campaign? Another one says, do you feel that there might be a coup, imminent coup in Nigeria? Then there's the third one, quickly, if you can get to that. That if you had won the election, that you will be declaring your assets. You know, if you are asked today to declare your assets, what will you declare? So this
I'm about to declare my answer. I will declare it now. At least it will give me satisfaction that people will see how hard I have worked, and my mother will be proud that I didn't rely on the family money only, that I've added something to my life after that. So I will be eager to do that. That's not an issue. On the issue of coup, the only coup that can happen is if you join me and we go and win election. The little I know about Nigerian military, they don't do coup except the political class ask them to do the coup. The Nigerian military is part of the politics of Nigeria. So the soldiers are not interested in power. They are just like any other tool used by a politician. So if the political class want to do a coup, they can use them to do it. But from what I see, or the feelers I'm getting, the political class are very happy about what happened in the election because the power still went back to their hand. It didn't go to Showore, it didn't go to me. So they are happy. So over time they will settle themselves. So they're not complaining.
Sahara is reporting something about that.
Also, the one about your how much you spent during the campaign.
Well, let's just put it that 99%, or let me say 90, because I don't want to discount other people who have spent money, but the one I know, 90% of the money spent on the campaign came from me. 90% of it came from me. So we probably there are some people there's a former head of state who said I should be anonymous. He gave me some money about it. So I'm not anonymous about it, but he wants to be anonymous about it. So he gave me, towards the end of the campaign, he called me and said, I like everything. Take. So there are people on their own behalf, do posters, billboard for me in many parts of the country. So I don't know how much they spend. but I didn't collect money from any of them. And they just did it on their own. So, for what I was checking the accounts last time, they are still doing some additional, because even last week, somebody still came from Enugu State to come and make one claim that he spent, was it 100 or something thousand of his money to do something for the campaign. He wasn't paid. We still paid him. So, if you look at it, we are well below the amount that you said we should spend. We are starting to spend 5 billion. I don't know what my party did, but directly from me, we didn't spend more than 1.7 billion or thereabouts. So we are still within the limit.
Okay. All right. So we have to go. I have to end it here. Prince, if you have final words, you can say so.
Well, I don't know if it's final word, but I don't intend to die yet. But let me just say closing remarks. So,
Closing remarks.
So, the closing remark is that, first and foremost, people should, at our level, to try to ask this question: why am I even involved in Nigerian politics? So why am I involved in it? What's my business? Why am I involved in it? So whatever it is that makes you to be involved in it will always, that is the reputation of your politics. So if you are involved in the politics because you saw a candidate and you like him and you join him, the totality of your politics will rise and fall with that candidate. So anything that favors him is good. You will be encouraged. Anytime he has a bad day, you have a bad day too. If you are concerned about the fate of your ethnic group, and that's why you are interested in politics, you will use that one to measure everything that happens. So you say, our people are doing better. Our people are doing. If you are involved because of religion, which is no objective, is inferior. Somebody must say, my aim. I met one elder statesman who has occupied a very big position in Nigeria, and he told me clearly the reason why he's talking to me is because I'm a Christian. He wants the president to be a Christian. I immediately told him, you have other Christians, go and choose them. I feel if you want to support me, you have to find another reason. Because even my Christianity, let me tell you, sir, I'm a very notorious sinner. Go and ask in the church. So if you are looking for a Christian, I'm not the best Christian of this race. There may be other Christians. So I quickly let him know that. And when my church called me and said we should work together, and we were advising us and said that we know we should put a Christian, I said, look, a Christian from this church has been president before. And are you happy with him? Money was missing, a lot of things. So I think if you say we should look for a righteous person, I will join you. But if you say you are looking for someone from this church, we have produced president from this church before, and a lot of money was missing, everything was missing. So I will not produce Matthew. I produce all sorts of Bible names in the presidency. So let us talk something differently. So for me, if you are going to interrogate me, criticize me, you are welcome. But you need to study me. And you cannot criticize Aminu Kano and say that he's not supporting Northerner. Aminu Kano does not do Northerner, does not know anybody. He knows Talaka was. So don't bring him into your politics of Northerner. So you will oppose Agari, you will oppose Amadou Bello, you will oppose Balewa, you will go and support Zik. Because his politics is not around ethnicity. So people who criticize you in politics tend to use their own interest in politics to measure as if that must be your own interest. So the traditional ruler in my place, other people, family members call me, how can you do this? How can Tinubu be running and you are running? Don't you think it's Yoruba chance? I said, Yoruba chance is another one chance. I'm not interested in it. So I'm running for this reason. So don't use your method to judge me. So long and short of it is that you can criticize anybody, but you must take time to discipline yourself, to review what the person has been saying, to study why the person is in politics. You may disagree with it, but always use parameter. And the final conclusion, people have been asking me, will Tinubu do well or not? I say, I don't know. The only thing I know is that since after the election, I've been studying the so-called Renew Hope that he published. So I am not going to criticize Tinubu outside that Renew Hope. Even if he does something I will not do, because he didn't campaign with my manifesto. He campaigned with his Renew Hope. It is only that Renew Hope I will use to judge him. So if you want to start judging Tinubu, go and read that Renew Hope. And when you start contradicting, but don't assume that, oh, if Peter Obi had been president, this is what he would do. Why is Tinubu not do? No. If Prince had been president, this is what he would do. He should, no. Use his own manifesto to judge him. And when you are judging me, evaluating me, use my own manifesto and my belief to evaluate me. If we do that way, we can have disagreement and we will have room to interact, and after a while we'll be the consensus and our politics will be the best for it. And however good your intentions are, don't assume that other Nigerians don't mean well. That's another problem that we have in politics. Don't assume that I'm the only one who means well for the country. There are other people too who mean well for the country. And so we should start to use objective standards to evaluate all of us. So I thank you for your patience with me, and see you next time.
Thank you so much. It's been wonderful having you, and it's always. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all our viewers and all the people on the comment section. Next Sunday, we are going to bring you another fascinating edition. Thank you, Prince.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, and God bless Nigeria.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Okay. Let's see. So we have to, I think, call it a day for others.
Yeah, I think it would have been good to analyze what he said. I don't know, maybe if he had finished a bit earlier. You know, there's a lot to be said for what he said.
Yeah, it could be done another day, but for me, I have to go, and I think we've spent 10 hours. We're already out of Facebook, out of all the, and even you don't know this, forefathers. I know you don't know this, but at 10 hours into the show, StreamYard, we cut it off also. So
I thought it was 12. It's 12 hours from what I gather.
No, 10. It doesn't say 10 hours, yeah. But anyway. But I thank you guys. We can continue another day, and hopefully, yeah. So thank you so much, forefathers. Thank you, Mr. Scribe. Thank you, Igbo Basics, and everybody that joined us, and the people at the comment. Let me just say something, just if somebody is watching. You know, today we had to apply our new rules, and we had to take out, you know, people who might even be favorite of several people. We had to remove Mama H.O. from the studio. Not really. She was put backstage, but she left by herself. And of course, we had to remove Pastor. Yeah, and you know, it doesn't matter who you are. You know, this is not a personal thing, and it has nothing to do with. It's just that we have to enforce the rules somehow. We have to respect, and also it is very key. Sometimes I think people who watch, people who come into the studio panelists, they don't differentiate the guest. If we have a guest from being a panelist, there has to be a certain respect, certain way you have to deal with a guest, you know, because remember, they are coming here at their own time. We're not paying them. And if we continue to, if there's no, we're not respectful the way we talk and the way we deal with that, it may stop us from getting people are watching, you know, some of these people, potential guests are watching. And sometimes I approach some people and say, can you come on the show? The first thing they do is, you know, they go and watch the past episodes and see whether it's a show they want to come on. So how we treat our guests is very important. Anyway, more about this, but thank you, everybody, for watching, and we'll see you next week. All right.
See ya.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, some people were wondering
Thank you.
why we didn't carry on with the show even because I would have liked to really talk about some of the things he said.
We
But I'm going
will.
to
We will.
completely forget everything
You want to say it
because
again?
I said I will forget everything that he has spoken to because it's next Saturday
No,
again,
it's
isn't
not.
it?
Okay, let me tell you something I do on YouTube. YouTube does transcribing. You can go download the transcribe, right? When you download the transcribe, you can use you use ChatGPT, don't you? Use ChatGPT, tell ChatGPT to pull out the key points, and then you
Mm.
analyze. Yeah.
I know that most of the stuff he said, I heard him, and he was on his game today compared to when he was campaigning, and he was very very funny today and very quick witted, and he's said a lot of things from his own perspective, and for however when I asked him about what he does himself, he spread himself thin on the ground that he's supporting so many things, and I'm not surprised a lot of them are not yielding major results. And this is why I was saying that we need to be trying to focus on one, solve one, go to the next one, because he's got a lot of resources. He's
How do you know?
highly intelligent. No, he said it himself. He said it himself. That's what he said.
Of resources. What do you mean?
Because he runs companies now, he must have resources to be able to recruit people and get people to do footwork and stuff like that.
Forefathers, please let's let Rudolph go, please.
All right.
Honestly.
Yeah, we have to go. I have to go.
All right.
Actually.
There,
Yeah.
there, I can even smell the onubu soup from here.
But if you guys want
Mm.
to continue, you can go on. But we're off everywhere. I mean, apart from maybe Twitter now, we're off on.
Yeah, I'm fine on YouTube. I'm fine on YouTube because I think some people would like to hear my take on this.
Okay. All
But I
right.
would like to talk about what he said.
All right.
And
Go ahead.
maybe some other person might even join us.
Doctor, go. I'll keep
Okay, go ahead.
forefathers company.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right, go ahead.
Yeah, because I was trying to, regarding the amount, somebody kept asking me repeatedly, ask him how much we generate, how much we generate. But how am I supposed to ask him how much we generate per annum, per month, when he's not even answering directly how much we generate from crude oil? And he estimated that 3 times the amount of crude oil that OPEC allocates, which is about 6 million altogether barrels, is being taken from Nigeria every day. If 6 million barrels were being sucked out of Nigeria's waterways and ground every day, you think Nigeria will miss it? We will see it. We will see it, 6 million barrels. And that is the reason why I was talking about that in the first place, was to get to the fact that we are not generating a lot of resource funds that we can use to fund our economy. And I see, for me, I feel like when I ask him the question about urgency and all the rest, I feel like the way he comes across, he means well, but for some reason, it's not something that will cut through. That's why he doesn't get enough votes. It doesn't cut through to people that feel like he can actually make something happen. So I feel like he needed to cut through. If he wants to do something now, let's say, I'm telling you, just saying he wants to stop what they call it, this in health this, what is it, health tourism or something like that. If he wanted to stop health tourism alone, he will capture the national imagination. And if he wants to increase transparency, he will capture another what they call it, attention. But he's not doing those things. He spread himself thin on the ground, and some of his analysis are a little bit tilted against Peter Obi, and maybe it's just out of downright competition. He said it himself, competing for a certain amount of vote in that space. Personally, I don't subscribe to that, because there are people in Nigeria that are not for Peter Obi. You could go for them too, not necessarily go after Peter Obi constantly. I feel like that also is another missed opportunity.
But remember, right? I think but remember, he said something. He said he's not going for Atiku's audience. That is already a captured audience. He's not going for, say, a Bola Tinubu. That's already a captured audience. Traditional conservative votes. He's not going for that. If I am going to interpret what he was trying to say, I think what he was trying to say is, like, there is already a scrum of undecided voters and first-time voters and people if people who are sort of like who are just there within that small, he used that word, small party space. That is what he said. Based on that, when he's speaking to that demographic, or if he goes to a state, like he used he used the example of Kano State when he went to Mumbai, some Mumbai house or something like that, and he spoke there, and then Kwankwaso called him after, and they had a laugh about it. I think that's what he was alluding to, not
Yeah.
necessarily, like you are trying to say, like there are people who don't like P2B. Then you have to then look at that demographic also. That also includes the Atiku people. That also includes those includes the traditional fundamentalist conservative votes. So
Yeah.
you see where your statement was going, right? So
I think you see, even conservative voters, you don't expect to win all of them. You'll be surprised because the vote he got now is so low. If he had gone and giving them something that is not about religion but something else, they may not like your religious views, but they may like something else you are offering. He might actually have gotten more votes than he got now because he was in a tight space. Attacking P2B repeatedly, and I think the reason why they attack P2B repeatedly, it has a kind of, they will say they are not being tried, but they always say that.
let's try and define the context of attack. Attack
Um,
isn't slapping. Attack isn't literal. Attack
oh no
in
no
the
no!
sense is
It's
counter opposition. What is because when we use the word, right, we convey a certain message, and that's what I'm trying to
I don't
play
politically
devil's
speaking, the
advocate.
context.
I'm playing devil's advocate with you. Now,
Yeah,
you
I
get it.
understand.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
let's have that balance. Yeah. So
Mm.
okay, Anna Baribe, when he was the chief whip, a lot of times people were political interpretation or no journalists or papers that we were reading at that time were using the word attack, which clearly was, if you just look at the headline, you would think that maybe he had a scrum in the parliament, right? So, but what he was trying to do was he was doing his job in opposition. Now, what Prince Adewale, if I understood what he meant by attack, is that oh, sorry, so fathers. I go Adam, then you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh,
Let me bring
sorry.
it back in.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think
you
both
do
of us are bringing it
it.
back. Both of us are bringing it back.
KG. So by attack, what I think he was trying to say was he was trying to do what he was supposed to do as an opposing candidate. Let's bring it down. Let's say two people were fighting for head boy of a school, right? Let's bring it down to the very this thing. It's going to be between both of them. They
No,
have to
I
sell
understand that.
themselves.
What I'm
Yeah.
talking about is that the election is over now,
Mhm.
and the way he was speaking, he completely isolate, and not just isolate, go after Peter B. He also goes after Atiku. But I noticed that he was a lot more silent about Tinubu, and that is interesting.
Not a lot
And
silent, very silent.
so that you can read patterns. you can
Okay,
read patterns of people's
let me
behavior.
try and explain why I think he was. I don't agree that he was silent about Tinubu. I think he was very very deliberate about. I think he was very deliberate about how he was given the climate, given the timing. I think he was very deliberate about what he was going to say as to not
Strike.
affect
Strike.
maybe where things would be, because it's sort of like Tinubu right now has been elected, but there is a cloud there. You can't say where it's going to. Are you going to get the Tinubu of Nadeko? Are you going to get the Tinubu of whatever, right? And I
Strike.
can see that. I could hear that deliberate caution from him, not fear. I don't think it was fear. I don't think
No, I
it
don't
was
think he's afraid. I just
anything that
think
had
that
to
for
do
some reason
with
he's silent. I'm not
tribalism
saying
or
he's
anything
totally
like that.
silent. Sorry, I'm not saying he's totally silent about Tinubu, but compared to how many times he mentioned the obedience, and see this thing that they do, I really don't appreciate it for people that don't support Peter Obi, the way
But
they go after
okay. What do you
obedience.
think is? What do you think is his goal? Let's try and determine why he actually is doing this interview.
Because
He
the consider
probably, he
Obi,
probably is
I
now,
think.
he has already started early for 2027, in my opinion.
See, you have to
Right?
understand.
So
You ask what is his goal. I think power is not necessarily a goal. I think it's more like an instinctual reaction. When you haven't expected you don't expect much from people for such a long time, or someone for such a long time, and when they suddenly start doing well, and they are maybe almost measuring up to you, you want to be putting them down constantly. I get a feeling that there is an element of that going on with the
But on this same platform, myself is also accused of the same thing. I always call out the obedience, and I always tell them that they should apply caution.
I'm talking about from people that are higher up. I feel like it's almost like if an Igbo man has not run at such a high level before. So for
1 second, we're getting an echo.
Let us chip in now.
KJ,
don't worry, I will let you chip in.
Dan, 1 second. KJ, I think you are watching in YouTube and you're watching on the thing. Please, could you turn off the YouTube? I apologize. All right. Forefathers.
Okay, Jade Warrior is here.
Forefathers, you know what? I'm going to allow you to moderate, and I'll just be in the chat and the other things. So Forefathers will then allocate.
Are you running away, Strive? Are you running away?
No, I'm here.
Because you have so many questions to answer,
I can answer, no problem.
Can I just 1 minute, please?
Can you let me just land the point I was making?
Okay.
See, I get a feeling that there is an element of, because even Wolo Soyinka, the way he came across, and even Tinubu, the way he addresses P2B and all the rest of them, it's almost like, an Igbo man, what do you expect? Even Kwakwaso said it, an Igbo man. It's like that kind of thing that, Europeans do to Black Americans. When one or two of them started doing better, they will call them uppity. That was like you're rise above your station kind of thing. And I fear that there's an element of that going on when they criticize P2B, because they don't, because what did the P2B people do other than criticize people that they disagree with? They might insult you, but same goes the other way around. People insult P2B all the time. And when people spoke badly to Soyinka, and P2B had to go and apologize to him. But how about Chimamanda? Did anybody go and apologize to P2B or Chimamanda for all the insults she received? No, nobody did. And there is a little bit of double standard. The reason why I say these things is because somebody has to be calling each other. We have to be calling each other out. Yesterday, I was calling some of the people, the guy that came here regarding the Southeast and all that stuff. But somebody also has to call the other side when they are picking on the Southeast unfairly. It's because clearly that side, obedience have been attacked. They've lost their lives. Properties have been burnt. And somehow they are the aggressive ones. Seriously? I don't subscribe to that. And people should not be, I don't subscribe to politicians just like someone like Showore going after P2B repeatedly. When P2B doesn't barely controls anything. The others control far more. So I feel like part of what is going on is that there's a coordinated movement. He said it himself that Tinubu, the way he operates is that he will have people within you, and when it's time for them to be activated to do whatever they need to do, they will do what they need to do. So this is how the political space of Nigeria is. Many of the people that you see operating in the Nigerian political space, they already bought and paid for. You better believe that many of them are already bought and paid for. And it means that the opposition you are seeing is manufactured one, not real. And that is why you never get any results. So, sorry, just go ahead anyway. I just thought I should add that because I just...
Dan, let me just... Because I think I have the right of reply. Please, I'll 30 seconds. I think...
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking about him.
Oh, okay. If you don't want me to respond, I'll just...
No, you can respond. You can respond.
Next person. No. Let the other people speak. Yeah, don't worry. We have our time.
Forefathers, I want to thank you for...
Dan, sorry, KJ, you are going to go next. Dan has been looking to say something.
Yeah, Forefather, first of all, let me thank you for keeping this few hours for us to really say what we think about the almost 10 hours he spent with us. Because I can see he's this type of guy. It's either you say what he wants to listen to, or I mean, you have to respect him being the guest of the show. So you don't want to go a little bit hard. Okay, let us just treat him nice, you know. But I thank you one more time for us, because many of us we have background listening, wishing to say something, to argue, but we didn't have the chance. Anyway, the point I want to make, I asked him one question because I listened all through. I asked him a question. Since Nigeria is so corrupt and nothing works in Nigeria, he claims to know everything, all the political, and he's right. So what is the next step? He didn't answer that, which I felt was a little bit of, okay, only what he wants us to hear.
When was that? When was that? When did he not answer that? I still recall.
I started with him in this program. You'll be shocked.
Okay.
We've been with him all through. I couldn't.
No, I came in maybe 5 hours. I know I came in at around 5 hours.
The problem that I couldn't fall asleep because he kept going. If you ask him one question, he would deal it for about 15 minutes, and everybody.
Okay, Dan, there was a period maybe 2 hours ago when he outlined what he felt was the solution of Nigeria.
Strive. I don't mind if you defend him as much as you can.
No, I'm playing devil's advocate here.
We've been listening to this.
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted.
Where he stopped.
Don't get it twisted.
We have to create a balance for a long time. Give us chance to say our own.
Okay, please go ahead. Sorry, no. Please go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put you down, but don't continue where he stopped, because he had enough time to speak as much as he can. He spoke throughout, even nobody could talk. So just give us these 2 minutes to make one point. I don't talk so much. I just make some point and I let other people continue. The problem I was trying to get from him, because he knows a lot, as he proclaims, and he has spoken a lot, the whole system, how the thing works. And I was trying to think that after giving us all what he knew, he's an insider and all, he never answers direct questions. What is the solution? Are we going to continue living under this bondage? Because Peter Obi came to change something, and he captured the mind of so many of us. And it's not tribal, no religious, no matter how they claim. And this group of people, brother, I have a lot of Yoruba friends, but some of these Yoruba elite, so-called elite politicians, when they come here, sometimes they talk with both sides of the mouth, but you know where their arrow points. All of them are supporting Tinubu. Somebody asked him a question here. Is the SD, his party, sponsored by Tinubu? He went up and down, and he couldn't even answer the question properly. But from what he said today, everybody knows that these guys are people sponsored by Tinubu. Clean. That's my point for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. KJ, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, forefather, for holding the bull by the horn, because this channel would have gone down if you didn't insist. And it's been a long day. It's been a long day. I was here right from the beginning. I was supposed to have gone out with my family, but I refused to go because I just wanted to hear him, and it became very interesting. I had a lot of questions to ask him, but somehow the luck was not on my side today, so I didn't get much in. But here is what we want to look at. He spoke very well. He's very knowledgeable. He's very knowledgeable about the corruption and the system. That I can testify. Most of what he said, especially in the oil industry, concerning the NNPC and all that, very on point. I also like his, he's trying to pass his message in a jovial way. It may not be, many people not appreciate that, but I think it makes it a bit more relaxing and entertaining for, when he puts in some of those things. Okay, what I wanted to say while he was here was, first and foremost, he has outlined every problem there is. He has said how, agents of states, or should I say state actors, or should I say the most powerful, the power that be, had brought everybody. He didn't say whether those powers also brought him, okay, but they brought every other person in. And I asked him that direct question, or rather, somebody asked him that question. That is Igbo basics. That we heard, and I read that story, that Tinubu had bought over SDP. and had put a steward there. And it wasn't the only one that Tinubu bought. Tinubu bought other parties, which you know at that time. Eventually, most of them, whether it was at the campaign ground, stepped down for him. Okay, we know all that played out. At least that time I was still very much on ground in Nigeria, so I knew what was going on. So, is he one of those people? That is one. Two, from all he has analyzed so far, we're still dealing with this basic problem that is worrying Nigeria. Very powerful men, strong men, weak institution. Because even as we talk now, there is a pipeline being laid from Abuja to Kaduna, all the way to the north, which is not in the Nigerian budget, but is being financed under the table. And everybody knows it, but nobody's talking about it. So he knows a lot about what is going on.
Are you sure that's accurate what you just said?
Yes, yes, very accurate.
Is it a private pipeline or national one?
It's not a private pipeline, but it's not in the budget. It's being financed under the budget, under the table. That pipeline is running to that Dangote refinery somewhere in Niger Republic. You can check
Could it be because of security reasons?
Well, just like he said, the Nigerian budget thing is not, the National Assembly approves nothing. They spend the money the way they want. Whoever is in charge spends the money. It doesn't necessarily have to get approval from anybody. And even when it doesn't get the approval and there's going to be noise making about it, they quickly rectify it. And that's why Lawal, for me, remains one of the most terrible Senate presidents we have ever had in the history of Nigeria. He's one of the worst. Because anything goes. If the president say, I want this, even before they complete it, he has already devised a way to get it through. In fact, some bills, some of these financial bills have been passed without even it being presented on the floor of the House. Okay, they just bring it in and quickly slip it in, and that is it, and it goes through. So now that is one. But if you look at it, he's still talking about that same problem Nigeria has: strong individuals, weak institutions. How do we strengthen the institutions? Okay, I asked him the question. I asked the question because, you see, I asked another question which he answered toward the end. In Nigeria, we know now for sure that you, forefather, if you want to go and contest now, you have to go to the powers that be. And those powers, like I said, 3 of them are in the north. You have to go to Southern of Sokoto to seek permission and be given, to go into an agreement. You have to go to IBB. You have to go to Abdulsalam Abubakar. You have to go to Obasanjo. Okay. Now, I don't know. There's one other one they say in the East, but we don't know who that person is in the East. I mean, I don't know that person. I don't know anybody who is powerful in the East. That's the truth.
So Abdulsalam Abubakar is powerful now.
Oh yeah, he's a power broker, man.
Wow. He was just an honorary general when Abacha died. I guess things change.
It is not that ordinary when it has to do with the politics of Nigeria. It's not that ordinary. Abubakar. So now, what am I saying? Who was he? Who did he go to? And then, if he didn't visit any of these power brokers, how did he manage to go the hall? Okay, did he finance his own party, SDP, all by himself? And then, if he didn't finance all by himself, how does he think that Obi would have been able to do his own all by himself? Because he said Obi gave money. Did he himself give money? If he didn't give money, how did he manage to pay his agents? Okay. Now, he said another thing, and I think I wrote it down. Yes, so in dealing with the situation we have now, it then means that for you to be a presidential candidate and succeed in Nigeria, you must have a lot of money. The role of money in Nigerian politics, we must find a way to edge it out. We must find a way to edge it out so that it will be a level playing ground for everybody. Okay? And I think that's what I want to ask him. So has he suggested?
Peter Obi is even more radical than him.
Yeah.
He's not radical at all, and he wants to change stuff. And competing with Peter Obi is not even as radical as Peter Obi in terms of approach to problem solving. But sorry, go ahead.
But the thing is that, unfortunately, politics is not created like that. So you can't run politics without money. But KJ, it seems like your YouTube is on in the background because it's echoing. Yeah, I think you have your YouTube open in the background of your screen. Is echoing.
Okay, I think let's diagnose that problem once and for all. Scribe and myself, let's diagnose it. I think the problem is beyond echo from the background. It's as if his settings, he's disabled the echo cancellation effect. If you go to your settings in the StreamYard, maybe on your mic, you should have echo cancellation. Maybe you didn't disable it. That you didn't enable it, I mean.
But now it sounds better now.
Yeah. No, but it's muted, that's why.
Yeah, if you go to the audio and then click on the, if you click on the audio on this, that's in the settings, you can fix it.
Is it better
Hello.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Click on the settings.
Was that it?
Click on this.
I think it's working now. It's working now.
It's working now. It's better
No,
now.
forefathers, I'll show you how to do it from the admin. I just set him up.
No, I want
So-
to know what he did. KJ, the problem is gone. KJ, what did he do?
It's just like you said, it's the echo cancellation.
I thought so. From hearing it. All right, who's next? Have you finished, KJ? You've muted yourself.
Oh yeah, I think I'm true, and that was my last question. And then the other question I wanted to ask him was that what's the difference? Because he kept talking about the procedure. What was the difference between what INEC chairman Mahmoud did against what the returning officer in Adamawa did? For me, both was the same. The only difference is that there's a power behind one, and that power is not in the other one. You declare the result, the results of the election in Abuja without finishing to conclude collection. The other man in Adamawa followed your footstep. He declared the results before completion of collection. And you say he's a criminal, but you are not. You said once INEC declares the result, it's only the court that can change it. He is an INEC returning officer. He declared results, but you changed it. So that's why I was asking him, what the Nigerian law seems to be very fluid. It depends on who is involved. Okay? Because if not, both Mahmoud and the man in Adamawa should be arrested. If you don't want to arrest Mahmoud, then also leave that man. Let the losers go to court. Let them meet in court, just like we are meeting in court with other people. But if he has to do one person, and once when it's okay, when it's KJ, oh yeah, you treat me differently. When it's Okija, you treat him differently. It doesn't work that way. There cannot be, justice must be seem to be balanced and then he said something very interesting. You can go to court. I thought that there's a saying that justice denied, justice delayed, justice denied. But he said it doesn't matter how long the case takes. You can go to court, be in court. So I don't really. That's the aspect I could understand. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's a lot of things that was said that just didn't jive right, and it's not necessarily false. Some of them, it's just that the way he arranged his words is almost designed to I wouldn't say mislead, confound people. So you have an air that what he's saying is not right, but you can't put your finger on it.
Thank you.
That is what you get with him. And that is interesting because he's a very smart man, because the way he's very sharp-witted, when he can make jokes very easily,
confuse us.
Yeah.
with the
So,
joke.
but people are funny like that. Sorry, Okija. I think Okija is next, eh? Did you see him? Were you here when he was? I don't know whether you want to come and start jibing at him or praising him without actually watching him.
I asked him a question, initially. I asked
Oh,
him,
you did? Okay.
I was the first one who took an aim at him, because I was, he said he had problem with the elections, but why didn't you, why didn't you go to court? He said, he was saying that, the outcome, had been written, but we all know that Peter Obi became governor of Anambra State because he challenged the election, and eventually he became governor. So many people know they would challenge an election outcome, and they became governor. But at him, because I had a lot of respect for him, before today, and I expected him, people who are calling for changes in Nigeria, you should do everything you have to do. It's not all about you, because he came, I don't know, I can't remember, I don't know how many votes he got. I think he won like number 7th or 8th, I'm not sure right now. But it's not about, you. It's about, if you say, this thing didn't go well, then you have to fight for Nigerians who came out to vote to make sure that the correct election. He was saying that he has done it, being an election tribunal petition, and that they needed to count the vote. Why didn't you challenge it? You say let's count the vote. It doesn't matter even if you don't win, but it matters that because what we are fighting is for Nigeria to do the right thing. For us to know that I have said it here. It's not about who won. If Tinubu had won, he won, correctly, no problem. I'm okay. I say, okay, now we are doing something right. That the next election, we know that if you fight correctly, fight that it's possible that we will win. That if somebody commits a crime, that is, that person will go to jail, so that things are working.
Yeah.
So he just stayed, whatever, he just didn't challenge it. And he keeps saying a whole lot of things. But my problem with them, about P2B is this: that just P2B is a quiet person. He's not like a lion, but they don't know that somehow the Igbo people say that how do they say it's something name something about and nama, like a cow. Now cow it doesn't have a god that flies for him. So that's why the gods gave him tail, so that we wagging the chasing the flies.
I thought they said it was. I thought that saying was cow will not get tail.
Now
God
God
dying
the
the drive and fly, something like that.
Yeah,
What did he just say?
Yeah.
I think Okija just slaughtered that stuff.
No, actually, people say it differently.
Okay.
But the thing is too short out here.
What you're saying also, yeah. But cows, they have tail now. They have tail, so they have tail.
No,
anyway,
okay. Let's leave that. Let's leave that. Yeah.
But Peter Obi, it's like the time he came, and it seems it's like providence that God gave him armies of people who will fight for him. So he's quiet. He doesn't attack anybody. And then when they attack him, he's like that what do you call it? An orphan that has no father and no mother. His supporters are his fathers and mothers. They fight for him. They can't let anybody bully him. But just some who said it, it's something tribal. Somehow I look at it, that's the way it is, because he's an Igbo, because they don't attack, for instance, what's his name, they don't attack him the way they attacked, P2B. And one of my problem with them when they attack P2B, you don't have any evidence, you don't say anything, you just, put this out there. But just tell me, what also one of the problem I have with, Showore, tell us that thing he did. Tell us that thing. You just putting things out there. And like he came today, Adebayo came today, saying something about Peter, that if he had done that, if Peter would have been a good candidate, he wouldn't have contested. He would allow Peter to contest. But okay, they tell us why you arrived at that conclusion that Peter wouldn't be a good candidate, that you will be a better candidate. He was talking about some of the things they say that Peter the gold establishment, but he is telling us here, that he went to this person, that someone former president contributed to his campaign. It was IBB.
And he didn't mention the name.
Yeah, it was probably IBB or Abdul Salam that contributed to his campaign. The same people that stole from Nigeria, and the same thing you criticize people about, and the same thing you did, collected money from them. So that's I look at them, they get what's his name? They get me angry. Because I expected.
Yeah, I think so. Let me just quickly. I think I get where you are coming from, because like Showore goes after P2B constantly, and he too. They seem like the way they put it, like when they try to talk to P2B, they make it look like P2B is so different from them that it's so bad.
No. I don't think I'll be here. I'll be here, and I'll allow.
Okay, well, no. What did you say?
This.
Because I heard him say when they said that he should work with P2B. That there was no way he was going to work with join P2B.
No. This is all
like that.
Let's try to explain to us.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me give what I think I understood from what he said. Okay. I'm gonna give it a stab. Is
not what you
listen,
think you understood. You want to defend him. Defend
no,
him.
what I
fairly,
no no
bro.
no no what I think I understood.
Let's not
What I think I
let him
understood.
explain it because I want
I
to
have my own
understand.
I have my own personal opinion. I feel I should come in at this point because the discussion is on one side. So listen, what I think he was trying to say. Look, I used the Abaribe scenario and how the press was making Abaribe seem as if he was going there with his boxing gloves. Showere attacking P2B is totally fine because he's in this. They are trying to get votes from. He used the word small party votes. That's a very significant keyword. That gives you an idea of the kind of discussions they were having in their strategy meetings. A Gbadebo, look at the way Gbadebo was set up his campaign because it was only at some point when Gbadebo was beginning, Gbadebo was scrumming with the small parties. But by the time when after P2B won Lagos, the last 2 weeks or so, he changed his campaign. Even someone who changed his campaign, and you saw the attacks, and you saw how serious. Sorry to say this, but people died, right? So that is kind of what he's saying. But in his own side, he's trying to kind of give you an idea with that keyword, small party votes. He wasn't necessarily,
You're making a mistake. Because you don't know
Okay,
what
yeah, go ahead.
You don't know the attack. You're just saying things. For instance,
Okay, go ahead.
other people, for instance, after the election, they posted a picture of P2B, where he was detained in, like asked question by in London. Show whether we retweet it, and like laughing. That's insane.
No. But doesn't that happen? Doesn't that happen in other climes? This same thing you said. It happened in other climes.
Other clime, like we're in America. Okay,
Yes, in America.
Let me say something. Real
Okay,
quick.
go ahead. I'll give you an example.
Let me
Wait.
finish because I'm doing something. Let me finish before I go.
Let me say this
One of
real
the
quick,
problems that
There is-
they have, two of them, they have Showere and this guy, is that P2B is older than them. P2B will retire from politics. They were supposed to be the people who were supposed to inherit, whatever building. But now they are distancing obedience from them. They're making a mistake by saying all these things. And then, for instance, whether it's a good candidate or whatever, next time they come out, obedience, they would not support any of them. They would just stay at home or they support someone else. That's the mistake. You don't do your politics that way.
No,
I'm not saying that they shouldn't criticize P2B. When you criticize, make sure you make the point so that his supporters will not, even if they come against you, they stay in their heart of heart, they know that you say.
Okija, I want you to factor in something.
Yeah.
The same political drive that brought Abiola to limelight against Tofa is different from the same drive that was post Nadeko that brought an Obasanjo there. And then the same drive that brought in a Yaradua was different. The same drive, which was South people, we needed a South president, brought in Jonathan. Then Jonathan now built on, the whole idea of corruption, the same merger that came to ACN and CPC that then brought Buhari into government. 2019, the same drive. My point is that 2017, whatever is going to be the compounded nature of the political discourse and the political effects will then determine if the obedient movement is going to exist or fortified or take a new form. Take a new form. No, 2027. Sorry, not 2017. 2022. So my position to you, sir, is that you are saying obedience. Obedience is an NSAS follower, right? Those people will grow up, their choices and preferences will change.
Never.
No, look at you. Look political. I've just showed you even. Okay, let's take it back to Herbert Macaulay. But take it back to McPherson.
Don't confuse us the way
wait.
confused
I will show you. I will show you my board. Wait. I have my board here. Listen, I have my board here. Wait. I will take this thing off. I'll move this camera. And I'll show you my own personal analysis of this same thing.
Okay, thank God you say your personal.
My own personal analysis of it. What I'm trying to say is that there is no guarantee that the same force that almost gave Mohalo in 2019, pushed Mohalo, will not also undo a Mohalo in 2022
Okay, Scribe.
or
Let me give you an
2023.
example of what to
So
let you.
you need to factor that in.
What I wanted
Scribe,
to ask
let me just give you an
sorry,
idea that there may be an issue with that argument because someone like Buhari was getting consistently the same amount of voters when those voters could have died. They could have died and moved on. Maybe they are conservative older voters. They could have died and gone, but he kept getting consistent amount of voters. It means even if it will be some of them move out of the band that supports him, there will be others to replace him. There are so many disaffected Nigerians out there too. So I'm not sure he's going to lose as long as he doesn't lose credibility and his brand remains intact. That is the key. Let me. Ekene hasn't had chance. I think we have kept him waiting for too long. Thank you for coming in, Ekene. And I don't know if you can put your camera on, because what do you think
Yeah,
about? I don't know whether
those
you had him speak, Adewale.
Okijan scribe cannot stop. They forgot we exist, man.
Yeah.
Okay, put it this way. You guys, one thing about politics is this: is distributed, not evenly distributed, but distributed. It's distributed because there are people that are hardcore. There are people that apply politics with temperament. Then there are activists. There are so many sort of people that are under one political umbrella. I'm sorry. So for what Okija is saying is this, and what a scribe is saying, they're both correct. Because when you form a political party, or when you come into a political party, and you have all that momentum, the momentum is going to quiet down. You're going to lose people. It's just what it is. You're going to lose people, but you're also going to gain people. But what happened in some cases is that it all comes back to how you came back, how you coming back. Because if you come back with a better momentum and a stronger message than you did before, you will gain people back. But I would say 3 years from now, when the campaign season starts again, Peter Obi will still win. But the question is, will the political talk still be the same? They will still be the same. They might still deny him a mandate, because I got to say something that most of us will understand. Buhari went through the same thing: 2003, 2007, 2011, 2015, before he finally won, because that guy is the only Nigerian politician that has run for office for 4 times and finally won. In either of those 4 quests, right, he still did really good because he maintained the momentum until before Nigeria said, you know what, we're just going to give this guy because he's done so much. They took it from a sitting president, and gave it to him. That was a free and fair election. But the one after that, 2019, was no free and fair. This current one, no free and fair. So the only thing that I would say is this: it all depends on the political landscape then. 2027. The political landscape will tell if Peter Obi will win. But in terms of the momentum, he's going to lose some and he's going to gain some. But he's still going to retain the same momentum because, number one, it has a message. It has a message that he will still continue selling and people will continue buying. If I was to advise Peter Obi, I would say if he doesn't win the Supreme Court case, which I think if the Supreme Court is Supreme Court, he's going to win the case free and fair. They're going to rule for him at the Supreme Court. I'm not talking about tribunal, because tribunal, I think they will rule for him, but he's still going to go under appeal and then all the way appeal to the Supreme Court. He's going to be appealed by both sides. If the one person lose, they're going to still appeal. They're going to all appeal it to the Supreme Court. The final judgment is going to be at the Supreme Court. So the tribunals, yeah, they will do their job. But what I'm trying to say in essence is this: if for any reason the Supreme Court rules against him, he has to go away for 1 year. Because the reason why he needs to go away for 1 year is the fact that in politics, when you lose either by the ballot or by judgment, you don't want to interfere with the sitting president or the sitting party the first year. You go away, you let them do their thing, then depend on their performance. The second year you start coming out slowly, the third year you hit them hard. That's how politics is done. But if you guys keep saying, like Okija was saying, that money, or the other guys that you guys were talking about, money in politics, and then Okija is countering that you have to take away money in politics. You can never take away money in politics.
No,
I think that
he said that. It was KJ that said that.
Okay, KJ said that. But yeah, it was because you changed the screen. I'm sorry, you changed the screen. It was KJ that said that. You can't change, you can't take away money in politics. I think one thing that made P2B, if you ask me, to be truncated, as his quest to be truncated, was because the Nigerian elites, the powers that be, became scared of his approach. The international community as well became scared of his approach. They like the way things are done. But to them, if things are going to improve, they should improve gradually. But P2B was trying to, or is trying to change Africa, Nigeria in particular, drastically. And the West panicked. I think I've said it before, forefathers. The West panicked. And that they are panicking, right, was the reason why most of them are, because you guys might not know this. You guys might not know this. If you want to check how politics is being run, look at what the British High Commissioner did the day after the election. She was the first state, non-Nigerian state actor that called to congratulate Tinubu. The US hesitated, right? The British people saw the reaction from Nigeria and recalled her, right? But I got to tell you one thing. This thing they have all discussed and planned it way before. She can never.
Brother,
Let me finish.
She was not recalled. Her tenure has expired. She was not recalled.
They got to tell you, if her tenure expired, right, they can extend that tenure or give her time, because a nation just went through election. But within 48 hours of her making that initial comment, she said she was going back to London. Just look at, but what I'm trying to say is this: there is no way Britain, a British High Commissioner, can make a statement if she wasn't initially supported by the government. And there is no way a sitting British High Commissioner would say something in a hotly contested election if she doesn't have the backing of the West. Like I said, there are things that make them panic, which is the development of the continent, especially the country. If Africa or Nigeria was to improve by bringing about production, that will make cost of materials expensive in the West. Because now they have to compete for those things with Africa in African soil. Okay, thank God.
Brother, sorry, I believe what you're saying, but for me, I'm one of those who never want to bring this story of Western people still controlling Africa.
Brother, thank you.
This is an old story which they used to cover our eyes. When they make a mistake, they say it's the West. The West is involved.
Yeah.
No. P2B came to save Nigeria. Nigeria is dead. People are suffering. So, but you now making a good case and trying to say the West is involved. That is where I have my problem.
Hold on. I think it's not fair to just say that. Even when the West themselves are telling you, why wouldn't you believe them?
Listen,
they are telling you, they are not hiding what they are doing.
They didn't tell
That's what I'm trying to say,
to
because I'm
Nigeria. They didn't
surprised
tell
that Dan, you made that statement, because
Everybody knows they are interfering.
everybody knew
They
that you
themselves are not
interfered.
denying it. I don't know why
They're
you are
not even
denying for them.
denying it.
Bros,
Listen,
please
bro.
let me land this few points. You know, this is what most Africans
blame the gods, blame
they,
their
they
neighbor.
always blame. They always have this
I got
narrative that
forefather.
whatever
I
is
got to say this too. I got to say this to you guys. There is something that I saw in the
8
Eastern
minutes
Nigeria.
for a history
I
lesson
was
for
I
you.
was in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria recently. I just got back, right? I made the same comment. In Eastern Nigeria, everybody went quiet. You know why the Eastern Nigerians are not saying this? Because they don't want to believe that the West actually acted with the North to stop the East. They want to make it just the northern thing. And I keep telling them over there, you have to look at it. They made it so obvious. Before, they used to hide behind to do their dirt. But they panicked and saw, it seemed like these Nigerians, if we leave these northern Nigerians, they're not going to really do anything. They had to come out. And they did it so open that even our Eastern people, it's just like Biafran War. I'm sorry to bring the Biafran War. We know what the British did in the Biafran War. We know how they supplied ammunition. But do you know that some of the people in the East will never mention that? Because for some reason, they are just far scared of the British, but rather attack the North. We know. We all know. You guys have to say it and be open about it. No, you're not one of those. But it was obvious during the Civil War, and it was obvious right now.
Please, let me give Dan historical precedence. Let me give Dan historical precedence. You say the West don't have any hand in Nigeria.
Yes,
you are in for a shocker. Now, Obama, 2015. What was he trying to do with his statements? Why is Michelle Obama not continually? Maybe she's a crusader for everything. Why is she not continually holding Bring Back Our Girls? This current election, the High Commission of U.S. High Commission and British people did social media adverts and everything. What are they trying to do there? Now let's go back in history. The McPherson Constitution.
Brother, that one confuse us.
Wait. Calm down. Listen, calm down. Let's calm down. Give me 5 minutes. McPherson Constitution. Read the McPherson Constitution. The McPherson Constitution is the constitution that first opened up to the real, and the McPherson Constitution came after a certain speech by a gentleman to the Igbo Union, where he said, "I am not the most intelligent person in this room." Nnamdi Azikiwe said that when the Igbo people brought Nnamdi Azikiwe to the forefront. They chose, "Oh, you are the brightest guy here. Lead the charge." The McPherson Constitution now started laying groundwork towards what the Wilkins report came up and what precipitated to the breakout of the Midwestern states. What do you think the British were trying to do at that point?
Well,
now,
how many years ago?
Wait now, Chairman, wait. I said wait. Olubri, when was Olubri?
Oh my God.
When was oil founded in Nigeria? But that wasn't the first time. It took the British 40 years. According to the colonial secretary at that time, Andrew Bruce, it was an American who did everything that happened. So if you now look at 1903 to 1956, and you now look at all those constitutions and everything they were trying to do at that time, why is there a differential there? Why is it that it became only convenient to bring in the minorities only when you already knew time was up and you were going to concede to an independence of this country and there was oil in the background? Why? Ask yourself these questions. The Midwestern state was a decoy. Look at what what's his name? Operation Wet here. Look at the timing of all these things. And you are telling me that the West doesn't have this thing. I am of the theory, I cannot prove it, but I have a very, very strong conviction that 1966 coup, if those guys were still alive, the core, the guys. Because how can you tell me that somebody was trained in Sandhurst? People who were trained in Sandhurst, intelligence officers, formed the core of the people who planned a certain coup, right? Don't you see the this thing there? Why wasn't it? But why is it that it's not the people who served in Congo, who just came back from Congo, who were all at the May Malari his marriage? Because the night of the coup. Wait now, listen. Look at the division.
Now.
Listen, look at the in the military at that time. The certain set of people were in the Mai Malari party. Then another set of people were planning something else. But those people, what is the commonality between those people? They all are intelligence officers. They were all intelligence officers. Intelligence officers at that time of independence means that they had very, very strong links to Sandhurst.
Okay,
and Sandhurst. Wait. And then I'm coming. Okay, I will allow you to say something, but I really want to get this. I really want to make this man. I want to make Dan understand that.
Brother, I'm not understanding. I just respect you. I don't understand nothing. I'm just respecting you.
All right.
One thing about life is this: it's very difficult to change people's to get people to understand something, especially when they have formed their opinion. You can never
I'm not like that.
Yeah, I want to follow up.
I'm a Democrat. What I'm saying is, it these white people who are making our leaders of today? They don't build hospitals. Is it the white people?
Yeah.
What? You know what?
To steal our money.
Hey, Dan, I'm glad that you said that. If I don't, Forefather, is it okay for me to talk about my channel here? Is it okay? Is it okay?
No, I don't think so, because for one,
that's why I want your permission before that, because of that's something that I discussed today on my channel. That's why I just want to get your permission if I'm going to discuss that. But thank you, sir.
Yeah, because I don't know what Dr. Damaji would think about it. If he gave permission, that would be fine.
Yeah, because if you put it on your channel, it doesn't mean that it's true. I mean, we always think, this blame, blame. Okay, as in Eastern Nigeria, when we had the regions, the North was progressing, the East was progressing, the West was progressing. They had cocoa, East were palm oil.
I beg to differ. The reason Nigeria even came into prominence was because the North. Listen, listen. You see, history is very important in this kind of discussion. The person who signed 1914, who gave the commission into it, he said, Riley, the promising youth of the North is to be wed with the Southern lady of means. This was the defining statement. This was done by Vice Counsel Harcourt. It's a open statement. Google it. Before 1940.
Let me add something to this.
I don't
listen. If you ever say listen, even till today, the 12 cross-cutting states of the core North is still dependent on the South. This is the core construct of Nigeria.
You said that
historically. So you are I'm just trying to put you to, sir, that it is not accurate to say that the North was progressing at any point.
Let me add this, Okija. You see, Okija, hold on. Let me let you know something about a question I just asked publicly to ChatGPT. This is something that is already, which means it's on the ether. I said, what are the known this thing with evidence of political interference in Nigeria by Western nations? And look at some of them that were listed. Was the 1990s sanctions on Nigeria.
Share your screen.
The coup plotting. Please. Let me see if I can pull that one up.
They can always interfere, but this is
no, they are talking about coups. No, I agree with. Ultimately, we are responsible. But
the coup against Murtala was sponsored by CIA, but $500.
Okija, if somebody burns your house down, Okija, if somebody, sorry, God forbid, somebody burns your house, really, but if somebody burns some other person's house down. Does that mean the person that owns the house is ultimately, the person that owns the house may be ultimately responsible for preventing that from happening, but does that excuse the fact that you just ignore the fact that somebody came and burned the house down?
I mean, the way you guys understand something is not the way I understand something. For instance, the road to Okija Is Britain stopping Nigeria from Anambra from building the road?
Hold on now. I'm asking you that straight question. You are running away from that analogy. You are running away because
it's complex. We get
no,
our
it's
money.
not complex. It's very
And
simple.
send it to them. And they
See,
forcing us to steal our money and send it to them.
Okija, I agree with you. I already agree with you on one point, which is the ultimate point, really. We are ultimately responsible for what is happening to us. However,
I don't blame anybody.
the reason why those things are happening to us, you have to see where the problem is coming from. If you pretend as if somebody is not coming to try to burn your house down, then you are mistaking, you are making a big mistake.
I agree with you. They're always coming. But finally, the decision you yourself, okay. Like they always say, man is a product of environment, association, and observation. You are there, everything happens. So how you internalize, how you go, you see all those things happening. Then you go to your mind, how do I react to, to this? How do I, these people are pushing me to kill my brother. Should I go and kill my brother? I say, no, I can't kill my brother. There are things, holding me, joining me between me and my brother. We have that all these people. So I will grow those people and do what is right. So, Peter B, okay, Peter B,
but they won't. 99% of people won't.
So that means, if it is you, it's your business in your hand. We come here, we from Nigeria without a lot of
but that is not what other people are. When people complain about the West, hold on though. When people are complaining about the West, they are not excusing the fact that they are ultimately responsible. They are highlighting the people that they are partnering with, the people that are aiding this thing to happen, even make it worse.
Yeah, but we are grown men. That's why I told Scribe, stop talking about 1914 or 19. Let's talk about what is happening
now.
Okay. Let's talk about what is happening now. Okay, Buhari building pipeline, to Niger. Britain, they force him to do that. When he can build for instance, railway to Niger, whatever. When he can build a railway that is the 2 zones that are Lagos to West.
When you finish, I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
There's a pattern from history that establishes why that is important as a distraction.
Okay, why is it to tell us?
It is a distraction. Oh, that's what I say. If you go back to read to the core statement by Viscount Harcourt, he said the promising and well conducted youth of the North is now off on an allowance.
Oh, God.
To be joined or to be wedded to the southern lady of me.
I don't want to hear all those,
Wait now. Your problem is
I don't know what he's saying. Let me just hear him, please.
No, wait now.
Go ahead.
You want me to prove the reason why building a thing to Niger Republic is going to be more than that. Listen, the reason Nigeria, in my humble opinion, the reason Nigeria was brought together was just a way for the British to weather the storm of the losses in the North. That is it. Very, very simple. Now, when it came post the 2 world wars, the particularly the Second World War, what really was happening? We had the Gari War with Alimo Tuperura, which is the Alaga of what we call the what's this Tinubu's daughter's role, the Aloja of the market. Ask yourself what was happening at that period.
What time was that, please? What time?
This was in the post. Yes, it was. This was 1929. These things were happening before the Aba Women's Riot.
You are taking us to that place.
My brother, let me explain now. There's something happened.
Brother,
okay. If you don't want me, no, that's what I'm saying. We are living in a snowball, my brother.
Dan,
if you allow me to explain it.
Dan, let me say this real quick, right? If you are going to say, oh, you're taking us back to 1912, that means you don't want to know Nigerian history at all, or you don't even care to know
Excuse me, my brother.
No,
I understand all the points you people are making, but let me give you one secret. And I don't want to say I'm offending anybody. I'm a social animal. I mix with so many people. Many people who hold this opinion you people have about Western people disturbing Africa, they're always very bad people. They always cheat.
What?
These people who, I'm telling you now, face to face.
They always do what?
They always cheat.
You will work for them, you won't get your
You
money.
mean like Malcolm X,
No,
Martin
anybody
Luther
that
King,
I
and
know personally who holds this opinion that the Western people are our problem, any business you do with this type of people, they cheat you.
wow, that's weird. If that is true,
No,
then that
take
is.
you to observe it from now on.
No, see,
Just
hold
observe it from
on.
today.
See, hold on. There are
No
people
problem.
that preach the Bible. It doesn't mean you don't have con artists out there. There are a
Anybody
lot of
out there
con
who
artists in
knows that I owe him money or I have
and
cheated him?
yeah, and you are making assertions
I'm
about a
telling
group
you
of people
my
without any clear
personal
evidence.
what I see every day.
Can you give us any open case that everybody else knows
The
about?
open case now is what is happening in Nigeria. All these people telling us the white people is our problem, Western people are our problem. They are the people destroying Nigeria.
How many Nigerians have
That
told you that
is
before?
no
Nigerian
Nigerian
tells you
that
that.
is
That's the
no
problem.
Nigerian has
At least
told
you
you
have
that.
to
They
That
never.
is
It's
true.
the opposite. Nigerians
They
are
are
covering
running
for
to
them.
London. They are coming from no Nigeria
Nigerians
that
are not
is
telling people
cheating,
that. What are you going on
politician
now?
that is saying that.
Nigerian leaders are covering for them.
Oh
Covering
yeah,
for
they
who?
are.
Covering for the
For the
West. They are going
British
to the West. Look, where is Tinubu right now? Tinubu is there
in the
with them.
West.
Yeah, he's there with them. He's not covering for them. He's there
He's
on his
covering.
own.
He's not
On
calling
his
them
own.
bad. He's not saying that they are bad.
Did they invite him?
Tinubu is on his own there, brother.
Because he's
Don't
partying
invite
with,
Tinubu.
oh my God. So he just walked in there, Jesus Christ.
No,
If you
he's
believe
on
that,
his
you
own
believe
there
anything.
now. Godfather, let us be honest. Tinubu is there on his own.
To bring him.
He went there because they allowed him there.
Because
So
he forced
He went
himself there.
So why wouldn't they let King Jong-un there then? Why is they will not let the North Korean lead there?
Why is it any strong political meeting our politicians have to
Because
do
he's
it
in alignment with them.
No, forefather, that is it. Anyway, that's your opinion. But for me, whatever
But
our
does it
leaders
not
are
make
doing,
sense? It's not just about my opinion. If he's
No,
not in
no.
alignment with them, why would they let him into their country?
forefather, please. Nigeria is an independent country. Number one. All these people destroying Nigeria, they don't build hospital for us. They don't do nothing when they are
Now
sick.
he just shifted the goalposts. He just shifted the goalposts. You are trying to malign people that are saying something and
He's
by
giving you
attributing them
simple
to corrupt
example.
practices. And when they try to tell you that the people in the country that you are saying that are behaving like that are not actually behaving like that, it's not actually real. The ones in the country are shielding the population from the truth. They are not letting them realize that they have a bigger war going on out there. That's why our people don't know. When our people come to the West, how do you think they don't know? Why do you think they don't know?
Forefather, let me understand you because I don't want us to go to an argument. Let me try to understand you. So all your education you have today and all your awareness, so you will put your hand in the chest and tell your child that the problem of Africa today is the West.
Why would I say that?
No. Wait. Dan.
In when there are two things at work, you can't just tell your child that it's only one thing. There are two things at work.
The political design of Nigeria that is stifling it is the design of the West. That is the right way to put it.
It is the wrong way.
It is the right way.
Dan, hold on for
listen, Dan.
Now I put off my microphone.
Dan, listen. You see this debate? I will defeat you in it with proof. You cannot listen. This is publicly. This is a fact. The Nigerian political design goes back to one statement by Vice Chancellor Harcourt. You will trace it to that guy. That is what led to 1914, and that is what it kept snowballing down. Now back to the Gary War of Alimo to Perura. What actually precipitated it? What led to that? Because after the war, Britain was taxing us. They were taxing us, and all the taxes. There were no taxes. Did you hear about women riot in the north? Were women trading in the north? Everything was down south. They were taxing the south.
History,
He doesn't know it, and this is why. If you notice
Please,
the last election,
I don't know what you are saying now, Scribe. How does it fit to Nigerian problem?
My brother, wait now.
They're trying to tell you where the influence.
No, you are going too far away. What does it
Scribe,
do to Nigerian
let me also
problem
give him
of
some.
today?
Igbo people said that if a person does not know where rain start to beat him,
Bros,
for 19 for
you
1914.
will not know where your problem started from.
So
I'm
why
giving
did you
you
go
now.
to
Let me
school?
tell you. Do you know in
Why did you go
1950s?
to school?
In the 1950s, this is what
I went
happened
to
in my
school in
family.
England. I am a
I
summa
said
cum
why?
laude.
Why did you
I am
go
a
to school?
summa.
Why?
Listen, my brother,
So,
I'm a summa cum laude. Okay, so don't come that
I
way.
said
If
why?
don't go
Why
there,
did
don't go
you
there,
go to school?
don't go
Why
there.
did you
I'm
go
a
to
first
school?
class
Why?
product.
Why did you go
Okay,
I
to
think we
school?
just
so
changed the topic
Summa cum
now.
laude is 4.0 GPA and higher. But let me put this thing right. Let me put it this way. One thing that okay, in the 1950s in my family, this is what happened. The British taxed my uncle, my grand uncle, right? So my grand uncle couldn't pay his tax, and then my grandfather would not pay his tax for him. Do you know that the British came and took my grand uncle and put him in jail? Then my grandfather hired somebody to come and plug his cola nut. You know how the cola nut tree, right? So the man was plugging the cola nut, and then he made a statement to my grandfather about my grand uncle being in jail. So he was telling my grandfather basically that my grandfather neglected his brother that is in jail. He doesn't want to pay the 50 shilling tax, which is like 50 kobo. So he doesn't want to pay the 50 shilling tax. And then my grandfather got mad and told the guy, you know what, come down from the tree and come and go. So my grandfather went to my grandmother and told her what this man said. You know, as the women back in those days, there is a way they approach their husbands, right? So he then softly, because they are very influential on their husband because of their femininity. So she slowly came to my own grandfather and then told my grandfather some jokes and then break the news to my grandfather that yes, the guy was right. You should go pay that tax and pay your brother. My grandfather began to cry that he left his brother for 2 days. But she had to put it in a way that you understand. Do you know the women's suffrage in the 1930 was because the British were not taxing the northern women. They were taxing the eastern women. That led to that revolution in Aba that almost crippled the tax because they were collecting the tax, sending to England. So Scribe that was telling you about what they had to do in order to keep sucking money out of Nigeria after the independence, know what he was saying about, because if the Igbos have taken that leadership, right, in that 1960, the taxation would have ended. The oil contract that they had with Nigeria would have renegotiated, because that was what the Zik was telling them about the renegotiation of that oil. And Peter Obi, guess what Peter Obi did? Peter Obi now, which I support with wholeheartedly, went and break the news to them that we have to renegotiate the oil contract. But guess what? With technology now, we're going to make Nigeria a producing nation, not a nation that will come to your country to buy those goods, but a nation that would now start manufacturing theirs to bring to your country. And where does Nigeria get those resources to produce those things? In Africa. You see what I'm saying? And that pissed them off.
1 minute. Do you know that Nigeria in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, things were working in Nigeria? Do you know that?
Oh, yeah. I grew up in the
why is this not working now? Why are things not working now?
Let me explain that to you.
Yeah.
This is what happened in Nigeria when things started going bad. Do you remember? If you remember in the 80s, early 80s, we had electricity, right? It was 1986, 1987 that we first experienced half current. Do you remember the day we experienced half current? You remember that day, right? 1987, 1986,
I don't remember
87.
that. I'm asking you, why are things getting bad?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So what they did actually, this is how they did something.
Who did? Please mention
listen
names.
to me. Don't just wait. Let me break it down. No, you can interrupt me. I'm sorry for saying not to interrupt me. You can interrupt me.
No, I said mention names so that we know exactly.
That's where I'm heading to. So what happened is this, right? It was 1976 that Gowon made this statement to Nigeria. He said, wow, Nigeria actually has more money in the bank than expected, because Nigeria has one of the highest reserve in the whole world, cash reserve. Nigeria has the highest cash reserve in the whole world. So what happened is that when he made that statement, right, And then he wanted to use the money to do what the New Deal FDR did in the United States. Then the British told him, this is what the British said. They said to him that, actually, does he know that Nigeria can actually use that money that they have in the central bank to borrow against for projects? Gowon said, no, that was not a good deal. That was not good. That is, why would Nigeria borrow money against their money? So it's like you going to a bank and the bank said that I'm going to give you a credit line of $200 and you have $200 in the bank, right? They said they're going to give you a credit line of $200 in order for you to build your credit that you're going to be paying interest. Just
brother, to be honest with you, I really like to listen to you, but you are not making sense to me.
No. Let me finish, okay? You're going to get it.
You are not going to convince me. I'm telling you what is happening now. You are talking some history that I cannot.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Your history is too far
let
away.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. When you come into your house and there is fire, do you start putting
brother,
out the
that
fire?
is what I'm telling you. You people are confusing us. Tell us of how to repair Nigeria now and stop those stories you are telling me of in the 70s.
I got to tell you, if you want to repair Nigeria now, it's easy.
Do you know their problem? They come here to profile Nigerian solution, yet they say that somebody is holding Nigeria. Why are you here?
Guess what? You want to find solution to Nigerian problem? I can give you that. This is what you do to find solution to Nigerian problem today. God, you have to go to your state governors. That's where you start fixing Nigeria. Don't worry about the federal government yet. Listen to me.
We're not going to stop foreigners anymore. So
no. Are you going to listen to me, Okija? Let me tell you what.
Because you started with foreigners. They are responsible.
Guess what? But you guys said don't talk about foreigners. Let's talk about Nigeria. Now I'm talking about Nigeria. This is how you fix Nigeria today. This is how you fix Nigeria today. You go to that. You go to your state governor, right? You start fixing Nigeria by by encouraging your state government on how they can realize revenue if they do certain investment in their state. You see what I'm saying? So you have to have state spending because today, Nigerian federal government will not really put money into your state, depending on your location, if your state governments are not doing their jobs. So they have to start building your state. So when they build that state contract, they ask for federal assistance. You know who did it? Anambra State built an airport, right? Ebonyi built an airport today, right? So many states in Nigeria wouldn't do it, but instead their governors are taking their money for vacations overseas, right? When you start doing that, then you start fixing your state first. Then the government will now start doing it, and then now they will link federal contracts to your state projects. Case in point, Anambra State just built an airport. What does Anambra State have to do in order to better their state? Now they got to talk to federal government to build two things that Anambra State need right now, or three things that they need urgently. Interstate highway. Most of you that are in Europe know interstate highway. They have to start building interstate highway to
brother, let Mama Echo speak, man. You have already confused me, man. I don't even know where
I confuse you because you don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. That's why you're
because
confused.
You are confusing me now.
Because you don't want to know. You have a pre-notion.
I've been listening now. I'm not a.
You've been listening, but you're not listening. You're listening to respond.
No, you are forcing something into my head, which is not going in.
Oh my bad. That means you weren't even interested in.
No, you were forcing something.
No, sorry, I made a mistake.
I just realized something.
I got you.
Dan has been walking me up. I just took a 5-minute break and I realized, Dan, I've been so sorry. You're very right. I've been walking myself up. I just got unnecessarily distracted by one fact, is that you're setting your ways and I respect it. So
that's what I find out. I just find out that right now. That is
you're setting your ways.
The last statement you made just clarified that. I got it.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to waste my time trying to convince.
Yeah, no problem. But I also want you to respect my own position. But I do apologize in the sense, like, I realized that I've been, like, the more I was trying to convince you, the more emotional it got for me. So I think I made a mistake. Sorry about that. Yeah, forefathers, you're over to you now. I think Mama Echo is putting up her hand. She wants to say something. If all right.
Before I say what I want to say, I want you people to take this to Dr. Damages and those who make the rules. A situation you allow Thomas to come into this place and disrespect me.
Sorry, can you hear me?
First, he broke the rule. He was
Can
driving.
anyone hear me? Sorry.
Forefathers, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me now. So I think my audio was a bit off. Sorry about that, Mama Echo. I think there's nothing wrong
I
with
was
trying to reach
talking and
people
you
where they are.
interrupted me and you continue to talk. You breaking the same rule. You people used to send me out of the studio.
No, I wasn't the one that sent
No.
you out.
No. Let me say my own. The same rule you people used to send me out of the studio. You are breaking it, and I'm saying it. You are still repeating it.
Who did you just mute me? Scribe, did you mute me?
Yes. I said calm down. Let her talk.
Did I calm? Do I need to calm down? She's the one. I thought I was the one moderating anyway.
Okay. Don't worry. I apologize. Anyways, you go ahead.
I kept the show on while you wanted it to close down, and now I'm the one being muted. So, Mama Echo, I was trying to say something earlier on, but because my mic was a bit faulty, that's why it wasn't coming through. That's why when I said something first, I said, "Can anyone hear me?" Because you were not hearing me. It's not because I wanted to interrupt you. I wanted to say something about the conversation that was going on earlier on. There's no harm in trying to reach people where they are, and to say that somebody is set in their ways and you can't reach them. I'm not sure it's a very healthy way to look at things, because we need as much people on the same page as possible, really. And I don't think Dan is completely obstinate and he doesn't want to. Yeah, he might be, but he's also not a total dunce. When he goes away from here, some of the information he will hear from you, if you are just humor him, he might process it. He will come back and he might give you. I've had that experience where somebody completely disagrees with me on the panel. Months later, they come back and say, "You know what? I'm on the same page with you on this." So I think let's not just dismiss people as that they are fixed.
You see that topic that we're talking about. Maybe 20 years ago, okay, somebody can tell me that, and I will start to think about it. But of this today, nobody will convince me that the hunger and the problem of Nigeria has anything to do with any Western world. Nobody.
Okay. So let me allow Mama Echo say what she wants to say, so that we can get back on track, because I'm sure she's got something very interesting to say. Mama Echo, please.
Give this message to Dr. Damages and to those who make the rules. A situation somebody will enter the studio and address, and instead of answering question, attack my person, it's not going to happen. The highest I won't come here. I don't live in an environment I am tolerated. I live and strive where I am celebrated. So for Thomas to come into this studio and say something and I responded, then Dr. Damaji put me behind the studio, it's not going to happen again. Nobody pays my bill. I am disabled, yes, but I take care of myself. So some people who are still born boy that are supposed to be in their mother's womb, that doesn't have sense. When Nigeria is bleeding, then they come here to talk nonsense. It's not going to happen. Since their inhumanity has been taken away and they put on the garment of greed and wickedness, and they think they will come to this studio and tell me rubbish, it's not going to happen again. So pass this to those who make the rules and pass it to Dr. Damages. The highest, I don't come here. When God wanted to make me a voice, it was in AY show. He did it. Not here. People know where not to press when it comes to me. Anything that involves my children, you don't press that button. You don't. Because you don't feel their pain. Do you know how many pictures of the one they kill by every day because of occultism that come to this phone? Do you know? So next time, that Thomas and Colata, what they call themselves, they write rubbish here. I will leave the studio and I will give them what they are looking for. He did it, instead of correcting it, they never corrected it. And the only thing to correct it is for Dr. Damage to put me behind the studio. That is unfair. That is heartless. And I'm not going to take it anymore. I am not fighting for my biological children. Did you people understand? I am not fighting for my biological children. I am fighting for what is bringing global disgrace to us, Nigeria. And if those who think I will not pray that prayer again, cross the boundary and I will give it to you. The highest, you will only take me out of the studio. But 12 midnight, when I pack the sand and call the element of the universe, let them tell me whether God will not answer that prayer. Since they think the inhumanity in them is dead and buried, and some people should be losing their children every day, and nobody is talking about it. That is the nation we have become. The same Thomas that came here met me, Dr. Imayegu, and he was asking Mayegu to invite me and give me 1 hour in his show, and he comes here and lied to you people, and somebody is clapping for him by putting me behind the scene for him. It's not going to happen. Look at me very well. I am where I am today because I'm an advocate for myself and a warrior for myself. Because I tell myself, before you can speak for others, you must always fight for yourself. So pass this message to Dr. Damages and those who make the rules. Because I knew when you people were reading, I was your target. But you won't spoil. You can never cut down my voice. Because I, Hannah Jebari Obukoko, alias Mama Echo, I'm a voice.
Can I say something so that just to be clear once and for all about this, you are not the target of anything like this, not even by a long shot. I am almost 100% in short, 100% sure Dr. Damages appreciates your presence here. How you can get that confused in any way, I don't understand. So don't think that way. That's what they are doing. They are trying to create a show that has a specific
started
theme.
his statement, and the statement was not to ask our guest question, he was supposed to shut him. He never did. That is the same way one man used to come here to talk nonsense to me until I put him in his place. When Thomas started
I think sorry, the rule
target of the guest, he was supposed to
Mama Echo, just listen. See, rules, you see, that's why we have laws in countries, and people have to learn to follow the rules. The rules didn't say you cannot talk to some other person on the show. It's about insult. That is, I understand that you don't have the history.
Was an insult. It was an insult.
But he was talking to you. He wasn't exactly
attacking my person. When Joe read the rule yesterday, he made comment. I saw it.
He also talked about me. He talked to me too.
No. You when he came on board and he was deviating, he wasn't focusing on questioning our guests. Why did Dr. Damages not shut him up? When I now responded, because I know he was attacking my person, then they put me behind.
See,
that is unfair treatment.
See, Mama Echo, I think you are taking it too far.
I am taking it too far because it affects my mental health. You are not here with me.
Okay.
I know how I fought to get to
for fathers. Wait. I think Mama Echo, first of all, I think let me start by saying if you feel there's any I wasn't here when this whole thing happened, but if you feel that there was any thing that you feel that wasn't done that was done to you in a wrong way, accept my personal apology. And like forefathers said. I actually am part of the people. Dr. Damages has nothing to do with the rules. That I can tell you. He is just what he did. He assembled some people, and they wrote the rules. And then he has. I think the most input he has had is just, hey, what do you guys think about this? Oversight. He has not even compiled the rules. So to say, I can say from a very concrete angle that anything like your name, nobody's name on here was like, oh, we have to, because of this person, include this line. No, it has not happened. I can even show you the WhatsApp chats or anything like that. Like, it has not happened. Okay, please, that is far from the truth. It's not true. He has no input on it. He hasn't. And from a personal angle, I'll be honest. I think he really, really deeply inside appreciates you. But you have to understand an angle is that as a moderator, he has to strike that balance, right? So I don't know the core details of it, but I can imagine this is not the first time it has happened.
Get
Yes,
me
ma'am.
right. I am not disputing the rules.
Mm.
What we were discussing is to ask Prince Adewale a question. But when Thomas came in, he came for me. His line of discussion from the first sentence is enough for Dr. Dameji to know he came for me. And you can't provoke me to anger, tell me not to react. And when he was talking, he didn't cut him short. When I now reacted, he now put me behind the scene. That is unfairness. That is injustice. When Thomas came on board, when he started his talk, he knew what it meant. He was supposed to stop him.
What if there are many moderators here?
Hello?
Wait, madam, wait. Let me say something. Okay, Mama, wait.
Now who they pray for this?
Wait now. Let me explain something. Let me explain. I know. Let me explain something. I had to apologize. Wait. I just, in the last 5 minutes, sometimes, remember, forefathers, when we were trying to add somebody, I was trying to add the person at the same time, and we were adding and removing the person. That same thing happened with the mute thing, that I accidentally muted you. And he asked me, oh, did you mute me? I said, yes. And I apologize for it. Mama Echo, I don't think, sometimes when you think that Dr. Damages removed you, it may not be Dr. Damages. I'm being honest with you. It may not, because Dr. Damages, I would say from my own personal interactions with him and assessments with him,
whoever that did, he has access to that.
He's not too much into. Wait. He's not too much into this computer thing or this thing. He's a person that believes in free speech. Like that's one of the things. That's the reason why he started to have your say, and that's the tone to it. He's a person
I don't plan for Thomas and Kulata for this internet space. They go hear from me.
No, madam. Wait.
No. People cannot be talking rubbish.
They also, Madam Metro, I don't agree with you. They also have a right. No, wait, Madam Metro, calm down. Huh? You're the mama. Remember, we are your kids. How can we be?
Forgive them.
May you forgive them. May you forgive them. Remember, you cannot use fire and fight fire.
I beg.
You are the mama.
You are my best fan for this.
Some of your children will go astray. What are you then going to do? Are you going to then beat everybody with the thing? At least if you beat with the right hand, use the left hand to bring them back now. Be the mama, please. So that's my appeal to you. Please. Whatever happened, I've given you my personal apology. Please forgive. Okay? Whatever it is. But also, why don't you try this other angle where if Thomas and Kulata come on, be the adult in the room. Since you've beaten them with the right hand, they know you don't like them, but also extend your left hand and bring them back in.
It's not that I don't like them. I don't like the inhumanity in them.
I'm sure you're not alone. You're not alone in it. You're not alone in that.
People can be bleeding. People can be crying, and some people think it's a joke. People's life is not a game. It's not a joke. So when people use the statement of politics is a game, you are talking of people's life being game. People are being died every day. How do you think their mothers are feeling? Some of them, they are just the only child of that woman.
Yes, but Mama Echo, at some point, we have to move on. We have to.
We are moving on, but every day is happening.
But Mama Echo, please
So that
understand what I'm saying. Mama Echo, Mama Echo, please. Ẹja bínú, ẹ farabalẹ̀.
Ẹ lọ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀. Torí tí wọ́n bá ṣòṣì.
Wọn
ò ní gbádùn ọdún yìí o. Wọn ò lè gbádùn ẹ̀. Nítorí pé àwọn èèyàn ń sunkún lójoojúmọ́.
Àmọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ kò yé wọn ni.
Exactly.
Look at it.
I think we are. See, Mama H.O.
The description Adewale gave to us today. I went inside and I said to myself, Lord, how do we fix this? How can your agent you send to police unit to monitor your result, collect money there and work against you? How did we get here?
It's the Nigerian problem.
The people that sold Naira notes. That's the same people that are doing those things. And so let's leave this. I think this stuff was just part of the rule changes that are happening. And Mama H.O., like I said, everybody has told you this. Your voice is important in this space, but you have to also try to follow some of the way people shape different panels. Sometimes the panels are freer, like me now. If you are here, we're having conversation about stuff, it's free. But when Dr. Damage is around, there are a lot of people, the structure is different.
I've come to know you. Did you understand? If I hear somebody purposely making a comment, indirectly targeting you, I will know and I will stop it. Because I know how you speak. I know your point of view. Same thing with Scribe. Same with Augustine and same with Basic Igbo. But the situation you people know they were targeting me and you don't stop it, then I have to fight for myself.
So, but the thing is, what he was saying was about the general rules.
No,
that has been changed. That's what he was saying.
No, it was specific. I don't come here again because of the prayer and curses. Who is this prayer?
Mama Echo, he didn't name anybody. He didn't name anybody.
Mama Echo,
He didn't name any person, but I was targeted to me.
Mama Echo, recall that you are the only panelist that has Dr. Damages has given a spotlight for your advocacy and everything. This is not about you. I think this platform is a platform where we come and we have our say. It's unfortunate that people are targeting you. I clearly agree with you that people they come here, they give you subtle judge, but you can't. Maybe some people get a kick out of it. Why don't you look at it that maybe they get a kick out of it just to rile you up? Look at the comment section, just to rile you up. They just have their quick laugh. They're in their living room having popcorn and like, oh yeah, let's see what she will say. So that's what I'm saying.
Mama Echo, those kind of people differ every day. Did you understand?
Mama Echo, let's
add our honey pie. They are not honey pie.
Mama Echo, let's add our voice.
But the truth is this.
Augustine is a reverend father. Why don't you give him some time to listen to him?
When I receive some messages that have
Madam Hecho, Mama Hecho, I beg, make you let everything cool down. Yeah, just let it go, okay?
It go good, but man, they address and if I know they address, I go address her. And if I address them, they put me for behind this stage. So you people should tell yourself when they are crossing the boundary to me as a person, address it.
They come now, make I talk now. You know, say the normal figure, right?
A level, so if they mention your name straight, we will address it. But when somebody's saying something, even in a snidey way that it's you, but it's not clear, you can't just say, because you're saying they are insulting people, it's Mama Echo you're talking about.
Mama Echo, can you just hear me?
You remember the text message you sent to me one time in Omoye's corner?
Yes.
So that is it.
So let me tell you,
that was saying that if you were there when they were saying those things, like that was directly at me. They were literally telling me to not say anything. But this one, the person was addressing the rule change in that context.
Yeah, so
that
Mama
thing.
Hecho,
Yes,
we
sir.
call it we call it emotional intelligence, and being in the social space, you also have to understand that. Personally, I was wondering why somebody like Rudolph would be allowing Passat to come, because if you go to the comment section and see how Passat attacks Rudolph, you will be like, what is wrong with these two guys? But whenever he comes, Rudolph will give him enough space. So emotional intelligence is that you know that somebody is coming to attack you. What you do is just ignore the person, because the person wants to provoke you. And when he or she provokes you, brings out your own inhumanity you're talking about. And when you begin to voice negative, insulting words, you're bringing out your inhumanity. So you try to avoid those people by ignoring them. It is difficult, but work on it. So,
Dustin, I hear you. I hear you clear. But you see, Mama Echo is not in the same mood every time. Most especially when I get into this phone, somebody they just buy.
Yeah. It's hard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Mama Hecho don't allow the thing that men I just move on. I beg.
Yeah, so let's move on.
Yeah, Dan. There is something you said. There is something that there is no. Make I address Dan real quick.
So
Dan,
before you address
something you said that I'm going to agree with you. There is something you said, Dan, that I'm going to agree with you. Okay.
Just before you go on, check if Igbo Basic is still on. If he's not on, we'll remove him. He has been.
I don't think he's on. Yeah.
No, he's coming back. Don't worry.
Okay. So this is one thing I got to address to you, Dan. I'm going to give you this, okay? But I'll tell a brief 30 seconds history for this. You remember in the late 1900 and early in the late 1900 and early 2000. I'm sorry, in the late 1800 and early 1900. You know what happened in China, right?
I didn't know. I'm not a historian.
No. Hold on.
About today.
No. I'm coming. It's going to relate to today. The British decimated China with opium.
And where is China today?
No. Let me finish now. Just let me land. Didn't I say I'm going to give you credit? I said I'm going to give you credit, right? The British decimated China for almost 70 years. And with the Americans, they planted opium and destroyed a whole society. China had to resort in killing people to wipe out a whole generation that was infested with drugs, right? Fast forward to today. That is why I'm going to give you that credit. What has China done so far? China turned the tide. They turned the tide, they look interior. Instead of them looking exterior, they look interior and began to fix their country. That's what Nigeria has to do. Even with the pressure from the West, even up to today, there is no country on earth that has pressure from the West beside Iran other than China. China has a lot of pressure, but now China is doing a lot, and it has countered the West and is about to destroy the Western economy through monetary, as we know it, right? So Nigeria as a country, yes, that's why I want to give you that credit. We have to look interior, but for we to look interior, we have a bigger fish to deal with. It's called the 36 governors. They are strong as the president. We have to deal with those 35 people.
How?
Okay, how? It's easier to deal with a governor than to deal with a president. You see what I'm saying?
In Nigeria.
It's easier in Nigeria. It's easier to deal with a governor than to deal with a president, because a president, you have to go through the Nigerian military to get to him, right? But a governor, you have to put that fire on him. Look at Anambra State. Although you see what Anambra State the governors for the past few years have done, because these citizens are very powerful, very rich, very industrious. We were able to put pressure on our governors to build our state. Right now, Anambra is undergoing massive development than most states in Nigeria, right? Because of the pressure. Imo State has a criminal governor, so they can't help it, but they have to find a way to deal with their governor in their own state. I'm not going to tell people how to deal with their own problem, but you have to figure it out yourself. You see what I'm saying? You have to figure it out. So the 36 governors, the 35 governors in Nigeria are a bigger problem to our country than anybody else. You can't fix Nigerian problem without dealing first with the governors. China is a one-party system. They are able to deal with issue because it's a one-party system. A one-party system can do anything that they want. But a country where you have two multiple party system and the crazy governors that has so much access to money and power, God help us.
So let's allow Augustine. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think my agent. Okay, my agent has asked some.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, go ahead, Augustine.
I came in with 2 points. The 2 points is just the Dan's position. The world is being run like a template. Even as we are on this platform, don't think that some people are not aware that Nigerians will gather on this platform. People gazette the world the way they want it. And Africa has always been that way. And it's not easy to break out. Like what Ekene is saying, to break out and be indigenous, go back to be local. It is a force that everybody will want, but it's difficult because it comes with a lot of prizes. You can't have all these governors, the politicians having all. Do you know that like those of us living in America, that any call you put around your place, if they're interested, they know it. If you spend any $10, if they want to get you, they will get you. So when they see our politicians bringing the resources here, do you feel that they are not aware of it? They are aware of it. They know all our resources outside the country, and that is how they want it to be. So if you feel that the Western world are not aware of and it is difficult for us to do it on ourselves because we have become so gullible. They've made it attractive. Okay, look at something like UK. Nigeria is on red list. Nigerian nurses are on red list in UK to work, but they keep bringing UK Nigerians in every day. Why do they do that? To look as though they are doing a favor to you. I have a cousin that he's a lawyer, so he brings expatriates from outside the country to Nigeria. Do you know how much it takes